feel much more comfortable playing like the 30-40 minute fights compared to some of these early engagements, and I don't think it's gonna work. I don't think it's gonna work against BB team, who are heavily focused on the lanes. This is the team that if they're off to a good start, they can close out the game pretty quickly.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, like, to me, BB team is like some of the most stable, you know, standards of Dota out there. Like, their laning phase is super crisp, their rotations are good, they're smart, they hit their timings, they know their strategies. The drafts, I think, also are always very balanced. I think it's really rare that you look at a BB draft and you're like, yeah, I don't think this is gonna work, or they actually kind of carried themselves away. So it's actually maybe a tough matchup for Extreme, this one. Like, not that these teams ceiling are that much apart, but I do feel like BB's strength really will hurt Extreme, because that's exactly where what they're weak at. I think Extreme is much more of a creative, flashes of brilliance team, but you need to get a game in order to reach that point.
I think Extreme Gaming, when they went up to Gamer Legion earlier this week, I feel like Gamer Legion in the laning stage sent they're like a BB team light. They do also very well in the laning stage, and we did see Extreme struggle in the laning stage, but then they were able to put their heels in the sand and not give way anymore. Lucas, you're saying that this time around, because Gamer Legion was able to be stopped, you think that for a BB team, they are not going to be able to be stopped?
I think it's not going to be easy for Extreme Gaming. I would give them like 25% in this matchup.
Whoa.
Compared to 75 on the other
Both
side.
teams are 4-2.
They are, but the clash of different playstyles, I just feel like this is not a good fit for Extreme Gaming.
That sounds like a clashing of playstyles that's indeed not very favorable for Extreme Gaming. But as said, they have had the practice against Gamer Legion, so potentially all that practice will be put into work right here in our upcoming series. On top of that, if we know the speed of which BB team plays, so does Extreme Gaming. So I can only imagine that they have prepared for this and they are aware of this. Before we get to our first series of the day, though, we are going to start the series on the stage.
Hello out there, world. Yes, it is us here at EWC 2026. It's Sir Action/, with me, Milo. So good to see you again, my friend. We have another fantastic day of Dota coming your way. And I gotta say, before we start things off, I get so blue out there sometimes in the morning. You know, I wake up, I'm waiting for something, and then I hear Shiver Gaming's voice, and it makes me so glad to just see her up there and all of our wonderful staff here that we have at EWC to bring you some hype stuff, especially you, Milos. All right, let's reel and get back up. Here we go. We are back into the game, my friends. We are here for another fantastic day. How you doing?
Slacks, you're looking grand today, though I have to say,
Oh, thank you.
I am surprised that you made it out of that room. I thought I had you on lock and key, but
That's right.
happy to have you on here with us today. We've been chatting about everything that's been going on so far in our group stage. There's been some surprises, a couple of days that are full of absolute slobber knockers when it comes to how things really work out in our standings. They're all over the place, and especially our first game today.
Oh, yeah.
There is a big fight for second place in here.
Absolutely. Both these teams need to win this one. They need to prove themselves. Now, I'm not trying to be toxic, but in Group A, Falcons came out swinging. They came out strong. We saw the strength of this team. These two teams need to do the exact same thing. You're talking about the TI Grand Finalists from last year. You're talking about a team that has already won a championship this year, but where are they here today? Well, let's find things out. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome to the stage our first team of the day. It's going to be Extreme Gaming. Now, I've been saying this all day, baby. Extreme Gaming is a team not only of classic players, but of classic play styles. You have got Lone Druid spammed all tournament with these boys. Nobody else really daring to do such a thing. It has become a new meta, but for these gentlemen, they are strong in their ways, they are strong in their emotions, and they are strong in their Dota. See if they're strong enough to beat our next team.
I can tell emotions are high here, Slacks, and that's not just you, but it's all the other side of that stage over there. But it is not complete without their opponents, BB Team! And here they are walking out. You've seen BB successful over the past year, but still crown eludes them. We are here at the Esports World Cup, an opportunity for them to crack that glass ceiling and get to the top. We talk about teams like Falcons. They're waiting up in first place in their group, but BB want to stand tall amongst them right by their side. And today is an opportunity to prove that, escape that survival stage, and make it straight ahead into playoffs.
Straight ahead indeed.
My friends, please, BB team, please, Extreme Gaming, take your seats, place your keys. We have our game on the way. Uncrowned champion is looking to crown himself at some point today.
Absolutely. The keys are in, the ignition is starting, and the game's about to roll our way. So let's go ahead and get to that game right now as we head back to the panel.
Extreme Gaming versus BB Team here as our first series of the day will be a good one. We are seeing, hopefully, what Extreme Gaming has learned on how to deal with pressure in the laning stage. And I'm curious, Seb, if there's something that when you see the draft play out, is there something that you're looking for that is a sign that Extreme Gaming is ready for the aggression that we know BB Team will bring?
Yeah, I mean, definitely. I think they need to maybe switch priority on some hero picks. We'll have to see if they do it today. But to me, the biggest point with Extreme is I think they have some really cool ideas, like ideas that actually brought them wins already and that they should keep building upon. I do believe that sometimes their drafts lack a little bit of balance in their, especially core heroes combination. And they don't really have the tools to play a game as fast as they need, or to to kind of protect themselves from an over-aggressive opponent. So in that sense, I'm just hoping that they will find the proper adjustments, because I do believe that team has a much higher ceiling than what we've seen so far. And if they manage to fix these couple things, they could look very quickly to be on par with the strongest teams in the tournament. So I'm just excited to see them every day, basically, and hoping that we get a stronger version than the day before.
Yeah, most definitely. Extreme Gaming, they can sometimes be hit or miss. Like yesterday when they were playing against Poor Rangers, they banged out Morphling. First time Morphling of the tournament, probably the last one that we're going to be seeing as well.
No.
This is the hero that doesn't really fit well in the meta, because this hero is very slow. Like, we are seeing some of these carries getting involved relatively early on, like 20 minutes in. We are seeing quite a lot of twin gate rotations as well. Like, we have seen Shadow Fiend multiple times, that we've seen Shadow Fiends go for 6-minute rune, go for twin gate rotation, like being the most active hero on the map. Morphling is not that type of a hero, so I want to see Ame on something different. I want to see something that he can contribute early on, because nowadays you also have two of your supports playing with a mid laner. They also try to break the game with that Nature's Prophet pick, which did work out for them because he was playing it from the mid lane. Nothing to say, had some like really great performances so far at EWC, and I want to see him kind of play the same level, because in this series he's gonna need to be on top of his game.
Yeah, does that mean that you're gonna look mostly for the carry position and seeing what they get their hands on? Because it's the same thing also set to be for Kirtich?
Yeah, I would say so. I think like Ame, I don't think he's going to be getting his Lone Druid in this series. I feel like BB Team, they saw that game. They did a lot of research. You are playing one series a day. And you definitely look at this and you're like, this is also
อีก1 วันสวัสดีครับสวัสดีครับทุกคนฝากออนช่องซูมไลน์หน่อยครับ
different approaches to it.
ฝากออนหน่อยครับขาประจำหายไปไหนหมดเลย
things that you need to
เสื้อดำเด้าหน่อย
in this current meta, because it seems to be
Zoom.
most of them coming out from the
Oh,
Kiro
yeah.
with the Draw Rangers, Shadow Fiends. I feel like some of these picks have been answered. Shadow Fiend not as much. I feel like this hero just has to go if you don't have
ฝากออนช่องซูมไลน์ครับสวัสดีครับทุกคนสวัสดีครับสวัสดี YouTube สวัสดี Twitch นะฮะสวัสดีครับ
It works
สวัสดีคุณเจอกินนะฮะ
sometime, but it's not really reliable
สวัสดี
because
Mackerels
he's that strong of a laner.
สวัสดี
And
คุณ
he's just gonna pop off. He's gonna dominate
Dilis
this dark
ห
share
รือ
in
สุร
the
พลสวัส
lane
ดีครับ
stage, and also playing for a certain timing. This hero is extremely strong once we get to
Zoom.
his like Aegis number 2 with the banner. Once they go for the high ground, this is his peak timing.
With that being said, I think it's not impossible that BB try to break the Laundred because we've seen actually an answer like arise against Laundred. We've seen a bunch of enigmas. Like I think yesterday 1W beat Laundred against LGD. Who was it? I think LGD actually did it to OG, also beating the Laundred. So the hero has started to lose some games, and we've seen like Enigma be a pretty good answer. Miero is like one of the best enigmas out there, so I'm sure that he's been looking at it, and he probably feels very confident that he can also execute. And again, I think BB kind of enjoys playing versus a lineup that don't really have a lot of tools to stop them in the early game. So on the extreme side, I think it's very important for them to not be overly greedy with the draft and to factor in every sequence of the game. You can't just be looking at Ame's scary matchup or how the scale is going to look like. Like they need to think of the laning phase, they need to think of the early timings, they need to think of the support and mid hero combination, which is something, you know, Save mentioned in his interview we listened early on, where he's very comfortable playing with GPK, and they talk a lot about how they want the game to be played, and you can also be assured that they also talk about which heroes they want to play and how these heroes complement each other's when they run around the map. So I'm just hoping that Extreme will invest the same level of effort in what FY and Nothing to Say are going to do together.
With that in mind, you want them then to focus mostly on themselves. There's nothing on the side of BB team that makes you think like, oh, they also should really focus on this one player in particular and try to shut him down.
No, I think BB team will just, you know, go with their game plan. They're going to do what they've done so far. Maybe improve a little bit their strategies, pick up what other teams are doing, because this is a team that's capable of executing anything. That's also good to mention, like in the sense that the players are so good individually that any idea they will see, they can make it theirs the next minute. So in that sense, they can keep improving. On extreme side, I think that if they get a game, honestly, if the game is 50-50, I would favor them in that matchup. I think they're a little bit more creative when Dota allows you to be. But they have a lot of issues they need to fix on their way, and so far they have shown some weaknesses, that they tend to give some openings to the opponents, and I don't think you can afford that against BB.
Yeah, I completely agree. I also want to pick your brain a little bit more about Lone Druid. Do you feel like if you give this, because you said it was solvable, if you give this hero too good of a start, do you feel like there's too much pressure on it? Because like back in the days, like when Anti-Mage, like he gets the free farm, he gets his battle free, which is not a hero right now. Spectre as well, if she's off to a good timing, do you feel the same way about the Lone Druid?
I mean, to me, the issue with Lone Druid is, like when you play with Lone Druid, the hero is very slow. Like you need to get to the Mjolnir and you need to get to the Aghanims, and then you also need to be able to force the enemy team to play the map, because you don't want to run into a team fight with like Mjolnir, Aghanims, Lone Druid. If they have the proper heroes, it might just be completely. I mean, now actually BB team decide to ban it, so we're not gonna get to see it. So perhaps irrelevant. But it's not a hero I believe will necessarily stay in the first phase ban of the tournament. I think some teams are gonna feel pretty okay playing against it, because it's one of the slowest carry heroes out of everything we've seen. I think SF is much faster, Draw in a sense is faster. Lone Druid is like the slowest by far.
Well,
it's quite, yeah, none of these heroes. Ame is not gonna play any of these, so Ame is being heavily targeted by BB team right now.
Yeah, before we get to the first picks, I feel we're talking a lot about, you know, because Extreme Gaming in this sense is coming in as a little bit of an underdog, especially based on playstyle as well. But BB team has the same score. Surely they're not invincible. What is their weakness? If they're gonna, you know, if they're gonna dominate the early game and then close out games that well, why don't they win every game?
To me, I think of BB team's weakness, it's always been the fact that it's like the reverse of their strength. It's they're so disciplined, they're so perfect that it makes them a little bit like, you see their drafts and you know what's going to happen. It's really rare that they allow themselves to to go outside the
มุม
script
บอย
and
ผ
to
มก็
try
อยู่
crazy
ฝั่งเล
things.
เดียนครับ The
You're
Die
never
เป็น
gonna
Extreme
see-
Gaming
You know, yesterday we watched Sumail play, and he has his BKB on cooldown, and he's playing Alk, and he's just running around, blinking in the fog. You will never see that from BB Team, ever, from any of their players. Like, they are extremely disciplined, and they respect timings. If this isn't their timing, they're just not gonna take the fight. They'll punish you the second they see an opening, but
We
that
do,
can be
we
a
will.
weakness, because I think, especially in these kind of, you know, in the highest tier of tournaments, you need a little bit of
Killer instinct.
initiative
Yeah,
and
you
risk
need to
taking.
go.
Yeah, I think they don't take enough risks, if that makes sense, and some teams can abuse that.
Maybe some PTSD back in the days, a couple of TIs ago, when Tormentor was a thing where it was their arch nemesis, which like killed them. They were risking too much, sometimes going for the high ground when
ตัด
maybe
ทางด้าน
they
ฝั่งโร
shouldn't.
ดูอิดไป
So this
เรา
team
ก็
did become more tame. And to check some of the openings, Bane picked up by Extreme Gaming, super solid.
ทางด้าน
position
ฝั่ง
five.
Shadow Fiend ครับ
This is also one of Kataomi's most played heroes, so they definitely know the insides and outs of this hero. He's going to be playing with Reviver on the other side, and I feel like Bane has shown some weaknesses as well. Coming out from the off lane, Miero being the Zoo expert from the off lane, so we could start thinking about potentially maybe getting that Lycan online.
เชียนดาวน์
because this is
ไปหมด
one
ค
of
รับ
the hardest
ด้าน
matches for
Extreme ก็
Bane to
แบ
try
น
and
โคโต้
play. They already banned out Beastmaster, so want to see how they're going to approach it, because there was only one Lycan game that we've seen.
เมื่อเช้า
at least the
ทำงาน
game
ได้
that we
นิดเดียวเองคนดู
covered, and it looked again unstoppable. There was another
เมื่อเช้าผม
game of
น็อก
Lycan
ไป
yesterday with 33
เกือบ
showing
7 โมง
the
ตอนแรกว่าจะนอน
strength of
10 โมง ไม่ไหว
this hero
ปวดหัว
is
จัด
gonna be heavily bumped up
แล้วก็
priority.
ปวดหัวจนนอนไม่ได้
We see
หลับๆตื่น
these, teams that are not top
กว่า
tier,
จะได้นอนจริงๆ
once they
จัง
get
ๆก็
eliminated,
เที่ยง
it's gonna
กว่าๆ
get,
ครับ
quite a lot of priority in the draft.
We could definitely
โคตรเวียนหัว
see, like,
เมื่อ
Enigma, they have
เมื่อเช้า
banned the
ก็
Beastmaster to
ตอนแรก
start.
จะได้ไปหาหมอ
One thing to mention is that
โอเคบ่ายมาดีขึ้นก็เลยแบบได้หลับ
so it
หน่อย
isn't impossible to see that
ตื่นมา
kind of
ไม่
answer
fresh
to
เท่าไหร่
an early summon hero be picked to punish the Bane on the lane, and then you get yourself like an Ange, for instance, or something that plays better versus summons. I like the Bane first pick in the sense that maybe this is a sign that Extreme understands that they don't want to fall too much behind during the laning phase. Obviously, Bane, one of the most dominant laners, so maybe this is them starting to secure like a solid start to the game and make sure that they don't fall into the typical BB trap where you're losing 3 lanes and you just never get to play a game.
Yeah, BB was also making sure that they don't fall into a trap. They took a very long time to think about the Enigma ban that they end up going for.
Interesting.
They also have the pick out of this, so also that is not coming instantly. So there is a lot to talk about for them.
It's a weird ban because Enigma would have been a good pick for them, and Wyvern typically a decent answer against Enigma, both on the lane and in the game. So they must be talking about a carry hero that really hates playing versus Enigma.
I think they might be looking for some like Wind Ranger, maybe even a Ringmaster out of this phase, because they love to run it as a position 4. It also could be carry. I'm a big fan of Ringmaster in general. It's a hero that gives them quite a lot of team fight, and it's also one of the best, maybe like second best hero in the game when you play against Bane. First one would be Silencer, but he's nowhere as strong as Ringmaster because you can just
ตัดอินิกมาไปครับแล้วก็เลือกมาเป็นทางด้านฝั่งไอ้ตัวลิงมาเตอร์ ตอนนั้นก็แบนเคสครับผมแล้วก็ตัวของปักไปครับสวัสดีทุกคนนะฮะซัพพอร์ตกันได้นะครับพี่
And the reason why Ring is that good against Bane also is
ต้องหาวันว่างนอนยาวส่วนที่ผ่านมาก็นอนเยอะนะ
the game is the Ags. Like we've seen it. We've seen Bane's actually rush it. Like either lands into Ags straight, like brown boots. Like they're so excited about getting that item because it has so much impact against Ring. It's never gonna be an issue.
Because you throw the ultimate and all the illusions also interrupted?
No, you put the Finn's grip target in the box. I forgot the name of the spell, and all of a sudden it interrupts the Finn's grip, whether Bane has Ags or not. So, and on top of it, it's a pretty decent lane to be honest, because the Ringmaster actually can dish out a lot of damage. If you, it's kind of hard to tank all the ring spells, and you outrange the Bane also on top of it with your auto attack. So, just a very popular answer to the Bane, and very efficient also. That's an early Storm pick for nothing to say. There's not going to be a cuddle to help him in this game. It's been banned by themselves. Okay, Mirana, interesting. It used to be a Dota like back in my days where nothing is relevant anymore, by the way, but I'm still going to drop it out there. Mirana was considered as a Wyvern counter in the sense that whenever Wyvern cold embraces somebody, then you know that the hero is going to be stunned for 5 seconds because Mirana will just take that opportunity to arrow.
I think that's a bit outdated nowadays, especially with a better. It can work, but I feel like there are a bunch of other spells that you can throw in.
Extreme seems to agree with me, so go Extreme, I guess. no.
And the Bane Mirana is a classic combo. You know that also stems from
เบน
that
มิ
same
ลาน่า
time
ผม
period.
หลับแล้วก็แอโร่
And this Ember pick is terrifying to
คอมโบ
me.
แบบ
I think you could
ค่อนข้าง old school มาก
the Extreme Gaming heroes as like being able to kill Ember, but not.
แต่มิลาน่าน่าจะโพสต์4นะที่ซินไม่ใช่ซินคิวเล่น
in the early
ที่
game.
FY เล่น
I think the matchup is pretty okay. I've seen it go both ways.
แล้วก็
Storm versus Ember,
ส
but
ตอมสื่อมิดเลนครับ
honestly, GPK
ฝั่งนั้นก็เอมเบอร์มิด
maybe top 3 laners in the world. Like he will not falter on the lane.
Ring
He's
Master
supposed to
post
win it, he
4
will
แล้ว
win it. So I think this
แล้วก็
Ember pick is
ราโก้
very
มาเป็นออฟเลนครับ
strong. And now
ของด้านมีเอโร่
we had a Largo with it.
ดับสูสีกันนะครับเนี่ยทำไปเล่นไป ระหว่าง Extreme แล้วก็ BB
Ember Largo.
Yeah,
Boom boy.
Genius, like you're just dishing out so much damage, and
The damage was crazy.
even Ember Spirit in some, like we've seen it yesterday, even if he doesn't have that good of a lane, like this hero can recover easily because he can farm relatively quickly, and this is the Spirit's Vessel buyer, so having extra bit of a damage, extra bit of a heal on top of that, double saving support. They also picked Mirana into Ringmaster on top of that, which is not the easiest. Like, let's say you land the combo and there's still going to be a box coming through. Right now, it's a very single target oriented lineup from Extreme Gaming, and they're going to be picking up the Doom, seeing that there is good amount of heals on side of BB team, Largo, Winter Wyvern. Good pickup, but I feel like something is lacking right now for XG.
I think again, like XG is thinking about how the game is gonna scale and develop, and I would favor them in that regard. Like think of Doom versus a Largo, Ringmaster, and Wyvern lineup. Like whoever gets doomed will die. These heroes cannot save from Doom. So in that sense, they have the team fight condition on their side. Think of Moonlight Shadow, so Bane, Night Vision. So they have vision advantage and they have Doom. They have clear initiation with Storm. Like mid game is easy in a sense, like if they get there. And that's probably what they're talking about. But you need to get there against BB team. They will make you pay the hard price if you give openings before. And I see a lot of openings before. They lack damage, like Bane, Storm, Mirana running together, trying to contest runes. They don't have enough damage to cut through an Ember Shield with Cold Embrace behind them. So this might be a game of BB team, dominating the early game, getting all the power runes. GPK, causing a lot of issues. Maybe you have to concede some objectives. And this is exactly what BB team enjoys. This is the position they want to be in. I like the Storm pick in a sense. I think it was cool, like against Wyvern Ringmaster, but the Mirana is to me the big question mark. Even though I like the hero, I think they needed something a little bit more aggressive, like a Skywrath. Like they needed to bring more damage to the Bane Storm combo, and I'm just a little bit worried about how the first 15 minutes of the game are going to play out for them.
Yeah, something that the BB team did extremely well. I was covering some of their games like a month ago, maybe even slightly more, where they were playing Largo, and in 2 of the games they were bringing Largo 6 minutes in, 8 minutes in, understanding that if they bring an extra hero, like even though their support is definitely stronger than what XG can bring in these first 5-6 minutes,
มาเป็นดูมครับผม
Miro
บริงเกอ
is
ร์
the type of a player that will sacrifice himself just to make sure that GPK is also having a good time.
So what are the Doom answers? Like one thing we've seen a lot is the Vengeful Spirit.
I was about to mention it. Yeah, I like it a lot. It might be the first time that we could actually see it because of the Aghanim Scepter. You're kind of like budget Raid King in a sense. Better version, but because Raid King is not a hero.
I think they need that kind of heavy physical objective-taking hero. It also stops the Doom from being an issue. Okay, it's actually pretty bad against TB though. The matchup against TB is horrible, so probably not an option anymore.
Is it horrible because TB has high base armor?
Yeah, it's like Illusion, like Venge, even though she goes for the Hydra's Breath, Illusion hero is still too much. You have Reflections, so Venge Aura. And Venge respawning, you die to 3 TB or 4 TB Illus killing you, you respawn, you just die again instantly. Like it just doesn't work. Like the matchup is really tough.
Ooh.
Okay, they go for PL. That's a win condition for sure. Like besides Storm, they have nothing versus PL. I mean, Doom can buy Radiance. Basically, if you lose the early game really hard as PL, Doom can become good. But the Doom needs to stay ahead for that. If it's a 50-50 or PL is ahead, Doom is probably one of the worst heroes against PL.
I'm just very excited to see PL against TB 2026. Some bangers are coming back. It looks very good throughout the whole game. Like you did mention Radiance. Other than that, there really isn't much. He's not afraid of the supports. They can't really itemize in a sense. Neither can Storm Spirit. Very difficult to target the PL as well with the Doom. There are multiple ways of resetting the fight on their side with the box, with the Winter Wyvern Curse. Maybe heal, not so good against Doom, but he can't Doom everything. So it does feel like BB team
เจอกับ Celebrate โคตรคลาสสิกเลย
and also don't
การต่อสู้กันแบบด้านบน
strong of a PL like in the lane is. Like this hero is
แต่ดูมที่จะเกิดนี่ก็น่ากลัวถ้าเป็นเกมยาว
European carries, they know how to utilize PL.
I feel like both teams have quite solid lane.
แต่ผมชอบดับบีบีมากกว่าตามหลัก แต่ดับทางนั้นฝั่ง XT แม่งจับง่ายกว่าจริง
It's gonna come down to execution on all three lanes.
Okay.
So interesting, like who outplays who. They both have the possibility to win their lanes.
And therefore, in the mid game, we can't say anything useful about that either, because it really depends on who does well in the laning.
The trio of supports plus mid laner, I think, heavily favors BB team. So in that sense, they might pick up some pace. Much more than Extreme in the mid game.
So ideally for Extreme, they have at least a little bit of a lead to be able to buffer.
Yes, if they can secure lead in the laning phase, that would fix all the issues. It would be amazing for them.
Random question, does the draft for BB team make sense now with the Enigma ban?
A good question actually. No. I would say no. I would say it doesn't. But, you know, it's understandable. Sometimes you ban Enigma because you're planning to pick a carry and then they pick something else and now you just, you know, go somewhere else.
They felt so long about that. You know.
Just the complexity of drafting in Dota.
Yeah, that's why if you have second pick that you only get one ban, you have to like 5-head think about anything that might happen. But yeah, there's no Enigma in this game. We got 10 heroes on the board and it seems like we
ส่วนตัวชอบดับทางนั้นฝั่งไอ้เนี่ย
game on our hand. If one player is going to absolutely pop off
Boom
the
boy.
coast, who is it? Which player is set up for success most?
I think it needs to be NTS on side of Extreme Gaming. He needs to be in the driving seat. He needs to be making all the right moves because he does have Doom with him, which is not a hero that makes moves early on.
Let's
See
go.
if nothing to say on his Storm Spirit will pop off as we head over to Cap and SVG for game one.
Thank you, Sheaver. That's right. We've got a Phantom Lancer. A Phantom Lancer, this will be the third time it's picked up here at EWC. And the team who has been playing quite a bit of Phantom Lancer is Team Yandex, which is talking to some of the players. That is the team that everybody is looking at. Everybody's expecting them to end up in the grand finals. They're kind of the front runners, apparently.
According to who?
According to some of the players that I talked to. I talked to Yatoro, Maureen, Amar.
Must have good scrim results. Everyone's getting bodied. They're like, well, we're going to see you there. Just hope you're the other squad. You got to put this PL in an Eastern European carry's hands, right? I mean, this is their hero. I feel I can't even think of a player outside of that region that has had a lot of long-term success on the hero other than Ana.
Okay,
The one player that comes to mind. So this is a
กิตติ
very
โดเนตมา
stylistic
3
hero.
อุ้ยถึงกับเปิดหัว
รอน็อกไปกินอะไรมา
You
ครับ
need to kind of understand the
นี่แหละเดี๋ยวเจอ
you know when to adjust those timings. If
ทีม
you're gonna
กาก
fight early, if you're going to fight with an Ags rush or a Diffu rush, you know, depending on what
โด
the
นแน่
position is in the meta. And you need to know how to micro the illusions in a way that's maximum disruptive. You're gaining an information advantage for your team. You're super confusing in the fights. There's players that do this well. There's players that don't do it at all. And that is the big difference maker on this hero. It's a very good PL game here. This is a true 1v5 Phantom Lancer game. Kiritich should be very confident he can put this game on his back.
Okay, so Extreme knowing that, what are the moves that we're going to see from them to keep this Phantom Lancer from getting out of control? Are we going to see heavy rotations into his lane, try and shut him down early? Or is it more just about, you know, trying to end the game faster? Just win the other lanes, take early Roshan, close out the game by
เดี๋ยว
that
เดิน
second
ตบไม้
push?
บอกเช่นฝั่งมีโร
I would say it's just winning the team fights and playing the map better. Like you have this Bane Mirana with the Storm. You have a lot of pickoff potential. If you can force BB to split up on the map, their lineup is pretty strong when they group. They have double saving supports, a Largo for sustain, and Ember to just kind of lead the pack. So you definitely want to split this lineup up, start picking them off. You can get 1 or 2 kills on that PL with the Storm in the early mid game. you're going to have a window to maybe get some of those Aegrises for the Terrorblade and start pushing. Outside of that, though, I really do favor BB here. It just looks a lot more straightforward for them. Like, they have great team fight. They have saves to bail the PL out, even if you somehow manage to grip him or something. And he just has insane matchups. Like, the Doom matchup's super one-sided. The Terrorblade matchup's very one-sided. Nothing. And these are, like, the two worst supports to have against Phantom Lancer of all time.
Is the Doom matchup that one-sided still? Because
nothing to say.
Not had a Phantom Lancer meta in a really long time, and some of the item builds, there have been some changes to Doom, right? Late game Doom, he gets the permanent Scorched Earth, for example. He's got AoE Doom that he could just put on himself, combined with Chasm Stone, a new item that looks really good on Doom when you go that kind of builds. You know, Ashiva's, Aghanim's, you know, Doom that gets in there in a fight. Could that be a problem for PL?
Gives you a little more playability, but I still think this matchup's very one-sided. It's just not fun. You can't hunt him around the map. He just runs. He can just doppel run at you with 10 illusions in the fight. And, like, what is your response? You can't do anything. Scorched Earth, Shiva's Radiance, yeah, it does a little bit to this hero, but honestly, he doesn't care. You're in theory going to play against Shiva's Radiance every game. Somebody can always build it. So the hero either functions first or he doesn't. And I think he more than can take care of it in this meta. You have a lot of sustain here. You have ways to bail you out if you somehow get into trouble. It's as good a PL game as you're going to find.
I would put up a stronger argument, but I think maybe if Doom still broke, if you still had that talent, AoE break on Phantom Lancer, that does sound like actually kind of debilitating, but that's no longer the case. They took that out, and now you just only have the Doom applies mute. As it stands, though, it's looking pretty good for the Phantom Lancer in lane. No surprise there. Ember Spirit is neck and neck with the Storm Spirit. Mid lane, 22 and 5 for both of them.
Should be a very even laning phase, at least, which, again, should be comfortable for BB team here. Don't think they're under too much pressure to make some crazy moves. I think XG will have some more openings in the second half of this laning phase with the Bane Mirana. If they can get some roam going, if they can kind of play through Storm with some power runes, I think they have more opportunity to jump and start killing people here. I think the damage could be a little low for BB. You have this Ringmaster Wyvern support duo that's going to scale really well. It gives you a lot of teamfight presence, but their nukes are not doing a lot directly in the early game. So if I'm Xnova, if I'm XFY, I want to get something going here, at least a little bit, you know? Like find a cheeky support kill, contest a rune against the Ember, maybe get some deep wards out, set up some kills later. So again, I think that also pushes you in the aggressive direction. Like you don't want to just go stack with Mirana here. Who are you really stacking for? You don't want to play that kind of style of game. The more you can find some opportunity, the better this game's going to feel for you.
Man, all in all, things pretty quiet. A little bit of trade of damage here and there, but as you said, laning phase looks pretty chill. Support's having little battles on the sides, but nobody's really going to come out with a kill out of it. Just a bit of harassment here or there. Storm Spirit has already made a jaunt off into the jungle, huh? He's going to go pick up the bounty rune, I get that, but...
Could surprise with a gank up top if he wants to commit the resources, but that does give a lot of time and freedom to GPK, who's top net worth in this game. Kind of just cruising through this mid lane right now. Gonna have a fast pace. 6-minute power rune will count for a lot here. I kind of expect both teams to send all their supports mid and look for this, particularly Extreme Gaming. They really need the power runes on the Storm to sort of accelerate the skirmish power here.
Unfortunately, the Ember Spirit does kind of have the advantage here, being able to play both sides.
Wow.
Grab the haste rune ahead of both save and GP.
Nothing to say.
The game so far.
Yeah, seriously.
That's a nice rune to pick up. A great one to take away from the Ember, who arguably uses the haste better than the Storm Spirit, but Storm happy to collect the resources here. And Ame just gonna meta top, start swinging on this tower with a catapult.
XXS
gonna rotate.
Taking some damage here, but he still has a Lotus and a healing salve in his back pocket, so...
Also got the early polywalk charm for FY, giving you a little extra regen.
ชอบดาบ X Team มากกว่าจัดไปพี่ชาย
Benefit of the Marana being able to jungle a little bit.
X Team มันก็จะดีในเรื่องของมีดูมเปิดแล้วในช่วงกลางเกมมีสตอมหาข่าวให้ใครหลุดเข้าไปเยอะก็โดนทางด้านฝั่งเบนจับหัว
Reading this move. And a lot of times in these types of slow games, it's pretty easy to read these moves. Though they linger around here.
I think Heritage still going to be spotted here. The Remnant doesn't do the damage to the Phantom Lancer hero. Second Remnant lands. And they're splitting up their damage here. Not sure which is which, but they've got him. Nothing to say. Very easy kill. Yeah, it's surprising. I mean,
ที่เซลซัตคิลิตี้ชัดลงผ่านไป
large of a wraparound.
แต่มาโคลัมเบสหมดแล้วก็สตาร์ซอมหยอดลงครับ
He spots the PL.
ด้านตัวของฝั่งไอ้ตัวดอทเซลบอกซัดคาโดมิล่วงครับ
That's 2 galvanized stacks for you.
That's huge. Every time you can translate these power runes on the storm into some sort of momentum on the map, it buys you so much time, particularly if it's against the PL. And not only are you accelerating your storm, you're slowing down BB Team's win condition here. You're going to take his tower off that move as well. Very influential. And yeah, as you mentioned, I feel like BB Team just kind of gave it to him. Like they scanned it and then they lingered there and nobody TP'd. There was no sort of move from GPK to counterplay this. I think that's a move you could turn around with an Ember rotation.
X Team เป็นมิ่งพี่แกบวกหนักเลยพี่แกเอาเลนจัดเลยเพราะเขารู้ว่าเหลี่ยมทางด้านตัวของฝั่งไอ้ทีมนี้จะค่อนข้างที่จะทรงเลนไปเยอะดีบุมบอยแตกไปเหนือ3-0นะแบบนี้พี่เอาไม่ได้เกิดแล้วมั้งเนี่ยเอาต้องแต่ต้นเลย Hello English no English bro This is cross team Thai language
But it definitely feels a little clunky from PB. We normally don't see them play this slow around.
You want to watch English language? He's going to the main channels. EWC 2026.
Nice experience.
Thank you, sir.
Katomi almost snagged that. GPK coming back in with
ซึ่งเชียนไปครับผมต้องตอบอีกเป็นอัดไปครับทางด้านฝั่งนอตเอ็กโซวาตายผมเรียบร้อยฮะแตกอีกหนึ่งจุ่มรอพี่ใหญ่นิกมาผมมากครับพี่
And the one who's most happy with that is good old Ame. Hard carry Ame on Terrorblade, 72 CS right now.
Just gonna retreat into the jungle. He has some decent experience because he got
ฝากออนในทางด้านฝั่งซูปไลด์ด้วยนะครับพี่ชัยขอบคุณมากครับอยากจะสปอร์ตโดเนทกันเข้ามาได้นะครับพี่ตอนนี้ก็จะครึ่งเดือนต้องครึ่งหลอดแล้วล่ะขอบคุณนะครับผมกับพี่ชัยใหญ่ทุกคนนะครับผมครับ
I feel like most of the time he's going to be able to get off a Sunder, right?
ยิงกดมาบอดี้บอลครับด้วยร่างปลอมครับแต่ว่าดาเมจยังวิวอยู่ครับสปิริตแลนด์ปามาอิมเพลเมนต์อาร์ตปักสวยครับสโลไปเรื่อยแล้วบัตรแกเน็ตครับเทมเดอะบีสมาปักทุกอย่างตอนนี้เซฟเก็บนั่น XS ลงได้ครับบีบีทีมก็ขึงหนักจัดนะตรงนี้ตีขึ้นมาเป็น 2-4 ครับภาษาจีนนะครับพูดไม่เป็นครับสับมาแล้วก็แรมนั้นมาต่อครับแรมนั้นได้อีกรอบนะ GPK รอดจากสถานการณ์ 3-1 ไปได้ของทางด้านฝั่ง GPK ครับอาร์ติกเบิร์นบินมาเพื่อจะโคเวอร์ครับทางด้านตัวของฝั่งคาโดมิไหลกันไป GPK ด้านนี้ก็วัดดวงกันไปครับว่ารูนออกไหนรูนออกที่ Nothing to say ครับเป็นอาร์เคนรูนนะเอาเลยครับการ prediction รูนของฝั่ง Nothing to say ครับได้ผลนะ
Man, if he could hold on to this, farm up neutrals, complete his Kaya, and then make a rotation rune with... Well, he's going to pop it now, actually, but I was thinking, you know, you get that Kaya and then pop the Arcane rune and make a big play.
I would like to see them make some objective-based play with this rune. I think it's really strong here. Again, Storm is really good against the BB supports, especially in the early game before they have all the ults online. You're still missing Curse.
Yeah, you could make a move to your Terrorblade. He could take that tower easy.
Oh, absolutely. You're not worried about Largo doing anything.
Absolutely.
Hell.
And it will free up some space for XXS, who's just chilling in this bottom lane. So that seems the natural place to go. I think running into the Ember mid is pretty difficult. Just don't have the damage to bring this guy down. But if you go to the Terrorblade, he can give you some extra DPS here.
วันนี้แจ๊บแข่งตอนไหนครับก็3 ทุ่มครับ
He has another catapult up here. Yeah, he's just going to drop the
ทรงเดิมครับ
dare someone to go on him and
ตีท็อปเลนไปทางด้านตัวของฝั่งไอ้ตัว X Team สักครู่นะคนดู
This is a peculiar play. I'm not sure why they want to send the Ember bottom here. It's going to get blocked by FY anyway.
ขออนุญาตตอบเมลงานแป๊บนึงครับ
On the Doom. Is Doom the biggest target in this game right now?
Yeah, I don't think so.
I don't think he's exerting any pressure.
I think both Storm Spirit and TB at this point are more important.
I agree. So Ame gets a free tower, and now look at this. He's going to swing behind mid with the same meta. maximum efficiency. He is having himself a game right now.
This feels really good. BB team gonna lose so much ground here. A lot of map control being given up, a lot of net worth lead being given to Extreme Gaming, up 3K, and in a good position. They're probably all gonna stick around for a 12-minute power rune.
And I like the tempo that Ame is creating in this game with the tower pressure. It's going to open up space, secure more power runes for Storm. This one's just guaranteed because you can't get the lane up far enough. And it means Ame can join earlier fights as you have more angles to connect on. This is the type of game you want to play in these, disadvantaged carry matchups. You don't want to just perma AFK. Yeah, he's 0-0-0, but he has some solid building damage under his belt. That counts for a lot here.
If I'm BB team, I'm already talking about, okay, are we going to defend our Wisdom Shrine in 2 minutes, or are we going to try and take theirs? Because I feel like Extreme Gaming, they're in a good enough position, right, that they've taken all the tier 1 towers. They're going to have another meta up. They're going to have this power rune holding in the Storm Spirit's pocket, right? I mean, I feel like they could just kind of keep forcing things, force objectives.
You have to plan to defend here if you're BB. You cannot aggressively take. Maybe Ember can plan to steal one, but you're worried about getting slept or gripped into arrow this game.
Right,
Or Doom.
yeah.
Like, the paint setup's really
Today.
scary for GPK to play aggressive, so I think you just have to look for yours. XG
นิกมา2-0ชิวครับรอดูแล้วกันครับว่าเจอทีม เทียร์ 2 ลงมาจะ
to BB side of the map when they have so much
มีอะไร
turnover.
ผิดพลาดหรือเปล่า
Both teams can punish an overextension out of these 2 Spirit mid laners. There's the hammer. I don't know if Miro's gonna
Miro ออกมาเป็นคอร์สเมทิโอ
value out of it. Pretty hard for him to push.
หลังๆมาก็เริ่มออกคอร์สเมทิโอหรือว่าต้องเร่งฟาร์มได้ครับทางด้านโดของฝั่งไอ้ลาโก้
That wheel is just that is a prayer right there.
เพราะว่าคอร์สเมทิโอมันฟาร์มคีปกองได้แบบเยอะๆรัวๆนะ
They're gonna pop the Moonlight Shadow and make a move. Look at the Bane circling around.
มีความสามารถของคาย่าแล้วก็คือสกิลแรงขึ้นรีมานานี่
With both the Remnant and the Unicycle.
Look at him go.
ยูนิไซก็โรเทตแมปแบบไวครับ
He's got the new set as well.
Oh, he's chilling. Damn, that spell is fun.
Very good addition to the game.
คู่นี้ฟอร์มเป็นใครครับ
Actual move
ไม่ได้ดูบ่อยครับ
playing for another
พอๆกันแหละมั้ง
BB team say, okay, this time it'll be top. Nope.
แต่ไม่รู้ว่าบีบีทีมแพ้ทางเอ็กตีมหรือเปล่า
Their side in this one.
And BB team have guessed wrong
แต่ดูจากดาร์ฟนี่ก็
every single time.
ดาร์ฟบูมบอยได้เปรียบไปแล้วแต่ว่าเอ็กตีมมันเล่นไม่พลาดแล้วถ้าเอ็กตีมเล่นไม่พลาดเลยก็เอ็กตีมก็ชนะไปแล้วเพราะเลนเฟสทำมาดีจัดในแมตช์เซตอัพแล้วก็ฟีนกรีฟแล้วก็อินฟอร์เบดดูมครับ
Options here. They're gonna pop 2 of the ultimates.
ไม่รอดแล้วปล่อยจอยครับเชิญ GPK
This is the
โดนจับขนาดนี้
risk of JPK in this game. He has to continually push
แต่ตอน
waves.
นี้บอกครับตัวจับนั้นเอ็กตีมโหดมากครับ
Initial stun setup is just guaranteed death.
And his supports aren't super mobile, so it's hard for them to like keep up with him and just
ขอบ
play
คุณ
all the time.
ที่จอยมาทางด้านฝั่งไอ้ตัวช่องซูปนะครับฝากออนนี่นะครับ
And if you're doomed, it's
จะได้ในส่วนของไตรมาสที่3นะครับขอบคุณมากครับพี่
you can't
ขอบคุณครับ
follow Ember in this type of game. You don't want to have to follow him the whole game. This is where the map can become really awkward for BB to play. They get forced into the split up action, and XG can just find little pickoffs that lead into more time for the Terrorblade to farm, more space, Alme's absorbing. The Storm's getting more of the power runes. Like, this can contribute to a significant snowball, and we're kind of seeing it. 5k gold lead really hasn't come off the back of teamfight. It's just controlling more space, being really annoying with these supports. Like, honestly, I think FY has done a very solid job just playing in BB's face in this lower jungle and pushing his hero to the limit. Like, what are you going to do about me, right?
Yeah.
And look at all the time he's wasting here. He's going to die to the Ember, but that's
With
3
stars on.
heroes in a part of the map that's not doing a lot for BB team. I'm okay with that death.
He also managed to deny the observer ward kill.
Sure.
So. Quick smoke up from BB team. They're going to go through the gate. Head to top, and if they can successfully kill the Terrorblade, they might be able to get the tower, but it's already got scanned. So Ame is heading for the hills here.
Very heads up scan. One stealing bail on that. They get another power in the river. And this is just farming the Radiance on the Doom. It's going to be a strong scaling Tricore.
Yeah. Extreme, I mean, if they keep hunting, Extreme
ทะเลสตอมรวยนี่คือเป็นสัญญาณที่ดีมากๆครับขอด้านฝั่ง XC ครับ
different wards surrounding the Radiant Triangle.
Is it just going to straight up push a tier 2? You can get cursed here.
แต่แน่นอนครับเสียงนอนไม่สบายครับผมพอดีปวดไมเกรนไม่ได้นอนนานนะเปิดมาวินเทอร์เคิร์ครับแล้วก็วิวโอเวอร์เดอร์เทมเดอะบีทไปจ้องเป้าบอมปิดเทเลเบตได้ครับสวยงามจัดครับจังหวะเซตอัพของนั่นฝั่งบูมบอยแล้วก็ไล่ซัดกันต่อที่นั่นฝั่งเอ็กโซว่าครับรออยู่ตั้งนานครับกว่าจะเซตได้ครับผมบูมบอยเทเลเบตก็มั่นใจไปหน่อยนี่เจอวินเทอร์เคิร์เจอวิวโอเวอร์เดอร์เซตอัพมาส่วนทางด้านโดของฝั่งทีมเอ็กทีมเกมมิ่งต้องใช้เบนในการเซฟครับผมซึ่งก็ถ้าหาเบนได้ต่อก็เรียบร้อยครับแต่คู่ครับนอกนั้นไม่มีตัวเซฟแล้วเบนเซฟก็คือหลับดึงอัดเข้ามาประมาณนี้แต่ไม่แน่ใจว่ามันดึงออกจากเป้าของทางด้านฝั่งนี้หรอเพราะว่าวินเทอร์เคิร์กับวิวออฟเดอร์ระยะค่อนข้างกว้างครับแต่บีบีทีมันก็มีแต่ตัวฟาร์มไว้นะเฟดกลางเกมไม่ว่าจะเป็นลาโก้เอมเบอร์แล้วก็พีเอลครับนี่ตัวฟาร์มไว้แต่ว่าพื้นที่ฟาร์มก็จะน้อยหน่อยเพราะว่า Extreme Gaming ก็ยังคอนโทรลแมปเยอะกว่าอยู่นิดหน่อยครับที่เหลือก็พยายามทำแมปไว้เรื่อยๆครับ
It does apply a basic dispel. Doesn't say it on the ability, of course, but
interesting. I wonder if they actually intended to remove that when they reverted that spell a bit, but yeah, just forgot it did it.
Katomi
วอลเช็คดึงมาปั๊มไปครับแอโร่ซัดลงต่อสตาร์สตอมหยอดลงหัวผมท่านทำไอ้วายจัดการคาโตมิมาแล้วก็เข้ามาจะไล่ครับคิริติสก็เป็นจีไหวหรือเปล่าเลยครับขอบคุณ100 บาทครับคุณวอโร่ครับ
100 บาท
ขอบคุณครับ
ค่ากาแฟครับพี่ชาย
อุ้ยเสียทางด้านโดของฝั่งไอ้วินเทอร์ไวเวิร์นครับแล้วก็ XS ไปสวนมาเนี่ย XS แรกกับดูมนะไปนะครับผมถือว่าคุ้มกว่านะฉันนั่นฝั่งบูบอย
Just very hard to control Kiritich in this game. We're already seeing the problems that he can present in the team fight. He's not even that farmed yet. Not to mention, there's a Largo in this game. Like, you can eventually have Encore, Lotus, Lincolns for the Doom. Yeah, he probably wants to go the Ags at some point anyway, but it's a great Lotus Lincolns game against the Bane, who needs to be set up for some of these other heroes. The Stormpull for a little bit, the Sunder. Like, there are some big spells to block here for Miro with this build-up. I kind of like it. It can be a little awkward to throw these on the PL because you're kind of revealing the real PL. Sure. That's the only downside here. But at a certain point, I think Kiritich will be so strong it doesn't really matter. You can also just throw it on the Ember Spirit, let him go ham on the front.
Fox
Lincoln's first item for GBK. He's just going Vessel Lincoln Spear. So
Vexnova doesn't quite get the nightmare that would have led to Miro's death.
เลดเกมครับเลดแล้วเลดก็สูสีกันแหละตัวเปิดดีทั้งคู่ไม่ว่าจะดูมกับทางด้านฝั่งวินเทอร์เคิร์ลาโก้ไม่หมดวินเทอร์เคิร์ลไวเวิร์นลาโก้ได้เลี้ยงได้อึดแต่รู้สึกว่าตัวจับฝั่งเอ็กซ์ตรีมดีกว่าแต่เมื่อกี้บีบีทีมก็โชว์ให้ดูให้รู้แล้วว่าถึงแม้ว่าจะเล่นยากก็บอกแต่ก็เล่นได้อะไรประมาณนั้น
This, because they don't have very good Phantom Lancer answers, this first big item for Phantom Lancer, I feel like it's going to change team fights. The Aghanim Scepter creates so many illusions. This is going to be a big issue for Extreme.
The range on this is also just really stupid. You just can't escape from this hero.
Yeah.
Once he latches onto you, he's chasing you down. It reminds me of like that Kez chase down.
Yeah.
Game is definitely going to be a slow one.
They're all man.
There's a nice little pick off with an amp damage storm. NTS still
ฝั่งตัวก่อนนั่นคือเซฟบอลจัดการนะเซฟไปก่อนนะ
Having a great game here.
Yeah, they've had a couple of slip-ups, but they can't afford to let that slow them down, right?
No.
They got to keep just going for it. Tormentor time.
ตีนั่นวางทอร์เมนเตอร์ครับ
Not the greatest shards to get. They're likely going to get one of these support shards, and they're both pretty mediocre here.
I feel like getting some AoE off of Brain Sap isn't the worst in this game.
Yeah, you can.
Every bit of AoE you can get is good.
You can also suck all the illusions. It's a pretty big heal. So in some sense, it's like some sustain for X-Nova. Not the worst. Wouldn't be surprised if XG are thinking about an early Roshan in this game, like earlier than they might do it in the average game with this lineup, just to try and force BB to fight them or lose something on the map, because they're just farming all of their heroes. and they're farming up some great items here.
Okay, well, Kirich is just going to be farming faster and faster now that he's got this Aghanim Scepter done. Simultaneously, it's also going to be a big boon in team fights. Extreme Gaming. Time is on.
Arctic มา
Unless they really think that they could just go late, you know, super late where you've got Aghanim Scepter Storms here and Aghanim Scepter Doom. But I highly doubt that's the original game plan. Smoke up from BB team. Pick off.
จะเตรียมเข้าอ่ะ BB ทีมนะถ้าชนะก็ได้โลชาแล้วถ้าได้สัก2ตัวใหญ่
Good enough fight might let them do it anyway.
Don't have the Ember leading this smoke though. Like they have no initiator.
หาไม่เจอครับผม
Trying to run into a big
อุ้ยเจอดูมครับผมเกือบไปแล้ว
There it is. Kirich.
อาจิเบิร์นยิงผ่านมาใส่นะครับผม
Across the
หน้า
map.
ตัวของฝั่ง XS ครับผมตายไปเป็นที่เรียบร้อย
Very hard to get away from that. Just no real counterplay for XXS in this game either. He needs a lot more net worth. Like you need BKB, you need Shivas. Eventually, potentially that Aghanim Scepter to even turn something there.
And there it is. They're gonna go for it.
ไปยิงด้านตัวของฝั่งเลยครับโลชานะ
Now, PL does these objectives pretty well now. You have to contest this if you're Extreme Gaming. I refuse to believe you can just give PL a 23-minute Roshan in this game and be confident in a victory.
They're not even throwing the arrow into the pit.
This is rough.
เดี๋ยวจีเซอร์มิวชอบมันง่ายคิวดูติสครับนี่พิกออฟดูมได้เนี่ยสบาย
Well, maybe you are committed for a longer game then if you're Extreme.
Well, now they are.
Yeah.
If you weren't before, now you are.
Yeah.
I guess
It is Extreme Gaming. They do kind of always tend to go late.
sure. If they can get a true like 5-6 slot Storm, he is in some ways their best answer to this PL with AoE Vortex Pull and like these overload bounces and just running in with some AoE Doom Radiance. Like there's a chance you can kind of like burn this PL.
นี่ฟอร์คอนแข่งมาแข่งครับผม
force him to disengage
แต่ว่า
and then
แวะมาดูคู่นี้ครับ
that way. Maybe start assassinating people with some Swift Blink Terrorblade. This is all a very long way away, but it's what you kind of have to be gearing up for.
What do you think about
เตรียมเข้าเลยครับผม บูไลท์ชาโดช่วยนั่นฝั่งเอ็กโซวาไว้ก่อนนะ
We see like these Pharasma buildups and stuff. Is this about
เห็
him
นมันยังไม่ได้นอนเมื่อ7 โมงครับแต่ว่าหลับๆตื่นๆกว่าจะนอนก็เที่ยงครับเพราะว่าวันนี้แบบปวดไมเกรนจัดเลย
Targeting the backline.
นอนน้อยมาหลายวันปกตินอนแบบ9 โมง 10 โมงเช้าผมนั่งทำงานต่อเลย
You're gonna have a second Glimmer Cave on the ring.
4 โมงไม่ใช่ตี 4ใช่ไหมเลิกแล้วก็นั่งทำงานต่อถึง 10 โมงนะ
And you're playing against Largo. Orchid is generally really weak against Largo because he gets effectively double Lotus, double Link
ช่วง
at
นี้
some point.
นั่งปั่นงานไปด้วยก็คนดู
And he has the
เพราะเดี๋ยว
So it's like, who are you
อีก
working
ปี 2
against?
ปีก็
Basically, it just ups his
ต้อง
target DPS with
วางมือการพากย์แล้ว
if he can isolate a hero on the map.
Yeah, like that for me says they are really going to be playing or trying to play Rat Dota to
เตรียมตัวไปทำงานประจำแล้วก็เตรียมเกษียณแล้วครับคนดู คงนั่งพากย์แบบต่อเนื่องหลายชั่วโมงไม่ไหวแล้ว
It is a concept that works
สุขภาพไม่ค่อยสู้ดีครับ
but it requires you to be able to get these
ถึงเวลาต้องลาจาก
and so far BB have done a decent job just combating these terrible illusions on the map.
ยิ่งมากแข่งก็ขอแข่งต่อคู่นี้ครับพี่
They have Ember Spirit.
6 โมงครึ่งครับตามเวลาครับ
Some supports who can push waves. They have a PL who can do it.
Nothing to say is doing a good job.
เจมส์ดูบีสมาบอกใส่นั่น nothing ครับ
What a whip. And he does actually spot
Nothing to say โยกหลบ implement art ไปโดนปักอีกรอบครับ
I mean, the call should be made. All of
ซิลิงเชนเปิดมาบอกแยกล่างแล้วก็กิ้งหนีครับ
around the area as much as they can. Oh, nothing.
ไม่มีทางด้านตัวของฝั่งใบวาร์ปนะครับเพราะโดน disable ไปแล้ว
River.
He's running.
He's
วิ่งยาวๆตามน้ำไปครับมองไม่เห็นครับเพราะว่าเวลากลางคืนครับ
BK doesn't see him. Now the Phantom Lens.
ดับเบิลเกอร์ดักหัวมาอีกทีครับผมเรียบร้อยฮะเจมส์เดอะบีสไม่รอดครับทางด้านฝั่ง Nothing to say
Buys out the Orchid at least, but
It's a big kill because he's so high level.
yeah.
He also had that streak, so that's a lot.
เมื่อวิ่งเข้าทางด้านฝั่งทวินเกตครับ
A lot of time that you can just kind of run across the map and do whatever you want right now.
XXS is pinged down to GPK here, but he's got Lincolns and he doesn't. Well, he does.
ดักจับได้สวยครับ
A small little satyr for his single target ability to break through Lincolns. Still, though, just the combination of having to cast that, then Doom usually means Ember Spirit's going to slight Remnant out.
ฟ็อกซ์ทอมไล่บีบฮะหยอดทางด้านฝั่งไอ้ตัวเมทิโอหมดแล้วก็พุชไปต่อมีโร
I I do like FY. I was just thinking about if you're playing Rat Dota, they do have one of the supports.
สปอร์ตก็ได้นะครับผมกดดูนะเมมเบอร์นี้อีก0เมมเบอร์ครับใครจะเปิดหัวเข้ามาครับใครจะปิดใครจะเปิดได้หมดเลยเมื่อวานก็หืดจับแล้วกว่าจะได้คู่ท้ายท้ายมากๆท้ายเกือบปิดสตรีมแล้ว
It still needs the level 20 talent to really get online, to get nerfed a bit. So that's the biggest issue with this build-up, but you do farm pretty fast. You can contribute some extra damage in the fight. It's a little extra AoE for PL, though. I want to say it's kind of negligible.
Yeah.
GBK.
But if you can get to the talents, you can become a really annoying late game hero with Octarine cooldown reduction on like.
แต่สุดท้ายเงินของด้านฝั่งทีม XC ก็นำเนี่ยแต่ BB ทีมตอนนี้ก็น่ากลัวได้สู้ได้ทั่วหนูแล้ว
I just feel like they're kind of screwed right now.
ส่วนด้านฝั่ง XC ก็แน่นอนครับโซนดีๆครับผมเพราะสุดท้ายแล้วทางด้านฝั่งไอ้ตัวดูมเปิดได้ดีแล้วก็ยังไล่เก็บงานได้อยู่ครับ
Just walking in the base, knocking on the door. Anybody home?
I love that. I mean, try and force BB team back to their base. That is a lot of map that you get for every single hero that TP's back like this. Both supports can return this to the area. They also have a lot of vision on this side of the map. So as they TP,
เดี๋ยวพุชเลยล่าไปครับผมทางด้านฝั่ง BB ฮะ
maybe an opportunity for an initiation.
They're farming well, and they're not making bad moves. I think it's very easy to potentially force some bad move in a game like this. Like, oh, we need to try and smoke and kill Phantom Lancer or something.
Yeah.
And then you get team wiped and the game becomes impossible. So I like those aspects of what XG are doing right now. And we'll see if it pays off in the long run. Butterfly is done for Kiritich, so this is one of his big timings. Just very hard for the Terrorblade to interact with him.
Combine that with the Aghanim Scepter on GPK, this is definitely going to be
Can't push you out.
that's going to start mounting up a lot of pressure now. And we'll see if that results in them clawing back.
ลำนั้นเข้ามาอีกทีครับผมไล่ล่านั้น FY ครับ FY ตายครับ
And that Ags for the Ember just ruining FY's day. That's a chase down when you need it.
They get a tower. Once again, Extreme Gaming trying to force heroes down to this bottom lane. Kiritich will oblige, as he is probably the one hero can push out this lane solo, not be under threat.
So you're going to see the PL bottom and try and smoke through the gate, hoping to catch somebody top, but BB are already smoking bottom themselves. Interesting idea.
I mean, I bet this is just going to turn into Extreme trying to take tier 2 top, while BB team do the same on the other side. It's so clear BB team really don't want to go back to their own side of the map, and it's very obvious that Extreme Gaming is trying to force them to do so over and over again.
แอโร่ซัดเข้ามาใส่ด้านโดของฝั่งไวเวิร์ดครับเทมเดอะบีตัดไปครับด้านของ GPK บอกอัดนั้น FY ครับไปต่อเดินไล่จับแบบปีศาจร้าย PL กลับมาเล่นได้เหรอครับได้ตลอดครับผมได้ตลอดแนวครับแต่ว่าข้อเสียของ PL คือเลนกลางห้ามแตกครับออฟเลนก็ต้องทรงๆคือห้ามแพ้เลนพูดง่ายๆครับเลนอื่นนะไม่งั้นงานเข้า PL เพราะ PL มันฟาร์มช้าผมช่วงต้นเกมเทเลเบตมันมีแอดออนจากการแปลงร่างดันเลนแล้วก็ร่างแยก PL มันมีร่างแยกก็จริงร่างแยกมันถูกบัฟมาตีแรงครับแต่ว่ามันก็ต้องการของเพื่อให้ร่างปลอมตีแรงอยู่ดีครับแต่หลังๆมา PL เราเข้าใจว่ามันใส่ดิเบตไม่ได้เพราะร่างปลอมมันเบิร์นมานานแล้วมันใส่ได้นะครับในท้ายเกมเพราะว่าสแตทมันดีกว่าบัตเตอร์ไฟครับถ้าไม่นับเรื่องหลบนะพวกดาเมจพวกเกราะอะไรเงี้ยแล้วก็สโลว์ตีได้ครับ
will make him significantly tankier against this Phantom Lancer, who has been kind of ripping him apart every fight.
ไวเวิร์ดเนี่ยผมการนับปิงไป
been too many fights.
What fight? What fight are you talking about?
There's been a number of pickoffs. That's kind of about it. Time for another Tormentor soon. After that, start thinking about another Roche. And second Roshan will be BB Team's time to go high ground, I would imagine. You have to feel like you're so much.
ไอเทมมาเป็นบัตรตัวนะทางด้านฝั่งไอตัว Storm Spirit ฮะ
Bloodthorn complete for nothing to say. So if they do get an opportunity to actually
คาโตมิก็บอกได้ทางด้านฝั่งชาร์ดครับ
get dispelled, they hit. It is going to be a lot of single target damage ramping up.
At least Ame is getting some decent rat action going. Took half these tier 3s on the side lanes. double catapult way top with some illus, cleared out almost 2,000 HP on that tier 3 tower. Could potentially open up some base trade if BB try and push. That becomes fairly annoying for them.
Yeah, the amount of damage they've done to these tier 3s is kind of crazy.
That's value.
They've done 3,400 damage between the two tier 3s.
And they're just gonna smoke.
Long zip in from the Storm Spirits.
What?
That was a crazy move.
What was that?
I don't know, but he's going to zip back out. He's probably going to be chased down by GPK. He needs the team to help him out. The Moonlight Shadow, he gets away.
That was a wild play. Because they were smoking to take a fight. So that kind of just ruined your idea of taking a fight, right?
Yeah.
เดอะสโมมา
Very weird sequence for Extreme Gaming.
Maybe Nothing to Say was trying to convince the team it's not a good idea to go for a team fight. And they said, no, we're doing it. We're smoking. We're going for it.
What, so like botch?
He preemptively ruined the smoke.
Yeah, botch your own play so it doesn't go worse.
Yeah.
That's a next level idea.
I mean, it wouldn't be the first time that Extreme Gaming has clearly had some team problems.
You really had to bring that up, huh?
Well, I'm just saying, it's 32 minutes. Maybe Ame's prepared to GG out.
No. He's vibing this game.
No,
0-1 and 0, that's Ame in prime territory.
That is going to be a second Roshan. It was a very fast Roshan spawn. Unlucky. Almost got the last hit there with the Aghanim's Marana.
The rat action. The tier 3.
โทษทีโลชาเนี่ยได้เอจิตมาฟรีๆครับ second โลชานะ
Okay.
Take that, GPK. You can do nothing to defend against the onslaught that is the Ame PvE.
Okay, so BB team very clearly want to try and, end the game if they can, or at least get a significant advantage with this Aegis timing. How do you play the map? How do you set this up so you're not trading a lane for lane? How do you actually get Extreme Gaming to be in their base and take a 5-on-5?
Abuse the Ember.
Okay.
You can deal with the lanes and still join the fight.
So Ember's going to have to take some risks.
Yeah, maybe get an extra boots of travel on somebody like the Wyvern or Ring, so you can kind of camp him and then also go.
Trying to get Nothing to Say. Zips far enough away.
ยิงๆมาครับ
Good luck on that one.
Yeah.
It is a little spooky. Like, no one wants to push out the bottom wave except the PL solo for risk of getting slept into the combo. You can let Kiritich push this and then make a play across the map. If you get it really fast, you should find a pick off. They're doing pretty much that, and they'll find FY here, so that's something. There's an amp damage in the river.
Well, this is looking
GPK บอกซัดได้ FY ครับแตกไปครับ FY นี่เหยื่อรวมกันจังนะ
Should have a window here where you can push, potentially hit high ground if you're confident enough. Especially with amp damage on GPK, that's a big moment to just force the fight. I think it's okay to also just trade some buildings here.
แป๊บนึงครับมาดู
Like if you just send it down mid,
งานก็ต้องท
maybe
ำพลาดก็ต้องพลาด
your side lanes and takes some buildings in exchange. But if you get buildings plus some kills and he has to come back at some point, like I don't think it's the worst situation.
Banner gets dropped. And the high ground push ensues. So, we have the TB pushing up bottom lane. Top wave is pushing into tier 3s as well. So Extreme Gaming are definitely going to try and trade lanes of barracks here. Or force BB team back, but Kiritich is doing this so quickly, they might be able to take the lane and still get back in time.
They have options now.
Or they can go for a second lane. Say, okay, you want to take
ตีแน่นอนทาวเวอร์
I'm just gonna back up.
Yeah, they make the call to back.
Take the safer route, see if actually you can find any jump. But they're only showing the Ember bottom right now, so not really an OP. Did get a range racks.
Well, GPK denies the range barracks.
Nobody takes a barracks against GPK.
That's right.
Except GPK.
Okay, when now the next question is, when does Extreme actually want to take a fight? Are they ever going to take a fight? Is it Aghanim Scepter on Doom? I'm still going back to the Aghanim Scepter. I'm not going to let it go.
That is probably your best moment. I still think Ags on Storm can be influential in this game.
Yeah, he's building a Linken's instead. Really committed to enabling his rat action.
I just think the Ag Storm is super beneficial for bypassing some of these Lincoln Lotus buildups.
Yeah, it would actually give you like high ground defense.
Yeah.
Like a very good high ground defense capability. Like
So I'm
that
kinda looking for
disable
that.
setting up the Doom initiation would do wonders for you.
I just don't believe in this Ag's doing it. Yeah, it's the right item build in some ways, but I just don't think you can have direct impact with it against PL. I don't think it works out a lot of the time. He has too many
แป๊บนึงนะพอดูส่งมา
ways to get out of it initially, and then you're just screwed in terms of latching onto him.
Okay, so if you don't believe it, what do you give Extreme's chances in this game?
Oh.
Got him on the winner's curse. Finally, the initiation lands. Unfortunately, the rest of the team couldn't follow it up.
Yeah, no follow-up stun.
Nothing to say. I mean, win or lose, you got to give props to nothing to say. He is really being a thorn in BB team's side.
He's done his job. Another range rax died top, by the way.
Yep.
So the ran action is definitely high.
But there is nothing stopping BB team at this point. Like, they've taken the tier 2
ผมว่าจะต้องลาออกจากงานที่ผมทำประจำแล้วล่ะแม่งคือ
GBK killed the next top wave too, so your base is defended. You're getting the fight with the Aegis that you want.
น่าจะทำไม่ถนัด
XXS trying to find the initiation on the side, smoking forward. Meanwhile, you have Hydra's Breath, Scotty on TV. So that's his way to try and deal with this tanky Phantom Lancer here with all the illusions. Look at the Ember Spear die. Oh, he could save. And what an initiation from XXS.
Oh.
A two-man's done into a doom.
กระโดดไปครับทางด้านฝั่งไอ้ตัว XG GPK บอกล่วงครับแต่ได้ทางด้านฝั่ง EXO-ว่าบอกแล้วก็ Nothing to say ครับ ผมมาตรงทีครับผมดังนั้นตัวของ GK บอกซัดอัน XS ไปครับลงต่อ Double Ganker ไล่ล่ามา
The Storm just got massacred. He got Lotus Orchided, I believe.
Oh, that's rough.
He just ends up nuking himself with all that net worth.
Yeah, because he had like half his man.
อันนั้นบาร์แรกไปตัวของฝั่งไอ้
When the
นี่ครับ
Lotus got doomed,
BBT ครับผม
a lot of the disables went on to the doom at the
กิ้ง
end.
ปาดไปกิ้งปาดมากิ้งกลับบอกวินเตอร์เคิร์สครับซัดมาด้านนี้วินเตอร์เคิร์สสวยจัดแล้วเทนบีก็บอกติดเฟียนไปตายครับเรียบร้อยน็อตติงดูเซครับน็อตติงดูเซไม่มีบายครับบอกโดนไป100 วินาทีครับด้านโดนของฝั่งอาร์เมก็ตายย้ำลงต่อครับ GG คอครับแบบรวดเร็วทันใจ38 นาทีครับเดี๋ยวตามที่บอกครับดาบของด้านฝั่ง TBB มันจะโดนช่วงต้นเกมครับแต่ว่าเลดมาสู้ไม่ได้ครับเลนมาก็เป็นเรื่องของการจับครับผมแม้ว่า XT จะจับโหดก็จริงครับแต่ LE Winter Curse ของนั้นฝั่ง BBT ยังน่ากลัวเสมอแล้ว PL เล่นได้ตลอดเวย์ครับแล้วก็พวก Ling Master พวกลาโก้นี่ครับคือขัดได้ดีจัดครับ BB ชนะไปในเกมแรกครับดาวไม่เคยโกหกใครครับผม หนีอย่างเดียวเฮกตีมหนีจนแพ้หนีสู้ไม่ได้สู้ไม่ได้ไปแหยงตอนที่ฝั่งไอ้นี่มันเซตอัพอะไปเซตอัพหนักๆหน่อย
They have the last pick, Phantom Lancer. They have the confidence it's going to win in these late game team fights, and it will. It's just a cheese hero. Like, you got cheese, you got to write it off if you're XG and go game too.
Extreme Gaming, really not much they could do about this. There was just, you could see the situation, like the early game, they were playing it well, they were controlling the map well, and it's just like one slip up, and it's like, okay, well, I guess we can't end the game early, and now we just have to go late.
I think your best way to win that game, honestly, is to just send it. You have to get first Aegis and just go high ground with Aegis Terrorblade. This death was also really bad. This kind of sets your whole tempo back considerably. Up until that point, I think your tempo was pretty good. The issue with going high ground early with this lineup is Doom is really useless in that scenario.
Yes.
Maybe you're supposed to just buy like utility on Doom. You know, like Crimson Greaves, Vlads.
For the all-in.
Yeah, I legit think you are.
Just go for it.
Because I don't think you have another way to really win this game, and I think you just have to full commit to that idea, send it, and make sure Terrorblade has some sustain and survivability going to high ground, because otherwise he can't do it on his own.
Well, we certainly know Extreme Gaming would prefer the late game, and BB Team, well, they got a gotcha pick with a Phantom Lancer, kind of guaranteeing there was not much of a chance for Extreme this game one.
And surely that seems like it's easy to recover from in game number 2, but we're going to talk all about that later. First, we're going to focus on this game 1 and how it came to be, starting with a very late
ดามเนมิซิสโกหกตลอดก็ทำอะไรได้อะเขาเล่นไม่ได้ตามดับเองอะผมก็ไม่รู้จะอธิบายไงเหมือนกัน
even for a very long
คือดับ
time.
ดีเล่นไม่ได้ตามดับก็แพ้แค่นั้นเองครับมันไม่มีอะไรมากมายครับ
the laning phase, but
ทามมิ่งก็เห็นอยู่
wasn't even was the PL pick.
เนเมซิสเป็นทีมที่เล่นเลนนิ่งเฟสไม่ดีครับ
Eventually,
แล้วก็
was gonna
ผมว่าซับ5เขาไม่ค่อยเก่งเท่าไหร่
very nice 24. I think typically we've seen drafts where we kind of question sometimes, or at least ask ourselves like, is there enough value in this last pick? Because that's what last pick advantage gives you. Is you really want to have this gotcha pick, put them on a timer. That's exactly what PL was, and it came to play big time.
I don't think coming into the series they were kind of expecting to have PL on their team, but when the opportunity arises, you are going to take it on 24, and this hero is going to take over the game. He had a great laning stage paired up with Winter Wyvern. You're not really threatened by this Doom and Mirana. I'm just going to throw it out there. I hate this hero from position 4. I think this is one of the most useless hero from position 4. Does absolutely nothing. Like it's completely lackluster compared to some other position 4s out there. Makes your game very difficult to play. We saw a couple of times where they're trying to engage onto Ember Spirit. They don't have enough damage to kill this hero. Even though they did a good job between like 6 and 8 minutes, making sure that they're getting these kills. Maybe BB team was a bit asleep at that time. They weren't really punching back how I would suppose them to punch back with the lineup that they did have. But other than that, Extreme Gaming, they had like I think this is a very deceptive lead that they had in this game. It was a pretty constant 5k gold lead for them, but it was unable to transition into anything.
Well, we can transition into showing you guys the scoreboard, because with that, this game, it did start very even. I would imagine also, well, those kills that we see on the side of Extreme Gaming, most of those happened very early on. And after that, it was just BB team that was running away from that. Is it because of the PL that they were
โทษทีนะวะดู
like,
เมื่อ
once
กี้
this game
นั่งคุย
reaches,
งง
like,
คุยงานอยู่
25 minutes is like, okay, that's it, call it?
I mean, it's like there's PL, and it's really hard to pressure him. Honestly, it's just such a good PL game. And then there's like an Ember Lincolns, and you're running like a Bane Storm Dooms. It's so hard, and they have triple save. Like even Largo's first spell is a save in a sense against Chainstun. Ringmaster Box, Cold Embrace, Counter Initiation with Wyvern. It's hard to make plays around the map, honestly, for Extreme. Like I think BB, they also played a really good game, and they have great map awareness, so they never really gave them openings that they don't deserve. But even like after the early game, Storm was able to get a couple of moves done, and I think he had a lot of impact. They get the PL star pretty early, which secured Doom like a pretty good mid game, because the lane was actually really tough for Doom. And again, that's maybe because of the Mirana. It like you see the Wyvern's impact in the lane. He does everything. Like he protects PL, he harasses both of them, and Mirana's just there ARing range creep. It's very lackluster. So I think it kind of came down to the lineup at the end of the day, where Extreme, like they went for something interesting, but at the end of the whole picture was not as efficient as it was on BB team. I think BB team's draft, it was very solid at all stages of the game, and they executed it to perfection.
Yeah, they did very well. It felt very smooth. I want to look at the positives for the side of Extreme Gaming here as well, Lacoste, because yeah, they got overall last big PL. So let's not talk about the second half of this game. But I felt like in the first half, if we were comparing this Extreme Gaming to the one we saw a couple days ago, you do feel that they have a better grasp of what they should be doing early on.
I definitely feel like it. I feel the first 10-15 minutes, they looked very good. I think these are type of the heroes that they need to have. Maybe like Ame ended the game with the 0, 2, and 1. Like yesterday they had this Morphling that I also mentioned, which I haven't really been impressed by. Maybe I would love to see something that joins relatively early on, something that has slightly more impact. Sure, you were farming, but in the bigger picture, like this gold lead, like it didn't really get them anywhere. There was one big attempt for them where they were trying to push the tier 2 tower in the mid lane, and this was their kind of like, we want to test it out. Like we want to see how strong we are. Even if they won that fight, I feel like the outcome would still be the same, because he had a shield rune. He's pushing a tier 2 tower, and at that time he feels maybe with the Bane save it's gonna be enough, but he also gets clipped by Wheel, and they just burst him from 100 to 0 because he doesn't have any kind of save behind him.
He did not. We talked also during the draft about if someone was gonna do very well, it should be nothing to say on his Storm Spirit. Are we happy with his performance in the mid lane?
He did well. I really think that game for Extreme is not worrisome in the sense that it was more of a tactical mistake, in a sense. Like draft and maybe timings, I don't feel like they were, outclassed by BB in that game. I think it's more of there was like a status quo, and they could not really challenge it. They didn't have the tools, hero-wise, and they just had to kind of wait for their fate to come to them. It's like they see this PL and they're like, it's a problem. What can we do about it? Nothing. Oh well, it was that kind of game. I guess I'm just gonna keep on farming. They could have maybe came back in the late game. Like I would have maybe liked them to, especially like the Doom and the Storm, maybe adapt their build to try to contest. Maybe they had a misread, to be honest, because they did give up a lot during the game. Like they gave every second rush. They didn't really ever fight back. So it kind of keeps you like.
Can I tell you your proposals?
Which
Sure.
timing were they thinking of? Because then BB came knocking on their base, and all of a sudden the game just collapses. So perhaps they needed to find earlier timings, maybe change their item build. It was mentioned by the casters, get an Aganims on Storm Spirit a little bit early. Maybe skip Shiva's on Doom is hard to skip, but whatever. Get an earlier Ags. I don't know. Try something. It felt like they didn't try to stop, the kind of the bus that was going on them full speed.
Yeah, from BB team, we're kind of used to seeing something like this. Lacoste, this was the way they like to play, and they were able and allowed to play it without much contention.
Yeah, this team kind of feels comfortable also taking it slightly later if needed. They look very surgical when it comes down to execution in some of these game fights as well, taking the first Roshan, taking the second Roshan. Itemization-wise as well, they're very on point. We don't see it too much on Largo, but this meteor hammer that he did go for felt very nice with the combination.
นี่ฝรั่งจะมา contact
making sure that they have a follow-up,
งาน
they have enough damage.
แต่เดาได้ง่ายๆก็คือนั่นแหละเว็บดูดวง
All of these single target
ไม่ก็
spells
สแคม
are not going to be doing as much kind of
มีสอง
protecting
อย่าง
themselves against the Orchid that did come
แต่ถ้า
up.
เป็นงานใหญ่ก็ดี
Spirit and also having
ช่วงนี้มีแต่คนหลอกลวง
makes it so easier
เมื่อวานก็โดนหลอกลวงไป
just take care of each other.
Smooth sailing for BB team in this first game of this two-game series. We're going to find out if they can repeat that, and we're also going to find out if this level of cruising and confidence was expected by BB team, as we're going to listen to Kiritage.
น่าจะประจำแนวไหนกันนะยังบอกไม่ได้ครับ
We were there for every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind, and we're here now, the proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
Hey, I'm here with Kiritage.
เดี๋ยวมาไปหยิบน้ำก่อน
Kiritage, BB team in past years has struggled a little bit with consistency, but it feels like you guys have been pretty consistent lately. What kind of things did you do to make that change?
Okay, I think in this season we improving a lot. Like when I'm enjoying this team, like sometimes in tournament we get like 8 plays on Dream League and we play not good. We make good conclusions, and on Blast we almost win this tournament. I think we have a very good form on this tournament, and right now after Blast we chilling, relaxing, have very good preparing for this tournament. Not on bootcamp because Katomi destroy Kieni. It's sad. We're preparing in online. Of course, on bootcamp it will be better, but we have very good preparation, and we have very good chance on this tournament.
Good. I'm happy it's going well. That's awesome. I feel like there's been a lot of teams that are good lately. I feel like it's never been closer in Dota 2 for top teams. Do you agree with that? I feel like anybody could win.
Yeah, it's true. I think like 8 team can win this tournament.
Yeah.
Like, but for me, very good team right now. Like on scrims, it's Team Yandex.
Okay. As expected. Do you have any ideas why all the teams are so close this season? Just everyone's working hard, everyone's good.
Yeah, every team just full try hard. Every team have good synergy in team, good vibe. I think that's it.
Yeah, so a little bit random, I guess. Okay, cool. You played Drow Ranger twice, I believe, yesterday, if I'm not mistaken. Why is Drow so good right now?
This hero has unreal good lane. Like, it's branded hero. You hit enemy and creep don't aggro on you. It's
free,
not legal. And also this hero have unreal good win condition. I think only 2 heroes can destroy win condition like Spectre, Naga, PL.
To get on top of her.
Illusion heroes. And that's it.
It's easy to hit towers, right?
Yeah, you have easy build like Manta, Pike, Fly, BKB. You destroy any carry matchup.
Yeah.
Very easy to play, to be honest. If you a lot of play on this hero and watch replays, you can understand what to build, how to stay lane, how fighting. Like you need to, like more hard on this hero. It's position team fight. You need to understand what hero can focus, what enemy hero can focus you and destroy. That's very important.
Gotcha. Well, thank you so much for that knowledge, and good luck in your upcoming match.
Okay, thank you.
Team synergy, and that is what Kirji says is the reason why all these teams are so close in skill. And it's not the first time that we've heard that either. It is a running theme this season. We, of course, have seen Noticed and DM effectively switching teams, and both teams seem to be better off for it. Just works out better. Kirtic joins BB at the start of this season, but had also a stint with them as a stand-in before that, where we already noticed the impact of the change in synergy in the squad. And I think Lacoste, it is very cool to see that that has grown and that actually seems to be a deciding factor as to why teams now are just better.
Yeah, I mean, Falcons, they are a good example of sticking together, like the power of friendship that OG had as well. These are type of teams that are going to be winning things because with the constant swaps, you always have to adjust to something new, which takes a little bit more time. Sometimes it clicks immediately. You have this honeymoon phase, but feeling relaxed, knowing exactly how, like, your laning partner is going to play, pushing the limits as well. It's definitely going to affect how stable you're going to be, and stability is something in Dota that every team thrives, and the stability does come with time, and with time spent together, not just inside the game, but also outside of the game as well.
I think Tofu mentioned it yesterday also in an interview where he was asked how's it going in Liquid and whatnot, and he's like, it's going better every day. We're getting to know each other's better, understand each other's better, like learn how to interpret each other's behaviors or reactions. I think that part is really, it's a massive part, like in team dynamics. These players are of different ages, different cultures, different backgrounds, like you name it. Like they would never have met each other's if it wasn't for Dota, right? So and they're different in so many ways that they need to understand each other's, like get to know each other's better, especially in high pressure situations. Like being in a Dota team is like being in a constant crisis. Like everything's just falling apart constantly. Like everything's just falling apart constantly, and you add the stakes on top of it, the pressure, the expectations from the fans, from the orgs, you name it. It's a lot to deal with, and I think the teams that have been together for the longest time, well, they went through these highs and these lows, and they now have the proper approach, and yeah, it makes a world of a difference. I was thinking about BB team, and like I think to me the best way to put it is like playing BB team is like going through a Dota exam, like a tier 1 Dota exam. It's like, how good are your basics? Did you do your homework? Like, do you know how to lane? Do you know how to check runes? Do you know how to team fight? Do you know how to fight for objectives? Do you know the smoke patterns, and if you don't, you lose. If you do, if you did your homework, you're gonna get a game. You might lose anyway, but to me, this is like the best tier 1 check, reality check that you can get is BB team, because they're so stable and so perfectionist with their gameplay that it's tough for teams that are a little bit shaky.
Well, Extreme Gaming failed their first check.
They did. They get a second chance to pass their exam, but I've heard there's only 2 chances. If you fail the second time, you're out of the class.
Yeah, you're getting sent to principal's office for bad behavior.
Yes.
Bane now for BB team. This is a kind of Katomi's most played hero. He definitely shines on it. There's also a combination, like something that I really like that 1W did yesterday when they paired it up with the Invoker. It's relatively easy setup for the Sunstrike. It did allow them to get so many kills in a lane where they should not be really winning that lane. So I want to see what the approach for Extreme Gaming is going to be. I see this Bane. I'm just a big fan of Lycan. I feel like this hero, not because of the like specific counter to position 5 in the lane. I feel like this hero just brings so many things to the table. It gives you speed. It gives you ghost push in 2 other lanes once you pick up the shard with the Helm of the Overlord. It gives you timing. It gives you objective taking. All of these things that you did mention that they need to check. Lycan gives them all of these things.
Gives you vision also, right? Like scouting abilities. It's true. Like the amount of things that Lycan brings to the table. I'm a big fan of the hero too. Okay, they go for the classic Rubik versus Bane. We saw BB team, like their answer to Bane was Ringmaster. Rubik is another approach. It's not so much about countering the Fiend Strip rather than having it yourself. Every like spell that you steal from Bane as Rubik is good. The one difference though is I think Rubik is quite weak against Bane on lane rather than BB team's answer was, in my opinion, more solid because there's also like a laning aspect to it.
Is this really an opener you want to see on the 9 to get Rubik? It seems very weak.
Not personally not a fan. And you know, I also wanted to mention this is like this opening from BB team is mental damage for Extreme because you know, you first pick Bane, you lose, next game they first pick Bane. It feels really bad. I've been there. It's like the message is Bane was not the problem, my friends. The problem is just that we're better than you. This is why you're losing. Hey. So hopefully for Extreme they're able to bounce back because you lose with first pick Bane, you lose against first pick Bane. There's only one conclusion.
And we're in the second ban phase. We've already got the Snapfire removed on the side of BB, and we saw Snapfire in the hands of XXS, and to be honest, I kind of had hopes that we were going to see that again because that was really fun to watch. He did get very late on in the game, but
it's about that late timing again for Extreme Gaming. They need refreshers. They need like all of these things to click together in the late game. There's one hero still left in the pool, and that's Earthspirit, the most picked hero of the tournament. It's very good against Rubik as well because this is the hero that doesn't really have any good spells to steal against them.
I think they're setting up for it. Like, I see the Snap ban, Ember ban. I think these are 2 pretty decent laners against Earthspirit. And Bane, actually, I think synergizes really well with Earthspirit. Like, the Sleep is an amazing setup for Rolling Boulder. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, I'm not hitting that stun ever without a setup. So
5-second setup?
5-second setup is almost enough. Like... But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see an Earthspirit come from BB team. We saw GPK on the hero. He's amazing. He's very comfortable on it, and also very good against Rubik. Yeah, get to the back line, silence him. Don't allow him to cast his spells properly. And an answer we've seen actually for the Earthspirit mid is the Slaughter. I think some teams do that. Yandex, they play a lot of Slaughter mid. They're showing that is very strong. I don't know if they've played against Earthspirit. I'll have to go back and check. But it's a hero we could start seeing because it seems like Earthspirit's getting through the draft this time around. I would be really surprised if it's ignored in the second phase also.
And also another big hero that is still left in the pool is Beastmaster. It got banned in the previous phase. I don't know. I just feel like we've seen even Beastmaster from LGD yesterday that they
Mala,
played it from the
okay.
mid lane. So this is still like some other team, Rune Eaters, I believe they played it from the carry role. So still showing the strength of the hero being played from 3 different roles. Still going for the same item build. Like Helm of the Overlord just feels too OP. Again, we are going back to Ghost Push, BKB piercing abilities, all of these things that make your game so much easier to play.
I'm a little surprised by this Rubik Centaur opener. I mean, it's a good lane. It's a very strong lane. It's a classic. It gives you team fight, early game presence with Stampede and whatnot. You stack clearing, like it's good. Don't get me wrong. I just feel like Bane is like one of the. Oh,
Whoa.
Okay, wait. I have to stop on that.
This is the second Bloodseeker, I believe. There was one game yesterday. Of course, it lost. It is a Bloodseeker.
What the hell?
Can you guess who played it?
Crystalis.
Yeah, that is correct.
Easy.
That's an easy one.
Okay, I mean, Rubik is pretty good against Bloodseeker, I would say, in the game. These are 2 spells that you're really happy stealing, Bloodrite and Rupture. Great synergy, Bloodseeker Bane, that's a classic. Like sleep into, oh my god, oh no, another Mirana, please.
No.
Oh, no.
Maybe in the hands of save is different.
What's happening? Bloodseeker
what is
second
this?
and Mirana third? Like, wait, is this still 2026? Is
It
this
is
still
still
EW? Did I jump back in time? What happened?
No, I also checked if we have the correct team showing. Is this
Yeah.
the case?
Okay, no.
I'm a little confused.
unusual.
Like,
I guess it's happening.
these are not meta heroes by any means, other than Bane. Like Mirana,
มาละ เสร็จแล้ว
Mirana not being a strong
ก็
hero.
มาเป็นเบนครับผมแล้วก็ฝั่งบรัสซิเกอร์
Like you can't steal
Bloodseeker เมื่อวานเป็น
You're
พี่คริส
gonna be
เล่นนะ
stealing a good spell from Bloodseeker no matter what, because you can only use it on yourself.
แต่เขาเอามิลาน่ากับทางฝั่งไอ้นี่มาสอนเชิงมิลาน่าเบนเหรอ
I mean, obviously, Rupture versus Stampede, kind of cute.
แต่มิลาน่านี่จะเป็น
With Bloodseeker,
พี่เซฟเล่นเนาะแล้วเบนก็เป็นคาดามิ
Bloodrite,
แล้วพี่เซฟก็เล่นเบนได้นะ
It's one of the
แครี่บัตซิเกอร์ for sure แต่จริงๆปกติบัตซิเกอร์มันจะโผล่มาตอนแพงโกะโผล่อะ
Like, I wonder what Crystalis bought yesterday.
หลังๆมาไม่ได้คุ้มอะไรแล้วด้วย อาจจะมาล็อกขาจังหวะแบบเซนทอร์สแตมปีสแล้วก็พยายามจะหนีอย่างเงี้ยในหลายๆตัว
I would be surprised if
แล้วก็ถ้า
we
เซตอัพ
see
สตันได้ดี บัตไรท์
from
สกิลใบของนั่นในบัตซิเกอร์ก็นานนะ
It's pretty straightforward. Like, you need a lot.
ก็เห็นมีแต่ตัวเล่นใกล้ผมก็เลยหยิบทางด้านฝั่งลิชมาทางด้านฝั่ง Extreme Gaming ดับแบนโรดูอิดโคโต้ดาวเลนเจอร์เทรนแล้วก็เคสไปส่วนด้านฝั่งทีม BB ก็แบนดาร์คเซียแอคชาร์โดฟรีครับสแนปไฟแล้วก็เอมเบอร์สเวดนะ
Lich armor doesn't do anything against this overwhelming
ลิชก็เน้นเพย์เซฟครับนะฮะมีไอซ์อาร์เมอร์ช่วยอยู่แล้ว
It's a solid pick, but I don't think
ดาบ
it's
ยังสูสีกันอยู่นะครับ
particularly good
ใน
this
ทางด้านฝั่งเฟสแรกคู่นี้ดีจัง
A lot of, like, pure
พอมัน
and
ดาบ
magic
มามันไล่สูสีกันแบบในช่วงแรกครับผม
add on top of it. Maybe just like a laning partner. They want a melee hero. Maybe they've decided and they want to be able to use that frost shield on the lane.
I'm down for Earth Spirit. I'm also down potentially for Slaughter. That could come out in the lane against Puck. Maybe just to have a guaranteed stun, somebody who can start a fight. Earth Spirit checks a lot of those boxes. I think it's also a hero that dominates Puck in the lane. It's a hero with the 3.5 second max silence. Plus you have like setup from the Bloodseeker. You have Fiend's Grip. A little surprised with the order of the picks that they did decide to go for. Because I think on 14, the Earth Spirit would just look straight up good, and maybe they would have better options to pick up their position 4s and maybe a carry as well.
Question. If you want to go for a melee carry on the side of Extreme Gaming, why would you want to do that? Because Bloodseeker is really good. He'll just rupture you and then you can't do anything. You just stand there like a dummy.
I think it's a Spectre game. If I'm like, the only reason why I could see Lich be good is I mean, I think of Jog and Spectre for army, and both of them are amazing with Lich on the lane. I think Lich is a big enabler of these 2 heroes. That's the only reason I can come up with. I think the other options are very underwhelming. They're not gonna work against what BB team has. BB team have, like, actually, you know, I think Mirana is like a little bit better this game than it was with the Extremes lineup, because they have so much damage with Bloodseeker or Spirit. These are cores that are gonna dish out so much damage in the early game and in the mid game that Mirana really is just about like setting up. Essentially, what Mirana does give you that other supports don't is the ability to scout the map in pretty safely, and Moonlight Shadow also. Like so you get like a terrain advantage, if you will, and in that sense, when your cores are hitting earlier timings, it can be interesting.
I appreciate the PL ban coming out from BB team.
They know that what the weakness was from previous draft for XG. They have very similar lineup, very same archetype of the heroes and the same weaknesses. You did talk about maybe Jug, maybe Spectre coming out. I would maybe add in potentially Tiny that could come out, a hero that
สวีทมิดบ้างเนี่ย
has status resistance.
เอาเลนตึงมาฉะนั้นฝั่ง BB ทีม BB ทีมได้เปรียบอ่ะตอนนี้
Seeker, you don't care too much about.
ผมไม่ชอบแค่บัตรซิกเกอร์น่ะมันจะเล่นยังไงต่อ แต่ก่อนมันจะเป็นแม็กนัทนะกับบัตรซิกเกอร์เข้ามาพร้อมๆกันเขาแบนด้านฝั่งไอ้ลาโก้ไลแคนมาโบ3กับโบ2ครับพี่เก็บแต้มครับเก็บแต้มแบ่งกลุ่มโบ2เนี่ยครับก็ที่1ได้ไปเพย์ออฟครับที่2ที่3ที่2 3 4เนี่ยจะแข่ง Survival Stage ครับเพื่อที่จะไปเพย์ออฟต่อส่วนท่านที่5ที่6ก็คือตกรอบครับ1ทีมแข่งกัน5แมตช์ครับผม5แมตช์10เกมถือว่าถ้าได้8แต้ม9แต้มก็สวยหรูแล้วโอกาสการันตีที่1ของกรุ๊ปสูงครับ
can struggle in the early levels, but against NS, you're going to get 5 minutes of peace in a sense, and then you're harder to stop. Actually, you also obviously get the vision. It's a very cool way to kind of get out of this black no vision situation, which makes team fighting really hard. Like Haunt, it will be okay. They go for the TB again. It's also a pretty good hero this game, to be honest. Like they have no illusion clear whatsoever, which is why they banned PL. We'll have to see what Bloodseeker goes for, but it still is very single target heavy. So he never wins this matchup because even if he starts dealing enough damage, Thunder will happen. Maybe a little bit greedy. We'll have to see.
Silence lineup from BB team. They can legit perma silence you, like with Bloodseeker, Night Stalker, and Earth Spirit. These are some longest duration silences in game.
It's a really hard puck game.
It's not gonna be easy for nothing to say. They do have one of the best counters to Night Stalker, and that's gonna be for bailing puck out of trouble and bailing TB out of trouble. That's gonna be Stampede, a global version of a save that can save you.
Night Stalker มากดดันปาครับผมแต่เลนมันอาจจะยากๆผมว่าต้องรอ5นาทีแล้วถึงจะเก่งช่วงเวลากลางคืนแต่ถ้าเละเทะมาตั้งแต่5นาทีแรกกลางคืนมาก็ไม่ได้ช่วยอะไรครับ
Yeah, they're not gonna take the damage.
แต่โดยรวมถ้าคอนเซปต์ดับน่ะผมชอบคอนเซปต์ดับของด้าน BBทีมอยู่แล้วเพราะว่าบูมบอยก็ถ้าจากดับนี่ผมให้ 80% ในการวินเลยนะNight Stalker ก็สกิล2เคาน์เตอร์ปักครับผมนะฮะดูทรงถ้าปักไม่รวยดาเมจเหมือนไปกองครับ
60-40 in Earth Spirit's favor. Could be even worse if the Earth Spirit player is outplaying. And safe lane.
ถ้าปักไม่มีดาเมจนี่ดาเมจจะไปกองอยู่ที่เทเลเบตเยอะนะโดยรวมผมก็ชอบไอ้ตัวดาบของนั่นฝั่งบูมบอยเนี่ยครับเกมนี้
Rubik Centaur could outplay, but I feel like the better laning team has the better matchup. So in that sense, they could struggle a lot. It's like no room for mistake on Rubik Centaur. I feel like if you once go on Bane or Bloodseeker when you're not supposed to, you're just gonna get destroyed on this lane.
Yeah, I think they should play aggressively in that lane, try to keep this Bloodseeker low because the setup that they do have, the turnaround potential with the heal, with the Brain Sap, Fairy Fires, Magic Wand Sticks, it's gonna be through the roof. But also, I would love to see potentially Centaur in this one, just straight up getting double edge on level 2 to have extra bit of a damage to try to punch back against Bloodseeker, who's very low HP hero. Like his strength gain is pretty abysmal, doesn't get really tanky at these early stages, and try to play off of with that.
And we're saying that this Mirana will have a bigger impact than Mirana in the previous game. Why is that?
I think the heroes, like alongside Mirana, don't need as much from the position 4 than they did last game in that sense. So less pressure on Mirana to be doing things. I think if she just scouts the map, plays deep ops,
the push
chain stun, it's already good enough.
มาดูครับว่าบูมบอยจะจัดการกับราบครับทางด้านฝั่ง X Team ได้2-0หรือเปล่า
We're already starting off with a very interesting situation. BB team went for a deep smoke and Extreme Gaming a very defensive one, and it catches XXS
โอ้ยเปิดมาก็ยกพวกแล้วแล้วก็เรียบร้อยบอกท่าน GPK ซัด XS ไปครับ PK ก็มาให้เฟิร์สบัตตลอดเลยนี่มันไทยกาบูเลย Extreme Gaming เนี่ยจริงๆก็ไม่ได้ควรมูฟอะไรนะทางด้านฝั่ง Extreme เพราะว่าดาเมจมันอาจจะน้อยกว่า BB ครับเพราะ BB ฮีโร่พร้อมที่เอาเฟิร์สบัตตลอดเวลาจากเซตนี้นะ
Particularly that Earth Spirit Invoker matchup yesterday went super the Earth Spirit's way. Just absolute CS demolishing. So you do have to be careful with some of these matchups in terms of what that hero can do without even trying to trade the region against him, as XG also lose the runes.
Oh boy.
Rough.
Yo boy.
Just an awkward series for them so far. See if this game 2 fares a little better. I do think the draft looks a lot more stable for them. There's no cheese hero that's just going to 1v5 in the late game. If anything, it was kind of reversed. I think that PL game 1 was very tough for Ame to play into with his usual style. He doesn't like being just permanently outscaled. And I think we saw the opposite. It's very easy to outscale Bloodseeker if you have the counter pick. There's a lot of carries that very good matchups against this hero.
Sure.
He's more of a lane dominator or tempo hero in my opinion, though he's probably still one of the weaker carries in the game overall. You really have to know what you're doing, own the lane, have some cute combinations. They do have a couple of good ones. The Bane setup's nice. The Earth Spirit kick on a Rupture target can be nice. So you need a little bit of help in that sense. But ultimately, you gave XGA carry counterpick against Bloodseeker, and there's a lot of them, right? The Dusa, Faceless Void, Terror Blade, any illusion carry, any hero that can kind of block Rupture and just nuke him. A lot of the long-range turret heroes generally have good matchups against this hero because they can just sit there and hit him back. Any Satanic Fire does pretty well. Ursa used to have a okay matchup because you just accelerate Roshan's. Sven can even sometimes out-tempo the hero, though that matchup is generally pretty bad.
So you're telling me is Bloodseeker loses to every carry that's not Bloodseeker?
Yeah, the hero's pretty bad. I was really surprised they just busted it out early in this draft, and I think it kind of changed the whole draft. Trying to enable this Bloodseeker and play around it, and XG are just kind of thinking what they want down the road against this hero. And again, you had your choice. I'm surprised that Ame did not win the Dusa, because to me, this struck me as like just a Giga 1v5 by Dusa game.
This must be a bit of a scrim meta because it is not the only Bloodseeker pickup.
มีแล้วน่าทำให้เป็นกลางคืนหรือเปล่า
was actually drafted by
ไม่น่าทำป่ะ
their matchup against Nemesis. They did lose that game. It was a 67-minute barn burner.
That's Crystallis, right?
Yeah,
there's
that is
a big
definitely
asterisk on that. He'll play it in any meta. He just loves the hero. Kiritich is a Bloodseeker player. I hate picking this hero when you don't see the carry matchup. It feels icky to me, you know? And they saw basically nothing. So I really wonder what prompted them to just bust it out here. And we'll see if it pays off. I do like the Earth Spirit pick. I think GPK could potentially carry this game. He's set up well. He got the first blood. He has a good lane matchup. The silences are going to be really nice in this game in combination between him and the Night Stalker, just going in and setting stuff up. We'll see if they can make that work and kind of just set the fights up well for this Bloodseeker to be able to carry it over the finish line. Or does Ame just get too fat? Pretty nice Terrorblade pick. He had his choice. He'll have a free early laning phase here. He has good core matchups. If he gets Dispels and a BKB, he's kind of invincible in those durations. And you have Lich Armor and Stampede on top of it, so looking like a lot smoother of a game in terms of scaling for Ame. If he gets to a similar position as he did in that game 1, he will very likely just carry it straight up here.
จะผ่านมาบอกจะด้านฝั่งมิโร่
Kiritich with a 61% win rate on Bloodseeker.
That's pretty good.
Not too bad.
That's really good. I mean, if you're a positive win rate on this hero, that's insane.
Man, you really hate Bloodseeker, huh?
It's not just me, it's the stats. This hero is objectively very weak right now, you know? It doesn't mean you can't win with it, but stats don't lie.
Now you're starting me thinking about, like, what are the carries that have the worst win rates at, like, TI?
At TI?
Yeah.
All time?
I mean, Bloodseeker has to be, because like TI especially, like these bigger tournaments are all just like very often the games do stall out a bit. You tend to go a little bit later.
We got the sleep silence top. FY taking a bit of damage.
Toss back does hit the Bloodseeker, stuns him up, but he is so fast that he
เดินสายครับผมจะด้านฝั่ง FY เกือบแตกครับ
Got the Lotus. Nice little Lotus feed, though he is low, so you're getting some extra thirst here. Generally, that's another component with the hero. You want high harass lanes so that you get the extra thirst, and that's how you're going to dominate the lane early.
Yeah.
Night Stalker, probably the worst hero to do that.
Yeah,
in Dota.
I would agree.
Like, he is the literal zero harass. I sit here for the first 5 minutes and do nothing. And Earth Spirit's not much better at it. You know, you're not the Zeus archetype, so...
Yeah, he dominates his lane matchup with the 18 base damage advantage he had over Puck.
And he's doing quite well.
The first blood combined with the bounty rune advantage, they started the lane off, and he had 18 attack damage over nothing to say.
Only 6 denies.
Did nothing to say.
NTS is doing quite fine here CS-wise. Just PPK has that gold injection, and he will have a quick magnetize here to be able to potentially use in combination with the 6-minute power rune. That's the dream.
Rubik will
โอ้ย
finally die.
จะด้านฝั่งคิริติจะบอกตรงนั้น FY ตายครับเอาเลน3มาเลยครับมูฟดีจัดครับ
Pulling the creep wave as much as possible, because a straight up CS battle, he would just get ruined.
100%. They do get that sleep arrow combination top. There's your first kill. Hits nighttime, so you're able to leave Miro a little bit alone.
And he's doing that maxed out silence build that allows you to clear through creeps better.
Still a process, but he'll get there eventually. And now they're eyeing mid, trying to get a
ทีบีท่านในเมก็แบกครับ
sleeper silence set up on the
หมายถึงทีบีเกมแรกก็แตกไปแล้วโดนนั่นฝั่งไอ้ตัวเพียวแตกกระจุยครับ
Looking for the power rune. 6 minutes.
Roll gonna miss, nothing to say. Waning Rift ahead of him, but it doesn't spawn bottom at all. Nothing to say. It's gonna take some damage here.
nothing to say
Top rune should be secured.
ไหลขึ้นมาคาโตมิแล้วก็เซฟครับ
Still have nighttime advantage for a decent window here, and that is going to be good for the Bane and the Night Stalker. So this is
Arrow,
generally
talut
you wanna
hang
set up
ba?
some aggressive moves if you're BB. Could look at the 7-minute Wisdom Shrine with all this nighttime advantage. Generally, not the easiest fight for the Rubik. I think that's one of the things you can abuse about this hero. Rubik's really weak at the 7-minute Shrine fight.
ทางฝั่ง AS
Slipping around, they got a really deep ward there. High ground triangle ward. Now they're going to take the Watcher on that 7-minute. Prepare for the fight. Miro is going to be surrounded though. Extreme Gaming not worrying about the Wisdom
เปิดมากดมีโร่เรียบร้อยครับ
to shut down
เมสซัดมีโร่ไป
lane pulling shenanigans. But that does mean that unless somebody gets there before, it means BB team are going to get double wisdoms. You were talking to Seb about this, the idea of how valuable the first Wisdom Shrine is, what it actually,
พัดพาคีมา nothing
actually changes the game, especially in setups.
อันนี้ก็ขึ้นเป็นเพาเทรนนะครับแล้วก็วิชเปดเหมือนเดิมคีไม่ค่อยโอเคเลยสำหรับด้านฝั่งไอ้ตัว nothing โดนไซเลนซ้ำต่อฮะเพิ่งใช้สกิล1ไปแล้วด้วยครับเรียบร้อยครับ nothing to say ครับไม่รอดครับสกอร์เป็น 3-1 ครับตอนนี้ BB ทีมครับกับด้านฝั่งตัว Extreme สตอมเหยียบมาบอลแล้วก็ฟอร์สครับลงต่อฟอร์ชิลไปบอลคิริติชครับยังถอยได้อยู่ครับดาเมจไม่พอครับในเอ็กซ์ตรีมครับในแมนลงมาแล้วก็เปิดบัตรไลท์ไปครับเรียบร้อยครับโดนใบครับกระจุยกระจายครับบอกตีคือเลือดมาคิริติชคาป้อมกันไปฮะส่วน2ซัพพอร์ตที่เหลือก็ถอยไปก่อนครับทางด้านฝั่งไอ้ตัวรูบิกแล้วก็ลิชจัดเลน3มาซัดเลยฮะเทเลเบตคีบเยอะนะครับแต่ก็แลกกับด้านฝั่งไนท์สตอกเกอร์คีบพอได้แต่พยายามจะไปอัดเซนทอร์แต่เซนทอร์คีปก็ไม่ได้ดรอปอะไรมากครับที่ดรอปจริงๆคือปักนะเวลเยอะก็จริงแต่ว่าแอบเหนื่อยฮะ
Find some moments of opportunity. They're going to get another F1.
ในแมสเซตอัพผมแล้วก็แอโร่ครับแน่คลาสสิกคอมโบคลาสสิกคอมโบครับหลับแล้วแอโร่ครับเหมือนจะใช้งานได้ดีกว่าทางด้านฝั่งทีม Extreme ที่เล่นด้วยนะกดมาจังหวะนี้ครับผมแล้วก็โรลลิ่งไปครับไม่โดนนะสังงั้นครับ GBK แมกนิไทครับรัวๆสตอมเหยียบมาบอกยังแทงเป้านี่ฮะแมกนิไทชาร์จต่ออีกรอบปล่อยทางด้านฝั่ง EXO ว่าละลายครับเรียบร้อยแน่นอนฮะคำนวณดาเมจมาอย่างดีครับไซเลนมาไม่โดนครับทางด้านฝั่ง GBK ถอยกลับมาก่อนนะจังหวะนี้ส่วนบาซิเกอร์ก็ตีทาวเวอร์ด้านบนแตกไปฮะ
Great rotation. Nice objective to attack. You have all the strength in the world, and if it turned into a team fight, Magnetize is great at powering up this Bloodseeker. These two heroes do work really well together. So every time you can bring them into the same play, you're going to feel great as BB team. Miro looking potentially for a backstab mid, does have max silence with Dark Ascension available. This is pretty much a guaranteed kill on NTS if you gap close it properly. There goes an orb. He might be in trouble. They don't have the vision for it. This is a very nasty backstab in this last minute of nighttime if BB can get heroes here.
Gonna have to make the move soon. The orb just keeps on pulling. There's the Nightmare to get the Rubik out of position. Another arrow combo. But the creep wave is dead. This is kind of just the whole challenge here for Extreme Gaming, just not to give up this mid tower.
Man, FY getting the treatment. 3 deaths in these sleep arrows. He's like, that's what I wanted to be doing last game, man.
Yeah, seriously.
It's just going to guarantee another
Rubik
power up for GPK. Magnetize coming up again in 10 seconds. And Miro still looking for the backstab. Does land the silence.
It's going to be pretty deep, but they do manage to land the rolling boulder that leads to the arrow. Plus the Nightmare on the +1. That's going to be
ได้ตบย้ำต่อฝั่งมีโร่สัตว์เอ็กโซวา
Extreme Gaming's Nightmare, pun intended, because now that mid tower is a little bit more open for the taking. Miro, though, does actually have to back out. Bottom lane was being pressured by Ame, so mid tower actually maybe just perfectly fine.
This game is rough outside of your free farm Terrorblade, which does have a decent chance to carry this game. So it's not the end-all be-all to have a rough start elsewhere, but man, it's real rough. Some great rotations from BB team. Just punishing these supports. Didn't get the Wisdom Shrine. They're just getting massacred by the Sleep Arrow combinations. Level 4 Lich, level 5 Rubik. What are you doing in this game?
Also, they shut down the Centaur enough that he had to jungle, which slowed down his levels, meaning he didn't have Stampede. Out of the silence. Yeah, why? Leave me alone.
ด่าดูฝั่งนี้ก็บอกเขาตรงนี้ก็ซัด FY เดี๋ยวไม่ไหวครับเจอหลับเซตอัพและแอโร่นี่ก็เหนื่อยนะหรือไม่ก็หลับไต่หินมานี่ก็มองแตกพ่ายไปเหมือนกันส่วนมิเลน่าฟาร์มไวครับเนื่องจากว่าแอโร่เก็บคีปได้หลายทาง
We'll see what they end up doing over the course of this game, but it just looked disjointed, right?
I mean, I feel like they looked pretty decent for the first 10-15 minutes of game 1.
Oh, that's true.
I mean, right? And then it was just Ame went down mid on that mid tier 2, dies, and a lot of their momentum went out the window.
I guess that's fair. The supports were looking pretty strong in that early game.
Yeah, I felt like they played that game like pretty decently. It was just a draft that was too much to overcome.
I just wish they had committed to an idea of how to win it.
Yeah,
I felt like they were just kind of waiting to see what happens instead of full sending with some idea and some timing. Here they do have a very clear win condition. It's get Ame fat, let him 1v5. But they are struggling to control the map. You still get arrow.
X-Nova didn't
อัดลงเจ็บๆก็ตัวนี้
the PB team feel like
ด่านตรงนี้ก็ถอยกลับมาก่อนครับมีแล้วนะ
it becomes all too much and you know Extreme Gaming are
บีบีซัดดูเลยตามดับผม
Another great room.
ก็ดับดีกว่าเกมที่แล้วเกมที่แล้วดับชนะ 60% เกมนี้ดับชนะ 80% ไงคนดู
HP level 10 has the max nukes, vessel charges, amp damage. He is ready to cook. That is scary.
I love the idea of the blink dagger too. Great way to
why not
put pressure on this puck.
I think you just get double blink. Blink Earth Spirit, blink Night Stalker, and you just jump the backline as lineup every time.
You guarantee that you get a bunch of damage done, even if you don't get kills. A bunch of damage leads to the Bloodseeker.
เดี๋ยวเขาต้องจะวินเกตเอาลงมา
Getting the kills for you.
Only counterplay is Stampede.
สกอร์เป็น 10-1 ครับตอนนี้ทางด้านฝั่ง BB ทีม
That camp Ame. Oh, you're gonna regret it.
โรลิงกิ้งมาเตะฝาบอลแสนนั่นอาเมครับสตาร์ซอมยัดลูกต่อครับทางด้านฝั่งอาเมแตกพ่ายเอาเรียบร้อย
Again, they're just making all the moves in this game, even during
ไม่รอดครับไม่รอด
They're putting pressure onto Extreme Gaming here, who are still just wandering around with this support duo, like unsure of what to do. They're not farming, they're not pushing waves.
เข้าตบทาวเวอร์ด้านล่างครับแตกไปอีกหนึ่งแล้วกันฮะ
Playmakers got shut down on the lane. Finally, FY is going to hit some camps here and try and get to the level 6. Another sleep mid.
ในแม่ครับผมและแอโร่ครับจับล็อกไว้ฮะไม่ได้ขยับเลยครับคอนเนคกันอย่างดีครับผมนัทติเซครับคอมโบเซตอัพจับตายนี่ขอด้านฝั่ง BB ทีมก็ดูเล่นแบบไหลลื่นกว่าสกอร์เป็น 12-1 ครับผมกดซับไปตอนต้นไลน์ไม่ขึ้นเลยใช่แล้วคุณโหมดแฟนบอยใช่เหรอ
Okay. FY finally gets his level 6. Tommy's like, he got featured.
แป๊บนึงนะเช็คก่อนครับไม่เห็นเลยครับเดี๋ยวผมใส่ไว้ให้1แล้วนะด่านนี้ก็คือบิ้งเฟียบอกโบกมานะใส่นั้น FY ผมใส่ไว้ให้1นะคุณแฟนบอยหมด23แฟนบอยขอบมากครับผม1เมมเบอร์ที่เปิดเข้ามาในวันนี้ล้ำค่าขอบมากครับสำหรับการเปิดหัวเข้ามาวันนี้ก็เงียบเหงาเหมือนเดิมคนดูไม่เป็นไรครับทำกันต่อไปคนดูเชื่อได้ว่าโชคชะตาจะเข้าข้างเราในอีกเร็ววันครับ ฝากออนชั้นซุปหน่อยนะครับ100 ท่านบวกๆนะครับพี่ชายใครออนบนคอฝากเปิดให้หน่อยนะครับเราจะได้ต่อสัญญาในไตรมาสที่3ต่อครับขอบคุณครับ
And no wards on the map. I mean, good luck. This Dom creep is pulling some waves.
เงินนำอยู่ตอนนี้ 4K ครับ BBT ครับค่อยๆนวดไปเรื่อยครับ
This lead is
แต่ข้อที่น่ากลัวนั่นฝั่ง Extreme คือดึงเลดได้นะครับเพราะเทเลเบตจะแบกดาเมจจัดแล้วเซนทอร์ค้ำได้ครับแต่ BBT ยังอุ่นใจอยู่นะตอนนี้เพราะว่าเซนทอร์เขานั่นปักไม่รวยครับก็ต้องมีให้ BBT เปิดเข้าไปแล้วผิดพลาดแหละถึงจะโดน
trying to do just that mid with the chain frost.
บิงเด็กเกอร์ครับชนะไนท์สตอกเกอร์
Can land it all in DPK. Probably does have an illusion rune.
วันนี้บอลจบก่อนดอทเหมือนเดิมครับผมว่าเพราะบอลแต่กี่โมงวันนี้
Try and bait the fight.
โรลลิงกิ้งมาบอกทางด้านฝั่ง GPK ครับดีมคอยครับบอกยกมาเบรกลิงครับแล้วก็เชนฟอสใส่ออินครับกิ้งเข้ามาก็ต้อนรับเป็นอย่างดีครับ GPK ครับเอาหน้ามาสไลด์หน้ามารับเท้าครับผมเขาเรียบร้อยเลยครับอ้อมหลังมาคือวิ่งเฟียใส่นะครับบอกแซมพีดพยายามจะหนีครับแต่วิ่งเร็วเหมือนกันไนท์สตอกเกอร์แต่เดินเข้าไปเปิดบัตรไร้ย้ำลงต่อครับทางนั้นฝั่งคิริติจะสู้จริงๆเหรอครับจะสู้จริงๆเหรอครับแล้วตีคือเลือดมาตีคือเลือดมาอีกทีครับตีคือเลือดมาอีกรอบตีไม้มากกว่านี้ตีไม้ในคิริติโอ้โหโอ้ว้าวคิริติจะตายอยู่แล้วบอกแล้วทีมไว้เลยครับ Extreme Gaming ครับ
Timely from Kataomi.
โอ้โหทามมิ่งครับผมสายฟ้าแตกพอดีครับ
You take away a lot of the damage going into the Bloodseeker and buys Kiritich time to start.
เปิดทิ้งไว้ให้ไอคอมและ iPad ด้วยครับโอ้ยขอบคุณครับคุณเนยขอบคุณมากครับ
They just massacred him, right?
ดูว่าจังหวะนี้ฮะ
And this is the power of the rupture.
ฮิปปิ้งเฟียมาเดินเทรดออกก่อนนะโดนดึงครับแล้วก็ตีไปเรื่อยตีจังหวะนี้นะเทเลเบตตายพอดีครับเทเลเบตตายแล้วก็ลูบิกตายครับปั๊บเขาให้เลือดเด้งครับเซนทอร์ก็โดนตีเป็นข้อครับโอ้โหเกือบไปแล้วก็บัตซิเกอร์ครับถ้าเลือดไม่เด้งครับจังหวะลุมบัตซิเกอร์ไม่ตายครับ
The thing about Bloodseekers, he does have high armor.
และตรงนี้ครับนอตติวเซโดนจับอีกแล้วครับแพ้ทางไนท์สตอกเกอร์สุดๆครับไนท์สตอกเกอร์นี่คือกระโดดครอบไปเลยครับทางหน้าโดของฝั่งไอตัวคลิปปิ้งเฟียซินิเตอร์ดึงไว้ใส่ไนท์สตอกเกอร์ครับยังบินโบยบินครับมีโร่มีทางด้านฝั่งอันนี้ฮะตัวของ Dark Ascension ครับแล้วก็หมดไป
That was a rough fight to lose. No Earth Spirit. You got nothing out of it. This Bane has terrorized this game. Kataomi 1-0-13. He is just abusing the night vision so well.
ในแม่ผมคลิปปิ้งเฟียแอโร่มาโอ้แอโร่พิดิชั่นครับทางด้านฝั่งพี่เซฟผมบอกไม่ต้องเซตอัพครับในแม่ปุ๊บแอโร่เข้าหลังนะโอ้ว้าววันนี้ตี2โอเคครับ
Wind Ranger.
He's gonna find the Centaur here too. I don't know if anybody can connect to this though. This one's a little too far out, but it's just so much pressure coming out from a 5 position in this game. It's been everywhere.
The Moonlight Shadow. Between that and the Blink Dagger, there are plenty of ways for them to sneak up on this puck. Nothing to say. I mean, I feel like he did pretty well in that Storm Spirit game, but this one, he is being assaulted. Oh, waning rift to the side right as they chose
that was lucky
to make the jump. That worked out nicely. Still going to be Nightmare on the other side, though, into an arrow. X-Nova does what he can, but the Frost Shield really does nothing against all the damage BB team are employing.
They just can't go anywhere. They have no vision. Very little mechanisms to gain a vision advantage. Just stuck in Night Stalker jail. Who's rushing Crimson Guard, by the way. It's just going to be utility from Miro. I think it's smart.
เข้าตีนั่นช้าเลยครับ
Through the Bloodseeker, just buff him up. Make sure you can enter the 5v5. And you're not going to have issues this game because the rest of the map play is working out beautifully for you. To me, this is the difference between Game 1 and Game 2 is I think BB have recognized, yeah, we could just try and scale Night Stalker and farm all 3 cores and go late, but conceptually, it's not what you want to do against this Terrible. Like, you want to gain a lead with the laning advantage, pick people off around the map, and then use that gold to buy some auras here, make the 5-man strong, get early Roches, and you can go high ground in this game at that 30-minute mark. And XG are not going to be able to fight it if you have Greaves, Pike, Crimson, whatever.
Right, you're saying this comparison to what you wanted to see from the Doom in Game 1?
Again, I'm not sure they win that game if they do it. It's a very tough game. But you need some identity of, you know, what is the timing we're going to hit and what are we going to use, how are we going to use this to win the game. And I think it's going to work out here for BB. Like this Crimson on the Night Stalker, it's going to be strong in the fight. You don't have the best heroes to chunk through it this early in the game.
You talked about conceptually draft versus draft, but also I would say conceptually against Extreme Gaming as a team, right? They're just such a slow team that if you either have the better late game guarantee because of a hard carry, he goes out trying to get away from this silence, they pick off Ame pretty
ทางด้านฝั่งอาร์เมก็บอกตายออกพี่กอล์ฟสวยครับไซเลนดีจัดนะ
die alongside him. In fact, they're just going to be chased down all the way underneath the tier 3, bypass the tier 2. Why a good charge in, catches the puck as well.
Jeez.
Practically a team wipe. The Centaurs, they're done.
GG เลยครับผม20 นาที G what the fuck ทางด้าน X Team ก็โชคหนักอะหนักแล้ว X Team ครับไม่ไหวอะจบไวครับผมสู้ไม่ได้ครับทางด้านฝั่งตัว X Team เองดับไม่ดีครับเกมนี้ดับไม่ดีมากๆพอไม่มีลีดเดอร์ดับดีๆก็ดุยๆเลยครับทางด้าน X Team พอเจอทีมเทียร์ใหญ่เดียวกันครับX Team นี่คือชนะเกมเมอร์ลีเจียนมา 2-0 นะไปเสมอ 1-1 ทางด้านฝั่งลูนอีเตอร์ไปเสมอ 1-1 ทางด้านฝั่งไอตัวพัวเรนเจอร์มาแล้ววันนี้ครับแพ้ BB Team 2-0 ครับส่วนทางด้านฝั่งฟอลคอนชนะ 2-0 พัวเรนเจอร์ครับก็เดี๋ยวคู่ต่อไปเป็นนิกมาครับกับด้านเลเวลอัพนะฮะแต่ว่าอาจจะต้องรอคู่ลูนอีเตอร์กับด้านฝั่งเกมเมอร์ลีเจียนจบก่อนนะเดี๋ยวย้ายไปดูรอครับก็ตามที่บอกครับดาร์ฟมันสู้ไม่ได้คนดูแต่ผมไม่คิดว่ามันจะหนักขนาดนี้แบบ20 นาทีจบเกมเกมซึมจัดแล้วขออภัยที่ไม่ได้นั่งภาคในตลอดรอดฝั่งในคู่เมื่อกี้ด้วยครับพอดีนั่งตอบเมลงานไปอยู่แต่เสร็จแล้วแหละคู่ทางด้านฝั่งนิกมาก็ได้ภาคแบบเต็มที่เต็มสูบเหมือนเดิมเช่นเคยครับผมตัดไปทุกงานแล้วเดี๋ยวก็รอเกมเมอร์ลีเจียนกับนั่นลูนิเตอร์จบนะน่าจะอีกนานอยู่นี่ประมาณ20 นาทีผมว่าโดยประมาณ
Because you have only one.
It's man not hot.
That's the thing, right? It's so hard to blame the Axe. He didn't really do anything wrong there. You can't blame him for the Ember slighting right at the moment as he jumps in. That's just unlucky. But it's moments like these that dictate the overall tempo of the game. And now we can firmly
ดูจากเกมนี้ก็ลูนิเตอร์นี่ต้นเกมมาดีเนี่ยเงินนำแต่ก็ประมาทไม่ได้ฝั่งตรงข้ามมีไอ้นี่อยู่เคสอยู่ดึงเกมเลดได้แต่ทำไมมันมีไวเปอร์แล้วมันไม่ชนะวะไวเปอร์กดเอมเบอร์ไม่ลงเหรอแสดงว่าเลนของแอคดุยชัวร์นะขอโทษคนดูด้วยนะครับเมื่อกี้ที่พักหายมายังไงก็ดูไปวอร์มเครื่องก่อนแล้วกันเนาะขอดูมีช็อตว้าวแค่ช็อตคิริติสนั่นแหละขอบคุณครับคุณนัสมีครับ50 บาทของครับพี่ขอบคุณครับสปอร์ตได้นะพี่ชายเป็นกำลังใจให้หน่อยนะครับสแนปไฟล์ออฟเลนหรือเขาโยกสแนปไฟล์มามิดวะimplement ครับลงต่อน่าจะ Ember mid นั่นแหละเพราะว่า copy เล่น
Not fully committing to these fights, right? They're just
เมื่อไหร่จะประกอบร่างได้ทางด้านของฝั่งทีม Gamer Legion
for them that the fights don't go long. They need to jump in with a call, get a hero kill.
จริงๆจากดาร์กก็สูสีกันนะแต่ว่าลูนิเตอร์ทำต้นเกมดีกว่าเยอะครับจากดาร์กนี่สูสีนะผมว่า
can start to rip the Gamer Legion heroes apart. That's what we've been seeing so far. Sanj and Kaya complete for the Shadow Fiend. His Requiem's gonna
ใช่เลยดาบหมายถึง X Team เกมเมื่อกี้
Gamer Legion they're setting up for Rosh. They are not going bot, so they're waiting Rosh to cross the map. Can they do Rosh with the heroes?
Because it's got decent amount of damage. He poison attack it, stack up the magic resist reduction.
Is it gonna be fast enough though? That's the question.
Indeed. Because Malik still got that boots of travel, so after he's done with the Tom, he can just fly on over to mid, throw a couple of kisses in the pit. Things could get hairy real quick. No amount of cold embracing can save you from the fiery hot globs of lava. The Speed's on a bit of a mission. What's he up to? Maybe trying to steal the Wisdom Shrine? God, okay. Invis Rune. Big sneak around. Tormentor will be taken. You have to expect that Rune Eaters will be coming back to this location, and Speed probably going to think twice about that. Maybe try for a scan or something. And Dark Lord's already there. Not going to happen.
Alright, this is just not looking good at all for GL. They're losing the objectives. The Roche is going to be something that they cannot afford to give up. They have very good heroes at fighting at the Roche pick. The Curse, the Axe,
the Call, the Kothel.
Yeah, they need to make sure that they secure this area. I feel like they're just very afraid though. They're not that weak. I think they can win the fights. I guess they just play
Berserker.
and they stop trying to attack, you know, and they just prefer sitting back and defending. I think this is like the downside of like Gamer Legion. They're more prone to defending their areas. They're good at defending, but sometimes they shouldn't be defending because they're not that weak.
I can see that. Rune Eater is probably a conversation between the first game and now as well. Oh, Ravensvale immediately pops. Not sure whether that was a misclick of some sort, the switch discipline immediately after, or what's the deal? Okay, what will be noted?
Speed has been sitting here for the last minute.
Yeah, what is he doing?
They are not sure what to do.
Do I need to go over to the stage and check on
Do
him?
shield ไปนะก่อนดู
What's happening?
Yep, go ahead, Mike. I can hold the fort down here.
Yeah, Speed, you
Nothing's
good
happening.
over there, brother? What are we doing?
It's waiting for a career.
I mean, he doesn't look very happy.
Nope, he does not.
He's also not saying anything.
And there's nothing much to do, you know.
He will TP away.
They can only play through the axe, and Wyvern doesn't really like to.
Yeah, no,
to
I know
sit
what
next
that
to the
was.
axe.
Winter, you know what a sabbatical is?
Yep.
You know when you're too stressed at work, when things get too hectic, you need to just take time away. I think that's what that was, Speed. No, he's not having the best of times on this Wyvern. This is not what he wanted at all. He's just having a little fresh air. I understand it. I've been there.
Man, at the same time, Rune Eaters, I think they didn't see the Viper there. Copy went up the ramp and then didn't see anyone. He went down. But the Viper was actually farming there. So they decided to go for the tower instead. After the tier 1 tower mid, that should give them the option to secure the Roche. But the Roche is a very, very tricky objective here against the Gamer Legion heroes. The Gamer Legion heroes they definitely have what it takes to swing a fight right there.
Yeah, and I think fighting around the pit allows
the
Legion to keep that formation very easily. Unless you're the one sort of jumping in
จริง
first.
ดาบนี่คือ
I imagine that
50-50 นะ
if
ขอดู
Leaders actually want to try for the Roche, they'd have to first jump in maybe with copy and open up a kill or a pick off.
They need to open the tier 1 tower top first. Get control of the Ancients area. They're pushing the wave. SF is okay. I thought SF was coming over. He just went back.
I mean, to be honest with you, Winter, I feel like at this point they're probably setting up for the Dire Roche instead, like in bot side. Because they're running out of time, right? You
จะ
got less than
2-0
a
นะครับ
minute.
ใครดูเป็นคู่นี้เหรอ
They could have done it quite some time ago.
Yeah, but maybe they're scared of the Gamer Legion setup, like you said.
อื
It's not easy.
ม
We know that for sure.
ช็อตพลิกช็อตเดียวก็คือเคสรวยแล้วก็แทงของแอคนี่ดูดได้ครับ
Yeah.
บนสกิลได้ครับ
Using the gate to come around.
เพราะส่วนของด้านฝั่งเกมเมอร์ลิเจียนมันเฟลที่หนึ่งคือไวเปอร์กดไม่สุดครับ
They're bringing in heroes. They're trying to
แอคโดนกดด้วยมันก็เลยลามปามมาป่วนไวเปอร์มั้งอันนี้ผมไม่เห็นภาพต้นเกมนะเพราะว่าเพิ่งย้ายมาดู
They're gonna find Cass.
แต่พอจะเดาๆได้ประมาณนี้
And there is
โอ้ปิดเทนเนตเคสได้สวยงามจัดครับจังหวะนี้
Or
มอ
maybe
ติเมอ
they
ร์คิ
can
สเซ
make
ส
a beeline to the pit right now.
แต่ฝั่งนั้นลูนิเตอร์ไม่มีแทงนะ
The
ก็
Roche
เสี่ยงเหมือนกันที่จะเล่น
bot side, the Kez will be
แต่ตัว
respawned,
เซต
so-
อัพดาเมจอะไรนะลูนิเตอร์นี่แข็งจัดเลยครับ
Find a little bit more.
ถามว่าจะพลิกมาไหมก็
Mass TP is coming in from Gamer Legion, looking
ต
to
อบ
set a
ยาก
trap
ครับ
and defend this area. Copies being pinged.
ตอบยากจริง
Where's the follow-up? You need some sort of disable because if not,
ดาเมจปิดไม่ทันนะโดดถอยไปได้แล้วก็ปี
Where is the follow-up from Gamer Legion?
They have the
นี่มีการยืนชนซะด้วยชิวๆครับ
They don't have the right spells with the right.
แล้วใครได้เปรียบกว่าครับตอนนี้ก็คือขวาได้เปรียบอยู่แล้วครับดูเงินดูอะไรเรียบร้อยดูคิวก็รู้แล้ว
Because the axe,
just for fun.
yeah, but the axe killed all the
ตอน
creeps
นี้
with the
นะ
same
ตอนนี้ยังไงขวาก็ได้เปรียบครับ
Like he could, but
แต่ถามว่ามันจะพลิกหรือเปล่าอันนี้ตอบไม่ได้ครับเพราะว่า
Also last like
มันก็ต้องรอใครเล่นพลาดสักคนน่ะคือฮีโร่มันสูสีกันไง
Minima's 1.5.
There's a minute.
ฮีโร่มัน50-50ไงผมก็เลยตอบคุณไม่ได้ไงว่ามันจะยังไงฮะ
Minimum is 2.
คือถ้าผมจะบอกว่าเดี๋ยวไอ้ลูนิเตอร์มันก็พลาดเว้ยอะไรเงี้ยมันก็จะดูแบบเป่ายิ่งฉุบไปหน่อยถูกป่ะอันนี้พูดของตามวิเคราะห์นะผมไม่ได้เซียนอะไรขนาดนั้น ผมเน้นสแตทผมเน้นแบบเกมเพลย์เอาอย่างเงี้ย
Now, tell me your honest
ผมไม่ใช่แบบ
perspective of this game. Do you think
เฮ้ย
Gamer
เฮีย
Legion
ฟันธงได้อันนี้มันได้อย่างเงี้ยแต่ถ้ามัน50-50แบบผมตอบไม่ได้ ถ้าลูนิเตอร์มันดับดีแล้วมันนำด้วยนะผมฟันธงให้ได้ว่าลูนิเตอร์มันชนะ
It's the problem about progressing the map. They can't really move out on the
ดามนี้วัดกันที่ซัพพอร์ตเลยใช่ อันนี้ก็ถูกในส่วนหนึ่งครับพี่
Yeah, hold that thought. Rune Eaters
เพราะมัน
are
สูสี
trying
กัน
to
ไง
progress their maps.
ผมก็เลยตอบไม่ได้ว่าใครจะวิน
That's nice.
แต่ถ้าตอนนี้ทางด้านขวาได้เปรียบ
To get the vision, holy. That was an
มาลีกซัดโดนฝั่งสปีดไปเสียงผมไม่แพบเลยนะวันนี้
That should be rush. This should
ผ
be
ม
rush.
ติดเคิร์ดไมเกรนเมื่อเช้านอนไม่หลับ
be
อะ
scared about.
หลับตื่นแล้วก็คอแห้งไปเลยคอแหบไปเลย
Sort of keen on contesting anyway. The way they're split up on the map.
ถ้าคู่อื่นนะดับมันได้เปรียบเสียเปรียบผมบอกนะคู่นี้ตอบไม่ได้จริงๆครับเพราะว่าย้ำหลายรอบแล้วว่ามันดับ50-50ไงไม่ได้ตอบไม่ได้ว่ายังไง
It could be dangerous, though. It's not really fast enough. Roche has grown stronger.
ถ้าถามว่าเปอร์เซ็นต์ใครเยอะกว่า ถ้ามันดับออกมาเปอร์เซ็นต์เยอะกว่ามันฟันธงได้ว่าทีมไหนดีกว่า แต่ผมก็ดูต่อด้วยนะว่าทีมเทียร์ต่ำกว่าหรือเปล่าถ้าทีมเทียร์ต่ำกว่าดับดีกว่าก็ต้องดูเทียร์อีกเอ้าอะไรวะน่ะเข้ามาหยิบเอจิเฉยๆแล้วโยนมาเนี่ย
Oh no.
โอ้ไม่รีเควียมแต่แรกละน้องตายเลยครับทางด้านฝั่งไอ้ตัวชาร์โดฟีนะครับเป็นเรื่องแล้วทีนี้โอ้โหแล้วได้แอคมาอย่างเดียวครับต้องรีบคืนครับต้องรีบคืนทางด้านฝั่งไอ้ตัวไวเบิลบริจาคร่างกายแล้วเซฟเอจิตไวเปอร์ไว้
That was a huge.
เข้ามาเอาเอจิตเฉยๆเลยก็งงจัดว่ะ
He needed to wreck him. He had
What?
the vision. He saw them come. He knew they were coming over. He needed to wreck him earlier.
แล้วทำไมไม่รี
He used the wreck
ไม่
him
คือเนี่ย
to
ช่องหลัก
somehow
ยังบอก
give him
ทำไม
a
ต้องไม่
little
รี
bit of
เควียมก่อนนะเพิ่งมารีเควียมทีหลังงงจัด
Did he get
เข้าใจว่าโดนขัดนะแต่ว่าแบบอะไรวะ เนี่ยมาดูนะดูเนี่ยนี่เนี่ยต้องรีเควียมแล้วทามมิ่งนี้เนี่ยโดนโลชานตีสตันครับโอ้โหประมาทไปผมว่าน่าจะรีเควียมเลยตั้งแต่แรกครับแล้วซัพพอร์ตทำไมไม่ไปยืนห้อยด้านหน้าด้วยฮะให้ชาโดว์ฟีนยืนห้อยในหลุมโลชานโคตรเท่โคตรอันตรายครับลูนีเตอร์ครับผม
But Rune Eaters, they get their karma back to them. Gamer Legion with a gift.
ลูนิเตอร์แบบเดินมาแบบปูพรมเข้ามาเลยคือซัพพอร์ตไม่บริจาคร่างกายไม่ทำอะไรทั้งสิ้นไม่อันติขั้นไม่อะไรเลยฮะประหลาดจัดจริงๆต้องอันติอัดเข้าไปแล้วครับถ้ารู้ว่าคือยอมเสียไปเลยเนี่ย
Roche got stronger, so it's not as easy for you to get it. And I also felt like they needed maybe someone to help.
เนี่ยผมจะบอกมันจะมีปัจจัยอะไรแปลกๆตรงนี้แหละเวลาดับสูสีทางด้านตรงฝั่งเคสก็บัตเตอร์ไฟล์มันดับมัน50-50ไงคือถ้าคุณจะเชียร์เอาไปทำอะไรสักอย่างนะผมไม่แนะนำคู่นี้ผมไม่ค่อยอยากพูดเรื่องอะไรแบบนี้หรอกเดี๋ยวผมโดนตำรวจอุ้มมันเป็นการชี้นำนะคนดูถ้าถามว่าทีมอะไรชนะทีมอะไรได้เปรียบเนี่ยผมให้ได้แต่ถ้าแบบเอาไปทำอะไรสักอย่างผมไม่แนะนำแล้วกันคู่นี้ส่วนคู่เอ็กตีผมก็บอกไปแล้วว่าทางด้าน BB ทีมชนะ2เกมไงมันก็ชนะ2เกมถูกปะล่ะเมื่อผมก็มั่นใจว่าแต่ละวันเนี่ยผมฟันธงไปประมาณทั้งวันน่ะทั้งซีรีส์ผมน่าจะถูกประมาณ 80% 70% แหละวิวออฟวันเดอร์ซัดมาครับบางวันก็ 100%เอ็กกี้บอกจากการโกสไปก๊อปปี้ซันสปีดครับล่วงไปต่อฮะทางด้านไวเปอร์พยายามไปขึงครับไม่มีใครสนใจไวเปอร์ดาเมจไม่มีเอาตัวอื่นดีกว่าแล้วก็ตบทางด้านฝั่งเคนแล้วก็ไวเบิลไป
Rune Eaters, they're still doing a good job despite that little fumble around the pit of taking control of the map.
ช่วงบอลโลเขายิ่งกว่าล้างอยู่
They still have the momentum going on for them because their heroes are just gonna provide them with a lot more options here. Gamer Legion.
ช่วงบอลโลเขายิ่งกว่าล้างอยู่อย่าให้ผมเข้าไปตามอาจารย์เลยให้อาจารย์เขาเข้าไปดีแล้ว
No one else can get judged right now. Nobody. Only the Viper should be the first contact.
ให้ผมอยู่สุขสบายเถอะ
And this is not looking good, you know, right now. Like they have not gain any like good initiations from the Axe. I felt like Fade is just not finding any openings. He had I guess a mediocre start, but he had the stacks to go back on. But after that, he just couldn't really.
จานออกมาเหรอนี่ไม่ออกเร็วจังวะ
Like there's nothing, you know. I felt like they just got nothing done with the Axe because probably the supports are just not good with the Axe, with the Cotter and the Wyvern. They're just not good here. The Cotter is
แต่ตอนเนี้ย
because they picked
ผมมีซับแค่1ซับน่ะ
for the draft.
ผ่านไปแล้ว1คู่ยังไงดีวันนี้
Didn't really feel like it works with their heroes.
แต่วันนี้ผมลงสตรีมไว้แล้วกันนะคู่สุดท้ายผมไม่พากแล้วผมน่าจะพักแล้ว
Oh yeah, you're right.
Yeah, it was the X immediately off the rip to counter the SF, and then you don't complement the X, so now you're left with an X.
ฝืนไหลฝืนมา3วันแล้วซัพพอร์ตน้อยพักผ่อนจบคู่เนเมซิสเดี๋ยวผมปิดสตรีมหนีแล้วมันไม่ค่อยมีคนไอ้นี้อะไรไม่มีคนดูคู่ท้าย
You only have yourself to blame.
Yeah, I mean, I will say though that I don't think this is by any stretch of the imagination an easy game for Fate. He had
เอามาใส่เสื้อไทยผมเนอะ
start like you already mentioned, and even though
ทับช่วย
he did find some stacks to get back to.
But at the same time, I think this type of hero is just not really in his
นิกมากี่โมงต่อคู่นี้เลยพี่
at the dagger heroes.
คู่นี้จบนิกมาต่อเลย
From the games that I've noticed, like
จบคู่นี้น่าจะประมาณ10 นาที15 นาทีเซตเวทีเสร็จแล้วก็เซตคอมเซตอะไรเสร็จก็เริ่มต่อครับ
The carry, he's just
แต่มันจะมีเวลาของมันอยู่
Yeah, the Zoo heroes, the Aura heroes, the Glago, like
The map heroes as well.
the map heroes, but not the dagger.
คู่ท้ายอะไรเจอกันแล้วครับน่าดูอยู่วันนี้เป็นยันเด็กเจอกับ LGD ครับ ยันเด็กเจอกับ LGD คุกกี้ทำมาโบกไปครับฝั่งมาลิกตบสปีดลงมาตบท่านฝั่ง RCY ครับ RCY ตายเอาเลยดาร์กหลอดนะตบเป็นลูกนะด้านของฝั่งแอคก็วาร์ปแล้ววาร์ปกลับไปแล้วไม่มีแทงไม่เป็นไรเงินเรานำตัวเราตีแรงครับสบายๆลูนอีเตอร์เดี๋ยวต้องรอดูว่าฝั่งทางด้านตัวของเกมเมอร์ลีเจียนเนี่ยจะกันบนบ้านได้ดีหรือเปล่า
Boots of travel, he had a good lane.
เปิดไว้เฉยก็ได้ครับเดี๋ยวจุ่มไว้ขอบคุณมากครับ
I think everything has
คุณ
been
กิติขอบคุณมากครับขอบคุณสำหรับการซัพพอร์ตครับในการซัพพอร์ตนักสู้ทั้ง You choose
the safe lane tier 1 tower. I think the games that he felt like he was
ผมแปะลิงก์ซูปไลน์ไว้นะครับขอบคุณครับ
And this game he got unlocked.
ขอบคุณครับขอบคุณครับ
Team over, rotated through the gate. I think around minute 13, 14, they got the tower. Not the earliest, but they unlocked him. He got the tower and he was able to play his game. They rotated and played the map very well.
ลำนั้นครับ BKB เปิดว่าวินเตอร์เคิร์ดมาคุกกี้ครับสลับมาต่อ1ทีวีออฟเดอร์ขั้นไว้แล้วเอมเบอร์กอปิล่าครับรอดไปได้มอที่เมื่อกี้เสร็จโซนออกครับไม่มาซ้ำกอปิล่าครับกอปีครับผมก็วาร์ปกลับไปเติมเลือดแล้วค่อยโดนลำนั้นกลับมา21 ต่อ 4ครับเงินนำอยู่ 13K ครับทางด้านฝั่งรูนอีเตอร์พรุ่งนี้เป็นวันไทยเบรกนะเขาดูพรุ่งนี้วันที่ 11-12 ครับโดยจะเริ่มในท่านฝั่งไอ้ตัวกรุ๊ป A กรุ๊ป B ก่อนครับถ้ามีไทยเบรกก็ยาวๆไปแต่ถ้าไม่มีไทยเบรกก็จบไวพรุ่งนี้จะมีแข่งช็อตหนึ่งส่วนวันที่12ก็แข่งอีกช็อตหนึ่งบิกกี้ต้องได้ไทยเบรกแต่งานนิกมาเบานะวันนี้เจอกับLVUpแต่ถ้าไปหลอนแพ้เทียร์ 2นี่ก็ฮาอยู่แต่นิกมานี่จะมีงานหนักตอนวันที่11ต่อวันพรุ่งนี้ก็คือเจอกับเพทามงานแก้ผมเพราะว่านิกมาแพ้เพทามมานักต่อนักแล้วเดี๋ยวต้องรอดูว่าไลน์อัพชุดใหม่ซัดทางด้านฝั่งไอ้ตัวเพทามได้หรือเปล่า
Yeah, Copy was just laughing at them, I'm pretty sure.
Like, what are they doing?
Indeed. It's tough. Where game 1 felt like a very strong outdraft from Gamer Legion, in my opinion. Game 2.
กีสแกตเตอร์ริวเชเดอร์จอบไปครับโซโลคิวนะมาลิจัดการด้านเฟดลงได้ครับ
well not really hitting the same level of synergy. I think is our main concern. Why she just staying there? You don't want to get down? Okay, looking for a place to TP.
แล้วก็วาร์ปไปมาริก
But yeah, Malik is so high level on this Snapfire, level 23, close to the level 25, as if the game needed to get harder for Gamer Legion. The Prowl now are Rune Eaters. Can smell blood in the water, and again, this is very much them, right? I think they can always take one game off of any team. They get the right conditions, get some of their good heroes. As long as Malik is unlocked, they can go very far. They managed to do that this game when it matters the most. I'm telling you, if Gamer Legion 2-0'd them, the rest of the group would be very scary because they just need to sit back, twiddle their thumbs, and hope for the best. They, of course, have to defeat Rangers as well. But then down
ระหว่างกดเมมกับเอาตรงๆฮะถ้ากดเมมจะหัก 30% อยู่แล้วครับโดเนทเข้า YouTube ก็หัก 30% แต่ถ้าโอนตรงเข้า 100% ครับถ้าแนบสลิปนะแต่ถ้าไม่แนบสลิปใส่ Payment Gateway ก็โดนหัก 0.8 ครับ 8 สตางค์100 โดน 8 สตางค์
That is the last defense from Gamer Legion. They have to find the right opening on the Axe. The Axe needs to jump and the Wyvern needs to wait for the SF to BKB and try to stop the SF from right-clicking.
Okay. Who's the Axe jumping though? Who's the ideal target?
I think the ring. The ring is the safe. He needs
ส่วน Two Money ไม่ได้ไป Active มา Two Money ก็โดนหักเหมือนกัน 30%
Ring is positioned in the most safe location. A big wraparound. Copy's gonna spot them out again. What a
ตบมาเต็มใบครับบอกนี้ Illuminator ซัดมาลงต่อทางหน้าตัวของฝั่งดักหลอกครับตบย้ำใบใส่หน้าตัวโกนครับแลมนั้นปาดลงไปครับรีเควียครับแล้วก็กดทันซันนี่ครับดึงได้แต่ก็ไม่ไหวครับดักหลอดโดนลุมตายครับเรียบร้อยครับแต่เคสก็ไม่รอดเหมือนกันเจอตัวระเบิดใส่ครับด้านหลังอาร์ซีวายโดนสแกตเตอร์โดนรีเชเดอร์ลงต่อบอกอาร์ซีวายตายครับฝั่งวินเทอร์ไวเวิร์นหนีไม่ได้กดก๊อปปี้ไม่ลงครับเสียทางหน้าตัวของฝั่งไอ้ทีมไป4ตัวจะวาร์ปกับไอ้ BKB TB เอาครับแอค
He tanked everything on that team fight.
แล้วโลชายังไม่ตายเด้อเสียไป4ตัวครับเกมเบอร์ลีเจียนส่วนนั้นฝั่งลูดิเตอร์เสีย2ครับ
Also the secondary carry. He dished out so much damage.
มันแปะคิวอาร์โค้ดโอนตรงไม่ได้ครับผมมันผิดเลกูล่าครับโดนทั้งซูปโดนทั้ง e-sport เวิร์คครับ
100 บาท
เขาเลยไม่ให้ขึ้นครับค่าใช้เขียวของคุณเดอะคอปด้วยฮะ100 บาทของครับคุณเดอะคอปขอบคุณครับบิ๊กเดวิลคุณเดอะคอปครับมันแปะไม่ได้มันโดนพวกเลกูล่าแบนครับโดนปิดลีชปิดมองเห็น
Yeah, and look at the replay. On the sidelines, the Axe is just hiding away into the corner. Finally strikes and gets a kill onto Ike, but he spent a good 20-30 seconds just waiting for an opportunity that never came. And this goes back to what you were saying, where Fade, sure he had a mediocre start, sure he had stacks to go back to, that was supposed to prop him up back to relevance, but he hasn't really found those good opportunities for himself. Whether that's his fault or the team not setting up for him, that's another story, but what matters is that this Axe is delivering.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the setup doesn't allow them to win. Like the Axe hero, this is a good hero.
จริงๆมันก็ไม่ต่างเลยนะพี่ในลิงก์มันก็เป็น QR code เหมือนกันนะพี่กดเข้าไปก็เป็น QR code เหมือนกันดูง่ายกว่าแปะ QR code ไว้หน้าจอเยอะเลยพี่โดเนทได้ปกติเลยครับมันก็เป็นออโต้แล้วฝากข้อความเลยด้วยจริงๆมันไม่ได้หักอะไรสักอย่างเลยครับถ้าแนบสลิปแต่ถ้าไม่แนบสลิปก็หักแค่ 0.8 เองครับอุ้ยขอบคุณแมนชายผม
ค่าผ้าครับพี่
ขอบคุณครับ100 บาทครับผมค่าผ้าครับขอบคุณแมนชายของครับผมสปอร์ตหน้านะคนดูตอนนี้มี1เมมเบอร์ครับเพิ่มเติมมาให้หน่อยนะครับ50เมมเบอร์ปิดหลอดขอบคุณครับ
You imagine you 9-pick the Axe Spade, it's like, okay, I'm going to crush this SF, and then your support
ตอนนี้ก็ 81% นะโอกาสชนะของลูนิเตอร์ทำไมมาเล่นช้าขนาดนี้เนี่ยจะได้ดูนิกมากี่โมงสำหรับใครออนบนคอมก็ฝากเปิดให้อีก1หน้าต่างครับผมแปะลิงก์ไว้ให้ครับทางด้านฝั่งซูปไลน์ขอ100ท่านบวกครับผมจะได้ต่อสัญญาขอด้านฝั่งซูครับในไตรมาสที่3ครับขอบคุณมากนะพี่ครับพี่ขอบคุณครับ
They had some other decent options that could allow the whole team to come together, but they decided to use the Viper to completely destroy the Ember's lane, which happened. But one mistake from RCY threw all the advantage back, and their heroes just couldn't really do much together anymore after that. I think the laning phase is very clear to me. It is not as important as before.
Yeah. I mean, if Rune Eaters win this game, we'll have the chance to ask them all about it, how they felt about this Viper counterpick, whether it was really relevant. And they are getting pretty close to that point. You talk about the Ember being countered in the lane. Which Ember are we talking about? The guy who's 7-0 and 10? The guy who's putting down a masterclass? And this is one of his best heroes, and it's lovely to see that he's able to show his stuff here on a big stage like this. That's the feeling that you get watching Rune Eaters this whole time. You know that they have that dog in them. Sometimes they just but in the moments where they shine, damn, they look good. I mean, it's Copy, it's Malik. Still at times waiting for the rest of the team to step up, but each one of them has had their moments this game. Maybe except for Dark Lord, but Dark Lord, he now has the responsibility of closing this one out. He'll be the main objective getter, and the team's playing all around him. Despite how one-sided this has been, at least for the past 20 minutes, the game's still not feeling entirely comfortable for Rune Eaters to just waltz out onto that high ground. This is just the state of Dota that we have right now in the meta.
Shadowfiend เป็นคีย์ใหญ่ต่อ
They're 3 minutes on the Aegis. They're not really in.
Shadowfiend ก็เป็นไฮบริดบิลครับเป็นสายกึ่งสกิลแล้วก็ตีแรง
You don't push during the catapult wave.
เป็น physical เป็นเวท
This is the best time to go. You put your banner.
เพราะถ้าเล่นเบล25ของ Shadowfiend มันเรสติดคีย์ครับ ใส่ตัวยาชาคาย่ามาเพื่อที่จะทำให้สกิลมันง้างไวครับ แล้วก็รีเควียมไว แต่จะเป็นข้อเสี่ยงครับเพราะว่าดาเมจจะไม่ได้จัดเท่าดาเมจแบบเพียวๆในช่วงท้ายเกมแต่การออกสกิลนี่ไวแน่นอนครับการรีเควียมหรือว่า Shadow Race
If you say so.
I care about the catapults.
You're the boss. Well, I see 2 catapults on my screen right now, and Dark Lord's gonna run with them. You still have a glyph available on Gamer Legion to use, so you can repel this push or at least suspend it for another 1 minute 30 seconds. Level 25 is gonna be giga important.
ด้านของฝั่ง Ember Sweat ครับก็มาเป็นชิวกะครับ
Ember and SF close to cracking that.
And what?
Meanwhile,
why
Tormentor here from Gamer Legion.
Why is GL allowed to get road? I mean, Tom. This is unacceptable.
Vibes.
No. They have the. Yep. Okay, finally it happens, but the banner's a little bit too close for my liking.
Finally dead it.
Careful, Dark Lord. A call might be coming your way that you don't want to pick up. Malik is not actually in position.
Dark Lord.
This is why the banner needs to be behind.
Yeah.
Like they're killing the banner with the illusions. This is not. It shouldn't be allowed.
What? Oh, okay. Oh, that was weird. Well, they get the banner, but the tower is
Illuminated about Sadma.
It's not actually gonna fall. It's gonna survive because of the glyph, and just like that, looks like Rune Eaters, they can't push no longer. That was weird.
And this is why they needed to push just now when the catapult. You have 2 chances because the catapults in the mid-wave will arrive first. You get a push, and then you have a secondary option after they defended the catapults. But then again, I think the issue was the banner placement. The banner needed to be placed
further back
because it's like there's no
then
way
they can just waltz up and kill it.
There's no way you just let them kill the banner just like that.
I mean, so far past 1 minute, feel like Gamer Legion have gotten away with a little bit of robbery, right? They get the Tormentor, they get the free.
ลำนั้นก็เปิดครับด่านนี้ก็เปิดมาวินเตอร์เคิร์สซัดลงต่อเดินโบกใส่นั่นฝั่งคอปปี้ของคอปปี้ครับไล่ล่ามาถ้าได้โดนของฝั่งสปีดตายบอกอาซีวายตายเหมือนกันฮะแลมนั้นกลับหลังมาก็บอกไล่หรือเปล่าครับไล่ครับแล้วก็กลับหลังมาทางด้านของคอปปี้ฮะซื้อเกิดมาทางด้านแอ็กซ์บอกเสียนั่นฝั่งไวเปอร์ไปแล้วก็ไวเวิร์ดนะยืนโซนก็อยู่หน้าบ้านก็เลยด่านนี้ก็เบอร์เซอร์เกอร์คอร์ลงต่อครับตัวนี้ครับโลอีกทีครับไวเปอร์แปะพิษลงไปต่อครับกระโดดถอยมาหมดทางด้านฝั่งมาเลยครับด่านนี้ก็คุกกี้ครับทับไปคุกกี้ทับไล่มาตัวของทางฝั่งโกสครับยังไงต่อโดนโคเบสครับไล่ข้อมาอีกทีกดเลเวลเมลไปแล้วก็ทำการครับแกลปปิ้งคอลงอีกทีครับเทมเดอะบีซัดมาเรสขุดปานเป็นไว้กับผมทางด้านนี้ครับถอยกลับมาก่อนครับตัวของดาร์กลอร์ดฮะเกือบแล้วเกือบสไปซี่ครับผมเขาซื้อเกิดมาเยอะนะครับซื้อเกิดมา3ตัวแล้วตอนนี้ด้านนี้ก็ไล่มาครับโคเอมเบรสเคยผ่านเอาไว้ทางฝั่งตัวของดาร์กลอร์ดได้ตัวเอสเคปแอคมาจะหนีพ้นหรือเปล่าหนีไม่พ้นครับตายอยู่ดีครับเอาแล้วครับเกมเมอร์ลีเจียนครับผมครับแม้ว่าบายมา3ตัวก็ตามครับแต่ก็ยังสวนกลับครับกันหน้าบ้านไว้ไหวครับแต่รอบหน้าไม่ตายไม่ได้แล้วสำหรับนั้นไวเปอร์แอคแล้วก็ไวเวิร์นครับไม่มีบายแล้วมารอดูว่ารอบหน้าลูนีเตอร์จะขึ้นเลยหรือเปล่าครับถ้าลูนีเตอร์ปล่อยให้ฟาแล้วเผาเวลาซื้อเกิดไปผมว่าไม่ดีฮะ
to get away with so much. They got the Tom, they defended the high ground, they lost the banner, they forced the high ground with the Aegis, they couldn't get the kill, they lost the Aegis, they lost the SF, this were quadruple cookies, and he didn't finish off, you see the co-embrace, he didn't finish off Ghost here with the kisses.
He could have just kissed right in front of him, but he went for the long range instead, and he just ends up dying to the AoE damage. I believe he actually died to the Blade Mail of Fate. Fate popped the Blade Mail, stood on a kiss, and Malik's last bit of HP went down. You gotta imagine a bit more patience or any semblance of just, I want to say discipline? Like
Nah,
not
no,
needing
it's-
to fully commit, because I feel like the second you see those BKBs, why are you quadruple cooking in? Like just back up, chill, wait out
I mean,
the
the
BKBs,
thing
and then you
is-
get multiple kisses them
The
to
thing
death.
is, they could have killed the cats, and it would have been an entirely different story.
Yeah,
So
that's fair.
that's also another point of contention. I mean, they just don't really know how to push the high ground. The high ground is, in fact, something that you need to talk over. Like, it's not easy to push the high ground. You have to talk about when we are going to the high ground, how are we going to use the banner, how are we going to siege, well, which hero is supposed to do what. Are we supposed to all stand behind the SF and just let the SF hit? There are always going to be conversations like this. And most of the time, if you're jumping into the enemy base to initiate, like you said, you know, it's going to put you in a position where you're exposed.
Yeah.
And the enemies are going to use buybacks to defend the base. So oftentimes, the safer choice is to just sit behind the turret and let the turret hit the base.
Yeah.
Which is the SF.
Yeah. Just leave him be. It's not like you don't have save, right? You literally have 2 Ringmaster boxes, no nullifiers on the side of Gamer Legion just yet. He would have been fine. But instead, you try for this crazy commitment. Malik, a hero like the Sapphire, yes, it can go in and set up crazy plays, but not into BKBs. That's the hero's arch nemesis. Rune Eaters, they're not out of this one just yet. That was a costly mistake indeed. It extends Gamer Legion's lifeline in this game by maybe 5 minutes or so. Or maybe it could end all in an instant if they're not ready for this smoke move.
ยึดทางด้านฝั่งเอาโพสด้านบนนะ เซาเวสเซาโพส
Morel's gonna take a huge hit. You're so far
ขึ้นบ้านเถอะ
How did you lose
เขาบ่ายมา
that
3 ตัว
just like
รออะไรวะเนี่ย
The past 3 minutes, right? Giving over things they're not supposed to.
มันรอรถช็อกโกแลตหรือเปล่าวะ
The stress kind of
จะพลิกหมูไม่จานนั่นน่ะดิ
in a bit. Gamer Legion.
แม่งรอรถช็อกโกแลตปะเนี่ย
No business winning at this point if
รออะไรเฮ้ย
play it right. But Rune Eaters, they fumbled quite a bit.
Just one wrong placement from the banner. The banner placed behind would have just
catapulted everything.
It would have just eased so much of the pressure because you just wait for the creeps, the catapults to kill the Rex.
I mean, on the other hand, I think it might have been
เอกีผม
the starting domino might have been the Tormentor.
วนมา
Because
เอ
they
กี
see you at the Tormentor and then
จาก
they're
หลอ
in
ด
such a hurry to place the banner that they just put it a bit
But
further
that
than
was
they
also
would want.
way back. Like the first
รอโลชานเฉยเลยว่ะไม่ขึ้นเฉยเลย
That too.
And then
กลัว
that would have,
กลัว
made it
แพ้
hard for Gamer Legion to hit the Tormentor.
Yeah.
So it's a lot of small little things cascading and just stacking on top of each other, and it made the players kind of felt like, oh my god, why is this happening? Why are they getting away with this? And then you kind of want to force things.
Yeah,
and then
you quickly put a banner down, you realize it's in the wrong place, Dark Lord still sticks around, you take a fight that doesn't work, suddenly you're losing heroes, you're quadruple cooking in, you're smoking as a response immediately after coming back up, find nothing. And now Gamer Legion, they have their place back out on the map. It's not a clean game for them, Nullifier complete for Ghost, so now the box is going to be not a reliable save if Ghost can get his hands on them. And this matchup is actually pretty nice for the Kez, right? Ghost, as long as he's able to collapse upon the Shadow Fiend, he will be able to bring Dark Lord down. Especially now with the Nullifier, maybe you're relying
กลายเป็นเวลาซื้อเกิดเกมเมอร์ลีเจียนมันจะวนกลับมาแล้วเคสก็ได้ของเพิ่มเติมเพราะมันฟาร์มง่าย
Closing the gap is Kez's specialty. And SF, he hates it when you're all up in his
รอ
face.
สายเข้าเหรอรออะไรวะเนี่ยจะได้ดูดิกมา
Moving out on opposing sides of the map.
ขอบคุณครับที่ออนมาในซูปไลฟ์ผมซูปไลฟ์มีกิจกรรมแจกไอ้เมมเบอร์ฟรีครับ
Know that.
เดี๋ยวผมดูก่อนว่ามันแจกไงวะเนี่ยผ่านมา3 วันแล้วทำไมไม่มีคนได้เมมเบอร์ฟรีหรือว่าได้มาแล้วก็เมม
Charging ahead with his Ember Spirit.
ได้มาแล้วอุบอิบกันหรือเปล่า
For the rest of his team to end the game. Gamer Legion, the cautions there. Got a note, a Hex and an Aghanim's on Big Num. Those are 2 very big tools for control in the team fight that Rune Eaters might not be prepared for.
And 7-0 and 13. He's definitely trying to make a statement with his Ember
Absolutely,
Spirit.
he is popping
But he
off.
has to win the game.
He
has to
job's
close.
not done, right?
But he's not the person that has to end the game. It's the SF. The
Warrior
SF
จนกว่า
is the
ดา
one
บ
that
จะ
needs
มา
to
เ
win the game.
มา
Yeah, this is
50
what
บา
I'm
ท
saying with this team, right?
วัน
We've
นี้
seen
เด็กยะ
each of
ลา
the
ไม่
individual
ต่ำ
members
กว่า
pop
3 เม
off,
ตร
but I've yet to see Dark Lord bring one home. I've yet to see him step up to the plate and hit the home run when the team has set him up for that success. And this is his chance to really prove himself in a game that matters so much for this team.
อ๋อ
And the
ผมต้องก
overall
ด
standings
ผม
and
ต้อง
their
กดกีบ
potential
เองเหรอวะเนี่ย
progression in this tournament. I mean, hey, not getting eliminated in the group stage, that's one step. You still got survival to talk about, but you need to focus on what's ahead of you.
ได้แล้วนี่ไง
That's this Roche. Secure that objective.
30 วันคุณคิติ เอาไปเลยใครอยากได้กิฟต์ใครอยากได้กิฟต์มา
Round 2. The good news is they have another
ได้ไหม
opportunity.
ได้ไหมของขวัญกิฟต์ไปแล้ว
Another Aegis.
Yes, sir.
ตอนแรกนึกตอนแรกกี้มันเสียเงินนะตีด้วยโลชานกันตรงนี้ขอบคุณก็คุณวอริเออร์ครับกว่าจนกว่าจะตามมาวันนี้เด็กยะลายิงไม่ต่ำกว่า3 เม็ดจัดไปพี่50 บาทครับผมจัดไปครับน้องบ่าว
Thank you for subscription 1 month Kitty 506
แจ๋วแจ๋ว
ได้แล้ว
เหรอโอเคได้เลยนี่เอาไปคุณนวยก็ไป30 วัน
Any idea, Winter? Just clear out the creep waves, perhaps. Looks like they want
ไปแจกคุณนัวไปต่อแจกขาประจำก่อนแล้วกันนะคุณแมคคาเรลมาแจกขาประจำในซูปก่อนแล้วกัน
Thank you for subscription 1 month Nui
นุยคุณแมคคาเรลไปคุณอินแจกคุณอินด้วยขาประจำไปไปกดรับด้วยนะกดรับด้วยนะไหนคุณเต้มันเดย์ขาประจำมาให้ขาประจำก่อนแจกรัวๆแจกรัวมันแจกได้วันละ5 คนนะออนไว้เดี๋ยวออนไว้สมัครไว้พิมพ์ไว้เดี๋ยวแจกขอบคุณนะครับผมครับ
ขอบคุณจับเป๊ป
ขอบคุณจับเป๊ป
is in their hands. They just need to play the remaining cards correctly. But they've been also prone to some strange bouts of decision making that have left us scratching our heads.
3 4 5 คนละเอาไว้รอบหน้า
Pull a magic trick. Now's not
ใช่เอาไว้รอบหน้ารอบวันพรุ่งนี้แจกไปละ5 คนนะผมไม่ได้วันละ5
Keep the survival of your team in this group within your control, at least for the most part, rather than the less part. Still not in a rush. They just.
Thank you for subscription 1 month. Tay Monday.
Put a banner down.
ขอบคุณคุณเต้มันเดีย
There's the banner. This time Eki tried to blink forward for the catch. They forced off Darklord forward. That was cheeky. Able to immediately blink away. That's a good play. Viper strike now onto the SF.
Feels like they can still hit it. It's the same thing.
Well, they got Bushwhack to cover now. It's clear out Viper. Yeah, it is very.
ตีเดินทาวเวอร์ครับผม
Because you don't really need to use it in range of the creeps. Just the catapults. Only the catapults.
เปิดมานี่ก็ไซโคนะดิสเบอร์มาแล้วก็ฝั่งนี้ถอยก่อนครับต้องมีคนออกวินเวเกอร์ในตรงต่อครับด้านนี้ก็ตบแล้วโลชานแบนเนอร์ทิ้งไปก่อนนะอาร์ซีวายครับกลายเป็นว่ายากเลยเนี่ยแทนที่จะขึ้นบ้านเลยแบบไม่ต้องมีเนี่ยไม่ต้องมีเอจิตจนครูดาวซื้อเกิดเขาวนกลับมาแล้วมันจะแพร่นะคนดูมันจะไปโดนไวเวิร์นเซตอัพแล้วก็โดนเคสปาด3 ทีติดเนี่ยกลัวเฉยเลยครับลูนีเตอร์จากตอนแรกที่เกมนำอยู่
Malik was pressing his ultimate, and then everybody else.
สวัสดีครับพี่สวัสดีครับพี่สวัสดีครับพี่ชาย
Commenting for the tower.
ที่ทาวเวอร์ไปเอาขึ้นต่อ
We spent the whole game setting you up for this.
จริงๆต้องกล้าเล่นแล้วก็ถอยแล้วให้ฝั่งตรงข้ามตามแล้วก็สวนแต่ถ้าเขาไม่ออกมาก็นวดไปเรื่อยๆครับประมาณนั้นแหละคือขึ้นไปแล้วก็เอจิตจะหมดแล้วก็พยายามช่วยเซฟกันออกมาให้เขาตามออกมานอกบ้านน่ะแล้วก็เก็บเขาแต่นี่คือเขามีบายแบ็กไงก็เล่นไม่ได้แล้วอ้าวสไลด์เข้าไปโดนเบอร์เซอร์เกอร์คอครับผมโดนดึงเข้าไปหรือเปล่าเมื่อกี้ฝาดันเอ็กกี้ตายอย่างไวครับแล้วก็รีเควียมเปิดมาบอกคุกกี้ทำ2 ทีครับจัดการเคสได้ต่อครับทางด้านฝั่งโคโต้วีโอวีว่าถอยออกมาหรือเปล่าตีลูกบอลแตกไปครับทางด้านดาร์กลอร์ดเดินเข้าไปเอาหน้าไปแนบจากนั้นไวเปอร์สไตล์ครับอันตีไวเปอร์แล้วก็ซัดลงมาต่อใส่ตัวของฝั่งมาลิกตายครับเรียบร้อยครับแล้วก็ชาโดว์ฟีนครับเกิดมาใช้เอจิตแบบเปล่าประโยชน์อีกแล้วหรือเปล่าโดดมาจะมาซัดทางด้านตัวของไอ้เคสก็บอกแล้วก็บอลที่เมื่อกี้เสร็จก็หยอดมาครับหยอดไล่นั้นบิ๊กนัมไม่ตายเฉยเลยครับผมเลื่อนเหลืออยู่ปิ่มๆรอโดนไฟเผาไว้ตายคนตีบ้านไปไหนครับเนี่ยคนตีบ้านไปไหนอ้าวคนตีบ้านไปดันคีปกลางครับผมไปไล่นั่นเคสก็ไม่กล้าไปต่อครับจัดทับมั่วไปหน่อยครับฉะนั้นฝั่งทีมลูนอีเตอร์ครับคำถามสุดท้ายคือเราจะได้ดู
And every time that happens, they are just not really.
เราจะได้ดูทางด้านฝั่งตัวของนิกมากี่โมงครับ
Every time that happens,
นี่คือปัญหาที่เราต้องสงสัยอะ
with the Snapfire ultimate, and they have to kill the backlines first. They don't focus the Viper first.
I mean, they're not even focusing the Viper. The Viper's just kind of killing them.
Why is Hoodwink stepping so near? Right? He was in the call. Like maybe we get to see it here. He was in the call. Like he was in front. Like why is Eki in front? Like why is he in the call?
How did he even?
Why
เป็นเรื่องอะ
How did he get there?
Like he just he was hitting the base.
Yeah, the squirrel's a little bit lost there.
Why?
A little bit unfortunate as well because I think Speed could have very much saved Ghost if he got the Winter's Curse off, blinked right into a Requiem, which was unfortunate. But as you can see in the fight, no one's really focusing the Viper. RCY is just standing there, delivering the damage, and Rune Eaters can't quite deal with it. He's got a nullifier of his own. He's got an Eye of Skadi. This guy is a menace.
I think we're in for a long ride right now, Mike.
This is going to go the distance, perhaps.
Rune Eaters have no idea how to close out the game.
Maybe there's a bit more to this game than we expected. We thought for sure that Rune Eaters would be able to get a leg back. They've been able to tie up with some of the stronger teams, but Gamer Legion, the grit is there for them as well. I mean, if you think about it, both these teams, the way that they play, it's the same, right? Gamer Legion, they've been the underdogs for so many of these events. They're used to these positions.
น่ายากครับเกมเมอร์ลีเจียนบอกเหนียวๆนะบนบ้านนะบ้านไม่แตกครับผม
Out of tougher situations than this. This is another day in the office.
เหนียวๆฮะไม่มีแทงไง
to work today to play.
ทางฝั่งทีมไอเนี่ยไม่มีแทงก็เลยเหนื่อยหน่อย
Go down without a fight. Same thing can be said for Rune Eaters, but maybe Rune Eaters too used to being on the back foot, not too sure really how to close things out with this advantage that they have.
อีก2 วัน Valorant รอบชิงว่ะอยากพากอีกเหมือนกันนะ แต่แม่งทับกับดอทแต่พากไม่ได้หรอ Valorant มันไม่เป็นละแต่ลงทะเบียนไว้นะแต่ไม่ได้พากมันทับกับดอทพอดี
We've been waiting since 20 minutes ago.
We've been waiting since a few days ago, Winter. Even the games that Rune Eaters won, it was
ทำไมนักพากย์มันใส่อารมณ์แล้ววะเนี่ยมันก็ควรใส่อารมณ์แหละมันทำอะไรไม่รู้อะ
on his, undying
เป็นเรื่องกันไปครับผม
with the tombstone and the soul rips. Malik, we don't even need to talk about that guy. Copy had an amazing game on the puck. I mean, hell, even Eki on his Bat Rider. But so far, we've yet to shout out Dark Lord's
จอกดาบทองแล้วเอมเบอร์สวินครับ
hasn't really
ก็คงต้องเฟดดาบทองนะไม่งั้นดาเมจก็ปิดยากเลยสงสัยจะเล่น60 นาทียังคู่นี้
But this is where they need him. He needs to clutch up. Has to make the right decisions and bring it home. We knew this was going to be a close series all throughout. I didn't expect
gonna be close, gonna be close.
Going to crush Rune Eaters early. In fact, I thought that this game number 2 would be extremely Gamer Legion sided, but Rune Eaters have managed to carve themselves an opening, a huge opening.
I mean, it's also a team thing, like the banner part. I felt like you can't say that's
it's
the
one,
SF.
but
It's not the SF's problem.
I mean, he didn't even place it.
Like he placed 2 banners wrongly. Like the Eki, I think both occasions he placed it wrongly.
Yeah.
It's too far forward. They just use the Manta illusions to kill it. It's not acceptable. If they kill it by fully committing into the fight and then creating some space to kill it, fine. They have to pay a price. They use buyback to kill it, but they just kill it with a Manta.
Dark Lord.
Like, why?
Literally,
like,
not even a BKB, not even an ultimate.
Like
they're just chilling.
Like how can that happen?
Being chilling.
Yeah, that should not be allowed to happen. Like these are things why
be chilling.
We always talk about like the tier 2 teams, tier 1.5 teams. Like in terms of the macro issues, that they're not really very, very sound. They don't really understand the small little things.
It's just the details, right? It really is
like even
small detail.
Just a small detail, the banner placement.
Yeah, the banner placement. And to everybody watching at home, you sound like a maniac right now, Winter. You're talking about the inches that the banner needs to be shifted further back, but I completely agree with you. I feel like it made such a big difference. It allows Gamer Legion to take a much more favorable fight. And even in the game with Fade, he was initially struggling to find his calls. I mean, when Rune Eaters run up into the range of your SF, sure, you get a 2-man call. Why not? You're gonna take that every day.
I mean, I also get the feeling where every time the game seems like it's not progressing for Rune Eaters, Eki is gonna make a mistake.
เก็บนิวทรัลเทียบลงรัว
Crazy, and then he's gonna die.
And this is something that we noticed when he was standing in for Liquid most recently as well, right? I think the hallmark for him is that he gets very eager. He wants to make things happen. He wants to progress the game. So if no one else is doing it or no one else is ready, he tries to take matters into his own hands. And that often ends up harming.
That's why it's good when he's bad. If you think Matter, Bat Rider. Yeah, yes. Because he can lasso someone out.
Indeed, because he actually has the prerogative to do so. But when you're on a hero like a Hoodwink, yes, you can set things up by yourself, but you're in a stage of the game where that's not viable anymore. You need to play as a team, and you need to try and tee your SF up. not blink right next to him and get a two-man call on yourself. And I can't believe this, but we are waiting likely for another banner, which means 60-minute items are going to be on the table more than likely in 15 seconds. Rune Eaters, they're going to make sure to try to keep Gamer Legion on their side of the base so that they can't come out and farm those stones. Downloads on the high ground. Okay, that was easy. That was that was easy.
Berserker Core ลงมา
Big fight starting out. Ignis Spartus, meanwhile, copy on the back line again, being controlled up. He is doing so much for the team.
ยอดมอร์ติเมอร์ด้านโดนฝั่งสปีดออกมาฮะได้บาแลกมา1หลังครับผมนั่นคือเป็นเลนบาแลกฮะสโลชาร์จเกิดแล้วนะครับแล้วก็60นาทีแล้วกลับไปเอาไอตัวไอเทมที่5ก่อนหรือเปล่า
The Kes was ready to put some salt in some heads.
เบอร์เซอร์คอร์เซเลนเชนเปิดมานูริฟายซัดมาต่อแล้วฮันเตอร์มุมแรงครับทางด้านนี้ก็วินเวเกอร์ถอยมาก่อนครับแอ็กซ์อิมเพลเมนต์อาร์ตปักลงไปโดนแค่นั้นฝั่งบิ๊กนัมนะนิวทรัลไอเทมเมื่อไหร่จบดีเมื่อไหร่จะจบเกมเมอร์ลีเจียนกำลังต้านครับต้านกระแสลมอยู่
Hirosh has popped up.
Indeed it has. Dark Lord straight into the pit. Not too concerned about Mad Stones, more concerned about the banner that this time for sure he'll place right. Third time's the charm, that's what they always say, Winter. It's gonna take Rune Eaters maybe 60 minutes or more to get this done, but Roche will roar and here comes Gamer Legion. And this Kaz is going to be attacking at the speed of light. And Fade, he needs to land a killer initiation. Waltzing towards the pit. Smoke's not gonna break. We don't see Rune Eaters, and neither do Gamer Legion. Now a little bit of a showing. All gathered around Dark Lord. He's hidden around the ring, but
Berserker Core
contact not really what you want. Egg is in trouble.
อิลิมิเนตซัดมาฝั่งด้านนี้ก็ตบไปครับลีคุยครับผมอัดลงมาต่อด้านของฝั่งดักหลอดครับผมเก็บนั่นโกส่งไปได้ครับผมเอาแล้วครับซื้อเกิดมาสู้ครับหยอดมัลติเมอร์ครับผมแบบสบายๆครับนั่นมาลิกหยอดมัลติเมอร์ย้ำลูกต่อบิ๊กนัมตายครับเอาแล้วครับเซตอัพมาดีครับผมยังไงดีครับผมซื้อเกิดไปแล้ว3ตัวนะครับจริงๆซื้อเกิดได้ทั้งทีมแล้วทางด้านของฝั่งทีม Gamer Legion นะ
The Ringmaster, I thought this was going to be such a bad fight for the Rune Eaters, but he was
ไหลๆมาวิวโอเปนเลย
and Dark Lord going in. Tier 5 items be damned. He couldn't get a single auto attack.
รอบนี้ได้ไล่ครับทางด้านตัวของฝั่งมอร์ติเมอร์คิดเสร็จฟรีครับทางด้านชาโดว์ฟินก็โบกครับผมรอบทิศยาวๆครับโอ้โหยังจะเอาโลชาอีกโอ้ ขึ้นบ้านไป
The final banner of the game, Mike. The final hurrah.
Girl, I don't know. I feel like the game should have ended 20 minutes ago. I'm over here thinking they're gonna hit the rags.
อ๋อเก็บของอะไรลอกกันหมดนะเอาไปขึ้นบ้านไปเฮ้ย
Okay, come on, Ike. You can place the banner better.
Yes. Believe in Ike. I mean, Ike.
ไม่ต้องฟาร์มแล้ว
He's like, okay, I'm done.
ไปเธอขึ้นบ้านเธอขอร้อง
Horrendous job. I'll do it. I'll step out. I'm gonna box myself, use myself. You know, you guys have all the time.
10 วิแล้วเนี่ยชาโดว์เลดมาแล้ว
I don't know whether that was intentional, but it's funny that it.
I mean,
อันตีสแนปไฟมายัง
might not be over yet.
Yeah, me too.
Again, you know, they can fight,
Oh my god.
But pushing high ground is different.
That's true. Okay. Vampiric Stygian Desolator, Fleet-footed Dezum. Oh, that is big for this Ringmaster. He can abandon the boots if he wants to for another item.
อันตีสแนปไฟมาเลยนี่ไป
AoE on the Wheel of Wonder as well as
Oh
the
my god.
Books, so they can use the Book of the Dead to push, I guess.
ขึ้นบ้านเพื่อน
Speed as well as Big Num.
Eventually, they should be able to end the game, yeah?
Oh, the cast range is going to be pretty significant for the Wyvern, right? You get a curse in a position they don't expect.
I mean, I think it's hard for him. There's too much stuff though.
เทรดไปเลย
You can have an extra cast range with the
ซื้อเกิดไม่มีฝั่งเขา3ตัว
A big ultimate. If you're counting on your pause 5 to land his ultimate on 3 heroes to win the fight, you are in already so much trouble.
All right.
ไม่เซตอัพโลชานแบนเนอร์
Great news. The banner is in the inventory. He is going to place it. As soon as he plants it down, I want a rating 1 out of 10 for how well he's landed.
He's waiting for the catapult.
He is
ทำอะไรวะ
catapult timing. What a smart man. That's not a catapult. Those are some range creeps. 30 more seconds, baby.
What?
Game's not over yet. 60-minute shenanigans. Okay, can we get a quick recap of all the neutral items? Because you saw them one by one, but I just want to see them take stock all at once. So, Days and Blood Rights for both the supports. Rune Eaters have a lot of AoE to initiate with. There's a Book of the Dead with Spell Amp. Ooh, that is going to hurt. I mean, Malik is close to that level 30. Ember's already there. And a Fallen Sky. That's an interesting choice from the SF. I guess maybe
to end the game.
He's scared to hit the tower, so he wants to just Meteor Hammer down. Meanwhile, the Minotaur Horn from the Axe. Pretty interesting that the Axe has also gone for a Glimmer Cape for himself. Just a bit of magic resistance and perhaps being able to hide on the cover. Yeah. It's been so tricky for him.
Slots for gems right now. 60 minutes.
That's true. I mean, the support's still trying to make space for it.
All right, the catapults has arrived. Ike, the banner of... This is the banner to
Destiny. This is the banner that keeps you alive at EWC. Ike, you've got to place it well. Come on now. A Ringmaster usually used to setting up circus tents. Where's the banner?
ปักดิคีฟจะตายแล้วไอ้เวน
10 out of 10. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen. That is exactly what you want to see if you're a Rune Eaters fan.
นักพากย์ช่องต่างประเทศยังตบมือให้เหรอเรียกจะจับเมาส์เล่นแล้วเนี่ย นักพากย์ช่องหลักยังปรบมือให้เหรอย้อนมัลติเมอร์มาครับคุกกี้มาต่อบูชแบ็คข้อคุกกี้ลงย้ำอีกทีครับRCYตายครับ
อยู่ในมอไม้ยโมบ้านเถื่อนกับที่ทอดบ้านเบสแต่ถ้าสิกลับเมือง
เมกาแล้วจบไปไวเปอร์ตายอีกเล่นต่อเพื่อน
พ่อเป็นครูถ้าแม่เป็นหมอมีลูกชายหลอกกระสิบบอกว่า
อะไรวะเนี่ยคุณไผ่ทองเป็นเนื้อร้องยาวเลยนะคุณไผ่ทองขอบคุณมากครับ30 บาทครับถ้าแม่เป็นหมอถ้าพ่อเป็นครูถ้าหนูเป็นอ้าย
Now for the Ember. He's done enough, man. Copy has done enough for 2 games worth of Ember Spirit performances in my mind.
เอากิฟเนี่ยไปล็อกขาคีฟทำไมวะมันไม่มีดาเมจ
wanting to reveal it just yet. Okay.
บักสัต
I guess it's hard, right? What do you put out of your inventory? Maybe the BKB or the Kaya Sanj?
I think right now
it kind of sucks either way.
He needs to do the damage.
Yeah.
To help do the damage because SF is going to get control. He's going to get focus, and somebody else needs to help. Like the Snapfire with the kisses and the Ember with the slides.
I mean, Ember is doing everything in these fights. He's solo jumping in and just using the Mortimer's kisses as cover fire.
เดินมาหมดเลยครับ
the Ember again. RCY. He's just bought back into the game. In comes Ike. Wheel of Wonder.
ลีเควียมกลางตัวผมเบอร์เซอร์คอสวนมาครับRCได้แบ็ก1 นับ 1แล้วกรรมการคุกกี้1ครับแล้วก็ลำใส่อันนี้ครับไม่เป็นไรมีบายแบ็กอย่าไปกลัวซื้อมาให้น้องซื้อมาสิรออะไรเล่าสับมาต่อแล้วเดินเฟดตายนับ 2แล้วกรรมการ
The hope starting to drain from the Game Allegiance side. Finally, Rune Eaters banner number 3. That
Fallen Sky.
Fallen Sky โมงบ้านไปสู้ไปเลยมีอาจิตสวยหยอดไปเรียบร้อยได้แบ็กจบไม่มีแล้วดาเมจจีจีสุดยอดไปเลยเว้ย
Very happy about that one, evening out the series and keeping their hopes alive. This series was extremely important because both these teams
สุดยอดไปเลย
for the final qualifying spot behind
ทำอะไรกันวันนี้อ่ะ
and now the fight will rage on. The final few games
ทรมานเหลือเกิน
that much more important for them.
Yeah, this game is just such an exhausting game.
จะจบตั้งแต่40 นาทีที่แล้วแล้วกูจะล่าแบ้
because none of these games were clean at all. I mean, at least for Rune Eaters, especially in that game number 1, the way they got slapped around and manhandled, that was rough. And then coming into this game 2 as well, games that you should have won, you can't afford to be giving any one of these up anymore.
Yeah, both teams definitely have a lot to talk about going into the next day. You know, very, very important games, especially for Rune Eaters. They keep themselves alive. They have to figure out, still, you know, winning the series. I mean, winning the last game, they still have a lot to talk about. They need to look back. Why did we not finish the game 30 minutes ago, 20 minutes ago? Why? What was the problem? You have to look back and figure out, was it just
ไอ้นักพากย์ขวามือจนแบบปรบมือมึงปักโลชาร์ดแบนเนอร์สักที
There were definitely other factors here. You know, I think the high ground push was a huge factor, but there were also the other factors where
ขอบคุณมาก
they were using spells and not hitting the racks.
Yeah.
The banner was one thing, but when the Ember goes in, he jumps
ตื่นเต้นเกิน
Mortimer's kiss goes in.
หัวหน้าทีมมึงไม่ดึงสติลูกทีมหน่อย
Why can't he just stand there? I think he was just too afraid. He still had Aegis. Sure, the nullifier will prevent the boxers from saving him, but he had the Aegis. I felt like he just
จะลาบแบะ
too afraid to die, and he didn't want to commit to hit the racks when they were throwing spells to cover him. He didn't trust his team enough.
Yeah, and as much as I hate to point fingers and sour the delight of their current win, we do have to address the elephant in the room, right? Like I said during the game, I feel like there's been a lot of moments throughout the Rune Eaters run so far where we've highlighted individual players, but so far it feels like we're still waiting for Dark Lord to step up. And even in this final game, it took Ike placing the banner to really do it for him. And
ได้ดู
overall,
วิกกี้แล้วครับผมก็ดูต่อคู่นี้แล้ว กู
at
จะ
some
ลาบแบะ
point, if you are the pause 1 carry player, you need to be able to close things out. At least for Rune Eaters, this time round, they even out the score, continuing to find draws against some teams that some might expect to defeat them easily. And the struggles will continue, the matches will continue to matter as they will try and vie for the 4th spot here to qualify. Because, I mean, at this point, Extreme Gaming, BB, and Falcons, they are making a run, a sprint for the first 3 places. But yeah, I mean, there's still the options open, right? Gamer Legion now in their final series of the group stage, final few series rather, I should say. It could just turn it around, overtake Rune Eaters. A lot of it is going to be down to how they perform. They're gonna have to lock in. Winter, you already said 1 game a day, meaning that at any point in time, they're just studying, which there's gonna be a lot more studying needed if you want to close things out nicely and not get eliminated here in the group stage. But let's stop the negative vibes, because we have a wonderful man joining us here on the panel for an interview. It's none other than Eki from Rune Eaters. Eki, how are you doing? I mean, that was an exhausting game. I can see it in your eyes. I can see it in your your body language.
ไปหาหมอมาหมอบอกแอดมิดไหม
When you finally got to close that
ส
one
รุป
out.
ได้ปรับยามาแทนที่ลองแอดมิดดูหรือยังฮ่า
pretty surreal. I was still surprised. Like I'm still a bit like in the game. You
เอ้ย
know what I mean?
ขายมวยไม่ฟังเลยเดี๋ยวรอบหน้าฟังให้
Like I'm like, oh,
แอดมิดเลยเหรอ
I'm gonna close them on high ground.
ผมนี่แอดเซฟเลนนะเด้
Stuff, but no, it was a grind.
Yeah.
But
สุดยอดแล้วน้อง
definitely did it step by step, and I really like we were very methodical, I would say.
Man, what would you feel were the issues? Like why the game dragged out so long?
I think
ทำไมเกมมัน
honestly,
นาน
one
จัง
of
วะ
the main issues is just the fact that us and Gamer Legion were both kind of very heavily contesting for that like
อะไร
last
อะไร
spot to the
นาน
knockout
อะไร
stage. So I think there was a little bit of tension
ทำทรงนานนะ
like,
เด้
even from game 1. Some things from like our planning before the draft didn't work out, and in the game it felt a bit tense. And I think, you know, when you're in a situation like this, you don't want to give any chances, so you're playing even more safe than you should in a lot of ways. I think that would be like the main reason.
ครับผม
So glad we won.
Yeah.
ก็ดีครับที่ชนะครับ แต่ก็มี
Moving forward, what do you think are
ก็
the
มีเหนื่อย
aspects
แล้ว
of
วะ
the game
ประมาณ
where
นั้น
your team has to improve on to get better? Because you guys had a lot of very close games against the better teams. Sure, you might have lost some, you won some, but what are the aspects you feel like the team needs to improve to move forward to contest the tier 1 teams?
I think honestly it's a lot of the times it's about the adaptation, like how you adapt between game 1 and 2. A lot of the games we played against like the
อ๋อ
Falcons
ก็คือตื่นเต้นแล้วก็กดดัน
we
นั่นแห
were
ละ
usually the ones leading in game 1, and usually we would even win the game 1. And then it's about like resetting, going into game 2. They're really good teams. They're really good at changing the draft, changing the way they play, adapting to their opponents. And I think it's for us it's about also matching that level, so we could like close out a series 2-0.
And do you feel like maybe you guys don't have like enough tools against them? They have more tools, so they were able to adapt more than you guys. You had to get a certain specific amount of heroes to make sure that your team is really comfortable playing.
I think it's partly true, but I think it's less about that and more just about the fact that you need to find like the strength, the things that you feel strong with as a team. And I think for us it's been very experimental. I think if you check just our drafts, our priorities are all over the place. Sometimes we're on this train, sometimes we're on that train. We're still figuring it out, but I think the closer we're getting, I think all the teams feel this way, the closer we're getting to the final like set of matches, to the determining matches, everyone is already fletching out, you know, their raids, what they want to pick, how they want to play. And I think for us, we're kind of basically figured out what we want to do now. So I'm really confident going into the last series.
Where would you say the team is at right now if you were to rate your team after today?
I think after today
ก็มั่นใจด้วยนะจะว่าเข้าเพย์ออฟได้ผม
like maybe a 6, maybe a
ว่ารู้ว่าทีมมั่นใจว่าเลือกอะไรแล้วก็ต้องการเล่นอย่างไรดีครับผมแต่ไปปรับสปีดเกมเพลย์หน่อยนะครับผมได้เปรียบแล้วก็ไม่รีบปิด
Okay, we got pressured in this game. We know how it feels. Let's go tomorrow, but let's not, you know, repeat. kind of like that.
น้องเขาบอกว่าขอโทษที่ทำให้คนดูเครียดนะผมให้คุณเครียดเพราะว่าเขากดดันมากๆครับในเกมนี้
Not a lot of people might be familiar with the Room Eaters. Not a lot of people might even be familiar with PSG+4. Can you tell us, just as as condensed as possible, how you guys all came together and what's the vibe like within the team? How are you feeling about your prospects as a whole for this whole tournament?
All right, the vibes. I'm gonna just tell you, this is just how the team stacks go. You're like, I want to play with this dude.
ก็นั่นแหละมีคำถามมากมายไม่ว่าจะเป็นแคสเตอร์คนดูทั้งบ้านนะผมนะเกี่ยวกับทีมคุณครับก็จะบอกยังไงครับกับคนที่ยังไม่รู้จักกับทีมของคุณอะไรเงี้ย
Alright guys, we're either gonna suck this season and we're never gonna play again, or we're gonna own and we're gonna stay and become the next thing.
Yeah, sure. So I mean, you mentioned already. I promise, last question. You mentioned already, you guys feel like you're getting there, right? As the matches go on, you're getting closer and closer. What is it looking positive? Is the trajectory going to trend up for you? Do you think you have a good shot of surviving in this group?
Yeah, I think so.
คิดว่าจะเข้าสู่การอยู่รอดในรอบแบ่งกลุ่มหรือเปล่าแล้วก็บอกว่าถ้าทำไม่ดีในฤดูกาลนี้ก็อาจจะเลิกเล่นไปเลยก็ได้ครับ
I really believe that.
Hell
yeah. It's gonna just take us, going there.
ก็คิดว่ายังคงมีโอกาสที่ดีอยู่แล้วพรุ่งนี้ครับจะแสดงว่าจะโชว์เพลย์ที่ดีที่สุดของเราในวันพรุ่งนี้ด้วยก็เหมือนกำลังว่าจะเจริญเติบโตหรือว่ากำลังเก่งขึ้นเรื่อยๆครับในทางด้านฝั่งเกมต่อๆไปที่กำลังจะมาถึง
I completely agree with Eki because I feel like as they play the games they're getting closer and closer. Some of the moments may be a bit too experimental. Sometimes they try things, it doesn't necessarily work out. But I love that he mentioned, and I love that you asked this question, Winter, because he admitted himself the tension of this being such a crucial match for them. It really affected the play.
ก็เขาใกล้ความเดือดขึ้นเรื่อยๆแล้วก็บางทีก็อาจจะแบบมีการแบบเทรนนั่นเทรนนี่เกินไปครับก็บางทีก็พยายามจะลองอะไรบางอย่างครับในเกมเพลย์ของเขาครับมันก็เลยเกิดความเครียดครับผมระหว่างเกมเกิดขึ้นนะซึ่งมันส่งผมก็กระทบกับการเล่นจริงๆครับในเกมเมื่อกี้แล้วก็จะเห็นว่าเกมเมื่อกี้คือทางด้านฝั่งลูนิเตอร์จบช้าจริงๆครับทั้งที่มันจบได้แล้วในโปรซีนทั่วไปอะ
I didn't realize it because I forgot about it. Now that he brought it up, then I realized, oh yeah, whenever the match it's very important. Yeah, it's very important. There's so much at stake. It just makes the players more stressful.
คือมันเป็นอะไรได้มากกว่านั้นครับผมทำให้พวกเรายังคงเป็นมนุษย์อยู่ฮะแล้วมีความเครียดความอะไรฮะคืออยู่ความตัดสินใจความคิดกับผมระหว่างเกมนี้ซึ่งวินเทอร์ก็ไม่รู้หรอกว่าเพราะว่ามันผ่านโมเมนต์นั้นไปนานแล้วอะไรเงี้ยมันแบบ too much เกินไปฮะแต่ถ้าอะไรทำอะไรที่เสี่ยงมันอาจจะเครียดมากขึ้นเขาเลยเล่นคอมฟอร์ตครับผมก็เลยประคองเกมยาวไป
This will be perhaps one of the most lopsided matchups we will see in our entire few days of casting the group stage. It is a Enigma
เดี๋ยวว่ากันคนดูเดี๋ยวมารอดูพี่กี้ครับเดี๋ยวผมพักแป๊บนึง
After a short break, you won't want to miss it.
จัดไปพี่เชนเจลส์
good.
Nope.
He still needs charges.
At least he has a couple stacks here to go back to. Nice little level advantage for P time in the end here. After this laning phase.
Yeah, even in experience, but...
I mean, they have a level 4 line and they're up XP, so that's got to be a good sign in some ways.
Yeah.
They have Drow mid again?
They also have stacks to be done. Stolen kick pushes him back into Makoto. Bushwhack tries to land, doesn't quite make it, but with the line coming in on the other side and Wits joining in once again, the silence is killing Makoto.
I'd be so mad if I'm Makoto.
Yeah.
I'm just getting chain ganked by a Drow Ranger. Like, what is this nonsense, right? Nobody does this. The only other carry I've seen move this much on this type of hero is Yatoro when Spirit are just cooking.
Yeah.
And he's like, all right, I'm in my prime form. I'm just going to move around a lot. But this might be even more active than that.
Yeah, Drow Ranger is a pretty crazy hero to be making these moves.
5, 1, and 4. Affecting all 3 lanes.
And yeah, more stacks on the side of P-Time, so that will also help boost their experience advantage.
Gank rotation, though, through the gate. Will be interrupted by El Misho as he tanks Nightfall's strength here. This Wind Ranger still very farmed, so you have to be wary about where he's moving.
Yeah,
but they do get the Drow out of there.
Got to keep him away from Wits at all costs.
Yep. Still biggest threat on the map. Probably Dark Mago. Vessel done. Level 9. Shield Rune in the bottle. He is probably the best Shield Rune user in terms of the value you get out of it in the early game.
Sure.
So he is super strong right now, and he has TP available. So if you're Aurora, you really have to keep that in mind and not overextend and give the Earth Spirit a great fight. They do get the bottom tower, power of the Jakiro. But P-Time, they're going to smoke through the gate anyway. They want to fight down here. Smoking straight on the Nightfall.
Yeah, they're going to sandwich him. He's definitely dead. They're going to try and hold off on the Doom. Never mind. Frank just says, okay, you know what? Let's just make sure we guarantee this kill 100%. Aurora thinking that because they take the tower, it's kind of free. But P-Time with the late rotations come through and punish them.
Definitely a weird move you don't expect. Well worth it, though. That's a big kill. He had no streak, but 500 gold.
Ooh, Bushwhack, that misses. Yeah, I'm kind of waiting. Like, Wits has been super active. Now the question is like, when is Dark Mago going to assert his strength, right? Like, can't let Wits be making all the tempo plays.
Take that.
It's working out for him,
I guess.
Haste Rune on Makoto is going to stem some of that aggression. I think very hard to make a move onto the Ember in the mid lane. I think that is the point of attack. It's pretty hard to go into that Doom lane top. Frank just continually getting harassed and hunted here.
The roll in is going to miss. Frank, see if Makoto's still able to run him down. Looking good for it with the Remnant catching up. Again, this Haste Rune. Very deadly rune. And Dark Mago is not able to make the same use out of the Shield Rune. As great as it is for him, a Haste is just the superior of the two.
I'm surprised he's not rolling in there. You're so tanky. Maybe you can get that broad kill? Didn't want to risk it, didn't want to spend the stones. They do get a support bottom as the Wits train continues. Now they're going to make a move back onto the Earth Spirit.
If they still kill him, this is terrible for P-Time.
Can't roll.
Kodo chasing him down. He's just dead. Catchy lick to finish him off, and Frank forced to TP in just to try and help him.
Mega chaotic game. And usually I'd say that favors the SA team. P-Time should be happy with this kind of pace and tempo, especially for their support duo. I think their support duo loves to play at this pace more than any other in the world, potentially. But they're not necessarily getting the better of the exchanges.
Yeah. I'd also say that would usually favor Earth Spirit.
For sure.
And it would not favor Drow Ranger, but it seems to be the opposite. The Chaos has actually enabled the Drow Ranger to make kind of crazy moves, and our Earth Spirit has, weirdly enough, been the one to suffer.
A very strange game in terms of who's involved and who's actually benefiting from the fighting. Feels like these two carries have had a very nice start here, showing you that the one position can still be a very active role, despite what some carries would have you believe.
Schofield almost has his Blink Dagger, surprisingly enough.
I don't know how, but sure.
Well, it helps that he has boots and windlace, and that's it.
He's still the most farm support, though.
That is true.
He was like level 2 at 7 minutes, and all of a sudden, he's cooking here. Found a finger charge. Has finger back available. Definitely a threat around the map. Kind of surprised he's even looking mid. Maybe just go farm a neutral camp, finish it up, and make a smoke play.
Trying to run down Frank. Shackle shot's not going to land, nor, well, the Ice Bath does land, but they've already given up on the chase.
Did roll that ship vest. Pretty nice here.
Oh,
yeah. First farming rate and against the Wind Ranger. Does do a significant amount of damage. And the smoke is coming through, but Nightfall sniffs it out. Ungankable.
That's right.
The king of the TP.
Made the most efficient move possible. TP to the tier 3 to farm some safe neutrals. Probably will make his way back to the tier 1 tower at some point once he feels like the smoke has failed.
Definitely could. At least gives Aurora options to potentially defend this tower if they wanted to. So I like the heads up play, but they're just going to concede it. Decide to play through the Ember mid. Look towards this mid tower. WS preemptively setting up here. Maybe going to try and just instantly jump whoever shows. For P-Time, they're the ones ready for the move.
They had a high ground ward that spotted out WS, so they're going to get that initiation right away. Ember Spirit does some decent damage. Wits is actually going to take a lot here, but they don't have enough to follow through. Power shot almost hit him. Meanwhile, the Ruby's going to die. Dark Mago in some trouble. Nice long-range stun there from Schofield. Does that get Dark Mago out? The roll away. Tick, tick, tick. Though the Spirit Vessel is going to finish him off. Silence onto the Ember Spirit from Wits. Wits is playing a dangerous game. These power shots keep landing. He's getting lower and lower. He just has to retreat now.
I feel like both teams are feeling a little lucky they got some of their big heroes out of there, particularly the two carries. Very dangerous scenario for them to just enter into a mid skirmish like that on close range when you have so much gap close in these lineups. I guess P-Time get a slightly better exchange there, but losing the Earth Spirit doesn't feel great, especially with how this starts. You get WS in theory for free. I mean, I say for 3. They took a lot of damage off that macro pyre, so I don't know how free it was. Almost get Dark Mago out of here. If he has roll up a second earlier, he might survive. Too much burn damage off that vessel.
Ooh, with that shot, now just saw it, that the Ember Spirit blocked the shot that was aimed at Nightfall from El Micho.
Straight back at it. Now you don't have Doom.
I mean, surely they know about the ward this time. They will kill it.
We'll eventually get this tier 1. The Jakiro can just keep chipping it. Not an easy tower to defend if you don't have the Doom available who can just sit on that front line and initiate for you. So likely just give it up here. And
El Micho goes for the deny, does take that away from Aurora.
Nice deny.
Still maintaining a very even game, 29 kills in 17 minutes. Have been very chaotic back and forth. Way different than our previous series between BB Team and Extreme.
I mean, look at the XP difference. 5.
5 experience difference.
Wow. 5 experience difference at 17.5 minutes. A 500 gold difference. This is as close of a game as you can possibly have.
But the panel laid it out. This is favorable for P-Time because they have clearly a better late game. Aurora have much more of the tempo lineup.
I don't agree with that, actually.
Okay, all right. Well, I guess I'll tell the 2-time TI winner.
No, because I think this Wind Ranger does have a lot of gameplay against Drow when both are fully kitted. Because you can buy Satanic and he doesn't. And I also think Largo negates a lot of the Doom scale and kind of forces you to go into that Axe build.
Yeah, I guess
so he delays your scale timing in a sense with Encore and all that nonsense.
Yeah, it should be good against Drow Ranger, right? It's just a bunch of armor stacks, bonus armor stacks.
I think Largo always kind of delays your scale timings, and I think that gives you a lot more room to play with. I've also seen Aurora execute these kind of lineups in the late game. They make them look a lot stronger than they appear on paper.
Okay.
Like Makoto's Ember is his signature, right? He's got to start dancing on you. We've seen what this hero can do with 6 slots. Nightfall, this is one of his signature heroes. He makes this hero work a lot better than other people. I'm not as convinced that P-Time are going to have an easy time in these late game fights.
Well, hopefully Makoto warms up because so far he's been dancing with 2 left feet. Nice roll-in from Dark Mago, kick back, get the pick off on Jakiro.
Nice find. That is one element of the scale, is if you get to the late game Earth Spirit, you always have that displacement. And that could be a big issue for Aurora. So Dark Mago really is a wild card here. Want the early Blade Mail too, trying to negate some of the focus fire options.
Yeah.
Don't mind.
Yeah, hey. My father a baller, my brother a baller, let's get things in order. For my son and my daughters, I gotta go harder, I gotta go harder. Okay. They lambs to a slaughter from quarter to quarter, get thrown out the water. Hey, come for the throne of your garner, yeah, cause that turned me into a monster. Let's go. I can't let it get to me. 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 They could all disagree. I'm making history. I can't let it get to me. 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 I can't let it get to me. They could all disagree. I'm making history. Let's go. Yeah. Hey, running that shit like DC. Inside cage, I'm beastly. Inside thoughts don't eat me. Spank those cheeks, I'm cheeky. Okay. Yeah. Hey, palm or thigh, I'm kiki. Way too high, I'm geeky. I break necks like DDT. Don't DM me, I'm DDP. Yeah. Diamond cutter, all these diamonds flawless butter. Right. With me, I change your life. You f that up, you'll find no other. This shit takes some time, my brother. Play your part and know your role. Learn the game and steal the show. Break the rules, we going rogue. My father a baller, my brother a baller, let's get things in order. For my son and my daughters, I gotta go harder, I gotta go harder. They lambs to a slaughter from quarter to quarter, get thrown out the water. Ayy, come for the throne of your garner, yeah, cause that turned me into a monster. I can't let it get to me. 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 They could all disagree, I'm making history. I can't let it get to me. 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 I can't let it get to me. They could all disagree. I'm making history. I'ma stack my chips and count my money. Hearts get flushed. Ain't shit funny. Training all day, all year, till my knuckles get bloody. Lil' buddy, got a fade, you need a rummy. I'ma stack my chips and count my money. Hearts get flushed. Ain't shit funny. Training all day, all year, till my knuckles get bloody. Lil' buddy, got a fade, you need a rummy. Run me my fade, run me my fade, run me my fade. Okay, yeah. Run me my fade, run me my fade, run me my fade. Okay, yeah. Run me my fade, run me my fade, run me my fade. Okay, yeah. Run me my fade, run me my fade, run me my fade.
Bring it to me, send it to me, ain't no problem, y'all know. I ain't ducking, I ain't dodging, I ain't missing, I ain't had a thing given. Take it all, I ain't leaving, standing with it, standing on it, all toes, y'all want it, all smoke, y'all want it, all smoke, y'all want it, all smoke, y'all want it, all, y'all want it, all. Y'all want it all. Never smoke what your lungs say. Drop bombs from Baghdad to Bombay. They flat earth and some believe, but some can't. Forever push it, that's the dream. Hook a trailer to me, pull it off and make a movie. That's the best you heard but never seen. Kill them all, forever dream. It got a ring to it, but the kiss of death don't get a ring until I seen to it. Peace of mind to get your piece of yours, but I want everything and we can go to war to see that mind make do and never lean. I take a plate to feed for us. Ain't too much that we can trust. Close my eyes, I see the lust. Keep them close to see what's up. Won't be long till it unfolds. It's gonna reveal, that's how it goes. And once it shows, I want it. Yeah, I want it. Swear I want it. All smoke. Bring it to me, send it to me. Ain't no problem, y'all know. I ain't ducking, I ain't dodging, I ain't missing. I ain't had a thing given. Take it all, I ain't leaving. Standing with it, standing on it. All toes, y'all want it. All smoke, y'all want it. All smoke, y'all want it, all smoke, y'all want it, all, y'all want it, all, y'all want it, all smoke. I'm at it daily, the push is crazy, the value I get from working is working. No one can save me, ain't no awards for the maybes, no rewards for this either sometimes, but when I record, it's sharp as sword, so I'm still on the climb. The ice is yours, the peak is mine, put feet to them boys. One time I thought I would eat with them boys, but they recent been born. I get my last dollar and cent to be seeing them soaring. Could be as fly as the sky and still not seeing the stars, but I know you see me. The way the king cares, who said it's easy? I think they'd rather be ring bearers. Light as the flowers stuck by their feet, they couldn't even care. Keep quiet, let pastor speak, death and you be married. Give me all smoke.
places. Angels with some dirty faces. Lonely dating, lying ancient on my J's lip. Taste be tainted, poison water in the basin. If you relate, then please don't wait before you're locked and caged in. I need some space like 100 acres on my gravesite. Lost the daylight, surf the heavens, rip the wave rap. Peep the uprise, I'm holding hearts with my words of cut ties. Extinguish Lama's trying to drive my damn mind. Stand by just watching the world unfold in campfires. In calmest forest, throwing deadly hand signs. Just like the lamp glow, illuminate darkest corner shadows. Count my blessings, gonna be stepping clouds that travel back home. Goes around, gonna come back around.
Would you learn to read the seasons like a farmer? Caught me dreaming in my tribe is my charger. Nip that in the bud, yo, it's done like a starter. Yeah, bring the mains out, oh, I like Carter. Road one in the car park, but we parked up. Leaving traces of myself like permanent marker. Have a little vibe with the strangers that we meet, but I never been a lady like Gaga. Some of them don't start up, some of them are faster. They're not really in the moment, they just want the last laugh. Farmer is a hard task, dragging all the past up. Trying to live it, yeah, with my homies, make it faster. I just want the moments, live it like it's golden. Bars are like aerobics, reality will mold it. Rich without a Rolex, the love I feel is so dense. Circle illuminated music is my protest. Yeah, I don't wanna carry no more signs, yeah. I don't wanna hear no more lines, yeah. I just wanna take my karma, dip it in the ice, freeze it forever, focus on the good vibes. Goes around, gonna come back around. Certain days so past like boats on the harbour. Nothing really happens but you're charged up, yeah. Locked in every day. I get sick of all the drama, thinking of my karma. Certain days so past like boats on the harbour. Nothing really happens but you're charged up, yeah. Cause we're locked in every day.
Te hace la que no, pero yo sé que sabe. Dice que no fuma, pero conmigo se pasa cazuleando en la napa. Con los cristales tintos, ella le gusta pa' dentro, no sepa. Ella está cotiza y a mí que me gusta la cara y a mujer la tapa. Tú y yo no comemos, pero ando en pichadera siempre pa' volverlo a hacer. Tú te vas a pirar como la de Picusi, que tú quieres movecito en la pussy. Oh yeah, mami, tú eres exclusive, que tú quieres espumita en el jacuzzi. Una pelea en la
Okay. Mental. Okay. Alright. I'm warm, but I can be distant. Immigrant child, just doing it different. Not like them, I bring the wisdom. Yeah, no manager, no assistant. I'm still your favorite MC's favorite rapper. That's why I deal with chatter. MC barring, lyrical matter. Grew up in London, sausage and batter. Looking all baff like yo. He's got the street money, he's got the dough. How you gonna MC? Got no flow though. How you gonna compete here with your bro? Somehow your writing comes from a ghost. Don't really know about them ones, no. I keep it moving, eyes on the ghost. Always I do me, they're doing the most. Life is mad, life is rough. Yeah, another I'm getting on with stuff. Project planning, never be enough. When you're coming from another planet, it can be tough. But we move, transform the music, making a movie, tap into the jungle. Half of the CEOs couldn't even handle. Heart on my sleeve like a bangle. People the pain and family shambles. When I come for the beat, I ambush. When I come for the bars, I ambush. And I told you about them angles. Making them drip like wax in a candle. Making them rip like bottom of the sandal, yes. I'm a cut from a different cloth, oh yes. Oh yes, oh yes.
From the mud that we came, but we shining. I'm saying, oh yeah.
Yeah, we came from the mud, oh yeah. Never done with the talk, oh yeah. And we came from the mud, oh yeah. Never done with the talk, oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
I'ma make that flip, don't care. I'ma make that flip, don't care. I'ma make that flip, don't care.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
I'ma came from the mud, oh yeah. Never done with the talk, oh yeah, oh yeah.
Who you wanna be, tryna be like me? I ain't been broke since 2018. Just woke up, still living my dream. Got big plan, I keep big schemes. I ain't too worried about no new car, no chain, no clothes. I'm too focused on all my goals. Out my way, somewhere to go. I've been in my feelings, my center piece, it was under attack. I quit all the drinking, I quit all the smoking, I'm bringing it back. You thinking it's cap, but really it's facts. They thought I would lose it, they thought I would lost, but I found me a map. Get them a map or something. These boys tryna rap or something. These boys tryna act or something. Only thing I hear is capping from. They ain't really been asking nothing. So nobody get a pass or nothing. Nobody get a pass from me. Oh, you think that with the same
พี่กี้มาแล้วก็ดูเดี๋ยวผมแป๊บหนึ่งขอแก้งานก่อนแป๊บหนึ่งอ่ะเอาสัก2 นาทีพอดีดีพอยโค้ดขึ้นกินฮับก่อนแป๊บหนึ่ง
From the mud that we came, but we shining. I'm saying, oh yeah. Looking up to the stars till they blinded. I'm saying, oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Truth is, they can't come around there, yeah. Truth is, they can't come around there, yeah. Truth is, they can't come around there, yeah. Truth is, they can't come around there.
I wouldn't believe if she opened up my heart to me. I still need to grow. Ain't no time for speaking. I'm on the upper side of what I needed before. Disregard the past, now I'm ready to let go. I never knew I needed more. Don't wanna keep it on the low. Now it's time for me to value the things I never saw. Even though the lights are bright, I'm on my knees. Rescue me. Speaker, so I try, but I can't even.
ดาวมาแล้ววะแม่งเอ้ยทำงานอยู่ไม่เป็นไรเดี๋ยวค่อยทำ
Not gonna be able to play certain heroes. That's why they're tier 2 tier.
Yep.
I mean, you can bash them, say, why are you drafting like a pup? You know?
He's like, oh, I can't believe
มาแล้วครับพี่ใหญ่ใจเต็ม
They might be just limited to that hero pool, you know.
พูด
They
วิ่ง
can't
มา
really move away. Maybe some adjustments can be made somewhere. The coach has to figure things out. But at the end of the day, it's how they play, the attitude that matters the most. What are they taking away from this? What are they learning? How can they change things or make adjustments to become a team of a better caliber?
The scary part about all of this is that Dota 2
LVUp
is
เปิด
very
ลา
much
โก้
a
ใส่หน้าพี่ใหญ่ครับ
game. That's why a lot of the times, especially for these tier 2 teams, you see maybe a veteran who no longer plays but used to achieve a decent level of success come back in as a coach. Compare that to Cyberclasher on the side of LVUp. Cyberclasher. I think
แล้วข้ามก็กดมาเป็นฝั่งฮุดวิงครับ
he's not really someone who has achieved heights further than his players, right? He's also been at the same level, kind of floating around these Eastern European stacks mostly as a coach. So you don't really have anyone to rely upon, not a veteran in the team, not someone who's had an experience like this. Everyone is fresh-faced, and when it's the support staff, the coach that has to try and right the ship and lead the team to the proper direction, if you don't know what that looks like yourself, it can be really hard. But they're going to start things out with a frog to deal with a squirrel.
How does that work? A frog dealing with a squirrel?
Don't you know that certain large bullfrogs eat squirrels alive?
I like a large bullfrog, you know.
Oh, you're the
very high protein content, low in fat.
Winter, you can't stop this man about talking about food. He's always gonna put himself in the food chain somewhere.
I want to be on the top of the food chain.
The frog eats the squirrel and you eat the frog. That's how it works.
Yes.
Hopefully it doesn't go higher than that for your safety. We'll just leave it at that.
Yep, I'm not going to be going to North Pole anytime soon, you know, to play with polar bears. You know, I believe polar bears are on top of the food chain.
Yeah, no, don't mess with them. It's a good thing they get tucked away there in
ไป
the
เอา
polar
ของ
ice
ขวัญ
caps
ไป
because they are
30
unleashed in the streets of
เดี๋ยวจะเก็บไว้
Paris.
แจกรอบชิงนะอีกเท่าไหร่วะ
Horrific.
10
Now, I will say this Largo does surprise me because it's not like what we've seen from them before, although I know Baby 3packs does love playing it. And speaking of Baby 3packs, the level up offlaner, he is someone who has not impressed me so far. I don't think I've seen him have a good game at all.
Thank you for subscription 1 month.
And you could argue to say maybe if you lost all 6 of your games, of course, how are you supposed to have a good game? But
หมุดวิ่ง
there were some moments specifically from, let's say, Queasy or even Inkrat in the mid lane where
มีแบนออกไปเป็นไอ้นี่ครับ
there are glimmers,
โลนดูอิด
right? You could see that at certain times they know what they need to do and they execute it nicely. Baby 3packs, so I don't know. Just never has really won his lane. Can't really find a way to recover in bad situations. And when you're on an offlaner and you don't know how to recover, you...
Midas.
Yeah.
Midas Doom.
Midas Doom. And then there was still that one instance where he was a centaur. He was jungling. He's getting solo killed by a Chikiro in his own jungle. It's like... what's going on, bro? But this Largo, maybe it's a comfort pick for him. Maybe it's one that he can prove us wrong on. I certainly hope so. Some specific bans coming out from the Nigma Galaxy side. Lion, Snapfire, Darkseer.
I mean with the Lion ban, it kind of triggered the Puck ban because Puck is one of the heroes that you can just pick right now.
Yeah.
And
ลิงมาสเตอร์ขโมยลิงมาสเตอร์ของพี่พี่เชยใหญ่ไป
No silence, no hexes.
It is cool.
You can't catch the hero. And this tells me that they don't pick the Puck because they open and drop with a 9 Largo. And Largo and Puck is probably one of the best like duos in the game.
Maybe they're just not confident to play the Puck blind. Because right now all you see is a hoodwink, right? And then it could be a
It
Puck.
doesn't matter.
It doesn't?
No.
So you think they should have 9 Puck?
Why not? You already banned this Lion ban.
Holy.
And then you ban another hero that counters the Puck, and then you
I mean,
pick
the Lion only got banned
You could
because
just, bro, they could have just banned, like theoretically, they could just ban the Night Stalker. So the enemy banned, Enigma ban Snap and Lion. You ban Night Stalker, and then you pick Puck. Then what? They have only what? Void Spirit.
Yeah, fair. I can see what
are you worried about the Huskar? Those are the things that you have to think about and consider. Is Lorenov a player that will pick Huskar right away, or is he a last pick Huskar only player? You know, and I feel like it's something that you could take a chance with because Huskar is not really that strong of a hero if you are not a master on the hero. And I would say that even if you're a master on the hero is just not as good.
It's limited right now.
It's not as good as before. Like the only teams picking it right now quite frequently is usually Falcons and maybe Mouse. I think those are the 2 teams that really like the hero.
Yeah. For Mouse, of course, there's a special side little asterisk of the fact that it is a flex pick, right? Crystallis can also play it. So let's leave that out of the discussion. Dazzle selected by the side of Nigma Galaxy into Necro. So similar concept to the Oracle Necro that we saw yesterday. And this is something that Nigma Galaxy have not been shy about picking. As soon as they see a lane that the Necro can take advantage of, they'll snap it up. Whether it's for Lorenov, maybe Sumail can make it work as well. It's still a flex pick at the end of the day, and it's going to work very nicely with the support duo.
It's also a Davai hero. So right now...
True.
You're kind of thinking, can you actually fit the Doom
Datsun.
in the
ทำไมไม่แบน Datsun?
something like an AA. They go for the Willow. There will be a Doom, I suspect. Dark Willow against
Datsun ทำไมไม่แบน
Dazzle in
Datsun?
the lane, so this is like a direct counter matchup. Dazzle, pause 5, you want to throw the poison.
Yeah.
So Dark Willow, you dodge. You go into the Nether Realm and you hide.
Can't you just then turn your attention towards perhaps the
Link
offlaner?
Master
Like
มาเป็น
if he
5
doesn't touch the
He's
offlane.
gonna lick himself. It's a Largo.
Oh right, it's a Largo. For some reason, I still for I thought maybe the
ซูเมลเล่นเนโครเลยเอามาหักดิบใส่ทางด้านฝั่งอันนี้ลาโกแล้วก็รอนอก็เล่นในด้านเนโครโฟสได้ครับ
So what are we thinking? Is the Necro still a solid choice into Largo Dark Willow with not much help from the Dazzle? Do you want to now put it in somewhere
They need
else?
a Vessel anti-heal hero, like Doom or some anti-heal.
You mean from Nigma Galaxy side?
No, from LVUp. LVUp needs to pick something to counteract the heal. That's Necro and Dazzle.
Can't the Largo build a Vessel? I've seen quite a lot of Largos go for the early earn.
No, but they go for the Doom. Doom is like the best counter. So whether they are able to make it work in a lane, but right now the laning phase might be a little bit complicated. How are you going to assign the heroes? Are you able to play the Largo mid, or do you need to play the Largo off lane and the Doom on the safe lane? So those are the questions that they need to. I'm sure they already have some sort of a semblance of an answer on how to put their heroes on the lanes. And right now, Kuroki is going to have to find a way to. I'm sure he already expected the Doom that could possibly come out. He's kind of like tempting them to pick it because you already have a Largo. Largo plus Doom together kind of maybe upsets your system in the team because you might have the same person playing the same two heroes. So maybe he thinks that if they pick Doom, they'll have two players playing, two heroes being played by the same person. So they're not really.
It's compromising the draft.
Yeah, they're not really gonna be able to adjust accordingly. You know?
Sure.
Viper mid, Neko carry.
The Green Nation continues.
Ugh. Nasty. Well, the previous time we saw a Viper, it didn't really hit so hard, right? And you were saying, with the way that the game has changed, it's a lot about the late game scaling, which Viper can also get to that point.
Viper can scale, but it's about sacrificing your draft integrity. You have two cores right now that don't have stunts, so you have only Hoodwink.
Hey, I'll tell you, yesterday Nigma Galaxy were able to beat Liquid and they only had one stun, Shackle Shot.
It's a classic Kuroki draft.
They don't need stuns, brother. They're top of the groups. Who are you to say they need stuns? They need whatever the hell they want. They can do whatever they want.
Am I free to make my own opinion, Mike? Or I have to follow the opinion of if a team is doing well and then I'm not allowed my opinion?
Well,
so
you can say
if
your
a team
opinion,
is
but
doing
you're
well,
probably going to be wrong.
if they are the only team that's doing well with one catch or no catch at all, does that
mean
it's bad strategy? Tell me, Mike.
Title donate มา 30 บาท
Speak your truth, Queen. Don't let me bring you down. What's your
ดู
thoughts
แล
about this draft?
พี่ชายใหญ่
ผมครับพี่
เป็นกำลังใจ
One
ให้
dimensional.
ขอบคุณครับคุณใจ
They
โทษ
need like a last pick that would provide them with some stunts to round up the draft. But Davai is
ดู
not
แครี่เกมนี้
exactly that.
ขอด้านฝั่งทีมเลยว่า
Yeah, so it might have to come from
ทำไมดับอยู่ดีจะเป็นแต่ตัวฟาร์มหรือตัวจมจะแพ้นะบอกก่อน
For Lornoff?
I mean, Viper is two. They have two people playing the Viper, mid and off lane. So I'm not sure what they want here. Maybe they want the Viper against the Doom matchup. That kind of would be great. And they're gonna last pick some Ember or something. You know, they need some sort of catch, small to catch, to enable the team, especially the supports. You have Dazzle and Hoodwink support duo. You need somebody to set up. They need a setup hero like Ember. A Void Spirit.
มาเป็น Tiny carry ครับ
So this is the setup here. This is
เอา
probably
วะ
a carry. So it's gonna be Sumail on Tiny. He's the setup. So he's gonna be the +1 with the Hoodwink. The Viper, I
ตัวอะไรอ
think
อฟเล
is
นวะ
going to be a
ทางด้านฝั่งในโคออฟเลนฮีโร่พี่กี้เอาเยอะกว่าเดิมอีก
I don't feel like it changes anything. Necro and Necro
แต่เวลาไวเล่นออฟเลนเป็นอันนี้ได้นะครับ
It's just about like what
Viper
happens.
shits on Necro is gonna shit on Viper. You know, it's not gonna change.
So what are you hoping for?
แต่เขารอ
What do you want to get from
เขาน่าจะรอดูมิดเลนแหละว่าจะเป็นตัวอะไร แล้วก็หลบตัวนั้นไปชนอะไรเงี้ย
Maybe sniper good against these heroes, or do they need something else?
It's kind of hard for them to
ก็
close
ส
the
ไนเปอร์
distance
กูด
on
นะ
Lina.
สำหรับไวเลเวลอัพ
I don't know if Lina's good into the Viper.
Yeah, it could be tricky.
I mean, Lina sounds
Lina
nice.
and Largo would be nice.
Yeah, because you have the magic burst.
ลีน่าก็ดีมีเนเจอร์เพจตัวหนึ่งก็โดนแบนไปแล้วที่จะชนกับทางด้านฝั่งไวเปอร์มิดได้เหลือแค่สไนเปอร์แหละที่จะชนได้หน่อย
+1 combinations. Lina plus the Dark Willow or plus the Ring. You run around, you see a hero, you're gonna kill. Like anybody's gonna die.
ๆแต่เกมนี้จากดาร์ฟนี่คือนิ่งมากชนะไปแล้ว 70% ครับ
Off lane and then last pick is the mid.
Yeah,
คือถ้าจะไวเปอร์ออฟเลนแล้วก็
usually they would last pick the mid.
ฝั่งไอ้เนโคมิดก็ได้วะผมให้นิกมาชนะไปแล้ว 70% ดาบดีครับนิกมาเกมนี้เลนเฟดก็ดีอะไรก็ดีครับแล้วก็รอแพ็กกลางเกมเอาอาจจะไม่ได้แบบสปีดเกมเยอะอะไรมากมายแต่หลังๆมานี่ทางด้านฝั่งไอ้นิกมาเล่นสปีดเกมเนี่ยอุ้ยเอาเลอแชกมามิดเนี่ยมาเจอกับทางด้านฝั่งไอ้ตัวนี้เปล่าไวเปอร์มิดครับผมเพราะว่าทางด้านของฝั่งไอ้เนโคเป็นดาวไวเล่นครับ
You like to bully me around?
No.
นี่โคเจอกับไอ้นี่ได้ครับ ตัวของฝั่งดูมแล้วก็ลิงมาสเตอร์ได้ครับ
Only in Paris.
Only in Paris. you hate me every other place on the planet. Okay, but jokes aside, I mean, this overall last pick, Lesh is certainly going to do a number onto the Necro, but as you say, they can just switch things up, right? They don't need.
I think they just forgot the Viper and Necro are interchangeable.
แต่เลนของด้านนิกมาโหดมากครับถ้าตีเลนแต่ก็อาจจะเกมไวเลยครับ
Pick the Lash then.
30 นาทีอะไรเงี้ยนิกมาเกมนี้ผมให้ประมาณ 70-75% ชนะ
Yeah, maybe possibly go to
ไวเปอร์กดเลยแช็กได้อยู่แล้วนะครับสบายส่วนด้านไทนี่ก็ไม่ได้แย่จริงๆไทนี่เป็นตัวที่แย่ในเลนนะเพราะว่าต้องรอเลเวลช่วงเวล4เวล5แต่นี่คือน่าจะเล่นได้ตั้งแต่ต้นเลยครับเพราะว่ามากับนั่นดัซเซิลนี่คือเจอกับฝั่งลาโก้แล้วก็ดาร์กวิโลครับดัซเซิล
Yeah, and you can kill Necro through the Ghost Rock.
ดัซเซิลมันโดนดาร์กวิโลเคาน์เตอร์หรอเพราะว่าฝั่งพอยซันทัชมันเป็นดาเมจกายภาพดาวิโลมันสวนด้วยทางด้านฝั่งชาโดเรียมได้ชาโดเรียมมันเป็นเฟดเข้าไปแล้วก็หายไปทาร์เก็ตไม่ได้
They've come in, they've qualified for these big events, and they are throwing us for a loop in this group stage. They are doing fantastically against most people's expectations. Because honestly, you look at the rest of their group.
แต่พีซีเข้าก็แค่ตีย้ำรีเซ็ตพิษไม่ได้มั้งเพราะว่าดาเมจยังเข้าอยู่ครับใส่ดาวิโลเพราะมันแค่ไอ้ทาร์เก็ตไม่ได้เฉยครับมันไม่ได้กันแบบกันเวทไอ้การฟิสิคอลเลยครับ
พวกพี่ใหญ่เอาอะไรไปแพ้ครับ
ขอบคุณต้นไม้ครับผมซัพพอร์ตมาคุณต้นไม้ของครับดาวิครับผมนิ่งมาแพ้โกนหัวเลยโอ้โหเป็นเรื่องแล้วสปอร์ตกันเข้ามาได้ครับตอนนี้มีอยู่1เมมเบอร์เท่านั้นครับแล้วก็จะครึ่งเดือนแล้วครับผมฝากเติมโดนเข้ามาสักครึ่งหลอดได้นะครับผมร่วมด้วยช่วยกันครับผมบริจาคก็ได้ครับของครับตอนนี้มีแค่1เมมเบอร์ครับพากมาแล้ว1คู่เต็มๆมา XT กับ BB เปิดมาก็ยกพวกตีกันครับทางด้านฝั่งครีซี่ครับผมยังไงต่อครับโวอีครับผมจัดการแล้วดาวไวไปได้ซูเมลซัดก็คิวซี่ไปแล้วตอนนี้ครับทางด้านฝั่งดังเนี่ยตายบอกโดนเจียนกับพิวอัดเข้าไปแล้วพิษยัดลงต่อเลย BPX
Waiting for an opportune time to lick
BP
himself. I don't think he's going to get
BBP ถอยได้BBP น่าจะไม่รอดครับให้ทางด้านฝั่งซูเมลได้ปิดงานไหมบูชแวกคอมาแล้วก็ยิงกดย้ำต่อโอมาครับบอกว่าขอแล้วกันนะเดี๋ยวมันจะนานเกินไป knock them down เรียบร้อยครับสกอร์เป็น 3-1 ครับนิกมาเปิดมาดีครับส่วนด้านฝั่งทีมเลเวลอัพได้1คิวครับแก้งานแบบรวดเร็วทันใจผม
He was going on the hood wing, trying to get him on the secondary bramble there.
มิดเลนดักเนี่ยเลอแช็ก
Wasted a lot of time.
เจอกับไวเปอร์รอนอฟครับ
Wasted a lot of time because they weren't really on the same target there, and costing them dearly.
สปอร์ตได้นะพี่ชายวันนี้มี1เมมเบอร์เองนะครับแรงใจใกล้จะหมดแล้วแรงกายยังไหวแรงใจไม่มีทำกันต่อไปครับก็ดู
Yeah, but you also have to take the fight wisely. You need to use your spells on the right target, so you kill them.
มาครับผมใช้ไลนิ่งครับไล่ต่อรอนอฟก็ขึงหน้าเน็ตไปเลยฮะเดี๋ยวถือว่าเลือกอัพสกิลมาได้ดีไลนิ่งเอาคีย์ไว้ก่อนครับเอาคีย์แล้วก็ตอดเลือดฝั่งตรงข้ามไปด้วย
But yeah, you don't really expect that sort of dissonance at the top level here, but there's a reason why we've been saying time and time again, level up not quite at that top level as compared to the other teams
ใส่หนักครับแต่ได้คีย์ตัวเดียวทางด้านฝั่งรอนอฟ
now's their chance to prove us wrong
กดได้ก็จริงครับแต่คีย์ยังไม่ได้
And against Nigma Galaxy, what a statement that would be, especially since Nigma Galaxy, they've been not having trouble with the rest of the stronger proponents of the competition.
ทีมบีครับผมควิซซี่BBP
I don't know about you, Winter. For me,
BBP
it's nice to see Nigma finally back on land. They've got a ton of fans.
Crazy.
People love them. Even though the members of the
เฮ้ย
team
ขอบคุณครับคุณเต้มันเดย์ครับ
still around, GH still around.
สำหรับซับก็มาครับผม
Making the last hurrah.
ส่งแพ็กเกจมาครับเป็นท่านที่2ครับของคาเฟ่คุณเต้มันเดย์ของครับ
Nigma Galaxy bat chests out everyone.
He did the plant a tree that he wasn't paying attention that the Viper actually got a double mangoes delivered because he saw the Viper being
ไปเปล่าแล้วก็โซโลคิวไปแล้วโอมาเตะทางด้านฝั่งไอ้ไวเปอร์กับรอนอฟสกอร์เป็น 4-1 ครับหวานเจี๊ยบพี่ใหญ่
I'm just dead.
Yeah, he didn't see that serving of mangoes, the 2 serving of mangoes that Viper got. Delivered from Thailand. The best mangoes around.
Yeah.
Go red lady.
Here at EWC.
เฮ้ย Thailand the best mango
I'm gonna be so real with you.
Solo kill
I've only
ครับหล่อ
heard good things about the player catering that they have. All of
Thailand
them
the
are so
best mango
pleased with all the food that they're getting.
อยากกินแมงโก้ไทยแลนด์ได้ไหมบอก
You have a choice of fish, beef, chicken,
a bajillion pieces of protein.
Ramen. I know you enjoy the ramen counter area.
There is.
สันมาบอกคริสซี่ครับถอยมาครับ
They brought ramen to Paris for these players.
ชาดูเรียมครับแปะลงที่เจก็กดหน้าเน็ตครับ
Inclination.
BBP ก็ได้คีบเยอะอยู่นะ BBP
This left is just getting
คีบน้อยก็รอนะกดดันต่อใส่ดังเนี่ยกดเดบลิกมาต้องถอยครับโดนจังหวะเทิร์นแล้วลูดครับทางด้านฝั่งดักเนี่ยต่อได้นิดแล้วถอยดีกว่าครับ
It's a hard matchup. I felt like the first time the Viper dove him, like I've seen this from Lash against Viper matchups a lot. You have to plunge
เลยแชกก็ถอยไปเติมขวดแล้วครับดักเนี่ย
Yeah, so he can't actually throw all the attacks on you, or he has to run into tower range to do it.
Yeah, and then that's where maybe you peek out from behind the tree, catch him with a stun, and then kill him. That's
stun? No, bro, you won't have a stun. It's Edict and your Lightning Storm.
Okay, well, you think he's not even gonna get a single value point at fall?
Not now.
Okay, relax. Sorry. I didn't know you were.
เอาสวอตบูสต์ไว้ครับ
Skill build purist.
ไม่รอดมันเฮดเทรด
Kills happening already.
โดนทางด้านฝั่งโอมาโซโลคิวครับดาไว้ก็จัดการโวอีครับ
Does he have a stun?
Yeah, okay, I get it. Is this any way to treat your best friend?
โดนอีกแล้วโวอี
I've already been nice
โว
for
เอ
you in one series.
Oh.
That's a limit.
Oh, okay, gotcha. I'm glad you clarified that on air to everyone in public.
มันจะอีซี่เลยขนาดนั้นคนดู
Anyway, it's already a
6-1ครับเงินเอา2K ครับนวดๆไปดาไว้ครึ่งหลอดครับ
He's gonna start taking some hurt now that Wo's gotten the chain lightning creep. That is very annoying. Of course, I don't know whether Wo actually has the mana regen to keep this sustain going.
เทมบีซัดดาไว้ครับตายในอีก2ทีบัตรแกเน็ตแล้วก็เรียบร้อยเจอโวอีก็จัดการครับเจอสายฟ้าไลนิ่งช็อตไปครับเชนไลนิ่งที่ก๊อปปี้มาจากนั้นโดนของฝั่งฮาปี้สตอร์มคราฟเตอร์
Just very fired and his heal came off cooldown.
Yeah.
Maybe he wanted to die.
Yeah.
Because he was like so low on resources, maybe it would have been just better for him to go back to base.
Sure, yeah. I mean, he misses like what, 2 or 3 creeps. That's
จะเอาวอลานเปิดมาใส่หนักเข้าที่นั่นฝั่งคริสซี่คริสซี่นี่เกือบตายบอกในการบวกด้านล่างกันนิดนึงครับฝากออนช่องซูปไลน์หน่อยครับคนดูครับขอ100ท่านบวกๆครับเพื่อผมที่จะได้ต่อสัญญาในไตรมาสที่3ออนกันได้นะครับพี่สมัคร ID ออนกันได้ครับหรือว่าไม่ต้องสมัครก็ได้แล้วแต่ได้หมดเลยครับเปิดให้1 ต่างครับอย่าไปพับจอหรือว่าไปปนกับแท็บอื่นนะครับเปิดทิ้งไว้จะย่อจะขยายอะไรก็ได้หมดครับเสียงก็อย่าไปปิดนะครับเหลือรีไว้ 1% หรือว่าคลิกขวาที่ทางด้านบนครับมิวแท็บกันได้ครับถ้าแสบตาก็เปิดดาร์กโหมดได้ครับที่มุมขวามือบนแล้วก็ด้านล่างครับ
Yeah, all the calls on Nigma Galaxy doing a great job keeping their CS up. Meanwhile, the Lash suffering, Doom suffering.
เทมเดอะบีสครับถ้าได้2 แต้มจากนี้ก็ไปลุ้นต่อครับวันสุดท้ายวันพรุ่งนี้เจอกับทีมเพย์ไทม์งานแก้ผมถ้าเจอกับเพย์ไทม์ชนะ 2-0 ได้ก็มีโอกาสลุ้นครับเข้าเพย์ออฟเลยครับไม่ต้องทำการไทยเบรกนะแต่ไทยเบรกกรณีที่ออโรราครับแต้มเท่าเราพอออโรราก็ต้องไปเจองานใหญ่เหมือนกันวันนี้
Yeah, that was worse. That was Snap against Ember.
ออโรราไม่ได้เจอลิควิด
Lash against Viper. You're supposed to lose.
ออโรราวันนี้เจอเพย์ไทม์นะครับแต่ออโรราชนะเพย์ไทม์ไปแล้วเกมแรกนะส่วนลิควิดชนะลีก้าเกมแรกออโรรากับทางด้านฝั่งลิควิดเนี่ยเจอกันวันสุดท้ายวันพรุ่งนี้
Doesn't have a point now. Nowadays it's very rare to see this.
It doesn't matter.
Just 1 point because of the value it gives. You have 3 daggers.
เราต้องเรียนแจ้งไว้ว่าถ้าเนเมซิสแพ้วันนี้อีกเนี่ยผมว่าแต้มน่าจะตามลำบากแล้วเผลอๆตกรอบด้วย
Going to walk this one off.
ถ้าแพ้วันนี้อีกนะ
Some ringmasters switch up their builds to max the tame the beast instead.
Yeah, usually you max the tame the beast and you have 1 point in the box and 1 in the dagger.
Yeah, the value points, right?
Yeah.
ขึ้นมาสเมลไล่ต่อยขาป้อมแล้วเอาร้านเปิดมาฮิวอัดไปต่อฟ็อกสตอมสวนไปเจอบูชแวกครับช่วยกันต่อยครับเรียบร้อยจะได้ออกมาจากการ BBP ไปได้
Even though his CS is good,
BBP
Sumil is kind of having a free one here.
อันนั้นดาไว้ดันขวา
I mean, the frog is going to come back with
จะไว
resources, so maybe possible for maybe 3 packs to
ฝั่งตัวของโวเอก็ถอยครับ
that is important.
โวเอดูมแครี่ครับโวเอคีฟสกอร์นั้นฝั่งนิกมาหวานๆครับไทนี่เนี่ยโคโฟสแล้วก็ไวเปอร์
No more creep wave to work
ขอบคุณนัทพลด้วยนะครับกีมาอีก1เมมเบอร์ผมตอนนี้เป็น3เมมแล้วครับผมยังไงซัพพอร์ตกันได้นะพี่ๆครับผมครับผมว่าพี่ให้มันครบ50เมมนะครับในวันนี้ซูเมลเกมนั้นเฮดเทรดลงได้ครับแล้วก็เอาลูนนาทีที่7ไปต่อครับบุกหนักเลยครับจังหวะนี้ทางด้านตัวของฝั่งนิกมากาแล็กซี่ครับ
And that's a huge EXP loss for the level up supports.
Yeah, very nice move from Laurenov on the Viper. You don't often see Vipers moving around because the hero has a very slow base move speed.
Yeah.
Like you don't want to be tracking around with just brown boots, but he absolutely understands that that's an important moment in the game. That if he sacrifices one wave of his time, he's going to help his team get ahead by a huge margin. That was absolutely worth it for him to make that long trek over.
It's one of those situations where you pay the cost immediately, but the returns are exponential.
ขัดมาบอกจะฟัง BPX
are going to be that much stronger. They're going to play the map with you. They have their ultimates.
Oh, giving me some investing lessons right now.
Don't worry about it. You wouldn't get it.
I would. What the hell?
It's more for the audience than you. Not gonna lie. You don't listen to me anyway. It's all good.
All right, if you say so, Mike. The one series love has also ended for you.
Yeah. I'm matching your freak, Winter. You heard of that? You know what that is?
Nope.
Okay, that's fine.
I know you don't bother to explain to me.
No, I'm not getting...
It's like you're telling me some Zoomer reference and you expect me to know.
You know you're not that much older than me.
Well, that can...
คุยซี่
that's a matter of perspective.
คุยซี่เจอ GS กลางคืนครับมองไม่เห็นแก
That is a question mark right there.
Do you think that with the current
เอาล้านมาบอกตรงนี้
that level up
พยายามจะหนีครับผม
this early game slip far out of their control
Hot feet Hustle ครับ
there are ways for them to pull this one back because as
Hot feet Hustle หนีไม่ได้เจอ Viper Strike ครับมันหิวสู้มันเด้งสู้มันเด้งสู้หนักมันเด้งสู้หนักมันเด้งสู้หนักต้องเจอไม้คุยอย่างครับไม้ฟาดทำลายคุณส่วนทางหน้าตัวของฝั่งดาวไวก็โดนลุมมาจากดักเนี่ย
that is something on the ball.
ผ่านลงไปครับผม
has to move even though he's not really in a very good spot. Yes, XP, his dagger timing is not going to be so early this game, but they have to try to play through him. He's the only hero that can be moving around right now, trying to help with the supports or gank the side lanes. The Doom and the Largo, they are going to just sit and farm. Maybe the Doom you can help out.
Yeah.
When you have Doom, you can try to make some rotations, but Largo is mostly not going to be doing too much in this game.
There's still a replay of that attempt on Baby 3 packs. Nice little wraparound play. That's how they get him the first time. Omar from
โดนบุชแฟกซ้ำลงต่ออันนี้รีเพย์นะ
Baby 3 packs just didn't expect.
อันนี้ก็รีเพย์ต่อเป็นทางด้านฝั่งเนี้ยการคอนเทสต์ลูนเลเวลวิซซัมครับ
rips out Hatred's HP. They find Baby 3 packs as well. So making good on the rotation.
สมัยก่อนนี่เลเวลอัพนี่ก็สู้นิกมากกาแล็กซี่ได้แบบชิวๆเลยนะหมายถึงว่าสูสีนะและนี่คือทางด้านนิกมากลับมาก้าวกระโดดอีกครั้งครับยกระดับเขาเลยซูเมลก็จะเป็นทางด้านฝั่ง Echo Saber
Yeah, sometimes you just have to die, tank it. Because if they use Doom on him, they're not going to be able to contest the
แบบเบอร์เมสลงมาดูหมัดลงไปอินโฟโนเบทคอต่อครับยอดทางด้านของฝั่ง Shadow Realm ตายแล้วเหรอ
I like that TP cancel. I like that.
ตายอยู่ดีครับฮิวไม่ขึ้นครับ
There's nothing to be found there, right?
There's nothing to be done. They need to play.
ก็ถือไว้แรกๆที่เทรดดูมา
Testing the rune, trying to get something, and now they get the rune onto Viper. Like this is also something.
ลงหายด้วยนะกว่าตั้งแต่ดีเขาปลูกพลังดิวิชั่น2เหมือนออโรราไงแต่ตอนปลูกพลังมาปุ๊บขึ้นดิวิชั่น1เนี่ยดุยไปพักใหญ่
You don't do the 1-by-1 TP.
Yeah, don't react, right? Sometimes reacting is bad.
Or even if TP you don't die, but
Viper Strike ผมโดน View of Wonder ครับจังหวะนี้สวนมาแต่ก็ไม่เป็นไรครับโดนชาร์ปชูเตอร์ปักไว้นั่นโอมานี่เล่นคมจัดเลยนะโอมาเนี่ยพีคมากเลยโอมายิ่งเป็นกระลอกยิ่งพีคลิงมาสเตอร์โอมาก็พีค
If you don't have 2-1-2
ไม่มีใครแบบเล่นหลุดเลยครับเกมนี้
It's not a build that I would recommend if you're not snowballing. I think if you're snowballing,
คีบไปหมดแล้วดันกันต่อครับ
argument that okay fine, I want to just I can keep killing heroes. I'm ahead in the game. But in this sort of game where they're not exactly ahead.
No, far from it actually.
อัดจากด้านของฝั่งทาวเวอร์กลาง
I think he could have salvaged that situation.
ไม่มีสายนู้นไปเวเก่งซะเอ้ย
2-1-2 build.
Yeah.
มันเป็นเลบานอนคอนเนคชั่นนะ โอมา GS แล้วก็โนบอะเคมิตี้มันถึงเต็มไง
detailed
คุณไม่เคยเล่น FC เหรอ FIFA ไง
person dies
มันเป็น
somebody has to
chemistry
push the other
ขึ้นมานะ
and you
เคมีเข้ากัน
you don't have to use more time if you don't have that hero dead and it affects all the
Lebanon connection นะ
expectations of the creeps are going to be nearer to your tower because one hero died. It's just like
Run
a
up.
very, very bad situation when you lose just one hero. Even from one
ละ
hero,
ลาย
you can
creep แล้ว
make
run
the
up
next cascading move that kills off the other hero because somebody needs to replace that hero.
Yeah.
There's a wave coming in and then he has to show.
Then
and
the balance of the map starts to fall apart.
Yeah, someone else dies on the other side.
Yeah. Even this early on, the win probability already favoring
แต่ Nemesis เมื่อวานนี่เหมือนโกรธกันอะเกมสุดท้ายอะ
83%.
เหมือนโกรธกันแล้วก็ไปหมดเลยอะอาการออกอะ
I'm sure they're starting to
กล้องไม่จับเลยอยากรู้รีแอคชั่นการคุยกัน
feel the tension in the air as well.
นูไปอยู่ในใจเสมอ
Tension 10 minutes ago after the 3-1
นูกำลังกลับมาใน Avenger Doom Days
and then they're stuck in a Viper against Lash matchup.
That they
ให้กราฟคูไว้ก็ BP
I get it. It's according to matchup expectations, but it's still.
แต่นั้นฝั่งรอเนาะก็ไม่สนใจเข้าสามเหลี่ยมมันต่อ
And now your Lash, he can't quite get to the game state that you had in your mind. Obviously, it's bad for the lane, but then the assumption was he'd be able to get past it one way or another, even if it was a struggle, and play with his team, right? They have some good spells on level up that if they bring it together, they can actually kill heroes.
เกิดอะไรขึ้นเมื่อวาน
They
เรา
just
ก่อน
haven't found the opportunity.
ก็ดับดีครับผมเล่นดีครับช่วงต้นเกมกลางเกม แล้วก็ไปแก๊งพลาดทีนึงแล้วก็มั่วไปหมดเลยครับจังหวะตำแหน่งยืน
Isn't the top net worth by any
แล้ว
stretch
ก็
of the
เข้าไป
imagination,
โหม่งกันแบบ
but is
ไม่เอาอะไร
keeping
แล้ว
up. He's getting his way
เหมือนแบบ
towards
ไม่
the
คุยกัน
wings,
แล้ว
and that's when he'll really start to catapult forward.
ประหลาดอยู่ครับแต่ผมอาจจะคิดไปเองก็ได้นะผมไม่อยากจะไปคิดแทนนักแข่งหรอกเขาอาจจะเล่นพลาดจริงๆก็ได้
Now Sumail with a fresh blink, heading out on the map, looking for some action. Not often you see the mid laner, oh sorry, the carry.
ไม่รู้ทำไมรอนอฟอยู่ทีมไหนไม่ค่อยได้นานมันเป็นสแตนด์อินไงมันก็เลยอยู่ไม่ได้นาน
It's the trouble of the Avalanche. They
เขา
can't
ไม่ได้
get
เอา
the
อยู่
kill
เป็น
when
ถา
it
ว
is
รก็อยู่เป็นสแตนด์อินก็เลยอยู่ไม่ได้มาก็ถูกแล้วเอามาเป็นตัวสำรองแทน
Enigma.
And still tracking the Doom down here.
ตอนอยู่ออโรราก็ได้แข่งยันทีไอไง
Scan, so they
มันก็ถูกต้องอยู่แล้ว
knows what's up here.
แต่อันอื่นน่ะเป็นสแตนด์อินหมดก็อยู่ไม่ได้นานก็ถูกเพราะว่าเขามีตัวหลักอยู่แล้วไง
Especially on the carry. Understands that just by surviving, he's wasted Nigma Galaxy's time.
อันแต่เนี้ยนิกมาเขาจับเซนแล้วถาวร
Where he was blinking to, maybe just
จับเซนแทนนูไปเลย
This Invis is gonna help a lot. It's gonna
ดาร์กเนียครับ invisibility เก็บมาบุกสามเหลี่ยมหน่อยไหมบุกด้านบนครับโค้งไปหาซูเมลหรือเปล่าแต่ด้านนี้ลาโก้ฟรีฟ้าไปนะเอาละนะทอดมาอันตีสับมาลงทีครับแล้วก็เรียบร้อยครับ BPX BBP
That is not what you wanted. Level up, they were the ones looking for a play, but they find their frog dead instead.
นูไปไหนไม่รู้ครับผม
Yeah, that was a very
อาจ
nice
จะ
little kill there.
อยู่ในใจของพวกเราต่อไป
He saw the creeps being
โดนแล้วเดาไว้
targeted by the frog storm. He waits for the TP
ไปด้วยกันนะ
to come in and
ดาร์กเนียบอกขอไปด้วย
he's
แต่
scouting, he's
ไอ้
following.
ทวินเกตมันขยับนะ
He's a spy.
ไม่รู้ว่าเดาไว้เห็นหรือเปล่า
He's following Davai.
Don't give it away, Davai.
เดาไว้ครับสปีดเอิร์ธโดนมาเต็มใบดูมเลยฮะโวเอครับผม
That was gonna be bad.
โวเอเนี่ยดูมเลยไม่สนใจฮะเอาเงินไว้ก่อนครับเพราะว่าเกมมันขาดเงินของดูมเด้งขึ้นมาแล้วแซงด้านฝั่งเนโครโฟส
I wonder what is that. Were they? Do you think?
แต่หลังจากนี้พวกโยกย้ายตัวนี้น่าจะรอหลังจบทีไออย่างเดียวคนดูต้องรอซีซั่นทีไอจบก่อนแล้วขึ้นซีซั่นใหม่ครับก็จะมีการซัฟเฟอร์เฟสเกิดขึ้นนะโยกย้ายตัว
Yeah, but again, after the kill on top, Dawai was gating bot, so he kind of knows that the opponent would be tracking his movement because you just move top with the TP and you're gating. And I felt like they needed to accompany him towards the bot lane because whenever you have someone already exposing himself in lane and he needs to go somewhere else to clear the wave, he needs a bodyguard.
Yeah, and he has a big back. He has a big like marker on his back, right?
Yeah,
like
because
people
he
immediately
just use TP.
Exactly.
อย่าปูกลางไหมฮะฉันจะฟังซูเมล
Anywhere else other than where he's been shown. I would have loved to see maybe GH tag team with him and just make sure he was safe. That's probably why WoW committed the Doom, to be honest, just covering their tracks. And it is a big kill on the Necro. They continue to find Divine in some of these situations, but it doesn't really close the net worth lead that Nigma Galaxy have on them. The disparity is starting to grow. Sumeo continuing to make motion happen. Incrowd in the mid lane, quick toss.
เอาล้านมาครับ
Box is there, nice setup.
View of
It was a
Wonder
big
ปักมาครับ
level up already for it, but can they follow up on the tiny? He's standing
ซัด
his
มา
ground
หนึ่งทีครับผม
now, projection keeping him safe. Meanwhile, Bedlam on the backside, GH in
ด้านนี้ครับผมว่า Fox Storm มา Catching League ไปครับ ลงไปครับ
He doesn't need it. Scurry away, Nigma Galaxy
ฉะนั้นฝั่ง BPA ก็ถอยครับ
and extract themselves cleanly.
That was a good read by LVUp. Hatred was like waiting behind. He knows that something might be coming, you know. He gets off a good combo, gets off a good box into the Wheel of Wonder.
Yeah.
I mean, the Impalement Arts as well, doing a ton of damage to Tiny because you have percentage-based damage against a high HP hero.
Exactly. Close to 3k HP at this point in the game already, Sumeo. Right, that's just the power of the Tiny, right? The strength game is immense.
And he's by far been the most active core on the Nigma Galaxy side right now.
Yeah.
Having the dagger, always been in the smokes. And now I like that. He's taking turns, right? He's already done 2 moves, and now Loranov is in the smoke.
Viper strike onto Woe. Still have a box hiding
Shall I
in the
shoot
side.
Loma?
Hatred ready
He-
again. What an excellent play from the Ringmaster. He's everywhere he needs to be.
Yeah, 2 very, very key saves by Hatred here. The 2 kills could have definitely snowballed the game out of control. But
Zero
now
out now,
they're still kind of hanging on, you know, in the balance. Doom is still alive. Lash is going back to base. I think it's time for them to strike. Radiance is up soon. They are not necessarily as weak as I think they are. Like in the team fights, if you
มี
get
แลกกันนิดนึงครับ
and you get the lash
12 ดูมได้เลยเดียวนะ
the dazzle. If you can kill the dazzle off right away, that would set up the team fight very, very nicely for the level up side. If dazzle is dead and you get the doom on necro, I think that is your win condition.
Trying to set up, put those ultimates to use right now.
ได้บูทวาร์ปในโคโบส
Hiding around.
เอาไว้วาร์ปซ้อนหรือไม่ก็สปีดฟาร์มครับ
Shadowblade. Queasy's gonna get
เจอ
spotted
ควิซซี่ครับ
straight away, but Shadow
เอาล้านมาแล้วก็
Are they still gonna try and take
ชาร์ป
this
ชู
fight?
เตอร์ปักลงต่อครับวิวออมเดอร์ซัดไปโอ้ซูเมลเจ็บครับโกเลฟสวยครับ
But look at War on the sidelines.
Graves สวยครับ
Down perhaps with a Doom
ฮิวสวยครับผม
will run into Omar instead.
ดูมไปใส่นั่นฮูดวิงเลยครับ รอให้คนอื่นเก็บซูเมลหรือเปล่า
They're
ฮะ
gonna settle for 1 kill.
เฮ้ยฮูดวิงไม่ตายนะเนี่ย
Getting out of this one. Sorry, folks.
ทำไปเล่นไป
He might be actually fine, you know, from the last take.
Wait, what?
ไม่น่าตายฮูดวิง
Yeah, it's okay.
What the hell? Okay, I mean, meanwhile.
เอาล้านทอนมาซูเมลจัดการคิวนั่นหวังควิซซี่ครับควิซซี่จะไปย้ำฮูดวิงครับแต่ไม่ได้ครับ
Finds his death instead.
I mean, this GH dazzle is
ฮูดวิงไม่
just
ตาย
doing
ครับผม
so much, bro. Keeping Sumel looked like he was screwed right there. Keeping him alive with the grave. The
สกอร์เป็น
lockets, the
13 ต่อ
heals.
5 ครับจังหวะนี้
And now, you know, every time level up throws all their combo with the Wheel of Wonder, the Doom, you don't get a kill, you are going to be put in a very, very uncomfortable position. You have to retreat.
โชว์กันไปเรื่อยๆโชว์ Dota ให้มากกว่านี้
forward.
โชว์ Your
They are
Dota
very reliant on the big spells. You know,
โชว์
the
Your
Wheel of
D
Wonder, the Doom especially. And without those spells, it's going to be very,
Guys,
very
show Your D.
contest. Sumel knows that.
Sharp shoot ครับ
He strikes again.
ดาโดของฝั่งครับซูเมล
The gang squad with the whole.
อัดเชิญ
they are
ดัก
gonna
เนี่ยไหม
kill
ฮะ
anybody they see.
A lot
Maybe
of the
except for the situation where the Ringmaster is sitting behind and he can get a box off.
Show you
Yeah, but
the
the Ringmaster can only protect 1 person at a
Catching
time.
League
Right?
มา
That's
Fox
the
Storm
issue.
ครับ
And he was busy trying to make
ดาโดของฝั่งรอนอฟโดนหนักครับแต่ซ้อนไวครับดาไวดาไวเดดเผาใส่จังหวะนี้ดูมก็สวนมาโวย เบสแลมใส่เต็มใบครับทีนั้นดาไวครับดาไวรอสับแตกครับดาไวมีอันตีรอสับแตกวิวออฟเดอร์มาระเบิดใส่ดาไวปั๊มสู้ต่อครับทางด้านฝั่ง BBP ครับพยายามเข้าไปไล่ครับตัวนี้
Left save right. Manages to get it done. Meanwhile, level up also fish their cause out of trouble.
จีเฮดนี่คือไล่จี้เหรอโบกมาซูเมลจัดการคิวนั่นเฮดเทรดได้ครับ
Protects the ward at least momentarily.
Yeah, Sumel has been on point with his tiny.
Dude, Sumel is a monster right now.
I think this is the secret sauce for NGX. They found the secret sauce. They play their carry on the mid and the off lane, and they play their mid on the safe lane.
Yeah.
เอาเรื่องนะพี่ซูเมล
Mid laner right now, running around, setting out kills. He's the one in the smokes. He's the one initiating, and this is the formula that seems to be Nigma's
ได้ชาร์โดเบนมาซูเมล
Nigma's choice right now. This is working really, really well.
ซูเมลทำไมรวยขนาดนั้นครับเล่นทั้งฟาร์มได้ทั้งจอยไฟครับอิ่มอร่อย
them since Division 2 with Noob on the mid and Devi on the off lane, and we
ด้านของฝั่งไวเปอร์ก็เอาชาร์จมาครับไว้ตีบ้านนะครับผมไว้ตีป้อม
than the people typically playing their roles. Nigma had a hard time balancing all those factors together, but now with the recent additions to the team, it just feels like they've gotten a perfect blend. And GH, I mean, we have to give the props to him. There's a reason why Nigma Galaxy was so confidently picking the Dazzle. They knew that he could put in the work.
ดูไม่ตายอะลำบากจังเลยทีม
It's a bit strange here. I guess he just wanted to secure 1 kill, but then it doesn't even end up actually.
Oh, team!
I mean, the way he's using the Doom is just.
Oh my God, my team!
It's really random.
It feels like he doesn't really understand this hero very well. The way he's using the spells tells me that he doesn't really play this hero a lot.
Yeah, and this was so rough
ดู
because
คือออกทีมออกแล้วครับผม
he
thank you
dies
นะ
here to the full combo, but
โบกมาโบกซ้ายโบกขวาซูเมลก็วิ่งเข้าจี้ใส่ครับทำการเอาสวอตวางเลยครับเฮดเทรด
not just one of his
เฮดเทรดวางหมดไปครับ
both.
วันนี้ไม่ค่อยคึกคักเท่าไหร่ครับคนดู
To the Roche pit they go.
พี่ใหญ่ใจเต็มทำการตีโรชาต่อครับท่านฝั่งนิกมากาแล็กซี่ครับ
This game from start all the way to this point. Somehow the win
on the point สปอร์ตได้นะคนดูตอนนี้มี3เมมเบอร์ครับ
Maybe that's because
ใครอยากจะกีบ5กีบ10กีบ20หรือว่าปิดหลอด50เลยก็ได้ครับไม่ใช่ปัญหา
there's also
ตีนั่นฝั่งโรชานะครับตัวของฝั่ง NGX มี3เมมครับเติมแรงใจให้ก่อนนะครับวันนี้ห่อเหี่ยวมาก
perhaps more pushing and swinging.
เดวายโดนเทอร์ไลท์ครับจะง้างทางด้านฝั่งดูมเจออวาลานทอดเรียบร้อยครับโวยีแล้วโดนสับแตกด้วยครับโอ้โหมาไวครับท่านซูเมลครับสิงกันดีจัดครับท่านนิกมากาแล็กซี่ครับมาแบบซ้ายมาแบบขวามาพร้อมๆกันนะเข้าพร้อมกันแบบไวฮะจะง้างดูมใส่เมื่อกี้ทางด้านฝั่งดูมครับก็โดนทางด้านซูเมลครับงัดก่อนนะทอดอวาลาน
Sumail is just one of those players when he is feeling the game.
เราจะมีแครี่ไปทำไมเรามีมิดเลนกันอยู่2คนนี่เป็นไง
Be real scared because he's about to put on a masterclass.
นี่สถิติคนโดนเตะออกจากทีมไวที่สุดครับไม่มีส่วนใหญ่ก็เดือน1-2 เดือนนะเร็วๆสุดก็ใกล้นี้ก็โทรอนโตครับรายการเดียวเวลคัมแล้วก็ thank you ไปเลยไม่เข้ากันกับ OG น้อย
Yeah, precisely because the same lane heroes kind of some of them feel like a mid hero, like Tiny, for example. Tiny or Mid Range.
The space makers, right?
I think these are the 2 heroes that feel like they kind of function like a mid laner.
เกียร์คีย์ไปครับ
I don't know if they're
ทางด้านฝั่งรอนอฟกักซ้ายกักขวาแล้วตีทาวเวอร์ต่อ
Tiny and Win. They kind of help the team a lot. They gank, they set up kills, they play for the team.
Yeah.And specifically
it's
for
just like a mid laner, you get levels, you get items,
Easy.
You help your team.
I mean, in theory, that's what the mid lane is supposed to do, and it works perfectly because we've discussed this at length throughout our time casting Enigma Galaxy. Davai is such a greedy offlaner. But then it works if your carry is willing to go Skeeter mode and give him the space, then you're kind of achieving a bit of a Team Falcons blend. You got stable hands on your pause 5.
Yeah, it's all about finding the right balance in the players you have. Not just following what everybody is doing. What are the conventional methods of playing the game?
Yeah, you got a different set of 5 people. It's always going to look a little bit different. The man goes up. Loronov's ready to push with his shot. Mana's always a problem for the Viper. He gets himself topped back up.
Yeah, he needs a keeper of the light in this game.
Yeah, he does. And without Omar on that hoodwink, I think they wouldn't really have found quite as much action. So I don't think he's too sad.
ตีป้อมสบายๆแล้วเนาะ
Quite a bit of damage.You have to watch yourself.
ฮิรูดอยโดเนตมา
ขอบคุณฮิรูดอยครับโอ้โหฮิรูดอย
พี่ใหญ่บอก
แก้ปูดแก้นี่ว่ะขอบคุณคุณฮิรูดอยนะฮะไม่ได้ยินเลยนานคำนี้ไวเปอร์สไตล์ครับซัดเข้าไปครับแล้วก็พุ่งเข้ามาโบดไวครับเดซซีเกอร์ครับพี่ใหญ่มองเฉิงช้ำจัดไปครับผมคุณฮิรูดอยด้านนี้ครับผมไปใส่ต่อพิษใหญ่ครับลงมาใส่หนักที่ BBP ครับ BBP ไม่รอดครับผมพยายามจะคาร์หมดแล้วก็ทิปเปิลคิวครับของนั้นฝั่งซูเมลดักเนียครับ BBP ครับเรียบร้อยก่อนหน้าก็เป็นนั้นฝั่งลาโก้ตายครับรุ่นใหญ่ใจเต็มครับ24 นาทีครับกดยาวครับตามที่บอกครับดาวของนิกมามัน 70-75% ครับแล้วด้วยเกมเพลย์อะไรด้วยเนี่ยผมว่าเนี่ยอยู่ในเลน30 นาทีจบเกมครับบอกต้นแต่ดาวไปแล้วขอบคุณ10 บิตด้วยนะครับจากคุณ10 Winets ขอบคุณมากครับผมขอบคุณลุมิจานด้วยนะครับ25 เดือนซัพพอร์ตมาด้วยวิกี้ครับท่านที่4ของอะไรนี้ครับขอบคุณมากครับจัดไปผมอีก46ท่านปิดหลอดครับจัดไปครับพี่ Big W
They are looking to strike fear in the enemy teams right now. I think this is going to be one of the tournaments where Nigma actually has a very good chance of doing really well at.
Yeah, I'm feeling the top 6 already. Sumail's going to keep playing like
โอ้ชูโรไลท์ครับปามาครับใส่หนักกระบอกถึงนั้นฝั่งซูเมลครับจัดการด้านโวยีลงได้ครับ
Yeah, like what's he
โว
doing?
เอครับตายแล้วซูเมลก็ลากดูมออกไปก่อนครับรีเซ็ตครับไม่ให้เลือดลดไปกว่านี้เกรฟสวยครับจังหวะนี้ครับทางด้านฝั่ง GS เซฟโอมานะครับแต่โอมาจะตายครับโอมากัดฟันสู้ชาร์ปชูเตอร์หนักเข้าไปครับแล้วเลือดเด้งสู้มาต่อโอมาครับ GS เซฟซ้ายเซฟขวาเซฟสุดครับดักเหนียไม่รอดครับทางด้านฝั่งเลอแชกแล้วก็ตายคู่กันไปกับดูมฮะแบบเบอร์เมสวางลงครับทางฝั่งรอนอฟขึ้นมาครับเพราะว่ามีเอจิโซมีโวทอแล้วก็ทำการตีบาร์แรกก่อนฮะ
But they just can't really play the hero.
Doom
They
free.
were really hesitant at that choice.
พิกกี้เก่งมากจัดไปครับจับปี้
But they took a long
Doom
time
free.
to pick it.
Yeah, and you were spot on, right? And maybe that's why Nigma was so happy to give it over, because even though on paper it's an excellent Doom game, it just messes up the integrity of the draft.
ตีนั่นทาวเวอร์ชิวครับ
Clearly, Woe is
พรุ่ง
not
นี้
as
นิกมาค่อยไป
focused
แก้
on this
งานครับ
hero.
กับเพ
He's
ทาม
throwing out dooms that don't really add
เจอ
up.
เพทาม
And when you're going
หลายต่อหลายครั้งแพ้ตลอด
It's the main barrier between
เดี๋ยว
you and
ตีนั่นหวังทาวเวอร์ไปแล้วก็บาร์แลกต่อครับ
Level Up have
ทางด้าน
already
ของฝั่งนิกมาครับ
established their fate here in this group, but you wanted to show a bit more
พี่ใหญ่ใจเต็ม
fight than this. I mean, them losing this map quite basically means that unless some miraculous circumstances happen, they are already one of the teams that are set to be eliminated here in Group
มีแต่
B.
วิกกี้มีแต่ให้กับให้
Final hurrahs here. Sumail
เป็นเรื่องยากเขาดู
He's ready to finish the game.
วางลงนี่ครับ
Beyond that, sorry.
ชาร์ปชูเตอร์ปังลงไปใส่นะครับ
BK being up and walking up.
ด้านฝั่งรอนนอฟก็พิษครับผมยัดเข้ามา
taking their turns to stand in the
เอสเคป
limelight
แอคครับผมลงมาก่อนครับทางด้านฝั่งนาโก้
level up. Telling the ringmaster
เอาร้านเปิดไว้ครับผมแล้วก็ถอยครับซูเมลโดนเคิร์สคาร์ครับซูเมลแกปปิ้งคลอลงไปก่อนครับด้านก็สับแต่ว่าดาวไว้ครับผมเก็บด้านฝั่ง BBP แป๊บแล้วก็ GG ครับ
Yeah, I mean the headphones off, the frustration.
เป็นทางด้านของฝั่งไอ้ทีมนิกมากาแล็กซี่ครับชนะไปครับในเกมนี้แบบชิว
They stood no chance in this game in a matter where games
พี่ใหญ่ใจเต็ม
30, 40, even last game 64 minutes to end. Nigma Galaxy wiped the floor in less than 30.
เก็บ
Yeah, this was a
ไวจัดครับ
very,
เกม
very
นี้
nice clinical game.
ไม่มีแล้วเกมช้าผมเกมไวครับนิกมาบอกว่าสบายๆเกมนี้ดับดีเป็นทุนเดิมอยู่แล้วด้วยครับแล้วก็เล่นเดือดอยู่แล้วครับก็เลยจบงานผมอัดหนักใส่ด้านฝั่งตัวของทีมว่าเลเวลอัพครับเละเทะเลยฮะ
Sumail, he was definitely the talk of the game. He got his dagger.
ซูเมลนี่คือเงินโดดแบบจัดครับรวยจัดฮะได้ทั้งจอยไฟแล้วก็ได้ไอ้ฟาร์มแล้วได้คิวด้วยครับ
For level up and enable his
เลเวลอัพ
teammates.
เกมนี้
And
ก็
after that, they had
ไม่น่าเล่นดูมแครี่นะเอาจริงๆน่าจะเล่นตัวที่แบบเซมิแครี่ดีๆอยู่นี้ก็ได้ฮะเอาแบบไฟสู้นิกมาไปเลยจะได้มันๆกันหน่อยเพราะถ้าเลือกตัวมาฟาร์มอย่างเงี้ยลำบากครับแล้วก็เอาตัวแก้เลนไวเปอร์มาไม่ค่อยดีด้วยครับเอาเลยแชกมาการจะเล่นทีมไฟต์แต่ก็ไม่ไหวฮะทางด้านฝั่งรอนอฟนี่ขึงหนักเลยฮะคีฟเท่ากันก็จริงครับแต่ว่าแล้วยังไงฮะก็ไม่ได้มีผลอะไรครับทางด้านไอตัวรอนอฟโซโลคิวไปทีครับทามมิ่งของด้านฝั่งไอตัวดาร์กเนียก็หลุดไปยาวฮะตัวเลอแชกนะดาวิโลครับดูทรงเหมือนจะเอามาหนีฮะการปาพิษแล้วก็ตีรีเซ็ตพิษของด้านฝั่ง GS d a z z e r แต่ก็ทีมไฟก็ยังแย่อยู่ดีครับเนื่องจากว่าลาโก้เนี่ยโดนไทนี่ถลุงหนักครับ
At least in this season, these are all recipes for success, and of course, you can't understate the impact that the supports have, right? Omar with the hoodwink, that's always been a steady pick for him. He knows exactly what to do. And this GH Dazzle, it's not a hero we see very often, but it's one that he is supremely comfortable with. They banned out some of his other stuff, like the Kotal, the IO that Nigma Galaxy have also picked, but he has a long list of stuff you need to be concerned about, and Dazzle is one of the big ones. I wonder whether we'll see Level Up try and target out any of these heroes, because you play a game like that, you get smashed so hard, you're like,
It's too
shit,
much. It's just
damn.
too many. They have to ban too many heroes. I think it's just at this point you have to pick your poison.
Yeah.
What do you want to deal with? And you have to look at your own hero pool. Okay, this is what we have. What can we deal with our set of heroes? And you have to adjust the bans from there. It's very hard to just look at your opponents. Oh, they're really good at this list of, I don't know, like 7, 8 heroes. You have 7 or 8 there, and you can't ban everything. And you have to choose what to give away based on what you can play. What do you have is good against which heroes they have, and you have to just choose and veto it and hope for the best.
Okay, before we go for a short break here, at this point in time, we've already watched a significant amount of Level Up games. If there was one thing they could cling on to, if there was one aspect of their gameplay that you could say, maybe this is the one shining hope that you need to try and use to drive through the despair, drive through the trenches, what would it be? Is there any semblance of that you've noticed so far?
I think it's hard. They have too many problems. They have hero limitations. They don't understand the macro of the game. Laning phase not great. There's too many problems. You know, it's very hard to find something out of the murky waters that I'm looking at Level Up right now.
Yeah.
I think they can only try to focus on what is their comfort and try to go from there.
Yeah, well, if you can't find it, I'm just gonna try and cobble something up. I think the only thing I had remote faith in is Aincrad. There were 1 or 2 games where I feel like he was trying his damn best, but the team couldn't quite keep up. If he can somehow get into that form again, that might be the difference maker, because LVUp, they need all the help they can get. At this point, they've lost 1 map. They might already be out of the group based on the circumstances, but they still have a chance to at least bring back this series and show us something good. We'll have game number 2 between them and Enigma Galaxy after a short break.
Let's go, ดี๋ยวมา after short break นักพากย์ยังเชียร์นักพากย์ยังอวยนิกมา
way.
However, the Rax is dropping. Corrupted jumps in for a 3-man stun, but it's all on his Losum. Nobody's there to back him up. Respect meanwhile just being chased by creeps. He's just getting the Lycan experience.
Oh yeah.
Zayat's down as well. Corrupted, completely surrounded. He'll drop. Here comes Mirage to try and salvage this team fight the best he possibly can, going after Mickey. Mickey will go down. Now on to Nisha, they'll find another. They do find a couple now. Ace, he does kill off Snowy. Zayat is going to buy back. Ace will continue just moving in. Don't forget, they've already secured Megas anyway. So they don't really need to stick around any longer if they don't want here, Team Liquid. They will eventually look to retreat. But I say that there's 3 heroes still down. No buyback committal from Snowy yet. So maybe they could keep going.
You know, lots of gold flowing out there for Mirage. Just wondering if it's enough for him to get one major item to try to play against these Megas. The Megas alone aren't really the biggest issue. You do have decent enough clear from your Drow and from your Void Spirit to kind of get that done, maybe less so on the supports. And for L1, I mean, because of what's on the line here, they can't afford to just GG out. They have to play this out. If they can even hope to find a slow crawling way to a draw, they'll have to take it. They are at the bottom of their groups. They are at risk of elimination with a 0-2 here. So they're going to be hanging on and trying their best to find some opportunities. A Yasha Kaya up for Mirage. The damage is starting to scale a bit in that Void Spirit, but not quite to the point where it's like insane just yet. Going for the Shiva's Octarine. Trying to be as slippery as possible. This timing on, say, Workhorse feels like it's going to be amazing on L1. But
Liquid มันรีบไปไหนวะเนี่ย
just feels like it's so far away. And with how
มันจะ
these
จบ
fights
เกม
are
2 แล้ว
breaking,
Liquid เนี่ย
it also feels a
มันจะ
little
เริ่ม
bit
Nemesis กับ
challenging
VG
to
ก่อนตามสูตรเนาะ
get that
แต่ถ้า
follow
นิกมาเกมเร็วก็ย้ายไปดู
to get
Nemesis
that
VG
save
แบบเร็ว
base
ควิก
out
ได้
for your teammates here. We'll
อะไร
have
วะ
to
เนี่ย
see. Just so many
Liquid มัน
tools
ตบ
on
ทางด้าน
Liquid,
ฝั่ง
but
ลี
the
ก้า
damage is
ยู่
gonna
แล้ว
be
L1
ramping up now on Mike. I do believe that entire
Liquid
last
บอก
fight
โกรธจัดโอเคเดี๋ยวนิกมาจะเริ่มแล้วครับรอสักครู่ครับผมไปหยิบน้ำก่อน
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
The struggles for level up continues, but the winning for Nigma Galaxy They just can't be stopped right now here on Stream C of Dota 2 at EWC 2026. We are probably going to find out whether LVUp can even make it to the next stage, because mathematically speaking, I believe LVUp still have a very slim chance at making it to the survival bracket, but Lord knows they're not qualifying to the first 2 seeds. They are too far down for that. They have lost their 7th game in a row, Winter, while Nigma Galaxy seem to have cracked the perfect formula for success. Get your bet chests out, because Sumail is back, the king on his retirement run. He's doing an absolute number from the carry position.
Yeah, I think they've already successfully found a formula to enable Sumail. I think Sumail kind of looked lackluster the last couple of years because he was kind of also struggling to find his identity. Where is he going to play in the team? What role is he playing? Because the mid role kind of changed a lot. He was really good before in the mid role when it was like the playmaking role and you get to own your lane. And nowadays, the mid lane is not a lane where...
different.
Yeah, it's not a mid lane where you can win the lane just by denying creeps. You know, denies doesn't matter so much. You have to play patiently, you have to farm, you have to get the runes, like you have to wait for the support. There's a lot of things that are out of your control.
There are prerequisites that you don't get to just kind of get with your own Storm Spirit skills alone, right?
I think individually as a player right now in the meta, as a carry, there's a chance that you can actually impact the game a lot more as an individual compared to a mid lane. Because the mid laner in the first, I would say you have a lot of power in the first 15 minutes, 20 minutes. But after that, you are very reliant on that +1 combo. You want to go with the support, you want to play according to the side lanes. The side lanes need to win their lanes. If the side laners don't do well in the lanes, you don't really have a lot to do on the mid laner. So I feel like maybe overall this is the right place to be, you know, for Sumail. He needs to be on the carry role, get his free farm, get his item timings, buy his dagger, because he is a super aggressive player. I think you want him to be on a hero that runs in. You don't want him to be playing backline heroes like Drow, you know? That's like not his...
Yeah, because I was wondering...
Sumail playing Drow, you know?
The thing is, you know what I immediately imagined? We were talking about how Sumail looks amazing on these active carries. Like, what if it comes to like, I don't know, like a Drow or Muerta or like a... I guess you could consider Spectre somewhat active, but it's not really as playmaking as the Tiny, right?
No. Tiny
มาต่อครับวันนี้แม่มันซึมๆป่ะ
Maybe even the Clinks. We saw Wits able to
พูดท้ายไม่พลาดถ้าวันนี้ซึม
Just in this hero, maybe.
เศร้า
Or maybe Ricky.
I remember seeing him play Elk.
มิเกะ
Looked great.
Stop with the Ricky attack.
You keep saying in this hero.
จริงครับเศร้าเราเศร้าเราไม่พลาด
I'm bringing up whatever
The Rave King.
And the Rave King. Rave King
would you say Rave King is an active hero? If Sumail started playing the Rave King, would you be happy or no?
No, Rave King is not active.
นักพากย์
Going a bit too far there, maybe.
Rave King is a Davai hero.
นักพากย์เชียร์ตัวแปลก
That's true. I can agree with that.
เชียร์เท็กชี่แล้วก็ฝั่ง
So
โรดู
into
อิ
the draft we go. Some adjustments needed and immediately being made. Level up. Ban out the Viper this time. No chance of a Lorinov sneaky, dirty pick from there.
So what did they leave in the pool? The IO? Yeah, they left the IO in the pool. Last game they banned the IO.
Yeah, Nigma Galaxy have already picked IO at this event.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough one. Choosing your poison, what are you going to deal with? So they go for the hoodwing. It's something that I think Squeezy is also really good at, this hero.
Yeah.
They're just going to get this hero right away. And it's also kind of like block picking, because I think the same can be said for Nigma Galaxy. They really like Omar on the hoodwing.
Yeah, it just feels like a pick that can't really go wrong for them, right?
Yeah, because of the +1. They are playing with pairs. They're playing with 2 heroes moving around.
ไอโอหลุดก็เล่นเลยสิมันก็ติดคอนะสิ
He can kind of also push waves on this hero. I think this hero is very strong.
ฝั่งนั้นเขาขโมยฮูดวิงไปเล่น
Give me one weakness of
แต่ลิงมาสเตอร์ยังไม่โดนแบน
Probably just Zoo. You don't deal with the Zoo well because you can't do anything to the Zoo.
Yeah.
But other than that, this hero gives you
ไอ
everything.
โอ GH
There was a period of time where it
แต่
felt
ก่อน
a little
นิกมาเป็นทีมที่เล่นไอโอเยอะมากแล้วก็น่ากลัวหลายทีมแบนแล้วพอหลังๆมาก็เล่นแล้วก็ไม่ชนะแล้วก็มีกลับมาเร็วๆนี้แหละที่พอเล่นไอโอแล้วพอมีภาพ
Heroes that can get him because he's very elusive.
Right.
He can hide
in the tree lines, right?
So you're talking about heroes like Bat Rider, like Spirit Breaker, maybe
Primal Beast?
Spectre, Primal Beast. Yeah, this
Right.
is how heroes that can.
Is the hoodwing the type of hero that needs to be killed off at the
เท
start?
ทำให้เรามีความหวังแหละใช่เหรอ
Like, is that bad of a backline spellcaster? You can't afford to let him
You
be
could put
alive.
her there.
Okay.
If she gets
เททำมันเสมอ1-1ออโรร่า
It's like free,
it's
right?
like game
เป็นเรื่องอะ
in the team fights.
Yeah, and no one has time to really cut those trees down mid fight unless you have
ยังไม่จบ แต่นำหรือเปล่า
I will say I am a bit
นำนิดนึง
concerned for Enigma Galaxy because the
เป็นเรื่อง
it's a nice support duo but it's one that also has some
ปัญหาคือ Nemesis จะเริ่มในอีก10 นาทีนะ 10-20 นาทีนี่
You don't really have a lot
ก็สงสัยได้ดูนิกมาจบแล้วก็รีบย้ายไป Nemesis แบบรัวๆเหมือนเดิม
It's gonna come from the course, but on the other hand, they're revealing their support, their double support, so you can actually just pick Puck right now. These two supports they don't.
ขอบคุณสวีทฮันเลดไอซีด้วยครับ
Do you like the fact that Enigma went
ขอบ
for
คุณครับ
this
คุณส
approach?
วีท
Because we know the IO is very
สำหรับ
high value.
สมาชิกเข้ามาท่านที่ 5 นะครับผมขอดู
On paper, they've secured
ขอบคุณครับพี่ 5 เมมเบอร์ล้ำค่าในวันนี้
right? This is
จะมีล้ำค่าวันนี้ต้องเต็ม 50 เมมเบอร์พี่
always said before revealing your two supports straight off the bat, that might be a recipe for disaster.
Yeah, but your opponent's gotta have the hero.
อุ้ยขอบคุณพี่บ่าวโวนครับ100 บาท
I feel like they
บ่าว
don't
อุบล
have the
โด
hero
เนท
pool,
มา
they don't have the
100
mid
บาท
heroes to
จัดไปพี่
bully you,
ค่ากาแฟ
they don't have
ครับ
the spirit
อ้าย
heroes because
พี่
ครับ
you
ไป
จัดอัด
reveal your double sub.
จัดไปครับอ้าย
The mid heroes like the Emperors, the Storms, the Pucks. But if your opponent does not want to do that,
โอ้อะ
then
Or maybe can't do that.
yeah, or can't do that, then you can just gladly pick your subs right away.
So what is the idea here? You said Spirit Heroes. Is that like an opportunity maybe for Aincrad? Because we've seen him play the Void Spirit and look pretty solid.
No, not quite here. You need to pick either Ember or Puck. I think most likely Puck. But I don't know if he plays Puck because the last couple of games, it didn't seem like they wanted to pick the hero. So they go for the Undying draw here. I mean, it's also very solid.
I mean, that's excellent, right?
Yeah, Undying draw plus Hoodwink. Very, very solid trio. And now can Kuroki conjure up some magic against the draw and Undying? What do you want to do against draw Undying?
Yeah.
Usually the Darkseer is the answer. You push the creep wave, you force her under the tower. But now what do? Do you find a range hero like with Clock?
Enigma?
Oh, he's gonna go for the Lycan here. I mean, this is going to be like a game counter, not a lane counter against the draw Undying. So you have to pull the waves. You don't really want to play the waves, the lanes as clockwork. And after that, you're just roaming around, just leaving the Lycan to his own devices. It's a very good hero against the draw. Super, super hard counter. And on top of that, Spectre's already banned. So this is also one of the counters to draw.
Oh, there you go. Lorenov Sniper.
The Undying ครับผม
That's special for him.
Is
been
there
really
a pick
liking.
they can pick right now for Sniper, to deal with Sniper? What is Incorrect?
Earth Spirit?
Yeah, Earth Spirit's kind of good.
I like Earth Spirit. I mean, it's a bit tricky into the clockwork because if you end your roll in the wrong place, you might get cogged.
I mean, it's also the mana burn. Like, you get owned by the mana burn.
Sure.
Clockwork.
But I think this would be a good two-man duo if the Hoodwink reaches the Sniper. Magnetize can't really be dispelled right now. A lot of good options. I mean, the Spirit Vessel is also going to go a long way into the IO healing.
Yeah.
I'm kind of surprised that they picked the Sniper just open like this without seeing the mid
I'm
matchup.
telling they think that the opponent doesn't have heroes. The mid laner doesn't have heroes against this.
Yeah.
Like, I think they need a catch hero. Like, it has to be a spirit hero. Some sort.
Ooh, okay,
Pango is
that
kind of like a
works.
spirit hero.
This is a Pango that is very obviously picked into a Sniper. How does that matchup go?
I mean, the lane's gonna suck, but you're good against him later.
Do you think it would have been better if they went for something like the Earth Spirit like we were suggesting?
I mean, it's the same. No spirit, you kind of suck in the lane, but it's good later.
Spango
What would you say are the main differences between the Pango and the Earth Spirit?
Pango is in between.
มันเล่นแพงโกใส่หน้าพี่ๆเขาได้อย่างไร
Because he likes to play greedy
แต่โดนสไนเปอร์กดแน่นอนครับถ้าแพงโกมิดเนี่ย
somewhat between a spirit and between
อันไดนี่ดูทรงจะเป็นโพสท่าหรือเปล่าหรือจะเป็นทางด้านของฝั่งออฟเลนแต่น่าจะเป็นโพสท่าตีไว้ก่อนนะดาวเจอร์แครี่และแพงโกมิดส่วนนั้นฝั่งนั้นก็มีคล็อกเบิร์กครับของทางด้านโอมาแล้วก็ไลแคน
So they need a front line. They need a
แสดงว่าตัวสุดท้ายอาจจะเป็นพวกไทนี่เป็นเคสก็ได้หรือเปล่าซูเมลเล่นเคสไหวไหม
Yeah, Underlord sounds good. You can counteract the goal.
ไม่เล่นยังไงก็สไนเปอร์แล้ว
You could also do Centaur Warrior, no?
แต่ผมคิดว่าเขาน่าจะเป็นตัวแครี่ที่ตีใกล้หรือไม่ก็ตัวพลิ้วอย่างวิลเลนเจอร์ที่ไม่โดนแบนนะ
Or the Dawnbreaker for the global potential. That's a nice ban.
ส่วนออฟเลนเพอร์ฟอร์แมนซ์ของทางด้านฝั่งไอ้ทีมเลเวลอัพถ้าเป็นอันดาอิงซับ5นะ
Like try and enter a fight.
That's why Clover is annoying.
แอคไม่โดนแบนนะครับแอคดอนเบเกอร์ไนท์สตอเกอร์ วิลเลจบูชเชอร์มันโคตรเยอะเลยนะช่วงนี้ใครไปเล่นบูชเชอร์ชนะรัวๆในแรงวะอยากรู้จริงๆมาจากเทอร์โบหรือเปล่าวะเนี่ยไม่น่าใช่มันสถิติจากแรงใครไปทำบูชเชอร์มาวิลเลจขึ้นวะ
protect the draw. So there's Centaur, there's Tide.
ตัดทางด้านฝั่งไอ้ตัวมูต้าครับ
rounding up the draft.
Yeah. They've closed out the
ยังไงก็ต้องเล่นสายยิงช่วยสไนเปอร์แหละถึงมัน
body on the front lines to make space for the
แยกกันเล่น ยิงปกปักปกปัก
for the side of Nigma Galaxy as compared to the first game where, you know, Clockwork, the position 4, he's really the only one with lockdown. Everybody else is a stunless damage dealer. They have something working for them, and I can't say I dislike
has a stun, he has a creep, he has
he has a stun.
Prowler,
he can unlock the stun with money.
Money
Yes.
solves
ดอนเบเกอร์โดนแบนครับ
That's true.
เหลืออะไรครับเหลือ Ignite Stalker Underlord
Mueta is an interesting band. Maybe they're just worried about the character.
Mueta.
So excellent in Topanga. You have limited magic damage present.
สเวนไปเลย
I think one thing I want to point out about
สเวน IO เออซ่าตบให้มันกระจุย
reserve time also tells a very clear story, right? Nigma Galaxy are so sure of what they want. They've not had to crack into reserve time very much until this point. And then you look on the other side, maybe LVUp are taking a bit more time, a bit more, you know, discussion really to lock in their heroes because they have 15 seconds left on the clock.
They're gonna pick Tide.
Tide versus Lycan, that's excellent. A lot of physical damage. Centaur War Runner. Okay, that was one of the options that we wanted. Maybe just something a bit more comfortable for Baby 3 packs.
It's weaker in a lane with the Hoodwink Tide, plus Hoodwink is a stronger lane duo. With the Gush and the Acorn shot, you do a lot more damage, you know. But Centaur is nice because of the mid game. You get to kite the Lycan ultimate, you get to get close into the sniper, and you're very, very annoying, you know, very, very hard to kill. You buy the auras. Like Crimson Guard could be an option here. Normally we see Helm into Heart. I think that is kind of like the flavor of Centaur.
เซนทรัวเอามาเซฟทางด้านฝั่งไงเซฟเซียดาวเลนเจอร์
Very, very good.
ฮีโร่เข้มข้นดีครับแต่ว่าก็ยังไม่ได้ดีพอ
Killer Crimson game.
เอาง่ายจากดับตอนนี้4ตัวแรกของนิกมาชนะทั้งนั้นเลยว่าเราไม่ได้อวยนะแต่ฮีโร่มันดีจริงๆฮีโร่มันเอาเลนด้วยอะไรด้วยครับ
Maybe a melee hero that can
เอาเลนส่วนใหญ่แต่ว่าทีมไฟของนั่นทีมเลเวลอัพดีกว่า
Some kind of monkey. Wait,
ถ้าจบเลนเทรดเสมอมา
Elk type of hero. I think it might be Elk.
I wouldn't mind a monkey for the king.
Monkey King, Elk. Any other melee heroes that can jump and start the fights?
Something that plays well with the
Venge.
IO, right?
I feel like Venge.
Ooh.
I kind of like Venge.
You've been on this Venge train the whole past
I
few
think
days,
Venge
brother.
is strong. Like against draw, you swap her into the team fight, and then you can kind of swap the Pango and the Venge aura with the Howl. You do a massive amount of physical damage.
Yes, you do.
I like the pick.
I mean, you already have tons of physical damage, so I'm wondering whether you want to kind of get a mixed damage carry to split things up. That's my concern because you have oodles of it coming from the sniper and the Lycan.
I think it needs to be a stun. No matter what, it needs to have a stun.
A Luna feels a bit rough into this lineup, though.
Luna is not, bro, Luna is not a stun.
How about a Gyrocopter?
No. It's not his star.
Gyro IO?
Yeah,
Alchemist.
the stun.
There you go. Okay, well, yeah. We've seen this one before. Nigma Galaxy, not the first time they've run this carry for Sumail.
And the lane's very nice into Centaur because Centaur is very low armor. Acid spray, physical damage. Unstable concoction, physical damage. So you have to probably buy a couple of rings to offset that in this lane as the Centaur.
Centaur's just a big old hunk of meat. He ain't got much armor on him, so you can very quickly carve that out with some acids.
How is that fair?
What, not you with the fairness talk again. When has Dota been fair, Winter? Have we ever had a fair patch of Dota 2? Wouldn't you say right now
ฮีโร่มันจะเท่ขนาดไหน
the meta is unfair because no one can go high ground?
บินแล้วแหละ
How's that fair? But
ตอนนี้เราภาวนาให้ออโรราแพ้เพย์ไทม์เสมอ 1-1 จะได้มันนะแต่พี่กี้จบด้วยอาร์คิมิดเหมือนเดิมอาร์คิมิดก็ดีนะก็สีบเล่นกับด้านฝั่ง IO ได้สบายครับถึงแม้ว่าจะไม่ใช่ฮีโร่ที่ดีสำหรับดาร์ฟฝั่งตรงข้ามนะถ้าจะสู้ดาร์ฟฝั่งตรงข้ามอาร์คิมิดนี่คะแนนต่ำมากนะผมบอกไว้ก่อนเสี่ยงโดนแบบกลางเกมได้อะไรได้ครับ
If you're just thinking about, oh man, we're out now, things suck, you know, everything's going down the drain, we're gonna lose, it's not gonna happen, blah 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 blah. You ain't gonna be able to play your best Dota. I mean, this might just be the last few times we see them at this stage, at a LAN for a long time. So we gotta.
คุยของคุณบอมเซโร่ด้วยครับสวยพิสวยครับจัดไปครับพี่
Nice to see LVUp with some
ขอบคุณ
smiles.
ครับเมมเบอร์ท่านที่ 6 ของไลฟ์นี้ครับผมครับคุณบอมเซโร่ขอบคุณนะครับ
Enjoying the game as much as they are. You have a big smile every day. I come down to work, I see you with that big fat smile.
Yeah.
Holding
อาร์คิมิดสอนออโรรา
some orange juice.
ดุยๆ
Yes, you gonna call me out on my breakfast options. What's wrong with some orange juice? What you got?
จริงๆไม่ต้องเอาไอเทมเล่นก็ได้เอาดาเมจล้วนอย่างเดียวก็ได้ครับ
For my gut.
No.
เพราะที่ส่งมอบเซปเตอร์จริงๆก็ให้ไรแค่นะครับให้อาเคมิดเก่งขึ้นกว่าเดิมประมาณนี้ครับมาครับคู่ระหว่างนิกมากกันเลยว่าเอากันในเกม2ครับมันกันหน่อยฮะวันนี้อาจจะยังไม่เราพอขอวันนี้ให้เราพอกว่าเดิม
Okay, Nigma Galaxy want to continue their rampage here in Group B while level up.
ฝากว่าช่องซูปไลน์หน่อยครับคนดูเดี๋ยวผมแปะลิงก์ไว้ให้ครับใน Twitch YouTube ใครออนบนคอมฝากเปิดให้หน่อยนะครับจะได้ได้สัญญาในไตรมาสที่3ครับขอบมากครับพี่ขอบคุณครับเปิดให้1หน้าต่างหน่อยนะครับพี่ขอบคุณครับรบกวนด้วยนะครับตอนนี้เมมเบอร์ก็มีอยู่6เมมเบอร์ครับฝากซัพพอร์ตกันได้นะครับผมอีก44เมมเบอร์ปิดหลอดครับจัดไปพี่หรือว่าโดเนทซัพพอร์ตกันได้ครับครึ่งเดือนแล้วยังไม่ครึ่งหลอดเลยนะครับขอบคุณครับWin together, lose together แม็กนัทเหรอแม็กนัทมันเป็นฮีโร่ที่ไม่ค่อยดีเท่าไหร่ครับสตันมันใกล้ไปหน่อยผมว่าแม้ว่ามันสตันทะลุ BKB แล้วก็ฟาร์มไว้แต่เลนมันห่วยอะแม็กนัทก็โดนแบบพวกตัวตีหน้าสกิลจัดเนี่ยแม็กนัทมันเล่นยากตัวต้องการของเยอะแต่ถ้าเลนมากลางเกมรวยไม่ปฏิเสธครับว่าแม็กนัทโหดแน่นอนฮะติปให้สายโอมาไปคอนเทสไปคอนโทรลครับโซนฝั่งตรงข้ามออกไปแล้วก็ได้3 รูนะครับบาวตี้
strategy where they don't really have catch.
Yeah, I wonder what the concept is because it's easy to point and be like, haha, no stuns, but clearly there's a different priority for Kuro and the Nigma Galaxy boys. There was a period of time where it was about map play right back when Noob was on the team, but obviously the identity has changed a little bit. Whatever it is, whatever they're talking about, it's working because the way that they seamlessly transition from responsibility to responsibility, how they manage the big map and who's moving with the supports, it's beautiful to watch. They could really play spoiler here in this tournament. And Nigma Galaxy, they don't really have a lot of titles at this EWC as far as I'm aware. I'm not sure whether they're competing in many other disciplines, maybe 1 or 2 more, if I'm not mistaken. But they could play spoiler to some of the other clubs trying to vie for that club championship. That big pot of a prize pool that would go a long way. I said it before, Winter, it can absolutely bankroll some of these organizations. Early laning stage, I mean,
โอ้คลอครับลงไป
especially is he just there?
โดนกดครับตู้
Was it just a wave pool and it
เตะ
was
ล้วน
under the tower?
สุดจัดครับ
Just played too aggressive there. How did the Undying die to the clock at level 1?
Yikes, that's not good. So a few little fumbles already. First losing 3 bounties to an Alchemist lineup, and then now getting caught out under the tower. I mean, you're supposed to be crushing this lane as the Drow Undying, and instead Divine now is free farm and Oma's got a kill.
Yeah, these are the little things that make a huge amount of difference. The level 1 plays, we've seen this twice already. Both games, they lost on the level 1 play.
Yeah.
The level 1 play takes a lot of
วางลงช้ำแล้วครับ
discussion. Like there's a lot of prep work because you don't go through replays and you look at how your opponents
ยิงก็กดดักเนียผมดักเนียคีบเยอะอยู่นะทำไปเล่นไป
what are the priorities? Is it based on the hero matchups or is it based on sight? Because some teams they make their decisions based on whether being Radiant or Dire, and you need to comb through the replays and understand what is the issue. How are they making the decisions before devising your own plan how to start the game?
Yeah.
I think if you look at the tier 1.5 teams, the tier 2 teams, they oftentimes they have problems with identifying and coming up with plans with this.
เตะมาเตะมา
The kite very far away from the cogs, but Omar this time it's his time.
ด้านโดนนี้ก็ฟอร์ดแอโร่ครับยิงสอยเรือแล้วโวเอจัดการด้านโอมาลงได้ครับ เสมอ 1-1 มาดีนี่
The Lycan is supposed to suffer because his hero is going to be so good against the Drow and the Undying later. So he needs to suffer. If the Lycan is not suffering right now,
จะด้านฝั่งรอนอฟครับ
even pick the Drow Undying, we're wasting our damn time here. Is it the same, you would say, for the Pango versus Sniper, a situation where the Pango struggles early, but then later in the game, the Pango's actually good into the Sniper?
yes, but he's not struggling. Like look at the CS.
True.
He's not getting mid-diffed, so we are happy.
Thank goodness for that. I did say that I think level up, their brightest point is going to be Aincrad on that mid lane. It might not be a name that many of you recognize, but during the period where Team Secret was struggling to rebuild post the TI finishes, post the retirements, Puppy was farming really the leaderboards for talented players, and Inkrat was one of the few that he came across. A short stint on Secret, not really panning out. But it means something, right? The fact that such an experienced captain has looked towards him before and said, maybe this guy has what it takes. Still yet to prove himself on this stage just yet, but he still has
ลงล่างมาผมฉะนั้นฟังไอ้ดาไวครับ
Just needs to tide out this early stage of the game, get to the team fights, land some rolling thunders, and then we're talking. Davai is taking some hits. Multi-shot will make him hurt. That's a good kill.
Yeah, that's a very, very nice one. Like Drow's level 4.
โวยครับผมสอยนั่นดาไวแตกไปอีกแล้ว
And you have to get as much as you can before the knight kicks in, you know. The knight kicks in, the helm comes online, and the Lycan is going to be very scary for the Drow.
ฉะนั้นฝั่งตัวของ GS ครับผมก็เลี้ยงครับซุมเมลไปเรื่อยแต่คลิปดีนะเนี่ยฉะนั้นฝั่งโบเอแล้วก็ตัวของ BP
Yeah, that makes sense.
BBP นี่เอาเรื่องจัดเลย
Infamous heroes to do that.
แต่ผมบอกแล้วว่าเอาอาเคมิดมามันไม่ได้หรูเท่าไหร่ฮะมันยังมีตัวแครี่ตัวอื่นที่น่าเล่นกว่านี้อยู่แต่ก็เข้าใจได้มั่นใจในอาเคมิดเกมโถมเกมอะไรเหมือนอย่างที่ผ่านมาแต่ถ้าเสมอมานี่ออโรร่าหวานเจี๊ยบเลยได้ลุ้นไทยเบรกกันต่อ
I mean, Baby 3X is doing fine in this lane.
เพราะอะไรรู้ป่ะเรายังมีแบบพวกสเปกเตอร์ยังดีกว่าอาเคมิดนะเกมนี้ในเรื่องของเลนเฟสและทีมไฟแล้วก็มีสลากมีไลท์ซิลเลอร์อะไรเงี้ยไลท์ซิลเลอร์โดนแบนมั้งเห็นแบบแต่ผมคิดว่าซูเมลก็คงไม่เล่นนกฟ้าครับอาจจะไม่ได้ซ้อมมาบัตรเกเนตไปบอกฉะนั้นฟาโอมาดาร์กเนียพุ่งออกไปบอกซอนก็เตะรั้วมาไม่ถึงนั้นดาร์กเนียเตะรั้วอีกรอบแล้วกันนะเพราะว่ายังไม่ได้โดนรั้วเอาเรื่องจัดนะโอมาครับโอ้โหมันพีคจริงครับแล้วทีเทอร์ลิงมาก็อยู่กัน3คนแล้วซูเมลตายดิรออะไรครับเท่ได้แป๊บเดียวเขายกขยงมาแล้วตี1ครั้งบอดี้บล็อกมานาไม่พอซอนเคิลครับพอใช้ชิลแคลปแล้วโอมากักต่อขึง3ครับง้างมาจากสตอมเท่านั้นโอมาถอยกลับไม่ได้ครับโอ้โหดึงนานจัดเตะรั้วมาไม่โดนเตะรั้วมาเอาอย่าเอาดังเนียเดินไปชนรั้วเฉยเลยครับอะไรวะน่ะพยายามจะหลบไปรั้วที่2ไปชนรั้วแรกครับมั่วหมดแล้วตอนนี้ทางด้านตัวของฝั่งเฮดเทดก็ตายครับ What the game bro
And that was tilting. That was very, very tilting.
เจอรั้วฮาคีก็ไปโค้งไปชนรั้วแรกครับจะหลบรั้ว2งงไปหมดเลยฮะ
Sitting at mid, peeping away at the tower the whole time.
3 ต่อ 3วันนี้นิกมากกว่านั้นฝั่งLVUpครับได้มันกันหน่อยฮะ
Oh boy.
You try and make this entire play, it falls into shambles. You as the Pango, you're not controlling the runes at all. So Sniper just gets your tower, gets the runes, you're doing nothing on the map. What a sequence of events, and the way that all started as well. What a heads-up movement there from Omar. He knew the Pango had 0 resources, that his last chance was that bounty rune, TPs to the tier 2, intercepts, and lands a couple of just
อ้าวเขามาแอบเอารูนเมลเฉยชาวิดอมเพราะว่าทางด้านฝั่งดาวไวทิ้งเลนไม่ได้แต่นั้นนิกมาก็ได้รูนเวลขวาไปวิซอม
Oh boy.
Yeah. I don't think we're in for a long while. This one, if it keeps going like this, I mean, at least the Drow's having a good time. At least the Drow's having a good time.
Top of the net worth chart, 60.
ว่ากลับแบบรวดเร็วตายคีป่าดีกว่าหัวถ้าจะขนาดนี้สเตเบิลคอนคักชั่นครับผมแล้วก็ชาร์ปเนลไปครับสตอมมาโดยชาร์ปเนลต่อเดินยิงครับผมรอน้องขอลัดช็อตครับเพราะว่าอาเคบินหาเงินง่ายฮะรอน้องแบบมูฟมาค่าเก็บสวยแล้วก็เทรดนั้นฝั่ง GS ไปเก็บเลเวลตรงกลางครับ
Already making his way towards that Dragonlance, he is farming and creating the space for his greedier cause to get their net worth. So it's not just really about Sumail being the only one being active, right? They kind of split the responsibility each game.
You get to call your other cause greedy if you're playing sniper. No, you don't, Mike.
Well, it's an alchemist, and his whole identity is built around getting gold. So I think you can say that. Believe it or not. You gotta give back, right? If you're picking sniper, if you're picking
sniper, calling his other cause greedy.
He's trying to make space for them. They're taking too much. They're taking too much room. Nigma Galaxy, off of that set of plays to ruin the Pango's game, he is bottom net worth of the cause. We knew he was gonna struggle. but he's supposed to scale up later to have impact in the mid game. Unfortunately for Aincrad though, supposed to be a shining spot for LVUp. Now a damp, dull corner in the jungle is all he has to work with.
Yeah, that's why you do not go to the enemy bounty to refill your bottle. You go back to base to refill.
It is too risky, and Nigma Galaxy had the right vision and the right, I guess, mindset of how to approach that situation.
All right,
It's a deal.
Yeah?
Clover was the only hero that could
Who
have
could do that? Yeah, that was
Okay, maybe you have Mirana, you can cancel his TP.
Bro, I never knew what it would be like to maybe commentate a soccer game, and I think I just got a little bit of an experience of that. This is probably what people feel like when France scored.
If you're a Clockwork player, you would understand that feeling.
Yeah. I'm not.
It's not many. There's not going to be many opportunities when you can kick the same cog to cancel a TP.
That was crazy stuff. Like, I've never actually seen that happen in a pro game. It's like setting the ball up for yourself. That's madness right there. Superstar midfielder Homa taking big strides this game, scoring goals for the
เดิน
team.
หน้าบอกเจ้าของโอมา
I'm gonna be honest, I feel like Oma's role specifically in this team, it's not an easy one because more often than not, he's the only
เซนทอร์ก็จะเป็นทางด้านฝั่งไอ้หัวใจครับ
right? So the team fully relies on him to find these setups, but he's found his
ออกหัวใจเลยเหรอท้าทายอำนาจมืดมาเดี๋ยวเจอบั้งไฟพญานาคยิงตัวแตกหมดนะบอกไว้ก่อน
Now they're chasing onto Woe. Here comes
ด้านนี้ก็บุกแล้วครับดาวไว้ครับแท้เสาก่อนครับแท้เสาช่วยกันจะได้สบายกันหมดแล้วก็จี้นั่นโวอีครับโวเอไม่รอดครับแล้วก็ไล่ต่อครับจะหนีพ้นหรือเปล่าอุ้ยเกือบแล้วครับเตะรั้วมาแบบนี้โค้ง
just a
นั่น
little
โอ
bit
มาครับ
slow. Needed to put a bit more power into that.
นิดเดียวเกือบได้สองครับแล้วก็บุกตีป้อมต่อเลยครับทางด้านของทีมนิกมากาแล็กซี่ครับ
The cogs will move faster.
Oh, it's like
ดับนิกมากเหมือนว่านี่ใช่สบายๆผม
games where you're playing like trying to score the goal on the goalkeeper, you can adjust the power level. Pretty funny. Add a whole new dimension to Clockwork. Why not? Holy Locket already being worked on by GH. And this is one of the splits that we see more often, right? GH, he can play a greedier position 5 when he's on his IO, when he's on his Kotal.
เดือด 3K แล้วนี้ทางด้านฝั่งไอ้นิกมา
partner, he'll just go on and farm and enable his own game. And then he scales up, he's got a Holy Locket at an obscene timing, you can't kill him. I don't know, I really would have liked to see maybe something like the Earth Spirit
ดิฟฟิวเซอร์เบดครับ
because
ทางด้านของฝั่งแพงโก
from his inventory very much needs a diffuser blade to get anything done. But the Earth Spirit, even if you get shammed in the lane, you can at least still make your way towards an eventual Spirit Vessel just by getting involved in some kills. That's what the Pango will try to do, pathing towards the top side, wants to use the Rolling Thunder on a key target. Lycan will be exposed. Swashbuckle off the mark, but they should be able to get this kill because Shapeshift not available.
โดนชาร์จชูครับผม
Will claim their first major kill. A big win.
ด้านตัวของฝั่งดาวไว้ครับผมตายโดนดักเนี่ยสอยไปครับจะเข้าไปเช็คเขาซะหน่อย
As much as possible before the night time
ด้านบนโอบมา4ครับฝั่งตัวสมเมลก็เข้ามาขโมยคีย์ครับ
The enemy stacking the enemy
They
triangle.
stacked the enemy triangle and they
โอ้
found it. Come on.
ถ้าได้ตรงนี้มาสมเมลก็รวยจัดเลยเนี่ย
And all of the hoodwinks
สมเมลก็ต้องมีท่านฝั่งไอ้ตัวเรเดียนบิง BKB ก่อนนะอันดับแรกครับแล้วก็จะขยับไป AC ก่อนหรือเปล่าแต่ถ้าจะดึงฟาร์มต่อก็เซปเตอร์เสกให้ไลแคนแปลงหมาให้แต่ก็ยังไม่ต้องใช้ครับคือสมเมลเอาของแบบรวยจัดไปเลยเต็มสูบเลยก็ได้ครับแล้วก็เรื่องส่งเซปเตอร์ให้ก็ดูว่าถ้ารอนอฟดาเมจดีจัดก็เอาเซปเตอร์ให้รอนอฟซูมไว้ก็ได้ครับคลิกสโคป360องศา
3K gold lead already. Do you think we're gonna see him prioritize gift?
สแต็กเองกินเองฮะ
No.
He's gonna play for his own game, right?
Yeah, you buy your own items down out. You get your AC. It's important.
รอนอฟน่าจะออกของดาเมจไปเลยหรือเปล่าน่าจะใช่ครับเป็นคอนสายฟ้า
These are items that he needs to have.
ฮุกมาไปติดคีฟครับผมไม่โดนคนนะไอโอมารับครับผมแต่ว่าโดนหนักครับเขาซ้อนไว้อยู่ครับงานเข้าแล้วนิกมาครับไม่ยอมให้นะท่านฝั่งนิกมาแกงง่ายๆบอกเอาเรื่องจัดเลเวลอัพแล้วก็ยิงซอยมาต่อ GS ซูเมลแล้วก็โอมาตายครับสยองขวัญแล้วแบบนี้อย่างที่บอกครับอาเคมิดไม่ใช่ตัวที่ตอบโจทย์เท่าไหร่ครับมันยังต้องการใช้ของอยู่พอประมาณนะครับถ้าไปแก๊งเขาแบบนี้ก็โดนสวนรัวๆหน้าป้อม2แล้วห้าไปหน่อยฮะ
The combo with the stun on the elk
ดูรีเพย์ครับ
I find it hard to see how are they gonna
จังหวะครับ
here.
เจอทางด้านนี้มากันหมดนะ
So they relocated in for the,
5 ตัวรออะไรฮะที่เหลือก็สเปซฟาร์มกันไป
What was the plan here? Were they just trying to push the wave, or did they actually have an intention to kill the center?
It seems like they thought they could kill him, but it's hard to really imagine the damage being enough for those 3 heroes. Clockwork and IO, like we already said, low damage supports, and the Alchemist doesn't have a lot to offer early on.
ไหลขึ้นครับ
It doesn't come out in bursts. Alchemist needs to close the distance, hit and wail on you for extended
ก่อน
periods
สวี
of
ทวน
time
มาผม
before you really feel the pinch, especially on a hero like a Centaur War Runner.
And here comes Loranov as well. They don't have the dagger yet on Sumil, I believe, so he's not able to initiate.
Yeah, I mean, any of these moves that you try to make, you need the damage from either Loranov or Divide to close up these kills. The heroes
ขอบคุณพิชชี่คิมมี่ด้วยครับขอบคุณมากครับคุณพิชชี่ขอบคุณครับ
not so easy.
31 เดือนแล้วคุณพิชชี่ครับท่านที่ 7 ของไลน์นี้ครับขอบคุณครับสปอร์ตกันได้นะคนดู
Here's the gang squad.
อีกทางด้านฝั่งไอ้43 ท่านปิดหลอดครับขอบคุณมากครับขออีก43 ท่านหน่อยนะครับฝากออนซุปหน่อยนะครับพี่ชายใครที่ออนบนคอมครับขอบคุณมากครับผมขอบคุณครับขอบคุณพิชชี่นะครับ W คุณพิชชี่ครับ
Ask for a better pairing. Queasy will be
โอ้มาแฟร์เปิดใส่ก็ควิซซี่ครับควิซซี่ชาร์ปชูเตอร์ดีตัวไป
That was
ดักเนี่ยแอมพลิฟายดาเมจครับแอคทีฟไหม
He was. I would be scared too if Omar was running up to me in the jungle.
ดักเนี่ยก็ซับเคิลแล้วก็ชิลแคลร์ฮุกมาไม่โดนนะครับโอมาแต่ก็โซนเตะรัวได้หรือเปล่าครับเอารัวตัวเองโปรเทคไว้แต่ป้อม2ยิงอยู่แล้วปั๊มสู้ครับมุดเข้าไปในป้อม2อีกทีครับจะเทรดหรือเปล่าดาวไวเอาสปอนเข้าไปไล่คุยซี่ในป้อมไม่ไหวครับผมจากนั้นฝั่งเฮดเทรดก็มาฮิวมาอะไรครับเรียบร้อยฮะแล้วก็โดนล่าต่อคีปตัวละ250ครับโอ้โหเกมเคาน์เตอร์แอทแทกของนั้นฝั่งทีมเลเวลอัพนี่ดีจัดเลยฮะดาเมจไม่พอนิกมากกาแล็กซี่จะอัดคาป้อม2อีกครั้ง
Really griefing his team hard. Two bad choices to initiate. I guess he was really feeling himself.
มาชมนิกมากครับผมจัดไปครับผม
Sometimes it gets to you. You done something so amazing in the early game, and you think you can.
You're like the king of the world,
yeah,
right?
You think you can just get away with anything you want.
Or the best in the world.
You tend to make very, very aggressive plays, and those 2 plays very, very bad for his team right now. So we're back to 50-50.
You need to get your head back to the ground, right? You might have made
you have
something.
To be grounded.
Exactly, because the way Nigma Galaxy have been playing, we know that they can pull these smart moves off. But
you have to think, if Kuroko is in the team right now in the comms, what is he saying?
Yeah, he's like, Omar, brother, what the hell are you doing?
Play the game. We haven't won the game.
Focus on this game. You know what I'm saying?
โดนฮุกมาครับ
Hook shot in, finds the Pango again.
หนักด้านตรงของฝั่งนี้กันดักเนี่ยครับผมโดนกระจุยเลยครับ
Keep it simple.
บีบได้สวยครับ
With your team, don't stray too far. Don't try and dive tier 2s alone. And with Gucci.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
They have to try to slowly move towards the bottom side to get Roshan. That would be really, really looking forward to get the Roshan with the helm on the Lycan right now. But the on the Radiant side is it's 70 minutes in the game. Rosh is on the bottom side, so they need to figure out, are they going to stay top and farm the enemy jungle and find a way to go bottom?
จะขึ้นเป็นทางด้านฝั่งไอ้ตัวแมคานิซึมต่อครับฮิวครับเดี๋ยว GS ออกไอ้ตัวนี่เลยหรือเปล่าครับทางด้านรองเท้าการ์เดียน
These are the questions that you have to already be asking yourself.
เกมนี้ได้อื่นอยู่นะ
them at 19. You have to start asking yourself at 18.
Pre-planning.
What are you doing?
2 minutes to plan everything so people will push the waves and go to the right places. If you talk about it, minute 19.
You're too late.
People start moving 19-20. You're gonna be late. You know.
Yeah. What does the BKB first over the blink tell you about what Nigma Galaxy are thinking? Because Sumail has prioritized his BKB.
He thinks he can't run in the team fights because there's Centaur Stampede, there's the Pangolin roll, there's the Undying Tombstone.
ยิงกดมาใส่ดักเนี่ยครับดักเนี่ยครึ่งรอนะครับผมแอสซัสซิเนตซูมมาไม่เข้าอีกแล้วครับเพราะว่าลูกบอลมันกันเวทครับ
Narrowly escaped there. But I guess better than nothing, and he at the end
Stable
of the day,
conversion.
continues farming towards his Aghanims. That's gonna really help him scale.
อันตรายมาครับผมทางด้านนี้ก็เคลียร์ไปครับ
I like the BKB first though. I felt like the recipe for success for Nigma feels like they need a dagger hero.
Yeah, they need Sumail to be going in, right?
Somebody needs to go in.
ฮุกมาทีครับยิงกดมาต่อใส่ด้านฝั่งเฮดเทรดครับเฮดเทรดไม่รอดครับผมรอน้องจากการเฮดเทรดไป
Maybe this time round it's enough that Clockwork's doing Maybe they're just limit testing, right? Because earlier on we already said the Nigma Galaxy lineup was a bit greedy, and then Sumail filled in the gap. Now they're saying, okay, maybe Omar can do it alone, and maybe Sumail can take some farm.
โวเอเงินเยอะนะครับเนี่ยทำไปเล่นไปถือว่าเงินเยอะเลยล่ะทางด้านฝั่งดาวลินเจอร์บอลช็อตกว่ารอน้อมารอน้อไม่มีของหนีด้วยครับแล้วก็เรียบร้อยรอน้อโผล่แหลมๆครับทางด้านฝั่งไอ้คอปเวิร์กเข้าไม่ทันครับผมฮุกช็อตคูลดาวน์อย่างเงี้ยเดินมายิงสไนเปอร์ไปง่ายๆครับสไนเปอร์ไม่มีระเบิดเด้งเลยครับแล้วดูทรงสไนเปอร์ไม่ออกเฮอริเคนไพครับรอบนี้
and they came on the right side, so the clock, there was no way he could have protected Lorenov. Lorenov had no shot, so no way out.
Yeah, the left side is also where Nigma Galaxy have confirmed cleared out the vision. So it's interesting that Omar chose to take that position instead, because you'd imagine...
yeah, that's actually a good point.
Yeah, because if you already have wards on one side, you'd think the bodyguard should be on the other, right? You cover all angles.
But at the same time, it's about the smoke, right? They could smoke and come in from the side that has a ward as well. So
is someone in the pit? Or level up? They've taken this opportunity to just walk straight into the pit. And I don't know whether Nigma are going to make it here in time.
They don't know, right?
They should have some sort of an idea.
I think they don't know.
Oh, you might be right. Clockwork Rocket Flare is completely off the mark. It's scouting the triangle.
แอบตีโลช้าแล้วเรียกว่าครับแล้วได้ด้วยดิโวเอโอมาก็จะส่องก็ส่องไม่ทันดีครับสโมกช้าไปครับจังหวะนิกมาช้าเอาฮุกไม่โดนครับอันเซเบิร์ของกระชากบอกยังโบกนั้นฝั่งตัวของดาร์กเนียได้ตายไวครับมีรถกรอกครับจากตัวเอซิสเปรย์และก้อนสิริชนมาครับไม่ทันครับผมอุตส่าห์จะคิวหน้าตัวของฝั่งไอ้อันดาอิงครับแต่ก็ไม่ได้แล้วเซนทอร์ก็แยกย้ายกันไปก็ถือว่ายังเซฟเรื่องฝั่งไอจิซองยูทอได้อยู่นะให้เราได้หวั่นไหวไม่คาซิซึมมาครับทางด้านฝั่ง GH เงินก็เยอะนะ GH ใช้ก้อนสวิตฟาร์มได้ครับอย่างเมื่อวานนี้สเมลรวยจัดนี่ซื้อเซปเตอร์ให้ด้านฝั่งไอตัว GH ด้วยครับ
But now they're gonna get the tormentor. At least this is not a free rosh.
You've said it before that most of the time the team that gets the Aegis will naturally
get the tormentor.
But this game's a little bit different from that, because level up, this rosh was never theirs to take. The fact that they managed to get it already is a huge bonus. If only they didn't lose the Pango while they were doing that.
They get the shrine too.
Queasy also steals a little bit more. This is what level up need to do, right? They need to just kind of pinch and pull whatever pennies they can find from their opponents. You know Nigma Galaxy are trying to amass the gold in their pockets. If you can just snatch a little here on the map, find a little pick off.
8-9 นี้ทางด้านฝั่ง Nigma Galaxy แล้วก็ทีม Level Up โอเคการเงินของด้านฝั่งไอ้ตัวทีม Nigma
Still, the draw is pretty close.
นี่คือมาบอกคุยซี่ครับแล้วก็ BBP สตอมเหยียบมาแล้วมัลติช็อตกวาดไปครับด้านตัวของฝั่งรอน้องแตกพ่ายครับรอน้องนี่โดนเก็บง่ายๆครับถ้าโผล่แหลมมานี่คือด้านฝั่งเลเวลอัพเดินใส่แล้วไม่ต้องกลัวเพราะว่าไม่ได้แข็งอะไรขนาดนั้นแล้วของหนีไม่มีครับตัวเซฟก็ไม่ได้เดือดอะไรมากมายครับต่อให้ไอโอเนี่ยพุ่งเข้ามารีโลเคทเนี่ยไม่รู้จะทันหรือเปล่าด้วยเผลอๆโดนใบจากด้านดาวเรนเจอร์ซ้ำซ้อนต่อ
They wanted to make a go with the shapeshift, but baby 3-packs with that heart complete.
ฮุกมาครับแล้วก็แฟร์ไปก่อนฮุกหนีนะครับไม่ได้ฮุกเข้าอะ
But this might be the one. The Centaur didn't have an excellent lane, but was able to be left alone, farmed up, and even though he hasn't gone for the Crimson yet, his body alone is a good enough object. And Nigma Galaxy can't run past him. They'll find a vibe, thinking about the relocate out to the left.
ผมมาดีครับรีโลเคทพาดาวไว้หนีฮะแต่ถ้าเป็นทรงนี้ต้องพร้อมสู้นะครับโลริงฮะชนมาต่อครับทางด้านตัวของฝั่ง GS ครับโดนซอร์เคิลแทงไปครับแล้วก็รีโลเคทกลับมาที่เดิมโดนดับเบิลเดทปาดตายอยู่ดีครับโดนค้ำแนวหน้าจากนั้นดาร์กเนียโดนแอสซัสซิเนตครับแต่ว่าไม่ตายครับผมเลือดเหลืออยู่ปริมๆรอดแล้วเหลืออยู่50ครับผมส่วนโอมาเจ็ตแพ็กมาก็ข้ามไม่ได้บอกแล้วก็วานนั้นชาร์ปแล้วลงต่อแสนโวเอก็ถอยครับพยายามจะซื้อเวลาให้ไลแคนกับนั่นฝั่งอาร์เคมิดฟาร์มตอนนี้นิกมากาแล็กซี่กับส่วนนั่นฝั่งเลเวลอัพก็ไม่สนใจกันตีป้อม2ต่อเลยฮะ23 นาที
It's kind of a big deal. This is perhaps some of the best we've seen in the entire tournament.
They're getting the waves pushed very, very far. Nigma is not able to deal with the wave, and they're getting.
จากด้านดาวน์เจอบอกจะเป็นตัวของฝั่งบัตเตอร์ไฟเหรอฮะ
They can't really move out. They need the waves to push out with the Lycan and the shards.
เขาบุกมาเขาไล่แล้วเลยไงโวเอครับผมเคลียร์ทาวเวอร์เทียร์2ด้านล่างครับโวเอ
needs to bring someone over with the relocate. Or they have to be
บุญมาก็สุดแล้ว GS ฝั่งจะได้ตัวของไออาร์ชิมิดก็มาเป็นครับ AC ครับ SL Kiras.
Right now, level up are the ones occupying the Nigma jungle. They're doing a very good job occupying the jungle. They're 6k behind, but having the Aegis on the draw just gave them enough confidence to make all these aggressive moves.
Yeah. And we have to remember that Nigma, at least in the draft, we were complimenting them a lot for being able to make a difficult lineup work. They knowingly gave over Drow Undying. They chose to prioritize GH's IO and the clockwork. And sure, Omar's had some flashy plays so far, but there's a reason why Drow Undying has been the pinnacle of what's prioritized in this tournament. It just gives the team so many tools.
เปิดมาแบงล่างก็หมดไล่แล้วคอไปเซนทอร์ถล่มเซนทอร์ได้สบายครับไม่มีตัวค้ำแล้ววิ่งเข้าหาตัวแล้วครับเก็บทีละตัวได้สบายครับตอนนี้รีโลเคทไปดักหน้านั้นฝั่งโวเอหรือเปล่าโวเอโดนแอสซัสซิเนตครับโดนรีโลเคทดักครับแล้วก็โรลลิ่งเดอร์ครับมาขัดครับไม่สนใจ BKB โขกใส่นั่นฝั่งดาวเจอร์ครับปิดพาสซีฟดาวเจอร์ได้เข้าชิดถึงตัวได้สบายครับตรงนี้ก็ไล่ต่อครับดาวเรนเจอร์โดนพาวเวอร์คล็อกเด้งล้วมาครับจังหวะนี้แล้วก็เตะล้วลงล่างครับบิงยัดลูกต่อกระจุยก็โวเอเงินขึ้นมาเป็น 8K ครับนิกมากาแล็กซี่ในไฟต์เดียวครับ
Yeah, that was the jump that
อย่าให้พี่ใหญ่ได้โมโหอ่ะ
They couldn't really push out the waves and get the jump. And this time they get the waves out. They get the
เนมิซิสมีแข่งยีบอกแข่งแล้วครับผม
on the center and they were able
ถ้าจบโค้งนี้จบไปก็โยกไปดูเนมิซิสต่อตามสูตรครับ
like all the minus armor.
That's crazy because
ดาวไวครับผมก็เก็บตังค์ซื้อนั่นฝั่งออคิดต่อไว้จับตายครับ
He actually had a plate.
He had a plate mail, had a ring, had an essence ring. Not enough. And now
เดี๋ยวเข้ามากลางครับทางด้านฝั่ง BPX
once he gets that item, it's going to be a major difference. But
BBP
still, the armor shredding potential of all of Nigma Galaxy.
เอจิสตอนนี้ก็รอกันต่อไปอีก2 นาทีอัปเดตเวลาเกิดครับ
Stacks up for sure. Omar, I believe he's got a solar crest flying out to him as well.
ไอโอก็จะเป็นหัวใจครับฟาร์มไม่รอฮะเดี๋ยวทางด้านฝั่งอาคิมิดส่งมอบเซปเตอร์ให้อาคิมิดบอกขอรวยแล้วก็แบกดาเมจมากกว่านี้ก่อนนะเพราะอาคิมิดมีทาเลนเวล15ครับยิ่งสแต็กเงินเยอะเท่าไหร่ของทางด้านฝั่งทีมไอ้ตัวกิวิกีเนี่ยเพราะว่ามอบเซปเตอร์ให้มันมีสแต็กเงินเพิ่มครับหาเงินได้ไวขึ้นกว่าเดิมอีกแล้วก็เพิ่มดาเมจเข้าไปอีกฮะก็เลยจะดาเมจเยอะดาเมจล้นหน่อยฮะอาคิมิดนี่โดนเนิร์ฟไปแล้วนะแต่ก่อนนี่คือส่งเซปเตอร์2 อันนี้ดาเมจพุ่งแบบทะลุทะยานเลยครับทางด้านฝั่งอาคิมิด
He's trying to come out, decay the wave a little bit, and immediately the sniper's on his head. Maybe you can try and bait.
โดนในสปอร์ตก็ได้ครับคนดูครับเลยลืมออนซูมไลน์ผมขอ100 ท่านบวกๆนะครับคนดูผมจะได้ใส่สายสัญญาต่อจากซูครับในทางด้านฝั่งไตรมาสที่3ของมากครับพี่ซูก็มีแจกกีฟเมมเบอร์เรื่อยๆนะใครวางใครอะไรกันไว้ครับก็จะมีแจกนะครับผมแจกของขวัญกับพี่ชายใหญ่เดี๋ยวโคก็มาครับตอนนี้ทางด้านตัวของฝั่งรอนอมจากการดักเนี่ยมาล็อกสวยครับ
I think maybe the Penguin play in a more defensive manner where you swashbuckle backwards or you swashbuckle from a range and you don't prioritize getting the last hit. So with devs like this, usually when you look at the replay and you're talking
ไปให้ถึงล้านจัดไปผมยิ่งเยอะยิ่งดีครับซูปก็เป็นส่วนหนึ่งของช่องทางรายได้ผมแหละเป็นการบริจาคยอดวิวครับเนมิซีดกำลังดาวเหรอใช่ไหมได้เลยครับ
Yeah, that's a privilege, right? That's a luxury you don't have.
ขึ้นมาครับรอนอฟมีไอโอเปิดโอเวอร์ชาร์จให้ยิงซอยรัวครับ
He just almost died
ซูมเปิดไปก่อนเผื่อเพื่อนตามได้ครับอัดเข้าไปนี้เปิดพาวคล็อกมาแล้วฮุกจอครับเอาเสาครอบไว้มัลติช็อตโกดมาใส่โอมาจะต้องออกโคดเซปเตอร์แล้วมั้งเนี่ยด้านนี้ก็หลุดออกมาก่อนแล้วทางฝั่งตัวแพงโกเกิดพอดีด้วยครับยิงใส่ด้านเฮดเทรดตายบอกตายเกิดไวหรือเปล่าเลยอาคิมิดเข้ามากลางดงแล้วอาคิมิดเข้ามาโคดเกินไปอาคิมิดBKB เพิ่งกดครับแต่ไอโอลิงก์มาแล้วก็ฮิวให้ครับเลือดเด้งเป็นข้อครับเลือดเด้งเป็นข้อกดโอเวอร์ชาร์จฮิวอาคิมิดรีเลือดแบบไวจัดเลือดเต็มอีกแล้วครับดักเนี่ยลงมาโรลลิ่งนะทันเดอร์แต่ก็ไม่กล้าเข้าครับเดี๋ยวตายครับสไนเปอร์ค้ำไว้อยู่ดาวไวติปยั่วนั่นฝั่ง BBP หน่อยฮะโดนแน่โดนดาวไวเช็คดาเมจแน่สไนเปอร์ครับทำดาเมจไป 22,000 ครับรอนอฟ ดาเมจเยอะกว่าทางด้านฝั่งดาวเรนเจอร์ครับ10,000เลยฮะ
Wolf bite the sniper.
No.
You could wolf bite the clockwork.
โดนเข้าไปสตันหมูซูเมลใช่โดนเข้าไปการสแปดหมูฮะซูเมลเล่นได้ครับเพราะว่ามีไอโอคอยเซฟอยู่ครับถ้าแบบจังหวะหลุดเดียวนะไอโออยู่ใกล้ฮะเพราะว่ามันจะลิงก์คืนมาได้อยู่ดีซูเมลก็เลยกล้าโดดเข้าไปแบบชิวๆครับไม่สนใจแต่เมื่อกี้ก็ไม่กด BKB ก็เสียวนะสยองขวัญกดจังหวะออกไงจะได้แบบโฮ BKB ไว้หน่อย
I don't ask them to bite me even though they've already bitten me
โอราชนะเพย์ไทม์ 2-0 ละเอาแล้วจบแล้วครับลุ้นไทยเบรกในวันพรุ่งนี้แต่นิกมาต้องชนะเพย์ไทม์ 2-0 นะ
You're trying to tell them these are the ground rules there's no ping in this corner
Yeah
you only get food when I say so
I don't think there's been anything of the sort for these new Nigma Galaxy players. They've just fit in so nicely. All very well behaved. They know exactly what they need to do. No arguments. No taking a dump where you're not supposed to, you know. Everybody's respectful. Just the way Kuro likes it. Into the pit they go. The smoke move coming out from level up though. I feel like this should be obvious for Nigma, and sure enough, they have Omar guarding the
สโมกมานี่ทางด้านฝั่งเลยครับ
So here we go. This might be the last hurrah. This is going to be a very critical fight. If level up can once again find some magic here.
Wow, the ghost scepter
ก่อนสปีดว่าลงมาทีเชอร์ลิงก์ไปครับยิงกดมาซ้ำต่อใส่นาบอมชั้นฝั่งเฮดเชดละลายเรียบร้อยสไนเปอร์ยิงแรงจัดครับไอโอครับได้โวชาร์บอลสไลด์ขึ้นบนอาเคมิดวิ่งหาด้านฝั่งตัวของโวเอแล้วโวเอปีนภูเขาน้ำแข็งไม่แล้วปีนภูเขาน้ำแข็งซัดเข้าไปสู้ครับเปิดนูริฟายมาด้านฝั่งโวเอครับเรียบร้อยครับเอาแล้วครับ BBP ครับผมไปไล่สไนเปอร์เมื่อกี้ไล่ไม่เจอครับผมแล้วซูมอัดหน้ามาทีดักเนี่ยตายหมดแล้วรีโลเคทมาดักครับไม่เจอใครแล้วที่เหลือหนีกันหมดครับกดโกลเซปเตอร์วิ่งไปครับทางฝั่งตัวของฮูดวิงว้าไปเป็นที่เรียบร้อยเสียนั่นฝั่งไอ้ตัวนะครับแพงโกดาวเรนเจอร์แล้วก็อันดาอิงครับอันดาอิงนี่โดนสไนเปอร์ยิงแป๊บเดียวเป็นผงเลยฮะดาเมจล้นๆครับจังหวะนี้ของนั่นฝั่งทีมนิกมากาแล็กซี่ครับ
Just stands there, Ghost Scepter. They're looking at him. Do we really want to commit into the IO? The Roche is going down. The Roche goes down, and they got nothing else to give.
Yeah, Pango and Drow, they're all physical damage. The Ghost Scepter is just super valuable this game on GH. As long as he pops it off, he's not going to die, and he can be first contact.
Yeah. It's so easy for him to connect back to the rest of his team. Here's a hook shot in. Maybe 3 packs all the meat in the world. Crimson Guard as well. Doesn't really seem like he's doing anything.
ยิงกดครับซัดรัวๆอัดลงไปครับผมรอน้องครับผมอัดพัดมาต่อยทีรอน้องครับซัดด้านฝั่งเฮดเทรดครับ
It's looking like it's coming to a close. We had some longer games in the first series, but Level Up just not really able to pick up the slack. Can't really find their footing here in the group stage. And just like Eki said, it's a reality for a lot of these tier 1.5, tier 2 teams. You find a bunch of guys, you play together, and you try and hope for the best. Either you guys are the next big thing, or you come out here and you can't quite show the Dota you want to play. You can't quite match up. And unfortunately for Level Up, that seems to be the story for them. We followed them since the start of this group stage, and we've yet to
ตีครับผมทำบาร์อะไรครับแล้วก็ไหลเอาเมกาคีบวันเทิร์นครับวันเทิร์นเมกาคีบ
How can you, right? You're against a Nigma.
จะทำยังไงจะต้านยังไงจะต้านนิกมาขอต่อยหมัดเดียวล่วงไปเลยหลังจากที่หยอกน้องๆไปเยอะโรลลิงกันเดอร์ครับรอนอฟมีเอจิตอยู่ทางด้านซูเมลครับแนวหลังครับส่วนแนวหน้าก็ปะทะกันอยู่ครับตรงนี้ปะทะกันอยู่ยิงลูกบอลระเบิดไปแล้วครับส่วนดาวไวซัดเดินฝั่งเฮดเทรดลงได้ครับดาวเรนเจอร์เข้ามายิงครับฟอร์ดไดโร่รัวๆครับถอยออกได้รอครับพยายามจะไขลงเรื่อยๆชิวการเปิดสวนอัดเข้ามาอีกทีนึงสไนเปอร์ยิงฟรีครับตั้งขายิงรัวๆใส่หนักเซนทอร์ว่าถึงแล้วจะรอดหรือเปล่าบูชแบกเข้ามายอมเสียจิตได้ครับเซิร์ฟฝั่งรอนอฟส่วนซูเมลก็เทรดกลับกันไปตีบาแลกต่อเพื่อรีเลือดให้เต็มครับแล้วให้รอนอฟเล่นก่อนครับรอนอฟซอยยิงใส่นั้นโวเอครับถอยขึ้นนั้นฝั่งไอตัวฟอร์เทนไปครับและที่เหลือก็ได้เมกาคีมาวาร์ปกลับบนหัวรับมิชชั่นคอมพลีทครับไลแคนไม่มีแปลงร่างกันเชฟชีฟครับถอยกลับมาก่อนครับแต่รอนอฟขอเล่นต่อครับยิงทาวเวอร์ไปเรื่อยๆฮะยิงทาวเวอร์ไปไม่สนใจรอนอฟเล่นต่อครับด้านฝั่งไลแคนโถมกลับมาครับผมไม่ได้วาร์ปกลับบ้านนะไลแคนวาร์ปกลับไปตรงเอาโพลครับเพื่อรีเซ็ตกันก่อนนิดนึงฮะแล้วก็จีครับเป็นทางด้านตัวของฝั่งทีมครับนิกมากาแล็กซี่ชนะไป 2-0 ครับแบบชิวๆครับพี่ใหญ่ใจเต็มแล้วก็ไปตัดสินกันต่อวันพรุ่งนี้ครับถ้าชนะเพลย์ไทม์ 2-0 ครับจะได้ไทยเบรกของออโรราแน่นอนฮะแต่ต้องรอลุ้นก่อนนะครับว่าทางด้านออโรราเนี่ยจะชนะลิควิด 2-0 หรือเปล่าครับไปลุ้นกันอีกทีฮะ
I don't know if it's possible for them to make it out no more.
Yeah, I mean,
เอาเรื่องครับ
reality is gonna kick in, it's gonna set in, and you're gonna
พี่ชายใหญ่ครับผม
the negative vibes, you know.
เสียแค่1 เกมให้ออโรราครับไปเสมอออโรรามานอกนั้นวินหมดเลยฮะวินลิควิดวินเลเวลอัพวินลูดิเตอร์ส
It's kind of expected.
ไม่ใช่ลูดิเตอร์ไปวินอะไรนะไอ L1 นะครับผม
The hero pool. I think maybe
สไปซี่ครับปะเดี๋ยวไปดูเนเมซิสต่อครับเนเมซิสเริ่มแล้วครับคนดูพวกเขาคือเนเมซิสห้ามแพ้นะวันนี้ถ้าแพ้วันนี้ก็มีโอกาสที่จะบินสูงครับเนเมซิสกำลังดาวแล้วกับทางฝั่ง VJดูดาวไปก่อนครับขออนุญาตอัพสกอร์ให้บอทก่อนนะครับคนดูสปอร์ตหน้าก็ดูวันนี้นะครับแห้งเหี่ยวงอยเงาหัวใจครับสปอร์ตกันได้ครับเมมเบอร์วันนี้มีแค่7เมมเบอร์นะครับแล้วก็โดเนทครับอีกมาหน่อยๆขอให้วันเป็นวันที่ดีครับคนดูขอบคุณมากครับคนดูที่ยังอยู่รับชมกันอยู่ฮะแล้วก็ซัพพอร์ตกันเสมอมาครับ2 ปีก่อนจากครับคนดูทิ้งทวนกันซะหน่อย2 ปีก่อนจากกันไปฮะ
Like maybe you want to pick a weaker carry because you think it'll win the game as a whole, but the lane is weak, then Lich can kind of get you through that. But I do think Shadow Demon Lycan is mildly awkward. I wonder if you can swap. Okay, well never mind. I thought maybe you could move this Earth Spirit around, move the Bane around to pick a stronger support versus the Lycan and Shadow Demon.
ขออนุญาตนั่งโพสเทรดไว้นะครับคนดูแป๊บนึงนะครับผม
I like it. It's pretty safe. I guess you just ban some of the worst matchups now, the carries.
The tiny one's not the one I really had in mind. Look at
the Lycan Tiny combo though.
Yeah.
Oh, they respected the sniper still.
My control โดเนทมา30 บาท
Because the thing is,
Nigma Ultra
Earth Spirit,
Smooth
as a support in this game,
ได้เรื่องอะไรมาก่อนดู
probably than the mid lane.
คอนโทรลไมค์
Puck does quite well.
ขอบคุณนะพี่ชาย
Matchup in the mid. I don't think he really slows down Puck. And I think as a support, he kind of has the same job. Like roll in, look for the silence, find the Shadow Demon, get a magnetize. The difference is as a core, you know, he probably doesn't die, but the Bear Assassin removed. Fantastic hero up against Shadow Fiend.
It's very annoying with Lich as well.
Yeah, it's okay in lane versus Tide. It's not the best, but it is.
ตลกหน้าพี่ดาวไว้กระชากหูฟังแรงแล้วก็ร้องอ้า
I think the supports determine the Ursa versus Tide Hunter.
หูฟังเกี่ยวหู
And this is one where you're gonna have a.
เดี๋ยวแคปลงเพจแล้วตลกหน้าพี่ดาวไว้ดึงหูฟังออกแรงเกินไปหูฟังด้านในเกี่ยวหูอ้า
The Slaughter mid would have been cool.
It would have been very smart. Actually, it would have worked really well. And I think that is kind of where they're aiming. I doubt they're going to run this or Spirit in the mid lane. I think I want something that kind of punishes this Puck a little bit more. The Tiny wouldn't have been bad in the mid lane, but they had to ban it themselves. I'm trying to think of like some of the OG Puck counters, right? You could do something very strange like a Night Stalker if you really wanted. But Night Stalker mid hasn't been super popular. I mean, Night Stalker in general hasn't been very popular, I suppose.
Void
สักครู่นะก่อนดู
sometimes.
โพสเพจเดี๋ยว
I
นะ
feel like I just straight up like Earth Spirit more than the Void Spirit currently.
Yeah, I do too.
So at that point, I'd rather just stick Earth Spirit mid and grab a new core support, which if they do anything that is high damage.
หูซัพพอร์ตได้ครับโดเนทครับ
For sure, if you do that.
เนเมซิสมาดูฮีโร่เนเมซิสหน่อยครับ
I don't know if it's that high damage though.
Shadow Demon นะ
It's got some initial burst, but
ตัว
once
เซ
they
ฟ
can't
เหรอ
go past
Shadow
that,
Demon
there's your
ไม่
damage.
เห็นนานนะตัวนี้โดนเรื่องระยะโดนเรื่องดำมานาไปก็ปิวๆนะ
Support Zeus, but yeah, I think it'll be mid.
ลิงมาสเตอร์โดนแบนนะทำไมต้องหลบมาเล่นทางด้านฝั่งไอ้ Shadow Demon ด้วย
I think as a support, it gets
หรือว่าการ
like this becomes suddenly
เซตอัพคอมโบอะไรดีหรือเปล่า
But you see, he can't.
เมื่อวานนี้เนเมซิสนี่คือเหมือนทะเลาะกันเลย
He
นะ
just
แบบ
has to send
โห
the
ต่างคน
three
ต่างเล่น
wolves
น่ะหนัก
at
จัด
the Zeus, and the Zeus will die and change.
That's why you
แครี่ลูบิกอนก็
kill the wolves.
ตำแหน่งยืนแย่จัดครับชอบไปยืนด้านหน้านะ
Yes.
อนาหลอกเปิดเพื่อนก็เข้าไม่ทันอีกครับไม่น่าจะเข้าใจกันง่าย
And then you work together to protect each other.
ซูดอาจจะมิดเลนก็ได้แล้วเป็นเอิร์ธสปีดโพส4ครับเบนโพส5 ไทเตอร์ออฟเลนอยู่แล้วชัวร์แครี่เป็น Shadow Fiend ครับลิชโพส5ครับสำหรับทางด้านฝั่งนี้แล้วก็กุงก้าแจ็บเสริมคังก้าแจ็บหรือเปล่าคังก้าแครี่ไหมโอ้เอาอะไรแค่แครี่แล้วอะไรวะเนี่ยได้แล้วเฟล็กมาอย่างนี้เลยเหรอกาวเลียนเฟดอย่างเดียวเลยครับทางด้านเนเมซิสแต่ทีมไฟท์ถ้าฝั่งตรงข้ามเขาไม่จนเนี่ยสู้เขาไม่ได้นะครับบอกไว้ก่อน
In the past, Kunkka, as a carry, was a Radiance builder into like Shadow Blade, so it kind of, to me, it kind of fits the idea. But we're gonna see Rubicon take the Lycan.
Yo, it is a support Zeus. I knew it.
Is it actually?
Xing Q, my
ชิ้นเป็นหัวใจครับ
guy is here to far. He is, okay, I'm telling you right now, he's gonna pass.
มาเชียร์แจ๊บเลยครับ
within 25.
เอาจริงก็ยากครับเก็บ 2-0 นะวันนี้ถึงจะได้ลุ้นในวันพรุ่งนี้ต่อด้วยครับแต่ถ้าวันนี้แพ้ก็ไปลุ้นวันพรุ่งนี้แบบเหนื่อยๆฮะถ้าเก็บ 2-0 วันนี้ได้ผมว่าโอเคกว่าครับก็ไปลุ้นวันพรุ่งนี้ต่อมาครับถามว่าดาบฮีโร่ทีมไหนเก่งกว่าจริงๆสูสีกันนะดาบเนี่ยดาบของ VG ไปเก่งไอ้ตัวทีมไฟครับผ่านเลนเฟดได้แล้วทีมไฟดาบของทางด้านฝั่งเนมิซิสเนี่ยเก่งเลนเฟดนะครับเก่งกว่านิดเดียวเองครับไม่ได้แบบขาดมากดาบแบบแทบจะ 50-50 เลยแต่ผมให้ทีมไฟจบเลนเฟดดีแล้ว VG เหนือกว่าครับ
keep them quite low. And I feel like Lycan's a pretty greedy
Nemesis
wants to rush Helm of the Dominator, and if you can just nuke in a bunch of damage and force him to buy regen, then you're slowing down his timing, and that is something that Zeus can do. And then you just scale up really well. I genuinely do believe in Aghanim Shard, no joke, into things like Aghanims.
It is the build. I like support Zeus right now. You need it to do damage, or else it like what else does it bring to the game, right? So I do think yeah, you're right. The Aghanim Shard rush into the Aghanims is probably the best you can hope for. I'm a little bit worried about the Lycan. I was saying, this could be the best Lycan game ever if it's a support Zeus, and now it's a carry Lycan into this matchup. So it's gonna be spooky. We'll see what they do. It does mean the Bane Shadow Fiend lane will be
spooky
because they don't have to deal with
ผมให้ของขวัญไปกับคุณ BCC ด้วยแล้วคุณเกียนแซดครับผมเกียนแซดกดรับของขวัญด้วยเป็นซับฟรี Esports ในซูปซู
I'm so curious what the item build is going to be. Like he's going straight Helm of the Overlord. Obviously, it's after that I'm curious.
I think I saw an extra Sage's mask queued up, which I would guess Harpoon or Bloodthorn.
Yeah, it's got you got to go Echo Saber, right? Like Echo Saber into Harpoon, something like that. It allows you to stick on the Zeus. Like Zeus suddenly has no way out.
Orchid's pretty good this game though.
Oh dang, it is a good Orchid game.
ไม่มีปัญหารอสักครู่ครับจากอนาล็อก
I think I like the Orchid.
อนาล็อกปิดไมค์ป่ะ
you can
ไหวไหมลูบิคอนไหวไหมหน้าตาเองดูไม่มั่นใจเอาหน่อยดิ
Now you're being Bloodthorn. You know, like you don't even need the Harpoon to keep up on the supports. I kind of like it.
What about the Kunkka going for the Orchid?
I kind of like it.
Like Kunkkas,
he could also do that.
Kunkkas have been known to rush.
ก็เลยจะถอยทีวี85 นิ้วเพื่อมาดูพี่เลยครับจัดไปครับผมคุณฟุกซอย
As an offlaner, I don't hate it.
ถอยไปเลยพี่
I don't hate it if
หรือเอาทีวีไปขายแล้วก็โดเนทให้ผมก็ได้เดี๋ยวผมส่งUSB ไปให้ USB ที่มีจอไปให้แล้วก็ดูผ่าน USB ที่มีจอเท่ไม่หยอกเอาเสียบไว้บนคอมแล้วว่าเดี๋ยวมันจะมีจอภาพขึ้นมาเล็กดูผมผ่านตรงนั้นก็ได้
Not like Xing Q supports Zeus, you know, he's got all the damage, but Nemesis lacking a little on.
ผมแปะช่องซูปไลฟ์ครับเข้าไปออนกันได้นะครับก็ดูขอ100ท่านบวกๆนะแล้วก็เมมเบอร์ตอนนี้7เมมเบอร์ครับขาดอีก43ท่านปิดหลอกครับยังไงก็ซัพพอร์ตกันได้ครับพี่ชายวันนี้แห้งเหี่ยว
something that the rest of his team can't, and then they could just play really fast around the Lycan. Like Lycan's doing the Zoo tempo, Kunkka's bringing the auras, and line those up.
กังก้าออฟเลนนะครับไม่ใช่กังก้าแครี่เป็นด้านฝั่งไลแคนแครี่
is very powerful, but that early game Zeus, I mean, that's why it's a little like, yeah, you know, it's a little sus sometimes because of that. So if you can push the tempo before Zeus gets too scary.
Yeah, we'll see if they can do it. Smoked up Y, we'll get some vision here of Yamsun thanks to that bonus night
การ
vision.
โดเนทมา500 บาท
Smoke pops on the high ground.
เฮ้ยนี่ไงพี่กันครับผม Big W พี่กันครับ500 บาท Big W พี่กัน
Okay, now they do.
ขอบคุณมากครับผม
This is scary. You are being pinched as XM comes in.
ขอบคุณครับพี่กันครับขอบคุณครับ
The bolts are coming
Big
down.
W
Yamsun might be the
แล้วก็เปิดมาปะทะกันนะผมไทยกาบูฮะ เปิดเฟิร์สบัตรนะรอนนาหลอกเก็บเอ็กเซมได้บอกก่อนนะแยมสันตายบอกโดนซินคิวจัดการแล้วซินคิวโดนสวนตายเหมือนกันนะเรสกุดมาบอกฉะนั้นฟังกันดูอันนาหลอกครับเก็บซินคิวแล้วก็แจ๊บเข้าตายครับแจ๊บมาเป็น
So the mid lane for Nemesis
กังก้าบอกว่าสู้ไม่ไหวช่วงต้นได้แค่เซตอัพนะ
But the side lanes for VG benefited from that.
XM เอิร์ธสปีดมินนะครับ
The nice thing for
ซูดเป็นโพส
Earth
4
is he doesn't have to strictly win his lane. Just by being able to roll in, he contributes quite a lot.
โอ้ถ้าแก้ดับมาแบบนี้ทางด้านฝั่งทีม VG เก่งนะครับเก่งจัดเลยครับได้เลนเฟดเพิ่มขึ้นแล้วก็ทีมไฟครับเพราะว่าทางด้านเอิร์ธสปีดมิดเลนตบปักแบบกระจุยฮะตอนแรกผมนึกว่าซูดมิดเลนผมขออภัยครับเป็นทางด้านฝั่งไอตัวซูดโพส 4 ครับ
As long as you just time it correctly.
โหแบบนี้เนี่ยมันสู้ยากครับคนดูสู้ยากมากๆครับ
Kunkka already hits pretty hard, but now
ถ้าจากดับตอนนี้เนี่ยทางด้านฝั่งไอ VG ชนะไปแล้ว 80% นะเดี๋ยวต้องมาดูว่าเนเมซิสผ่านเลนเฟดหรือเปล่าเลนเฟดก็ยากทีมไฟก็ยากครับเนเมซิสต้องชนะเลนเฟดอย่างเดียวแล้วตอนนี้
And there's not too much you can do. You don't want to waste your mana on the wolves.
Yeah, I'm mostly curious like how it lanes on the Lycan in the safe lane. Because a lot of times if you're having a bad lane on Lycan, you just drag with the wolves because it's very low commitment. They have to, spend mana to try and deal with the wolves otherwise. But in the safe lane, he's just, gonna do his best to farm here. Yeah, Tidehunter kind of in a tanky boy at the moment. Lich doing most of the damage right now. Eventually he will run out of mana though.
I mean, you can see the damage coming in. Xinqiu's level 2. I think
อัพซินเตอร์อัพฟอร์ดบาร์มาโดนสวนนะซินคิวช็อตหัวแตกครับยำสันนะนิ่มๆครับทางด้านฝั่งไอตัวยำสันสู้อัพสกิล2มาผ่าหัวแตกเลยผ่าหัวแตกยืนตีผ่าหัวแตกยืนตีอย่างเดียว
Little snack. Which wolf do you think got it? One should be a little larger.
แล้วก็ดีเทควอร์ดคอนโทรลวอร์ดได้ดีด้วยสุดซัพพอร์ต4ครับ
Just a bit too full.
It's the one with the max health bar.
I mean, that
obviously.
fish was as large as the wolf.
ใครมาฝัดอะไรวะเนี่ย
Yeah, that's one lightning bolt.
ส่งเข้ามิติมือนะขออนุญาตส่งเข้ามิติมือนะพี่
It's a tough lane for Lich, which I mean, you were imagining Lich being the stronger
ฝันรัวจัดเลย
That's the thing with Zeus support. It is greedy, but it's quite powerful in the lane.
He does so much damage, right? Like the auto attacks from Zeus are so strong, and when you throw the minus armor of the Gush in there, you cannot come forward and right like that.
ช็อตมาบอกใส่นั่นฝั่งไอตัวยำสันครับ
Volley of spells.
He's actually dead.
เฮวิลี่จัมลงมาครับจะ
He will die.
โดนซินคิวคิวฮะ
Quick TP out from
nice
Xinqiu.
TP.
แล้วก็ถอยด้วยซินคิวถอยไปเติมมาหน้าครับโอ้โหคุ้มจัดฮะ
You don't need me. We just killed Lich. I'll go home now.
And Bach gets the Lotus. 2 overextensions from the Lich. You can't do this. You actually can't do this. He has no way of coming back to lane. He has to walk now. The Lycan is not strong enough to 2v1 in the lane. Luckily, the Zeus isn't there right now, but
Kunkka is holding his own up here in what is typically a pretty tough lane, considering he also got some kills at the start. XM doing the same though, but I do think Earth Spirit has a lot of damage to fight out against the Puck. So even though Puck got those kills, it's not like you suddenly pick up way more damage over an Earth Spirit who's just holding all the charges, getting that bonus damage. Ouch. Why?
That's
trouble?
3.
Yeah, 3 charges.
Yeah, very nice. I mean, Lelis, he's a big fan of the Shadow Demon. He has tons of games played on it, so I'm not super surprised to see them go for this. It just has fallen a little bit out of the meta, but
I still think it's good versus
some of the
Shadow
top Demon.
heroes.
Or Shadow Fiend, sorry. I think it's perfectly fine to pick in a Shadow Fiend.
4-3 อะตัวนี้ถือว่ามาสูสีครับ
Okay. Get him under the tower. A little bit of extra damage there. Not really at risk of dying, but, Xinqiu heading towards the mid lane, maybe to look to gank the Puck.
Even if you don't gank, he can look for a ward if he wants. He's on the right side of it. Ooh, not able to get there quite fast enough.
Sinister ดูครับ
Okay,
I think he's out of mana for this.
He's
but
still got a Lotus too.
Yeah,
Bach is just wasting his time.
The Zeus might outtrade the Lich, but Tide Hunter on his own will not. So Yamson getting some good work done. Actually, Zeus.
ตบมาเรสครับผมลงนะ
up here.
A very nice assist there from the
ช็อตมาตบย้ำอีกทีครับเฮมริจัมครับลงต่อทางด้านโดนของฝั่งแจ็บก็ไม่รอดครับโดนชาร์โดฟีนะเรสแบบตัวขาดครึ่งครับและซินคิวจอยไฟไวอีกด้วยช็อตลงหัวยั่วครับกดระเบิดพิษมาอ้าวซินคิวเลื่อนเหลืออยู่7เหลืออยู่8ครับไม่ตายกับซินคิวแม่ระเบิดพิษช้าไปนิดนึงครับเมื่อกี้อุตส่าห์พอยซันเข้าแบบเต็มๆไปอะภาพเลนเฟดแล้วนั่นฝั่งตัว VG มาแล้วก็ตามที่บอกครับฮีโร่พอมันเฟล็กซูดมาเป็นโพส4เนี่ยผมก็เลยตีว่าทางด้านฝั่ง VG ชนะ 80% ตอนแรกถ้าซูดมิดเลนน่ะแล้ว11ไป4น่ะก็คือดาแบบ50-50นะแต่เขาเฟกเลนดีจัดเลยครับทางด้านฝั่ง VG ตอนนี้ต้องชนะเลนเฟดให้ได้อย่างเดียวครับเนเมซิสเพราะว่ากลางเกมเล่นยากครับอันตีของด้านฝั่งไอ้ไทเตอร์มันเซตดีครับกับไอ้ตัวปักจะพยายามจะสวนครับที่มาตัวเอ็กเซมครับก็โดนแม็กดีไทไปโดน11กดคีเป็นเรื่องธรรมดาครับก้อนหินมันอันตรายครับด้านโลของฝั่งจินคิวครับเก็บไปยัมสันได้ต่อครับ11ยืนมิดเลนจะลาดคีบง่ายครับผมเพราะว่าดาเมจแรงกว่าปักครับมีโบนัสดาเมจฟรีจากก้อนหินครับเจอพิษไป3สแต็ก4สแต็กระเบิดแน่นอนนะขอครึ่งหลอดขอ5โอ้มีเลนดรอปครับผม God ไม่ตายครับผมจังหวะนี้แล้วก็ชิโร่ครับ 3-1 ขอลากก่อนตายครับแล้วปั๊มสู้ได้บอกชิโร่ตายขี้ปากอีกโอ้โห My God จะได้เงินอยู่แล้วครับแจ๊บอะไรก็ไม่ดีไปหมดครับเนเมซิสโอ้โหจะได้เงินฟรีครับไม่ได้ครับตายขี้ปากครับทางด้านฝั่งไอตัวชาร์โดฟีนะอันลัคกี้จริงๆครับโซอันลัคกี้ผม
So many things going right for VG Gaming, just making the correct moves. We'll see which hero this puck wants to try and maybe use that first coil on. For now, he's just content farming mid. In terms of CS, the Lycan is doing the best, right? Lycan's actually doing great on the CS charts. That being said,
มาดีครับผมพุ่งออกมาก็ลูบิคอนลูบิคอนยังไงครับมานาไม่มีครับเป็นหมาวิ่งไปวิ่งมา
willing to protect him, has the ravage if point available, right? So if he feels like they
เป็นหมาวิ่งไปวิ่งมา
could just drop the ravage.
เป็นหมาวิ่งไปวิ่งมา
Pocket does not care about anything right now.
ตีไทเตอร์ไม่เข้าอ่ะ
The impact of the top net worth for his team, Lycan, he's a carry, right?
ดีมควายไหมครับ
Carries keep farming, but Lycan
เก็บมาเป็นอาเคนรูนะบอกนะหรอครับแล้วก็หลับตัวเองเบรกลิงก์ไปครับชิวๆเลยเปล่าวายพอเล่นน็อกอัพมาใส่ด้านฝั่งเอ็กเซมแต่ก็ไม่ไหวครับยัมสันตายอยู่ดีครับ
As the Magnetize will expire, but they brought 3 heroes and couldn't kill the Bane. Why just walks it off?
Did mention there's a little bit of a lack of damage from the Nemesis.
There's no damage
in the early game. Eventually, they kind of get some damage, especially around the Lycan and his summons, but it's not at that point yet, and also wasn't in that fight even if he had it. Why? This should kill.
โคชิปมาเต็มใบครับซินิสเตอร์ดึงไว้ตบยับบอกเจบอกซันนั่นฝั่งวายนะ
Otherwise, Nightmare can dodge the boat pretty easily. All right, they find their first kill in quite some time.
การชงมาบอกอัดลงต่อครับเตะผ่านๆไปครับลูบิคอนลูบิคอนเนี่ยบอกไม่รอดครับเจอด้านฝั่งบาร์กจัดการฮะ
This is likely the tower as well.
Yeah, Shiro's doing some good damage to this.
They didn't have to use Ravage, so if you try to rotate everybody in one at a time, you're just going to feed. Okay, maybe he sees this happening, though. Maybe you can fight.
Hold on, Rubicon was just backdooring the tower with the skeletons.
Nice
Very
micro.
Good.
Okay, he did kill the troll summoner.
They still have a fort for this if they really want to like fortify the tower to try and waste a little bit of time. Top lane, Rubicon has another wolf up there. I mean, he's doing good at actually microing and trying to apply pressure. But now that his tower is gone, it's going to limit how much he can get out onto the map.
ดันล่างไปบัก
Zeus is pretty close to his ultimate as well. That's going to give a lot of roaming potential to the Earth Spirit. Even if he's deep on his own, you know you've got the Zeus ult for some extra burst. And actually, the same thing can be said for Bane. As you get to Aghanims as well on the
ดับตัวมาแม่งแบบ
global
ยากนะตีไทยไม่เข้าเลนเฟด
damage to Fiend's grip. Nice micro.
Yeah, the Wolves, I think reading this,
เดิน
right?
ตี
He
เดิน
has
ตี
the
ครับ
Wolves up here, making sure to break any of these nightmares for anyone that's like deep in the lane. Shiro will get scouted on his way over. He's going to get body blocked as well. They're trying to see if they can
บอดี้บล็อกก็บอกซัดไว้เซนฝั่งชิโร่
Jabs. Oh, they get the cripple. There's going to be the torrent into the boat. And with that, Shiro is dead.
มันจะทางฝั่งเลอรี่ครับอัดดอนชิโร่ตายครับผมแก๊งสวยครับเนเมซิส
He's not even over here. I guess that's why he can do it. His hero is just hitting creep, so he's just playing with the Wolves in the meantime. Getting a lot done so far. That's exactly what they needed. Big stacks here for Analog to secure. Haven't really seen him get involved too much. But they did go for one play, but they weren't able to get it. He has the coil ready. But it's awkward, because like you can coil, but if you don't have multiple heroes, you can't even get the Lich ult to help contribute damage.
You need Boat, I think. Like, Boat is like your main damage source at the moment.
กดวิมา
But then you
ทาง
have
ฝั่ง
both
ฮิวซับ
Pucka and Puck off the map looking for a kill, and that kind of tips off Vici that
Kinda
hey,
obvious.
we should be a little careful right now, guys.
Yeah. Top lane. Jabs will be able to dodge out the roll. XM looking to try and cut them off. All right.
alright
I mean, it's a little bit of a gold lead here for
ช่วยด้วยก็ดู
We'll see what they can translate this like Tidehunter pick into. He's going to go for the consecrated wraps. Holy stack, Lelis. Thank you.
The Shadow Demon.
Okay, can we just have a Zen Q moment while
แม็กดีไทเปิดครับ
being,
ดีมควายมาต่อครับ
Thunder God's Wrath comes out. They
อิลูซอรี่ออกไปได้ทันหรือเปล่าครับทางฝั่งซินคิวครับผมเกมแล้วนาหลอกลงได้ครับ
To be fair, he's making sure the kill is.
Mega kill ครับของด้านฝั่งซินคิว
Save can happen. Yeah, he saw
ดูถอยออกเลยลิส
He's like, oh guys, you know, who knows? He might make it. I
ผม
bet
มา
take
ตรงเลย
it.
ฮะ
So Zinq, very farmed, actually, not that far behind the mid laners at this point. He has enough gold banked at the point where the second 15 minutes comes around, he will be buying the shard. He's gonna have it at the exact moment.
The other potential option is to just rush the Aghanims, which is okay this game because you can make sure that Sinister Gaze just never has impact. Every time he's about to use it, you just hit him. It can also be very sneaky versus the Puck because Puck has time to see the roll coming in and then just phase shift. But you can actually hit it with the Nimbus, and that mini stun can give enough time for something like the roll to potentially connect. But that is easier said than done. And Zinq, I think he's feeling it. He wants those lightning.
มาครับผมเรซี่ครับผมขอ40 บาทครับจากดาวที่ถึงเวลาไหมยังไหวครับผมเดี๋ยวรอปักรวบ5ตัวครับแล้วก็กังก้าเรือ5ตัว
Nemesis are still farming decently.
ไลแคนออกฟูรี่มาใส่ดาบทอง3 เล่มตีสแปดคีปั๊บหายหมดกอง
Tidehunter seems
VG หายหมดกอง
uncontrollable at this point, so he's just making sure he's always an aggressive body.
จิโร่ครับผมก็จะเป็นไล่สกิลไว้ครับไฮบิด
On his way to the Kaya.
เป็นคาย่าแล้วก็ยาชาครับพยายามจะชาโดเรสไว้รีควีมไว้ครับ
Something like a Manta.
A Midas?
ฮีโร่เหมือนฮีโร่โถมนะเนเมซิสแต่ว่าโถมไม่เข้าครับ
Odd.
พยายามไล่จับไม่ทันนะบอกโกชิปเกี่ยวไม่ได้ฮะถอยครับ
Speaking of odd, somehow missing the spell combos top here, so Shiro just walks away, and that means no boat for 80.
Look, sometimes you miss the spells. That happens. You don't sometimes buy Midas. So I'm not so sure on this. The Midas has been nerfed quite a lot. It is good gold, and in a way, XM will be able to be more active rather than have to farm things with it, but
there's some consensus among people I've talked with, right, behind stage. No one really likes Midas right now.
Do you think they like Midas more than support Zeus?
Nah, there's no way. Support Zeus is fun for the Zeus player.
Hey, you have fun when you win.
You do.
ส
That's
ภาพ
true.
ตามที่
มาลงมาครับกูได้ซี่บอก40 บาทเพิ่มเติม
You ain't gonna complain. Nope,
สภาพผมจะปิดสตรีมนอนแล้ว
Yamsun not gonna be able to come in to save
ดา
him.
ดีก็เปิดมาแบงค์ดิชัยก็บอกเฮ้ยเชียร์หน่อยเฮ้ยใจเย็นยังไม่ตายยังไม่แพ้
Fiend's grip committed.
ว้าโดนบีบหัวกิน
Off jabs. And that
แจ๊บ
would
โด
be
น
a
เรสขุด
double
ต่อบอก
kill
ดับเบิล
for
คิว
the
ครับ
Shadow Fiend.
ว่าชิโร่ครับ
Beautiful rotation then from Vici
เทิร์นมีอัพหน่อยเทิร์นมีอัพหน่อย
Perfectly done.
Energy คนดูอย่าเพิ่งเศร้าส้อยเหงาหงอย
Distribution of labor. I will nightmare this to prevent
มีด้านฝั่งยาชาคาย่าแล้วครับชิโร่ครับ
Shiro will kill him. We'll go get the other kill, and also Shiro will make him time to get that kill. I'm just amazed Xingq didn't ult to steal it.
Nah, he had to ult to reveal, you know, make sure there was no one there.
That's the play. The core has to be like, please, can you ult to help us find the target? He's like, I don't know. I see him right there. I'm not sure I need to.
Once he has Nimbus, it changes.
The scouting ult, but the stealing Nimbus.
Yeah, he steals with the Nimbus.
It is genuinely the way to do it.
I mean, you're 4,000 up, and the Zeus is AFK farming, right? Like, this is where things get very scary because there's not really much you can
พยายาม
do
จะ
to
ฆ่า
stop
เบน
him
ครับ
from this.
แต่มันยากเย็นเหลือเกิน แต่หมามาแท้ช่วยครับ น่าจะได้ครับ เบนหลุดเดียว
Will end up getting it eventually. That goes the way of Rubicon, thanks to his wolves.
I'm impressed by his micro.
His micro's been very good. I mean, his net worth is impressive considering everything that's been going on. My big question keeps coming back to, like, what do we do with it, right?
Can he carry with it as this Lycan carry? It's not something we see too often, but we did talk about how it's good. It can just run down a lot of these supports. It's getting AC though this game. I thought he would get some kind of utility item. We were debating the Harpoon or the Orchid. This is a classic. It gives you a lot more damage. It does help protect you from the Shadow Fiend.
จัดบนไปครับชนะโดของฝั่งไอ้
But
จิน
I
เกีย
feel
ว
like a lot of the supports can just use some abilities to help them out. Maybe not the
มูตรงกลางมาตัวนี้ชนะโดของฝั่งVG
He can spam out his AoE abilities. Earth Spirit will be able to roll away. Jab didn't go Orchid either. That was another one we pitched. So it's pretty much all on the puck to control. Do the initial control for the boat follow-up and for Sinister Gaze.
ซูสก็พยายามจะขึ้นเป็นทางฝั่งตัวของไอ้เซปเตอร์ครับนิมบัตอินเตอร์เซป
Xingq is set up for success, and he took greedy, right? I imagine.
I mean, yeah,
because you don't need the damage because of your innate. Ooh, scouting Zeus ult.
I mean, just looking to see if there's, you know, someone nearby for them to gank on top where that smoke is, but it does give them vision bottom. They're gonna come through the twin gate.
They should have seen 3 heroes here. They got to be a little careful on this.
Y knows no fear. Goes for the Nightmare.
ได้ไหมครับ
Lelis looking for the Bane. Does
จะมีเปิร์กลงมาผมใส่ด้านวายครับ
stacking up the Shadow Poison.
แล้วก็วางทอร์เรนต์พยายามจะเอ็กมาร์กเอ้ยได้แค่เบนนะตอนนี้ได้แค่เบนก็ดีเท่าไหร่
Because they used the Zeus ult to scout it.
They saw the
ใน Shadow Fiend ทำไมมันจะตายไป
Maybe they split up. Yeah.
อ๋อ Shadow Fiend อยู่ในบ้านโอเค
That was a bit greedy, and they get punished for it.
อุ้ย
But don't worry.
มันรู้ว่าในเมซิสจะฟาร์มครับผมถ้านั้นฝั่งไอ้ตัวเอิร์ธสปีดมันออกไมดันมาฟาร์มไว้คนดู
All part of his plan.
What?
How close is he to the Ags? Over halfway.
Yeah, he's over half.
It's going to be like a 21-minute, maybe 22-minute Ags, depending how many more kills he's able to secure.
He's actually going to pass this.
Yeah, I knew he was going to pass a core. I thought it was going to be the Tidehunter, but actually it's XM who's been sacrificed, and that's why he's getting the Midas. And they're just going to try to line up BKB timings. We kind of mentioned the lack of damage.
This is a really good ward. We're gonna look for the opening here.
Subset up มา
but Bach has that
ลีเคลียร์ผม
ready. There's gonna go ahead and
โกชิปมาดูหน่อยครับตบยับเลยนั่นฝั่งชิโร่ครับ
a nightmare to save.
เชนฟอร์ดมาก่อนเชนฟอร์ดชิงครับอัดกันต่อทีครับด้านของฝั่งชิโร่ตายครับผมเรียบร้อยเลยลิสจัดการครับยำสันว่าจัดการด้านวายไปครับเชนฟอร์ดชิงหนึ่งไปกับกลับมาตัวของทางด้านเอิร์ธสวีทก็ไม่รอดครับลูบิคอนจัดการด้านฝั่งเอ็กเซมมาครับด้านฝั่งลูบิคอนครับลูบิคอนโดนซูดจีถึงตัวครับผมหุบช่วยเซฟไว้สวยครับเลยลิสอนาล็อกก็เข้ามาตัวนี้อนาล็อกครับผมปาดด้านฝั่งซินคิวตายส่วนลูบิคอนก็ตายเหมือนกันโดนบาร์ครับสะบัดไปบาร์โดนนะทางด้านฝั่งมังกรแท้บาร์กดคาเคนเชลบล็อกไว้ก่อนนะบาร์สู้สุดใจเอาหน่อยบาร์โดนเอ็กมาครับบาร์ก็ไม่เจ็บกับบาร์ตายไป3ตัวครับทางด้านฝั่งทีม VG เนมิซิสก็ชิวๆครับตีเงินกลับเข้ามาตอนนี้ครับ VG เงินเหลืออยู่ 2K ครับที่นำอยู่
Perfect timing for the BKB on Kunkka. Otherwise, the chain stuns would have come out, but I think the Requiem wasn't able to connect on him, so he's able to use his abilities, and that's what allows them to win that fight. A very close one at that. If Zeus was able to get there a little sooner, I think that does go Vichi's way. But as we tune into the replay, yeah, we see the initial interruption, and the Requiem is not able to get to the Kunkka in time. That's why all the boat stuff comes out. It's just your right? A little unlucky on the Chain Frost as well. It could have killed Shiro a bit sooner. That might have made the fight easier for Nemesis.
The second the puck comes in here, I'm like, oh yeah, this fight's cooked, right? Like you kind of hope that your Zeus is going to be able to get a little bit more damage in, and he does, and almost kills Rubicon, but Lelis just buying this much more time pretty much seals Xinq's fate because he has to stick around now.
โดเนตมา 1,600 บาท
And he's worth a lot of money. I mean, look at this.
ต้องการให้คุณ
There's
เอา
like
เสื้อไอหนวด
460 gold for Analog plus the remaining
เอาไว้ซื้อแกรนบลูรีลิงนะจาน
Tormentor. Good attempt there from Zeus to steal it, but it goes to Lelis. Your cleanse now online. It's going to do some work this game.
That's a great shard to have versus the Earth Spirit. And then even the Bane, actually, you just can't be nightmared. So you can now send in, I suppose,
Probably the Lycan.
Depends on the situation.
Lycan's not going to be anytime soon. He's got the AC.
เสื้อบูโน่
Can we get a Wolfbite puck, please?
มีคนจ้างให้ออก 1,500 มีคนจ้างให้เอากลับมาคืน 1,600 เว้ย
Puck.
W.
Do it.
Do it.
Maybe if the game goes late.
Let's do it.
Great way to throw, isn't it?
I don't know. If they win the game, it'd be pretty sick.
I mean, Wolfbite Kunkka is not that bad. Especially once he gets
จะเล่นเปล่าแกงบูด
Like if we're talking real late game.
He's also going damage. We were pitching Orchid or Auras, and he's like, how about just
เอาผ้าเช็ดเท้ามาแขวนเด้อเฮ้ย
I mean, first item
ให้เกียรติด้วยจบอันดับ 3 นะเว้ย
So I like it. Going back for the Shadow Blade.
Maybe he will. Okay, back in the draft, we're like, is this carry Kunkka?
แต่ยีนั่นโลชานไว้ครับผม
No, it's offlane Kunkka, but maybe it is carry Kunkka. Maybe he will get wolf bitten.
ชีวากาดมาครับ
It's probably like a stick or something.
It was
เกินบาร์ครับผมก็มาเบ่งฮาคีใส่นั่นฝั่งเนเมซิสไปครับไลแคนนะลูบิคอนนะเอาตัวไปแจกครับ 250 กดเก็บเบนไม่ได้นะครับเบนมันหลับ แล้วก็ฝั่งชิโร่ครับเรสคีปปลายหมดนะฮะ
Like Bach can walk right into the middle of the enemy team and there's no
โลชานบอกจะบินแล้วจะเข้าหรือเปล่าครับเขามีลาเวดอะดิแล้วก็เปิดนิมบัสมากดบีเคบีเด้งไปครับแจ๊บยืนค้ำให้ฮะซินเนเซอร์ดึงมาแล้วเชนฟอสสวยครับแบบนี้เกมตายครับแจ๊บล่อซื้อเอาเรื่องครับคนดูขอบคุณนะห้อยด้วยครับ W
All right, I hate to do this to him, but
แกงบูรีลิงไว้
Yeah, you see that Midas? That could have been a BKB.
มันมีพี่ชายก่อนหน้าโดเนทด้วย
But wait a minute.
But maybe you still get this Roche.
They do still
เราปรับรีคุยครับไอพี่กันนี่มาพี่กันเขาโดเนทมาพี่กันเขาเอาอุตส่าห์ให้เอาเสื้อออกคุณยังเอาเสื้อกลับเข้ามาอีกเฮ้ย
everything right to not die. We saw
ไม่ดีนะแบบนี้
he didn't have boat. You got chain
เอ็กมาครับผม
disruption, everything. So yeah, that's like
กลับไปครับ
recognition from VG Gaming to just call it and go right into the Roche pit.
14-12ครับมือใน 3K ครับท่านฝั่ง VG ครับ
I'm not sold on it.
Oh, you don't have to convince me. I'm with you on it.
The Zeus, he's got me, but the Midas, not so sure. Now, you will have the BKB soon, and then that won't be a problem anymore. That is one of their highest damage abilities, the Chain Frost.
ลงล่างครับทางฝั่งตัวของ XM ออกไมดัสทำทรงนะหรอจะมันละลายคีบไงมันคีบมันเป็นฮีโร่ไทยมันละลายไม่ได้เพราะมันจะเป็นเฮมโอเวอร์ลอดแล้วเนาะ
We are very close to the AC. I think it's just on Courier, right? Plate mail on the way. There it is. All right, Lycan getting a little bit scary.
And he'll do his own BKB, and then the blink is pretty interesting.
I like the blink a lot.
As if he wasn't fast enough, he's going to blink straight to his target.
I think eventually, like, overwhelming blink is really scary on him.
But with the lack of a utility item, will he actually stick to his target at this point?
Yeah, I mean, it'd be like Blink, then like Basher, Nullify, or something like that. Like, you want to make sure that you can just stick on the target.
ผ่านลงล่างรูบิคอนครับ
Okay. I mean, this Aegis is going to buy them so much time. Like, Shiro's
ดับเป็นไงบ้างครับ
a really good game.
ดับ
He's
เสีย
sitting
เปรียบแต่เรายังสู้ครับ
firmly
เรากัด
on
ฟัน
top
สู้
of the
กัดฟัน
network
ยาง
chart. And now he has an Aegis for like, what, 3 more minutes before they really have a chance.
เหมือนพยายามต้องจับทีละตัวก่อนมั้งทางด้านฝั่งทีม Nemesis ถึงจะเล่นง่าย
The map here if you're Nemesis. Rubicon obviously can do that fairly easily with the Lycan.
คือต้องฆ่าเอิร์ธสปีดก่อนครับแล้วก็ซัพพอร์ตของฝั่งเขาแล้วก็ปล่อยไทยมันซึมไปแล้วก็หาทางด้าน Shadow Fiend
Vichi's been mostly playing
คิดว่าน่าจะเป็นทรงนี้มากกว่ารูปแบบเกมเพลย์ของ Nemesis นะ
on the Shadow Fiend earlier.
หรือไม่ต้องแยกไทยออกไปไกลๆครับผมไม่ให้มันมาสะบัดตัดดาเมจตัวตีใกล้อย่างไลแคนอย่างอะไรเงี้ยอันนี้ก็ขยันเอาซัมมอนมาแจกเหลือเกินเนี่ยจะสเปซทีมันก็ต้องแบบซะหน่อยไหม
Chain Frost could do it.
จะรวยไม่ไหวนะตัวละ
Shadow Fiend
250
also is able to boost it if you have broken him. So you kind of need to combo all of that. You got to break him, you got to put the disseminate on him, and then hit him with all the abilities. But that's a lot for the Tide Hunter.
ปัญหาคือเราฮาร์ดแครี่ไม่มีแหละมันเป็นแบบแครี่แบบน่ารักไปหน่อย
Nice restraint there.
Zinq, my guy, you didn't pass him yet. I said 25.
ผมกลัวว่า Shadow Fiend เวล25แล้วมันเวฟคีปทีเดียวตายแล้วติดคีปมาอย่างเงี้ย
Don't worry, he's trying.
มันจะลำบากเกินไปหรือเปล่าช็อตหาตำแหน่งครับซินคิวเจอแล้วก็ใส่เลยครับแล้วก็หนีได้ครับจังหวะกิ้งไม่โดนพอดีฮะ
See, that's what the refresher's for. So then
ตัดสินใจวาร์ปได้ดีครับทางด้านฝั่งตัวของยัมสัน
Refresher is actually a lot of damage.
ยัมสันทำอะไรไม่พอใจยัมสันแล้วยัมสันก็ทำดีเมื่อกี้ในสามเหลี่ยม follow up แจ๊บคำไว้แล้วก็ไปดึงทางด้านฝั่งเอิร์ธสวิตแล้วก็เชนฟอร์สตาย
And so it's like push here, TP here, and if you just get Nimbus canceled, it kind of ruins you. So
เปลี่ยนแจ๊บให้เป็นหมาไล่ตีครับแจ๊บไม่ได้บิวดาเมจมาดิ ทาเลนไม่ค่อยเอื้อด้วยทางด้านฝั่งกุงก้า
There's our SDX.
โอ้
So your break is now
มีของปิดพาสซีฟแล้ว ถือว่าไทเทอร์จะนิ่มแล้ว
That's pretty dang fast.
ในที่สุดก็ได้ทางด้านฝั่งเซปเตอร์มาปิดพาสซีฟแล้ว Shadow Demon โอเคไทเทอร์นิ่มแล้ว
He did have to rush it. It's literally brown boot Ags. Bach just leading the way. His team's pretty far behind, but
มีรถคูลดาวน์อัลเตอร์ลินคออนาล็อก
Yeah, now you have to
คุยกันให้ดี easy my boy.
Good thing he's got 2.
Mid lane, Rubicon doing quite a bit of work here with this.
Rubicon ก็ไม่มีอะไรครับไถบ้านอีกแล้ว
That being said, Jabs
จับเดียวเท่านั้น
onto the back line. They're going to immediately go ahead.
ทอร์เรนต์อัพมาครับเชนฟอร์ชิงกันไปต่อยัมสันจัดการด้านฝั่งจินคิวครับกดมาดิครับบอกว่าลงต่อตบย้ำครับทางด้านฝั่ง XM จะรอดเปล่า XM ไม่รอดครับตายหมดครับจินคิวบาร์กแล้วก็ XM ครับ They all dead.
They took the fight without Shiro. He did not have any intention of coming over for this.
Probably not going to lose their tier 3 tower, but you can actually chip quite a lot of damage because you just lost.
I think you might.
Maybe you can. Actually.
He's got AC aura, man.
It's faster than I thought. Yeah, I am surprised by that because they had the Aegis. They should be stronger. That's why I thought what Nemesis was doing was smart. Like, okay, we don't want to fight quite yet. We know Aegis is done. Let's push mid.
Oh my goodness.
VG kind of tried to have their cake and eat it too. They wanted to take top and they wanted to go defend, and that allows Nemesis to get the 5-on-1-on-1-on-1, which makes it a lot easier, especially when the Aegis never actually shows up to the fight.
It was such a sick wraparound from Kunkka, the Shadow Blade going behind that tier 2 tower, giving the vision for the puck to initiate. And we talked about that, right? Like the puck has to be able to find the targets. I thought it was going to be
เลยลิ้นที่บอกก็จะเป็นบิงต่อ
Wolves, right? From the Lycan.
บิง BKB เลยหรือเปล่า
You got another source of images, right? The Kunkka.
Sneaky Kunkka. Is he truly the carry?
I mean, he's going to do some damage. I mean, Lycan's going to have a lot of damage as well. We're going to see them smoke up here again. Chain Frost off cooldown in about 10 seconds, and he does have his blink now on the Lich. They're looking top. They might walk into Y. Analog will know that. Know that Analog is here. He's going to find Jabs.
เป็นแซบมาเลยทีครับ
Bane.
ทอร์เรนต์อัพมาสับแตกก็บอกทางด้านฝั่งแจ๊บครับเก็บไว้ไปได้ฮะ
Bane for a smoke is not too bad.
Yeah.
Lelis hunting a
เอา
little
ละฮะ
further.
ทีละตัว2ตัวก็ไหวฮะ
Down for now.
เผื่อว่าได้ไหวครับ
Split push another tower, by the way. Tier
อยู่ไม่ไหว
2
อยู่ไม่ไหวอยู่ไม่ไหว
Tier 3, but he's got backdoor protection. So he's got the hightail active on the Wolves, I think, at this point, right? And he's really good at microing these.
The ratting is getting very annoying. for Vici. Perhaps that's some of the idea of the Zeus support, though.
He's just sending him to the high ground
so that he can just sit in the back and
โรลลิงมาเลยนี่โบกยับเลยครับแจ๊บ BKB ทันแต่ว่าดาเมจของจารุฟินมันหล่นครับเขาล้วงไวจัดเร็วครับ
Tier 3 tower in the mid lane did die.
โอ้โห
He's pressuring the range.
กะว่าจะเล่นล่อซื้อแบบเดียวแต่เขาล่อก่อนนะฮะล่อแบบแรงจัดครับผม
There's no way. He actually got it.
เฮ้ยมาแท้บ้านเว้ย
I mean, it's not a
มาแท้บ้านเว้ยซินคิวเพิ่งมาครับ
Still for Nemesis, range racks is okay, but it
โอ้ my god เจอมังกรเจอหมาเจอหมูเจอหมีซัดหมดที่ก็มาเปิดอันนี้เขาตบให้ฝั่งยำสันตายครับ
pretty good, but Shiro now needs to be careful. His
แต่ก็ควรไม่ควรตายนะน่าจะเซฟหลบๆหน่อยเดี๋ยวจะแย่ครับ
They shouldn't have lost that ranged barracks though. They had heroes there.
ชิวากาสองลงบนไปครับ
What the wolves could do and
ยังได้เดี๋ยวนานหรอกครับม้วนออกไปจากนั้นฝั่งนิมบัสได้ฮะ
I think a lich kill for BKB is actually not too bad, especially as Roche. Let's see if it's a fast spawn.
If this
you
is
won't
a
have a
quick
BKB.
Spawn, yeah, that would be rough. There's the blink dagger. He is going to go the overwhelming blink. So I was wondering if you'd go nullifier first. So he still has that option, of course, but it is very good this game to get the overwhelming blink on the Lycan. Shiva's guard will be done now for the Earth Spirit. Just trying his best to stay in front of Xingqiu. He's like, you're not passing me, not this game.
It'll happen. Don't try to fight fate. We'd be winning if you'd let it happen.
Well, now he gets the shard. It's going to be much more difficult now. Aha. Free 1,400 gold. Roshan about 40 seconds away. So
ขึ้นมานะครับ Nemesis
medium duration respawn timer.
ปกติพวกนี้แก้คลิปปฏิบัติก็ว้าไปตบคลิปทิ้งกันพอดีมันไม่ได้เสกรัวอะไรขนาดนั้นแล้วก็ทำบวชตรงพยายามแบบขั้วขอบแมปอย่างเงี้ยดูว่ากระแสคลิปมันอะไรแล้วค่อยสโมไปจับมันตรงนั้นนะ
I agree.
And there's your refresher. Okay.
Rubicon's been doing a great job. Ever since the start of the game, contributing with the Wolves to scout and even get kills sometimes.
ต้องพยายามทำบอร์ดทำพื้นที่บีบออกไปเรื่อยๆไม่ให้มันแบบมาสแปมคีฟฟรีอันนี้ติดแบ็กดอร์เวอร์ชันตีไม่เข้าอยู่แล้วทำคีฟพุชออกไปเรื่อย
ๆ If you don't lose too many more barracks, I think you feel okay.
แต่เขารวยจัดนะครับเขาต่อยหน้าเราแตกเลยแล้วเขาเจอตัวหลักตัวเสกอะทันเดอร์ก็อดเปิดมาบอกทำนิมบัตลงต่อครับแล้วก็ทันเดอร์ก็อดต่ออีกรอบครับรีเฟชเชอร์เหรอซินคิวรวยอะไรขนาดนั้นน่ะ
Lycan BKB as well.
What?
Uh-oh. That's Roche.
ซูดรีเฟชเชอร์เลยเหรอ
Yamsun blinks in aggressively.
Yamsun โดนแล้วครับ
Out of Shiro. The Plasma is there doing a lot of damage. They missed the coil.
ยิงควายลงมา
For sure then.
หมาตามตูดทางด้านโดของฝั่งไอ้นี่ฮะชิโร่มาครับถอยกลับครับตีหน้าตัวของฝั่งไอ้นี่ฮะโลชานไหมครับ
Best you can hope for, maybe a single kill here, maybe sniping the Roshan.
Maybe you could steal it. Ravage is down. It'd be really tough. As long as you clear out the wolves, they won't have vision in between. Or he cannot hit that.
It's an amplified damage on Puck. Ice Spire's down.
Chain Ford man lงมาครับ
Not quite far enough.
Yeah, that didn't connect on anything.
Shiro thinking about using Requiem just to secure.
จีซ้ออยู่บนท่อมาชิโร่
Very smart. Yamsun
ไล่ครับตรงต่อครับใช้ได้ตัวฝั่งบาร์ก็ถอยมา บาร์บอกตบมันนั่นยำสันตายครับ
A series of smart
ได้จีซ้ออยู่บนท่อมาไปแล้วใช้ได้ตัวของฝั่งไอ้ Shadow Fiend ครับ
This game they're now 10,000 ahead. It was almost dead even just a few minutes ago.
You do still have to be worried about being ratted, which Rubicon has done a great job of up to this point. Yesterday, we actually saw Analog do it with an Invoker, so he's very familiar with how to rat as well. So if the two of them work to just keep the lane shoved in, they might be able to do the same thing they did last time, which is just don't engage with this Aegis, don't engage with the Ravage team fight, find these smaller pickoffs, for example.
น่าหรอกครับซัดปาไซเดนไวครับ
And now we don't have to worry about
แตกครับผม
I still worry for them. It is a little spooky.
They have to sweep their map a little bit more. Teams with Zeus are supposed to win the vision game. Granted, there are wolves to help scout, but there's actually more wards for Nemesis down right now. And some of that is why they can get these pickoffs. So if you can start removing more wards, things start getting a little easier for you. Okay, they will get this one on the cliff.
ทันเดอร์ก็อดครับนิมบัตลงมาชิวอากาศครับ
Some help here.
With Shiva's just barely missed him.
การชงไปครับผมนะฮะ
Disruption into TP.
แล้วก็วาร์ปหนีครับทางด้านของฝั่งเลดิสครับกลับฮะ
Tree line there.
Shadowfiend's gonna hit pretty hard.
Yeah, he is very farmed.
He hasn't really been able to just attack in several of these fights, though.
He really wants his 25 talent, right? Like, his build is perfectly set up for that. And once he hits it, Shiro's going to be really scary. He's scary already, and he has that Aegis for another 3 minutes, the BKB in the back pocket. But that 25 talent is for the Shadow Fiend.
You can see on the map, though, Rubicon pushing in.
ด้านของฝั่งเบนบอกก็มาเป็นฮะตัวของอีเทเลน
They're baiting this. But if you don't react, you're going to lose some buildings.
They want to dive in on the puck and find XinQ for sure. But Rubicon just doing whatever he can here. There's going to pop the hightail. He's going to pop the ultimate as well. He's
นิมบัตลงครับโซนใส่ละลายคีบไปวิ่งเข้าใส่นั่นซูดครับซูดซินคิวตายบอกวิ่งเข้าหาซูดครับผมแต่โดนเบนจับสิครับอะไรล่ะครับเนี่ยแต่ท่านั้นปักก็ตายครับเข้ามาพร้อมๆกันครับท่านั้นฝั่งลูบิคอนรอดไปครับแล้วก็รีเควียเปิดขอบมาครับผมอานาล็อกไม่รอดลูบิคอนก็หนียาวคนเปิดรอดเสมอครับ
I mean, you get the Zeus,
เฮ้ยแคตเตอร์ช่องหลังถอนใจอะไรวะเฮ้ย
waste some of this Aegis time.
เนเมซิสยังชนะอยู่
It's all Aegis time being wasted. It's a lot of the big abilities being used. You're
Wasting time
about Ichi getting to your base and forcing all these buildings down. They keep having to go back to deal with wolves.
He's cutting 2 lanes again.
Exactly. This puck death time is just time for the other lanes to get shoved in. Nemesis is getting exactly what they want right now. It is still tough. They are still 11k down, and they are still scared to take a direct fight. But they know that, and they are trying their best to just Rubicon carry us, please. Rat these buildings down.
Their creep wave is going to connect on mid, so he can start chipping away at the tier 3s. Those towers are vulnerable now.
อัดขวาไปครับลูบิคอนครับ
Yeah, that tier 3 bottom is going to die.
I think it might get defended by the creep.
โอ้ยทันเดอร์ก็ซัดครับลงต่อซินคิวเก็บนั้นยำสันมา
Shiro working on the top tier 2. And now XinQ respawn, and he'll be able to get this pesky golem.
This is so annoying. Usually it's Zeus doesn't leave the base. That's so irritating. Now it's, guys, Zeus can't leave the base. We're making him stay in the base. That's actually, it's kind of what they want. He has a lot of damage. In the fights that do happen, they've been killing Zeus or taking him out of the fight. Like, he just has to go home very early. And Zeus does a lot of damage. So the sooner you remove that, the better.
ชีวากาศลงเคลียร์ล่างครับซินคิวตีป้อม2มาเนี่ยแต่คีมันดันไกลน่าจะเอากลางก่อนนะ
Dude, how do you kill the Shadow Fiend? The butterfly done now.
30 seconds on Aegis.
Yeah, it's like he does still have the Aegis for a few more moments, but
นิมบัตครับลงต่อตีเดินทาวเวอร์
he's about to hit level 25.
I think XinQ should actually join his team here if they're going to push.
เนี่ยจีทาวเวอร์เทียร์2ครับแตกแล้ว
out, but all right, they're backing out. Yeah, I know it's safer to wait for Aegis. I think they have the strength to push without it if they're actually all there with their abilities. I know that's easier said than done because we have all the information.
It's Boblin time.
Did he get it? Shadow Demon's got it. Who else has it?
No, he went Catalyst.
That's the big one.
He went Catalyst. He wants to do damage. He wants to farm faster.
He may not have had the option.
That's true. He might not have.
Who can resist Boblin?
All right, there it is. 25 on Shiro. That's the game-changing talent for him.
โดนถอยกับบักครับ
Oh yeah. I mean, at this point, Rubicon's Wolves aren't really a threat anymore because Shiro can just use one raise and kill the 3 of them. Previously, the evasion makes it really annoying. But during this nighttime, of course, the Howl spam, very obnoxious. It's going to be back to daytime soon, though. We're going to see a Scythe of Ice actually picked up on Box Tidehunter.
That's a lot more control.
Yeah, more control, more ways of opening the fight, maybe grabbing the puck, or just chain CCing down the Kunkka, which we've seen them be able to do a couple of times.
It might be Lycan. They're getting close.
It is, yeah.
You time it with Nimbus as well to prevent Shadow Demon from blinking in and disrupting to save. Fortunately for Rubicon, they actually check north when he's down south. He'll get out of here alive because of that.
Well, there's your Thunder God's Wrath. They know where they are all at.
It's a little far.
โอ้โกชิปเคลือบถือไว้ครับลูบิคอนโดนโบกโดนทางด้านฝั่งนิมบัสแบบโอ้แลบโอ้โหแปลงร่างทันนะบอกแต่ว่าเลือดไม่พอครับกลับไปเตือนเลือดก่อนพ่อหนุ่มตันใหญ่เปิดมาครับทางด้านฝั่งไอ้ตัวเอ็กเอ็มยืนไหวครับบอดี้บล็อกไว้นี่เฮียเอาตายไปเลยครับอะไรวะน่ะเจอแมกนีไทส์ระเบิดใส่ตายไปเลยแล้วเจอชาโดว์ฟินโบกคีครับทำไมไม่ไปเติมเลือดก่อนล่ะไอ้นมเชนฟอนก็เด้งมาบอกแต่ยังไม่มีใครตายจากนี้ครับทางด้านตัวของฝั่งไอ้ XM จ่ายคุ้มครับแลกบายมา1ครับตาย3แล้วก็แลกมาต่อชาโดว์ฟินตายบอก100 วินาทีไม่มีบายครับได้เวลาเทิร์นไม่ไหวครับผมเกือบได้อีก1ครับ BG ครับเสียไป2 BG ก็ยังคุ้มกว่านะครับเพราะว่าได้ทางด้านฝั่งบายแบ็กมา1ครับแต่ในแง่ของการเงินที่ VG นำอยู่เงินของ Nemesis คุ้มกว่าครับได้มา 2,200 ครับโดยเฉพาะไอ้ตัว Shadow Demon รวยจัดครับได้ค่าตัวใหญ่
so it actually wakes up the Lycan from the nightmare sooner than they would like.
Yeah.
They still go for the kill, they ultimately get it, but it forced a pretty deep fight. Now, they may have been able to retreat a little sooner. I guess it's a tough call. You know, they were really going for the win here. This is when the Nightmare was already canceled. They commit everything, the double Nemesises. So they do kill him, but that extra bonus heal made him have to stick around longer to really work for it.
I didn't even think about it. The Kunkka boat connected just in time, but yeah, coming over, allowing that Magnetize to connect on him once again, and it looks so good. Right here, we're like, oh boy, is this game over?
Yeah, Chain Frost did a lot of damage here, and he wasn't able to attack anything in his Satanic. Everyone backed away. The Shadow Demon also did a lot there.
Yeah,
really. That's why diving is scary.
Yep, going high ground, never a safe option.
Now, don't worry, the carry never died. He was back here, and he's getting pretty rich. He's got Octarine, he's going Yashikaya.
I mean, he passed the Kunkka. He's going to pass the puck.
The fate has yet to be foretold. He needs to pass one of his own cores. And then it is time.
He's got it.
Do you see how much damage that did?
Yeah. He has his sights set.
Literally scared him out of the Roche pit.
Does the Catalyst also proc on the ult? Because they were grouped, and I think they all just popped again.
I believe it should.
There's no range on that one?
I'm not 100% sure.
All right.
Now that you mentioned, I think it did get adjusted. Or something got adjusted where you have to be within a certain range. It doesn't look like it's on that one, though. I think he still wishes he could bobble, though.
Fuck.
Ooh, Earth Spear getting close to 25.
นั่นเปิดมาผมนิมบัสมาลงต่อซัดไปครับด้านนี้ก็ BKB เปิดแล้วขังกาวิ่งไปแล้วขังกาโอ้แต่ไม่มีไทยมันแรงว่ะทางด้านฝั่งไอ้ตัวเอิร์ธสวิตเนี่ยยังดีที่ไม่เวล25มีออร่าแมกนีไทยเคลือบตัวเองเดินชนได้ครับฝ่ายนั้นนาหรอกครับเดินเคาะไปตัวของชาโดว์ดิมอนตัวปิดแพสซีฟตายครับคนดูแล้วลาเวทลูบิคอนนะครับลูบิคอนเดินเอาหน้าไปโดนนิมบัสอีกโค้งหน้าก็มีให้หนีไม่หนีครับผมเอาหน้าไปชนนิมบัสแล้วโดนชาโดว์ฟินโบกตายโอ้ my god ทางลงน้ำโล่งๆไม่ลงเอาหน้าไปชนนิมบัสแล้วชาโดว์ฟินได้ทามมิ่งโบกหัวแตกครับลูบิคอนนะบาร์บีคอนกูจะล่าแบ้กับมึงวิ่งไปทำไม
All things told, he did some of the most damage, right? So this is the value of the Zeus support, but I think it'll go a lot further their way if he's ever one of them. Like in person, his Q and his W do so much, but he's so happy farming back here.
Well, in terms of damage dealt for the game, he's got as much as the Puck and the Lycan combined.
Yeah, but some of that damage is fake. It's like the scouting ults that don't lead to much.
Damage is damage, man.
Stats sometimes lie. Look at him heading straight back to that jungle. At this point, do you actually buy boots?
Could
get a scythe.
mean, he's got Kaya Yasha, man. He's trying to just continue farming. He's got this move speed, not to get to the fights, but to get between jungle camps. He's got to get to the next camp a little bit faster. Boots of travel, not to TP to the fight, Zach, to get to the camps faster.
You know what? He also realizes he has yet to pass one of the cores. He knows the prophecy must be
ชีวการครับนิมบัตมาฮะ BKB ครับผมเชนฟอร์สมาเนี่ยฝั่งทางด้านของวายครับเรียบร้อยครับเชนฟอร์สชิงอัดเทนบาร์กต่อครับชีวการมาอีกทีครับ XM เฟสชิปไป1ทีแล้วนาล็อกดีมคอยครับล็อกมาที่แน่นอนของฝั่งเอิร์ธสปีดครับดีดรับชั่นลงไปใส่แล้วชาร์ตูฟินโดนถึงตัวแล้วชาร์ตูฟินโดนสตันใหญ่ชาร์ตูฟินโดนขี้แตกชาร์ตูฟินดึงเลือดไม่ขึ้นครับเรียบร้อยครับรอบนี้มาสวยก็เจอเดวิดเปิร์เข้าไปเดินไม่ออกครับด้านโดของเลอริสก็เดโมนิคลีนใส่ตัวเองแต่ฝั่งนี้ชิวการกิ้งผ่านไปเจอนิมบัตของทัศซินคิวแตกหมดแล้วซัพพอร์ตครับเยี่ยมสันแล้วก็เลอริสเดินซื้อเกิดมาด้วยครับทางด้านโดชิโร่ไม่ยอมเสียโลชาครับโหดหินจะจัดแล้วครับตอนนี้ด้านเนมิซิสก็บอกตัวซัพพอร์ตไม่มีซื้อเกิด2ตัวครับลิชแล้วก็ชาโดว์ดิมอนแต่ว่าลิชเงินเด้งกลับมาแล้วซื้ออะไรหรือเปล่าหรือว่าปล่อยน่าจะปล่อยครับดูทรงแล้วเนื่องจากว่าอะไรแค่มันต้องมีทามมิ่งแปลงร่างเชฟชิปด้วยครับคูลดาวน์นานนะมันก็ไม่ได้นานหรอกแต่ว่ามันเป็นตัวที่แปลงร่างได้แป๊บเดียวแล้วก็ต้องสู้ต่อไปเรื่อยๆฮะ
I'm here, guys.
Thank you. Please join a fight. Don't fight 3 Divines.
He got the last hit on Roshan.
If he had the Enchanter's Bauble, I'd kind of be more open to this. But
it's not 60 minutes. It doesn't matter.
I really feel like if he showed up to the fight, it'd be easier.
But then he wouldn't have 4 Divine Rapiers queued up. He'd have completely different items. I like it. I'm all for this. I am Team Yuzin Q.
I am too. I like it up to this 40 minutes, but I'm reaching the point where I think you show up to the fight.
Dude, did you see how much damage Thunder God's Wrath did in the last fight?
Think how much more it could be if he was in the fight. Can I have a damage? I don't think we have a stat for this to compare hero damage versus creep damage.
Yeah, probably not. But he now has passed 2 cores.
He's number 1. Xingqiu number 1.
ซินคิวนี่กลายโอ้
He's gotta be careful going to the top jungle though.
ซินคิวมันจะกลายเป็นออกดาบทองฟ้าแล้วครับซินคิวมันจะออกDY DY เวท
Those 3 heavenly jump charges. Once he has that, he'll join
แล้วก็เช็คแล้วดีนะมันไม่เอา Enchanter มาตีบวกเล่นเรื่อยๆครับแต่รอออกตอนที 5ได้ Enchanter ไม่รู้ว่าได้หรือเปล่าแต่ก็ได้ใบของนั่นฝั่งไอ้ Shadow Fiend มานะแต่ Shadow Fiend ถือไอจิตครับผม
I don't think they have the way of killing the Tide Hunter here.
สไลด์ออกมาชันบาร์เงินของซินคิวนี่กลายเป็นตัวคอไปแล้ว 26,000 แซงปักแซงกังก้าจะลาแบ้
Top tier 3 taking a little bit of damage. We'll see if it actually kills it though. It does not. They're dead. He resummoned. It is nighttime, so this is where like Lycan has so much value with the Howl. It's just constantly shoving your lanes, and even though they have this Aegis, it's really difficult for them to get to the high ground.
Pretty hard for those wolves to get to the high ground now too.
Yeah, to walk them all the way across the map.
Yeah, at this point, Vici just needs one good fight.
Yeah.
Shadow Fiend can destroy the entire base in one go.
He got the tier 3.
The wolves are taking like 50 goes, but they're actually doing it.
He's going to get the range racks too. And he took AoE lightning bolts.
It's the talent to go. You just need to actually...
No, he's doing it to kill the wolves. That's why he's doing it.
It's for the wolves.
It's for the wolves, legitimately.
No.
The 3 wolves are too much.
It's so good in fights. It's so good in fights. And it gives you... Not that it strictly gives you more range, because the AoE is the same that the lightning... What am I trying to say here? Very specific Dota mechanics. The lightning bolt can actually search further than the cast range. The AoE, so technically it's not more range, but sometimes you're aiming for one hero at max range and the lightning bolt searches a different hero. This gives you more consistency at max range if you're in the fights because the max range is not 50,000 units.
Yes. I hope you guys took notes because that will be on the quiz later. How much time do we have left on this Aegis? Scouting Thunder Gods. Double Thunder Gods Wrath.
โอ้ยเดินดับเบิลนิมบัตอีกแล้วแล้วก็ลาเวทมาแบบนี้ตายคู่ครับลูบิคอนนะครับซินคิวนี่มันแรงเวอร์ไปไหวครับมองย้ำอยู่ครับทางฝั่งบาร์กเปิดคมซินคิวเปิดตามครับ
Does he have a divine?
โอ้เสียซื้อเกิดแล้วเนี่ยลูบิคอนกับนั่นฝั่งไอ้ยำสันซื้อนะครับเอ้าจนเขาเหยียบครั้งที่2แล้วมันจะไหวหรือเปล่าครับเนี่ยซินเนเตอร์ดึงหลัง3ตัวผมรีคุยเปิดใส่ครับเต็มใบครับผมแล้วตอนนี้ลุมตีเอาเอจิตออกก่อนเอจิตหายไปแล้วครับด้านของฝั่ง XM ไปไล่เลอริสครับเลอริสตายเลอริสซื้อได้ส่วนด้านฝั่งแจ๊บน่าจะซื้อได้อยู่แจ๊บซื้อไหวครับซื้อหมดครับซื้อหมดสุดปอกครับ5บายแบ็กแล้วตรงนี้ถ้าด้านของฝั่ง XM ตายได้ครับผมแต่ว่ามีชาโดว์ฟินกระโดดเข้ามาต่อยเข้ามาโบกครับเรียบร้อยเลอริสได้แบ็กนับ1กรรมการไหลไปที่ด้านฝั่งไรแคนลงต่อย1ทีครับข้อมาถอยกลับวางแมกนิไทครับผมเคลือบตัวเองเดินชนอย่างเดียวครับเดินชนแมกนิไทเคลือบแล้วตีแล้วย้ำต่อกับลูมแมกนิไทมาแบบไม่หยุดครับฝั่งนั้นแจ๊บก็ตายไปฮะแล้วตอนนี้สตันใหญ่เปิดมาใส่ครับเคลือบหินแล้วก็เตะทิ้งไปก็เซฟทางด้านฝั่งชิโร่ครับเอ้าทางด้านอานาล็อกไปไล่อานาล็อกจะโดนโบกตายหรือเปล่าขี้แตกมาดอกนี้ซินคิววางนี่บัตดักหัวด้านอานาล็อกไม่รอดครับลูบิคอนได้แบ็กไปอีก1ครับเรียบร้อยหมดดงครับทางหน้าตัวเนเมซิสWhat the game ครับผมแล้ว GG ครับเป็นหน้าตัวของฝั่งทีมเนี่ย VG ชนะไปในเกมแรกครับโอ้มันไม่ไหวจริงครับดาเมจมันแรงจีเกินไปครับเกมเลดครับผมและดาบก็ไม่เคยโกหกใครอยู่แล้วด้วยฮะเพราะว่าทั้งเลนเฟดทั้งทีมไฟของ VG เขาเฟกมาดีจัดเอาซูดมาเล่นเป็นโพสต์4ครับและซูดนี่รวยมากๆครับกลายเป็นตัวคอไปแล้วด้วยฮะแต่สุดท้ายแล้วก็เกือบชนะเหมือนกันนะทางด้านตัวของฝั่งทีมเนเมซิสครับแต่ว่าโอ้โห VG ตัวซูดมันรวยไปครับก็ดูมันกลายเป็นว่ามาเล่นกับไทฮันเตอร์ได้เฉยครับในท้ายเกมครับซินคิวสอนเชิงจัดครับแล้วก็ไลแคนเฮ้ยขึ้นเร็วเกินอะไรวะเนี่ยขึ้นเร็วเกินยังไม่ชนะเอ้ยได้1แต้ม
Maybe if they win, we'll get an interview and we can ask. But that was
เอาลงก่อนใจเย็น
I think Nemesis probably
เกิน
watching that Zeus in the backline just kill all of them.
The dude just sat there farming for the entire game, ends up with the most damage.
เกินมองโบยมันเบาอะ
And I just don't.
โปรดักชันเขาเบาเราหนักแล้วตอนนี้
I don't know how you
เบาเราหนักแล้วโปรดักชันอะ
We were kind of wondering.
เบาเราหนักเลยโปรดักชัน
To get to the Zeus in the team fights. Well, the answer is he just doesn't show up to the team fights. It's a lot easier.
Team fight are a lot easy.
You know, he came to a team fight and Zinq said never again.
Yeah, there were a couple they were able to get to him, but part of that I actually think is less about
เหมือนดาเมจจ่ายทันทีเอาพุทดาเมจเบิร์สไม่ดีเท่าทางด้านฝั่ง VG ครับเนี่ยซัพพอร์ตของด้านฝั่ง VG เล่นสบายจับหัวบีบหัวกินนะแล้วเจอนิมบัตโอเวอร์แลปไปเนี่ยดุ้งครับลูบิคอนผมอยากดูรีเพย์ตอนที่เขาโค้งครับหนีน้ำขึ้นไปเจอเนินนะ
Now I'm just in the back right now on the map. Look at that. He's headed where? Top. There are creeps over there. His team is diving. It doesn't.
วันนี้ไลฟ์คู่วัน W ครับไม่น่าจะได้ไลฟ์ครับผมน่าจะเป็นคู่ไอ้นี่มากกว่า LGD กับยันเด็กครับเดี๋ยวดูอีกทีนะครับ
Okay, I will say, like memes aside, he did prevent Rubicon.
พี่แบงค์ไม่ไหววันนี้เปรี้ยคืออะไรครับเปรี้ย
This game, like there were multiple times where the
ขออนุญาตนอนก่อนเฮ้ยใจเย็นครับพี่ชายอยู่ด้วยกันก่อนนะ
This is the moment where it looks a little
นี่
silly,
ครับ
right? Like
ลาเวทไปเจอดับเบิลดิมบัตแตก
double Nemesis into Ravage, 2 heroes dead immediately.
Yeah, this is where I feel like coming to
ทูนิมบัตทูฮีโร่โดนลาเวทแล้วก็นิมบัตเบิ้ลไป
But
die immediately
defending the base and then showing up with the Nemesis, which we're gonna see one more in a moment here.
Unnecessary. You've got this.
Shadow Demon มันเข้าไปเปิดใส่ไทยยากเนาะ
And they don't really have good answers. Oh my gosh, the Nimbus perfectly timed. He was watching.
แล้วดูแม่งนี่ไทยมันเด้งบึ้งรัวๆนะอะไรวะน่ะแรงจัด
Yeah, well, he'll get one in a moment. You'll see the
เด้งไม่หยุด
He's gonna kill Analog twice with the Nimbus off with the bolts.
Yeah, it was conceptually really well done from
winnable guy.
The Zeus farmed the back half of the map. The rest of the heroes stayed up front.
ไม่น่าจะอยู่ดูโอเคครับผมไม่เป็นไรครับออนทิ้งไว้ได้ไหม
There were a couple moments it came close. A lot of
winnable guys.
Rubicon and his micro. I do think that
เครียดเลยคนดู
some of the weakness of the Lycan carry, why we don't see it as often, right? It's just not able to stand its ground as much to a more traditional carry that Shiro is playing, that Shadow Fiend.
Yeah, it was a cool idea. I will say, you know, like watching.
Please, sir, let me help you up. Thank you for carrying us.
It's so funny. Like the Lycan was a cool strategy. I think it was impressive. He was able to get a lot done with it, and you know he did break the tier 3s. He took a ranged racks, and even when they were down, he was getting a lot of pressure on the map. But it doesn't really feel like the win condition. The win condition is really we have to force Vici Gaming to die on our high ground at that point. Like they just could not keep up with them in farm.
Yeah, and I also think where Bach got the Hex, for example, right? And we saw a lot of fights just jump Hex, kill this guy. I think that's where they had some damage on the side of Nemesis, but they weren't really able to lock someone down, especially these tanky heroes like Tidehunter and Earth Spirit. Okay, where's that damage?
ไม่ Nemesis ขอเสมอได้ไหม
damage off of Zinc.
เอ้ยคะแนนมันเป็นยังไงบ้างวะ
XM probably did like 15,000 damage in that last fight with the Magnetize. I think a huge portion.
VG ก็เป็น3 แต้ม Nemesis 1 แต้ม
But yeah, it's
เอ้ยยังทันอยู่คนดู ถ้าเสมอก็เป็น VG 3 แต้ม Nemesis 2 แต้มแล้วพรุ่งนี้ก็พรุ่งนี้เมื่อลืน Nemesis ชนะเลคอนิก
I don't really feel like they were
ก็เป็น4 แต้ม VG ไปแพ้เมาส์ Esports 3 แต้มแซงเว้ยคนดูเข้ารอบ Nemesis เข้ารอบจริงอันนี้เรื่องจริงเลยคนดูเข้ารอบแล้ว Nemesis น่ะเกมหน้าชนะเกมต่อไปชนะ 2-0 เข้ารอบแล้วเข้ารอบ Survival Stage ต่อสุดยอดเลยว่ะ
So let me try to help my boy out, and he did a great job.
Yeah, it was. I will say a super entertaining game, despite, you know, the Zeus being able to just sit in the jungle.
Something morally wrong about that game.
If you think that shouldn't be allowed in Dota, but here we are. It was a very fun game. VG Gaming get a very necessary win here, but we're going to go to a break, and we'll be back with Game 2 shortly. We'll see in just a moment.
Is Nemesis cooked?
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
We are back here, and this could be the very last chance that Nemesis has to keep themselves in this tournament. VG Gaming looked very good in game one. Obviously, they were dealing with some struggles of the rat play from the Lycan, but it really is XinQ on that support Zeus that they could never deal with. You can't catch the Zeus if he never leaves his base.
I think that the Glock, looking at a printed out heat map right now, it's like, you really just didn't leave our base the entire time?
This is where you were?
Where can I farm, bro? Is it okay? No, it was kind of an economic win, right? Like, they hold the front, Zeus in the back. It's the idea of the global hero.
Yeah.
Just usually we see the global heroes actually join in, but Zeus can do it from afar. I think I liked what Nemesis was trying to do. I think the idea of the Lycan was clever, but there's just not a lot of wiggle room, right? Like, it kind of has to go to your plan, and then it works. But as soon as it's off the rails, it's tough. And we saw him try, right? Start to do the ratting. I feel like that was a good adjustment, but we just saw how hard the fights were for them as they don't have the easiest crowd control, right? It's like Puck Coil and Kunkka Boat. Those are easy to see coming and just press BKB.
I think the Kunkka... How do we talk about it? I mean, compare the Kunkka to the Tidehunter, right? Like, Tidehunter, about the same net worth, but at the end of the day, you have Blink Ravage. And on Kunkka, your entire game plan is telegraphed. So when you have this Lycan versus Shadow Fiend matchup, the Lycan can definitely kill the Shadow Fiend. We saw it multiple times. He has that Blink, he has the Abyssal, he had a Monkey King bar, AC, like he has a lot of damage. But the follow-up is a little bit more difficult. You just have to press Ravage, right? Like, you know, if XM is going in and he just rolls in on Earth Spirit to find the backline, like the ease of execution was there for the side of Vici Gaming, and for Nemesis, it got a little bit, I don't know, a little bit too fancy maybe, a little bit too niche.
I think that's fair, but I think we can also say Nemesis played and built for an early to mid game timing.
Yeah.
And when you miss that timing and you go to late game, you can say like, oh, well, a different build would have worked. But if you wanted to play for late game, you would have done a different build. So, and possibly a different draft. So I respect what they went for, right? It obviously wasn't able to beat Vici Gaming here. So they're going to have to go to whatever plan number 2 is. Maybe it's the same plan, but you just adjust a little bit.
I mean, they need whatever plan B is, it's got to win. I mean, we were looking at the groups coming into this. Obviously, Nemesis was sitting at 5th and Vici Gaming at 4th. With that loss, I think
it's going to be close.
I think they're one game away from elimination. You know, there's still like, you know, some things that can happen on the final day for the group, but it is going to come down to the wire now for them, and I don't think you can afford to lose this game.
Yeah, they could potentially get a 2-0 on their last day, and then depending on, you know, who wins, who loses amongst the other teams, like there's a shot, but it all begins with a win here. And for VG, I think they can remove all of that worry of it happening to them if they just get a second win here. Then I think with that second win, they would be the 4th or 3rd place team. Mouse is likely the other, and then you've at least made it through the group stage, which was, we heard at Bach, one of their initial plans. There's a Lina.
That is cool. I like it. I don't think Lina's actually that bad. I think some people have been sleeping on this hero. I am curious where it's going to go, but my thought is it's mid.
I think so too. I believe I recall XM being a pretty solid Lina player. There's a part of me that's like, Jingq, you're pulling something new. You're pulling out of the hero. What are we doing? This is certainly a surprise. This is not one we see. I think this might actually be our first Lina pick. I'm going to double check real quick.
I mean, in terms of the bans, we're going to see some of the common stuff, right? The Treant Protector. We see the Lone Druid.
She has a couple other picks that we just haven't seen.
Shadow Fiends got removed. Puck's removed. Undying, who's been popping up a lot more in that offlane role. But they respect ban out the Lycan from last game. They're like, okay, Rubicon, we're going to tip our hat to you. You did pretty good with it. How does she look? How does the Lina look so far? You said there's been a couple picks.
3 games, 100% win rate. So they've done it.
I think I honestly felt like she's been sleeping. Part of this, I'm going to tip the hat to Avery, Mr. SVG. He believes this hero is very strong. He's been playing it, and it looks good. Now, that's just like random pub games, of course, so only so much data you can get from that. But I do feel like she might be undervalued.
I kind of think so too. I think her main issue is that she overlaps with some of the best carries, which is this range damage dealer in the back. And you often want someone to protect those and then other people to go make plays. And Lina's like, I too am the range damage dealer in the back. She gets a little bit more active because she has LSA, but I think that's actually been part of her issue. I think the idea of picking her here, though, is that you see that Snapfire, which could go mid, could be a support. Lina will be fine versus Snapfire mid. I think one of Lina's most annoying matchups is this Puck in the mid lane, because Puck can actually dodge a lot of the abilities. But then the remaining mids are a lot of those melee initiators that Lina does well versus.
Lina carry Clockwork 5?
That could also be cool.
Because this is what I'm thinking. Like, it does, like, right now, you have the first pick of the Snapfire. It's a flex pick, right? Now you have the Tiny, another flex pick. The Lina used to be one of the most flexible heroes in the game. I do think she can be kind of this hybrid carry if you want to play her in the carry role, and then pick a more active mid laner.
Like Sniper.
Exactly, you get it. So yeah, I am curious like where they want to go with this. But right now, definitely open in the draft for both teams.
Coddle's in the pool. Coddle could be a pretty cool combo with the Tiny if they want to run that. They'll go for the Hoodwink for now, which is also a good combo with several of these heroes. So just these 3 heroes alone, you could Bushwhack into Avalanche, Avalanche into Bushwhack, Cookie throw in, Hoodwink ult, Fire ult. I really like this in terms of just early active plays, and it leaves the remaining fairly open to just get some counter picks. The game and all the active plays will be handled by these first 3 picks. Wherever they end up going.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
เขากล่าวว่าสู้กับ Snapfire ครับ
Snapfire
ต้องโยกไปซัพพอร์ตแล้วล่ะไม่งั้นสู้ลีน่าไม่ไหวอย่าอีโก้เลยขอร้อง
I will say I'm surprised the Beastmaster is getting this much ban attention in this
เป็นผมจะเปลี่ยนเป็น Viper
match, but clearly VG Gaming knows something about
ลีน่าซินคิวก็เล่นได้นะเคยเห็น
willing to pick in phase
ลีน่า
1 or that they either
เขาเวิร์กตีไว้เป็นโพสต์5ก่อนแล้วกันพุทวิง4 Snapfire 5แล้วก็ไทนี่แครี่ดับจมอยู่นะทางด้านฝั่งเนมิซิส3ตัวแรก
Rubicon with some really sick Lycan micro, and I know Jabs can do very similar.
หรือจะเล่นดับง่ายๆครับเป็นไวเปอร์อย่างเงี้ยเขากล้าเล่นเลย
Surprised us with a carry Lycan. Perhaps Beastmaster just very recently was doing that all core roles. It did just get nerfed. Most teams have stopped. But some teams still do it, right? Especially if it fits the game. So that might be some of the idea. You're just really respecting the zoo heroes of Nemesis.
I thought you were going to say the Zeus, and I was like, oh, true.
You should respect that as well.
They'll grab the Doom here. Kind of a generalist in the offlane, has some different item builds, but overall, Doom is always valuable. So if this ends up being like a mid lane Snapfire, you're always happy to Doom the Snap. I feel like you can respond with a pretty strong off or safe lane though. Like you don't technically have to put any of these heroes currently in the safe lane if you're Nemesis.
Who do you want against Doom instead then? A lot of those ranged heroes are available, but Clockwork already kind of makes your life a bit annoying. And you also kind of need to get to Lina, which I think is part of the idea of this Doom. The carries that can get to Lina, they tend to be melee blink buyers, which Doom has a good time against a lot of them.
The Lion. Okay, still hiding where this Lina is going to go.
จะมีไลออนครับเราก็
mid or the safe lane. I like the line. It brings a lot more control. It gives good setup for the Lina as well. You kind of need something for Light Strike Array. Obviously, you can come out of Invis with like Shadow Blade or a Yules, depending on the game. I think more often we're seeing the Shadow Blades on the Lina.
ไลออน4ลีน่าก็คงเป็นมิดเลนแหละครับเพราะว่าชนะทางด้านฝั่ง Snapfire ชนะไทนี่มิดอยู่แล้ว
I wouldn't mind something that really punishes the Doom pick. Okay, they go for the Invoker. So that kind of reveals
Invoker ครับผมสลับ Invoker มาตามที่บอกครับคงไม่เอา Snap มิดแน่นอนฮะ
You could run position for Snapfire.
You could.
Invoker ดีนะใช้ Force Rate มาค้ำช่วยครับถือว่าแก้ดับได้ดีครับแต่ไม่แน่ใจว่า Analog Invoker นี่เล่นดีพอหรือเปล่ามี Hoodwink เซตอัพให้ครับ Wishback หรือว่า Snapfire สตันไทนี่สตันก็ได้เอาไว้เปิด Sun Strike.
But they could still pick another hero for jabs here if they want to put the carry, the Tiny into position 1 for Rubicon.
I think I'm also up for that. I think core Snapfire can jump in and you're not as much about your ultimate because you're either
Invoker น่าหรอยิ้มเลย Invoker น่าหรอ
Whereas if you're only about your ultimate, then Clockwork just hookshots you every time, or Lion will jump you. Then again, jumping in close into a Doom is a little scary, so it's it's a tough choice. I imagine it'll come down to what they feel more comfortable with, and if they can see a better carry to pick here.
The Wind Ranger ban, smart. They'll get rid of Enchantress. A pretty strong lane hero.
So they're expecting Tiny snap off.
They're expecting mid Lina.
Or sorry, carry Tiny.
Yeah, they're expecting carry Tiny. Yeah. Snap off lane.
I mean,
Snapfire Hoodwink is also a very strong lane if they want to run.
Carry Tiny. ตัด Enchanted เพราะรู้ว่า Snapfire โยกเป็นออฟ
And I think if you're expecting to play against
โอ้ Snapfire ออฟเลนก็ดีแต่ไม่มีแท็กนะครับมีแค่ Tiny แทงดาเมจ Tiny Carry.
Okay.
I feel like you're just
ทางด้านฝั่ง Spectre กับ Villager Hero ตัวเดือด
from the supports. If any of them get close, it's an easy kill.
เล่นสเวนได้นะครับเนี่ยเกมไวของด้านฝั่งทีม BG สเวนไลท์สติลเลอร์เนี่ยเพราะว่าสเปกเตอร์โดนแบนแล้วตัวพวกฮีโร่ตีใกล้แต่จะเซฟหน่อยก็ดาวเรนเจอร์ได้หมดเลยครับแต่ถ้านกฟ้าก็ต้องฟาร์มหน่อยแต่ผมว่าสเวนน่ะดีเกมนี้สเวนกับไลท์สติลเลอร์ดีจัดเลย
Disruptor. Wow. Not a hero we see all that often. But it is now Nemesis. They've got to pick this last hero or kind of reveal what their idea is for the draft.
แบนจีโพน5หมดเลยคนดู
Dude, I feel like
Disruptor good versus that they're thinking
Lina really does not like being out of position.
What is Disruptor really gonna get to her?
ซับ5ก็ไม่เหลือตัวดีๆนึกออกตอนนี้ก็ไซเลนเซอร์แต่ไม่มีตัวแทงเลยถ้าไม่เอาออฟเลนแทงมาแทน
I don't know. There's the
โอ้ลิชอีกแล้วลิชยำสันรั่วจะแตก
Not a bad combo. Tiny and Lich
ก็
damage.
เน้นเซฟไปก่อนครับ Tiny Lich ดามก็แก้กลับมาทรงๆดีๆนิดหน่อยครับทางด้านฝั่งทีม Nemesis มีแย่ที่สุดคือ Tiny เกมนี้ของด้าน Nemesis ต้องให้ Tiny ฟาร์มแบบสบายๆนะ
Teams are just going to play their game, right? Who can just execute better? I'm struggling to think of a gotcha pick here for the final. I don't think there's anyone that massively shuts down the Invoker in the mid lane to surprise with Lina carry.
โอ้กดคลิงมาเลย
Clinks for Shiro.
That's a good pick this game. They don't have good ways of finding him. It is the hard carry that they needed.
ดามดีจัดเอาไปชน Snapfire.
I've seen the Tiny versus Clinks max up once, and Tiny did win.
It depends how they find each other, right? Like if
Snapfire off lane for sure ครับผม
before he does anything, if you guys initiate on the Tiny and then you're just having the Skeletons attack, Tiny can't get to the Clinks to do any damage.
เขาเวิร์คคลิงเขาเวิร์คคลิงจนเลนสแนปไฟกับฮูดวิงสบาย
VG had some slip ups last time that might give something for
เดี๋ยวจับเล่นเอาคลิปก่อนนะครับสแปมสกิลเอาคลิปแล้วรอจังหวะเขาแหลมมา
Some of that was because Mao did not have
หรือจะปล่อยให้แจ๊บอยู่คนเดียวแล้วก็ฮูดวิงไปวิ่งเกมช่วยเลนไทนี่อ่ะก็ควรจะกู้เลนไทนี่ครับเพราะไทนี่เลนไม่ค่อยดีเท่าไหร่ส่วนตัวผมว่าเจอกับดูมเจอกับไลออนยังดีที่ไลออนเกมนี้น่าจะตายบ่อยบางๆแล้วซินคิวรอดูครับอินวอเกอร์กับลีน่าผมคิดว่าอยู่ที่เชิงจริงนะตามหลักอินวอเกอร์ถ้าผ่านช่วงเลเวล4ไปเนี่ยเทรดเสมอสูสีกับลีน่าเผลอๆดีกว่านะครับเพราะมีซัมมอนคอยยิงช่วยแต่ลีน่าช่วงต้นกดอินวอเกอร์แล้วนะครับเขาใช้สกิล1เวฟรัวๆเวฟตัดรัวๆแต่ถ้าดาบนี้ผมให้ VG ได้เปรียบอยู่เหมือนเดิมนะประมาณ 60-65% ทั้งเลนเฟดแล้วก็ทีมไฟท์ของ VG ดีกว่าครับเหมือนเดิมเงื่อนไขเดิมเลยคือ no tank ครับทางด้านฝั่งใน Nemesis ก็ต้องเล่นแนวแบบชนะเลนเฟดให้ได้แล้วเล่นต่อโถมยาวๆซึ่งไม่รู้ว่าจะได้โถมหรือเปล่าในเกมนี้ผมให้ดาบ VG อีกรอบแล้วกันนะแต่ว่าก็เชียร์แจ๊บเหมือนเดิมถ้าจากดาบนะถ้าจากแบบการดาบการเดินเกมอะไรเงี้ย
Yeah, I want him to be active this game for sure. Like your Clinks is going to need space to farm. You're going to need to get to the Burning Barrage Shard. After that, you have some options, right? We've seen Aghanim Scepter Rush if you're struggling to break high ground. We've seen the Desolators. You can kind of go wherever you'd like, but there we go. It is game 2, Vici Gaming versus Nemesis. As Analog once again on his Invoker. Super impressive yesterday. He's going to have to do a lot here in this game if he wants to keep his team in this tournament.
I do like the draft a lot for Nemesis. They've been struggling a bit, and you know, I think it's good to give yourself a draft that almost plays itself. They all set up for each other. So many different heroes have strong abilities. So if one person gets caught out, the other people can go in. If this guy finds the target first, then others can follow up. Oh, maybe I found it first. I can initiate. You follow up, right? I like that. Analog getting warmed up over there.
Just making sure his invoke button works, you know? Just in case.
Just in case it just stopped exhorting. I forget how.
Good stuff, good stuff.
Good stuff, good stuff. เดี๋ยวเมื่อวาน OG มันชนะ 2-0 นี่หว่าเอาเรื่องจากใช่ไหม OG ชนะใน IC ไปคู่อื่นก็ Pivision ชนะเมาส์เกมแรกครับ Spirit เราเลคอนิกเพิ่งแข่งกำลังยังไม่จบแข่งเกมยาวเลคอนิกอ่ะ Spirit บอกเกมอดทนเล่นได้สบายชินแล้วก็ไม่เลทนะมันเลทคู่นิกมาเฉยหรอกเพราะคู่ก่อนนิกมาก็ใช้เวลา60 นาทีกันเขาเรียกว่าเลทเบียดกันมาสปิริตเงินนำอยู่เยอะอยู่น่าจะชนะเลคอนิกเกมแรก
I feel like we haven't seen this kind of matchup in ages. The Invoker versus Lina.
That was exactly what I was thinking. I was looking at it, I'm like, man, when was the last time I saw Invoker versus Lina in the mid lane? Take me back to...
ถ้าไม่ได้มาเชียร์จับนี่ผมดูคู่พาลีกับทางด้านฝั่งไอ้นี่แล้วนะเมา
Early 2024.
แต่เราต้องมาเชียร์จับก่อนนะคนดู
I forgot to be looking for fish in the last game.
Spy.
I don't know how many he got on his Tidehunter.
He got, enough to win. So last game we saw this lane struggle quite a bit for Yamsun on the Lich. He does have plenty of mana. I don't think Lion trades as well as like the Zeus did, right, with the Thunderbolt. The Gush, of course, being able to be in range.
No, but you do drain the mana from the Lich, which is another approach. You do have Sacrifice at some point. But it's still a bit of a pain.
Yeah. he's just trying his best here to win the regen war, right? Like, he bought a salve to start things off, so Yamsun going to continue to try and dump his resources into this lane.
แต่ทีมไฟท์ของด้านทีมเนเมซิสดีนะสัตว์ไตส่งตรงมาครับโบกคนละทีตายครับเนี่ยนะถ้าจะเล่นอินโวเกอร์มันต้องเข้ากันแบบนี้นักพากย์ต่างประเทศจะบอก good communication ครับ
also just getting denied immediately by the sacrifice.
Feels bad, but feels good if you're Nemesis.
They need stuff like this. They need to get analog to his items, right? His meteor hammer, very important, but he's already starting to burn here to the Lina.
Yeah, come to think about it, I think the regen on Invoker has been nerfed over time, and Lina has been picking up more burn damage over time. So this might be a harder matchup than it used to be in the past, and XM certainly playing it well, already picking up a CS
เวฟแล้วก็เบิร์นนะติดสโลว์เบิร์นเขาเรียก
Quite a lot
หน้ามันเวฟไปแล้วเผาต่อ
He's gonna need those sunstrikes to keep up.
Yeah, absolutely.
Might be able to get another one here soon.
Bottom lane. They got it, Lelis.
Kills in the sidelines for Nemesis. So the CS is okay for the cores.
Yeah, they're not struggling too much. Having the Lotus, though, for the Snapfire is great because she's a hard hero to bring down. That extra mana could allow her to get one more of those. Trying to look for Yamsun, but nice avalanche to cover him.
Avalanche ไปต่อเปิดสกอตเอิร์นมาซินิสเตอร์ดึงซันสไตร์ครับโบเขาให้ครับบัตรแกเน็ตไปแล้วเหรอยามซันบอกซันซินคิวครับมาดีครับเนเมซิสเอาเลนเฟสฮะเอาไรดูรู้เรื่องครับผมดูให้รู้เรื่อง
Gosh, mid lane is a disaster, dude. He has more denies than he has last hits, and he can't even approach the tower or approach the creep wave.
ขอบคุณไมด้าด้วยครับ
ไมดีเอสโดเนทมา191 บาท
คุณใหม่ครับผม
เป็นกำลังใจให้แจ๊บและคุณแบงค์ครับ
ครับผมครับขอบคุณ119 บาทนะครับคุณไมค์ขอบคุณมากครับพี่ Big W.
Creep, I think, might have split some of the damage, but Tiny just a little bit too low this time. And Bach, I think he has a salve. Yeah, so he's going to back off, heal up himself. He'll be just fine.
Let's check Sting up.
I mean, despite the kill score advantage, they're doing perfectly fine. All three of the top CS on the side of Vici Gaming. And it really is, like we keep saying, that mid lane is the biggest issue right now.
Fortunately, your Invoker is not going to be a playmaker anyways, so it's not like you're suddenly missing a huge part of your game plan. But you do want him to come online sooner rather than later. It's just more Sunstrike damage, it's more split pushing when you get that shard, the Meteor Hammer.
เดินยาวไว้คุณพี่
They're pinging mid. They're going to go for the bushwhack. They're bringing in Yamsun as well, but can they actually find
โอ้สแนปเปิดนะย้ำเลย XM ครับด้านนี้ก็ลากูน่าเบนเวฟแล้วก็สแลปไปครับทางดอวัง XM ก็ตายครับ
Trade his life for Lelis.
That's a very nice move from Nemesis, realizing how this mid lane was going. We have to shift it up. Lina is going to make it in time for the power rune, though, so she might be able to grab that and then just get a revenge kill pretty quickly. I think the supports from Nemesis might want to hang around.
Man, they're thinking about it, but Analog is so low on resources. And instead, Shiro bottom, who is very low,
เดินมายิงจิ้มครับอัดเทนาโดของฝั่งชิโร่ซันสไตร์มาอีกทีครับยืนนิ่งก็โดนเดี๋ยวรออะไรฮะเอาเรื่องครับคอนเนคซันสไตร์ดีมากครับแต่เงินยังไม่ดรอปครับต้องทำให้มากกว่านี้ทางด้านของฝั่งทีมเนเมซิสเพราะว่าลีน่ากับคลิงมันยังลัดคีปได้ดีครับเงินมันยังเยอะอยู่
Throw the ultimate to finish the job.
Gonna try and tank the creep wave, but unable to do that now. Good use of the micro. He's used his forward spears to kind of drag the wave so that they couldn't keep that catapult alive. It's going to reduce a lot of the damage to his tower. So heads up stuff there from Analog. Bottom lane, why? Does stop jabs, unable to really get a lot done here, just getting constantly mana burned, but he does have that soul ring, he has the Lotus. As another rotation bottom, this time Yamsun
เมื่อกี้หน้า
coming through, but they're gonna dive the mid lane.
เอาแล้วครับผมทางด้านฝั่งอินวอร์เกอร์โดนนะไลออนแกงโปรยด้านมาไม่ให้โกดวอล์กหนีแล้วโดนแล้วก็สแลปครับ พัดผ่านไปครับแตกครับผม
Top lane.
ซินิสเดินไปครับ
They're gonna TP in the hoodwink. I don't think they can run this guy down. He's got that haste aura. They're trying. Maybe Lelis can get in range for the bushwhack. Does connect. Do they have the follow up? There's no sunstrike for
พัด
8
มาว่าสไปล็อก2ครับซินเกียว
Stunned underneath the tower, and Rubicon, he's got to get the safety. Lelis is looking for the bushwhack.
เดินตีบักบุชแวกใส่บักซันสไตล์โบเขาให้ครับผมอนาล็อกครับเก็บทางฝั่งบักลงไปได้ครับจนวายจากการเลอริสมาต่ออีกหนึ่งครับ
And XM gets the mid tower on the Lina.
Overall, I think you're happy with that. You again kill the Doom. You get Analog another Sunstrike. XM punishing that mass rotation top, though, taking that mid tower, could allow him to start moving, which has been... Nemesis has been winning these side lanes because they're moving around, but now if you try to fight into this Lina, who is top of the net worth, you're not going to have as good of a time.
Top lane, they're looking
Flag
for
up.
Rubicon.
เช็คแต่ลูบิกอน
Avalanche onto two Sinister Gaze to make
บาดีครับผมเปิดพร้อมครับ
not chase them down. Nicely done there from
สไป
Yamsun.
ครับงัดหน้ามาจินคิว
He's
ทางด้านฝั่งยำซันแล้วก็ถอยกันตอนนี้
Clinks comes through the twin gate though, so they might try to just focus down the tower. Okay, Rubicon does have a TP. Lelis
โดนโปรยดัดครับมอติเมอร์กินเสร็จครับซันสไตล์โบเข้าใส่ชิโร่โดนมอติเมอร์ซ้ำต่อฮะเรียบร้อยครับ
Okay, that was a good read.
This is what I meant earlier, where the draft almost plays itself. What?
Battery assault.
What?
Yeah, they've got him. Rubicon can't even auto attack, just has to stand here and watch himself
เดินตีใส่แล้วลูบิกอน
to the Doom. And
สไปสวนมาแบบนี้ซินคิวอยู่ทุกที่ครับ
I think
มันได้ที่ไหนวะเนี่ย
a little bit more into the trees in there.
Yeah.
But he may just not have known anybody was even up there and was just like he had the feeling, so he was trying to get out. But unfortunately for him, caught at the last second.
Looking for Shiro once again. Bushwhack does not connect.
Now, despite these kills, VG is getting some return kills. It's a 2K lead for them because there's been a lot of rotations from Nemesis, and if you're moving around, you're not farming. Some of it is the Lina, though. Maybe a lot of it's the Lina, actually, as I'm looking at the numbers.
Yeah, she's like 1,300 gold ahead.
อุ้ยแฟลเปิดครับ
Trying to take down Yamsun.
ซินิสเตอร์
hoping for
ซันสไตล์โยกหลบมาอีกทีครับซินคิว
will not be able to finish
ยำซันนะครับลูกออกมา
Instead, they turn around for jabs.
เวฟแล้วก็สแลปใส่นั่นแจ๊บครับแจ๊บ
Into the Lina, does have
แจ๊บมี
stake
ดอกบัว
as
ปั๊มเนี่ย
well
ฮะ
as the load is to try and
น่าจะโดนเวฟอีกรอบครับ
One more Dragon Slave.
ปั๊มดอกบัวสแกตเตอร์ปาดซอครับเฮ้ยอะไรวะเนี่ยแฟร์มาบอกจังหวะนี้ครับโดนเตะรั้วจัดเดินวายครับเรียบร้อยดีฮะ
Level 6.
แล้วก็ฮุกหนีครับเลเวล6ครับแล้วก็ไปยาวๆครับ
Teamwork.
That was slick.
ทำไม
As the Lina is starting to get involved with her Brute to Travel, she's done dominating the mid lane. She's going to head over. Continue to dominate the mid lane, actually.
She's never done.
I'm always winning.
ไหลขวาผม
Yeah, it's a little concerning to see a 3K gold lead.
ยอนบอลชิมเมอร์ลงมาครับถอยมาก่อนครับด้านนี้ก็ดูมครับยังไหวอยู่ครับดูมอัดไปที่ไทนี่ก่อนนะไม่ให้ไทนี่เล่นต่อดูบีกอนครับต้องพยายามถอยกับซันโตไตมาไม่โดนครับพยายามจะยึกยักไว้อยู่ครับจะพยายามตัดเลือดดูมนะเมื่อกี้แต่ก็ยังไหวฮะ
Not enough damage to kill Doom there. And instead, you might just lose your tower.
I don't think they can easily defend this. They don't have Snapfire ult nor Lich ult, which are the easier ones to use here. It'll be a tower for VG, which should grow this to a 4K lead now. It's getting quite scary.
ไล่ทาวเวอร์บนไปกำลาบาครับ
Zinq still remaining quite farmed, even though he's not playing the Zeus
ฮุ
this
ก
time.
ขวาไล่ครับ
Tanked by the range creeps. think should get Lelis out of here.
ด้านนี้ก็เตะรั้วโยกหลบฟุตเวิร์กดีครับเลลิสแล้วก็ชาร์ปชูดซันสไตล์มาแต่ก็ยังปิดทางด้านปากคอกเวิร์กไม่ได้ไล่ไปก่อนฮะ
Actually, it's 2 cogs after using the sharpshooter. It loses like half his health.
Yo, actually, that's a great minigame idea for Dark Carnival. Can we have a Power Cogs dodgeball?
Oh my goodness. All right, Valve. I know there's more acts to this whole Dark Carnival thing, so, you know, let's have some fun on the next one.
The next one.
Dude, Lina is 2,000 gold almost up.
ดูแล้วคู่นี้น่าจะจบก่อนนะได้โยกไปดูคู่อื่นหรือเปล่า
Bottom lane, TPN from the Doom.
ล่างผมของคุณแพนด้าด้วยครับกี้มา1เมมเบอร์ของคุณแพนด้าโทษทีผมอยู่ในภวังค์เมื่อกี้ขอบคุณมากครับผมตอนนี้ก็8เมมแล้วคนโอ้ยอีก42เมมเบอร์วันนี้ยาวไกลครับผมไม่เป็นไรฮะวันนี้ถือว่าเป็น normal day ของเราแล้วกันไม่ใช่ good day
Forge Spirits and Alacrity. Maybe the first of many to come. No whoosh this time.
No whoosh this time.
แค่นี้เจมส์จะเจ็บบนโลเวียผมเมกาใต้
He has no points in the Wex for the whoosh. Ichi.
Rubicon.
Invade. A lot of times if you take this tier 1, you go into the jungle to place a deep ward.
ถ้าชนะไปหลอดไปก่อนเขาเราเสียมีครับต้องชนะไปเรื่อยผู้มาเดี๋ยวนี้ครับแล้วก็ฟิงเกอร์ด้านของฝั่งวายผมจะการเลลิสไปครับมอร์ติเมอร์มาแจ๊บก็ไม่สามารถปิดใครได้ต้องถอยก่อนครับโมโดวาโมโดเวียอะไรวะเนี่ยประเทศเลยโมโดเวียโมโดวาคนบ้านเดียวกันพี่เซฟเฮ้ยแสดงว่าแข่งทีมชาติก็ลงพร้อมพี่เซฟเหรอลูบิกอนส่งไปอยู่กับพี่เซฟกับบูมบอยดีกว่าเอาคิริติสออก
Why not?
I like it.
Tiny does not buy any form of True Strike. You're gonna be missing a lot of attacks. Little Shredder can.
พี่เซฟก็แบกไม่ไหวนะครับผมว่าเขาต้องไปหาเทรนเนอร์ดีๆหมายถึงว่าทีมดีๆแล้วก็ไปปรับ mindset เรื่องของการเดินเกมเรื่องการฟาร์มการอะไรผมว่าไม่น่ามีปัญหาหรอกรูบิกอนแต่เรื่องการจังหวะการเข้าทำนี่อาจจะแปลกๆนิดนึง
Like a decent start to
the
game, but it is getting so much worse.
โบกมาใส่บักบักก็ง้างหลอกครับเมื่อกี้ดูม
Back up. He knows he doesn't have the damage.
I'll do it.
But with Y here,
เห็นตั้งแต่ใน Spirit Academy แล้ว
Okay.
ไต่มาครับดูบิกอน
Geometry locked in.
Pro tracker taped right to the screen.
Log in.
I think that might have more negatives than benefits.
It's one of the transparent ones, you know. It's just got the little
decision making ไม่ดี
It's like a tape at certain angles, the clear tape, you know.
Yeah. Reminds me of the people
ฝากจุดชอบซูปไลน์หน่อยครับ
used to play like shooters.
ซูปไลน์ก็มีแจกไอ้กิฟต์เมมเบอร์เรื่อยๆนะคนดู
Just tape a little thing onto
วันนี้ก็ได้ไป 5-6 คนแล้ว
Just put a dot on it.
อิ่มอร่อยกันไปครับ
Cheaters, man.
ลูบิคอน
That's got to come from the soul.
เงินนำอยู่ 5K ครับ VG ครับ
Right, things slowing down, which VG Gaming is going to be happy with if they have a
ฮุกมาเลยวันนี้ครับ Power Clock ทางด้านตัวของฝั่ง XM จัดการอนาล็อกไปครับอนาล็อกไม่ได้เล่นเลยครับเจอจังหวะการฮุกจังหวะการเข้าทำ
close, but I have to imagine VG knows that
เมมเบอร์อร่อยเลยไป
and at this point I don't think you have to be too worried. We were kind of saying both drafts have something going for them.
คนเมอร์เลียนก็มาเหรอคนเมอร์เลียน
It's about like playing your own game. If you can realize your head, you don't need to push for too much. Just recognize, okay, what items do we want that we feel strong with? Let's just maintain. If we maintain 6K gold lead at 25 minutes, that's plenty for us to go take Roge Tormentor off. Oh, Zinq. Thought he had bought enough time for Lina to get this.
บูชแวกครับชาร์ปชูครับ
Amplified damage might kill him.
ด้านเดี๋ยวหน้าหลอกเกมนั้นจินคิวได้
A little stuck. Gonna try and TP XM.
Does he know?
They knew he was
got a
there.
stack. He got a stack of Fiery Soul.
ผมว่าอยู่ในรุ่นซานิกรุ่นเปรียบเทียบไม่น่าใช่ผม
That's quite funny.
มันไม่มีใครเปรียบเทียบใครหรอกมันอยู่ที่ฝีมือระดับเกมเพลย์ 1 คอเกมไม่ดี 2 อาจจะเล่นไม่ดีอยู่แล้วด้วย 3 ก็คือยังไม่มีแพทเทิร์นในการเล่น Nemesis เชนฟอร์สมาเลยครับ แต่น่าหลอกเก็บนั่นบาร์กไปฮะ
on the map. Nicely done there from Nemesis, getting a little bit more momentum.
จริงๆไม่ต้องไปเทียบซาตานิกอะไรเลยก็ได้ครับผมว่าเทียบกับแครี่ตัวอื่นนี่ยังไม่ไหวอ่ะ
This tower looks pretty healthy though. I imagine this one won't be falling quite yet. The Ags. This is the pub Lina I'm familiar with. This gets scary.
ออนตลอดอยู่แดงอ๋อโอเคไปครับผมขอบคุณเข้าร่วมซูปมาครับพี่ชายขอ100ท่านบุกบวกนะครับจะได้ต่อสัญญาไตรมาสที่3ของปีนี้
Here's got his Deso, so they're ready to take Tormentor and Roche whenever they get some kills.
ชิโร่
He also got the medallion really.
ผมไม่แน่ใจว่ามันไปอยู่ตรงแนวหน้าตลอดเวลาทำไมฮะลูบิกอนบางทีนะอย่างเมื่อวานเล่นวินเลนเจอร์ไปอยู่ด้านหน้าแบบเข้าหลังคนเดียวอะไรเงี้ยแปลกแต่คิดว่าจบรายการนี้ถ้าจบอันดับสูงอ่ะอาจจะมีเปลี่ยนผู้เล่นแต่ถ้าจบอันดับแบบไม่ดีอาจจะต้องแยกย้ายแล้วเพราะมันปิดฤดูกาลแล้วไง TI ก็ไม่ได้ไปอย่างเงี้ยก็ต้อง move on กันหน่อยสัญญาหลายๆคนน่าจะหลังจบ TI ทำทิ้งไว้อะไรเงี้ยซันสไตร์มาโยกหลบไปก็วายด้านของฝั่ง XM เก็บลูบิคอนได้ครับแล้วยิงกดผ่านกันมาใส่ตัวของอินโวเกอร์ถอยยาวๆอินโวเกอร์คุกกี้ช่วยไว้ได้ครับแจ๊บฮานาหลอกรอดไปครับ
There's a blink in two. Is Zinq gonna go for it? No. Okay. He thought about it.
You got a sinister gaze. The clock.
7,000ครับการเงินของทางฝั่ง VG ครับ
Tiny back.
ตัวอย่างที่บอกครับดาวเกมนี้ค่อนข้างที่จะแย่หน่อยครับมันไปแย่ตรงไทนี่แหละที่ผมบอกคนดูไว้ตั้งแต่ดาวไงเขาดูว่าไทนี่มันเล่นยากเกมนี้ไม่น่ารีบเลือกมาก่อนเพราะไทนี่ส่วนใหญ่เขาเอาไว้ดาวสุดท้ายเนี่ยถ้าไม่มีดับในหัวว่าเป็นแบบมิดเลนทำเกมจ๋ากับออฟเลนทำเกมจ๋าแล้วออฟเลนก็ต้องเฟกหนีถ้านั่นฝั่งลีน่าใช่ไหมไปโดนแต่เอาสแนปไฟกะว่ามันมิดตอนแรกวางสวยครับจังหวะนี้จะปิดดาเมจทันหรือเปล่าครับปั๊มสู้ครับแล้วก็มอร์ติเมอร์มาใส่ด้านเกมแจ็บก็ซ้อนสวยครับซันสไตล์มาไม่โดนแต่ก็ยังทางด้านฝั่งลิชก็พยายามสันปิดด้านซินคิวได้ครับเรานี่แกงดีครับเอาเรื่อง
He thought Analog was just up to his tricks, dragging things out on his own.
ผมก็เลยบอกว่าลูบิกอนน่ะทุกอย่างดีหมดแล้วเหลือแค่ไปปรับไมซ์เซตเรื่องการเดินเกมอะไรให้มันเข้าที่ครับน่าจะดีขึ้นเยอะอยู่
The Ghost Walk split push begins. Is that ward actually out of range? No way. It's the sentry that was right on top of it was, but not the ward.
คุกกี้มา1ทีครับซันสไตร์ครับดังด้านของฝั่งบาร์กโดนรีเชเดอร์มาโดนชาร์ปชูเตอร์ปักครับเรียบร้อยไล่ตามไปต่อที่นั้นไว้ครับโดนไม้เคว้งไปทีก็ถอยแยกย้ายกันลากูน่าเปิดมาในวันนี้ครับลูดเต็มใบใส่ลูบิคอนครับเรียบร้อยมีวอร์ดบนหัวทำไมไม่ถอยครับคือได้ดูมาก็ไม่ถอยนะจะเอาต่อจะเล่นต่อเจอวอร์ดบนหัวเรียบร้อยเลย
They're gonna look for Invoker, but Analog's played this game before. He knows.
Well, they know Yamsun is down here.
แฟร์มาเจอนั่นยัมซันพอดีครับ
He's dead. He knows he's dead. There's no way out of this one. Zinq will get himself another finger of death stack.
Sharpshoot
gets the help in the chain
ปักลงไปบอกเลยลิสเก็บเล่นวายลงได้
There's so much burst in this game actually.
So many kills, 13 to 13 at 21 minutes.
Yeah.
Bit of a bloodbath. Now Bach almost has blink after buying that farming Radiance. If you can jump in and just doom one of these big spellcasters, Snapfire or Invoker I think are pretty solid. I think Lich is not bad if he has Chain Frost either, but it always feels a little funny.
ฟังดูก็มาเป็นบลิงก์นะ
the position 5.
ดูมบลิงเกอร์สโมกหาครับเนเมซิสสโมกด้วยวินวอล์กหา
Okay, the blink's on the way. I think after shoving mid, we might see them group up to smoke.
That's exactly what they're doing.
ชวนบอติก้าไม่มา
I mean, Shiro is very strong as well. The Lina can get there fairly quickly thanks to the boots of travel and the flame cloak.
บัก
They do have a ward on the river there.
แจ๊บของก็ใช้วิซัม
in the jungle has been removed. Why scouting it out first, looking for an opening, but it looks like Nemesis might have read this movement, dodging it out for the moment. And
I think Rocket
ฝ่ายนั้นอินโวก็ฟอร์ซ่า
yeah, Invoker's out. He does not want to be here at all. They might be able to find him on the Twin Gate, right? If they come through the Twin Gate, they could potentially grab the Invoker bottom, as Analog will just continue to play this split push game.
Nemesis had a ward top in that top lane, so they saw exactly where Vici was going. Outmaneuvering the map in that case. Vici deciding if they can just go for Roche at this point. I think they're willing to give up the Tormentor. They have the Desolator. It is doable, but you need to know where Nemesis are because they could fight you on it.
It's a blink tiny.
เมทิโอเคลียร์คีบไป
I kind of expected him to go a little bit more of a standard like hard
ทำคีบล่างไปเรื่อยๆครับผมตอนนี้
build, but going for the blink dagger, wants to get active.
I think you need someone to start things. Snapfire and Invoker aren't like the instant initiation you want and you need versus Klinks and Lina. When you see those heroes, you gotta jump them, burst them, throw them out of position. If you let them just stand in the back and do damage, you're gonna have a bad time.
They're really trying to find something top. It's gonna be Lelis.
โอเวอร์คล็อกเปิดมาย้ำไปครับด้านตัวของฝั่งบาร์ก็บอกเคได้เลอริสลงได้ครับโดนจับด้านบนต่ออีกแล้ว
and Roche both on the table.
ดูดาวนี้ไทนี่เล่นยากใช่ผมก็บอกไว้ตั้งแต่ตอนดาวอันนี้มันเล่นยากจริงครับผม
XM is trying to bait them. He knows that Jay is here, but with the Invoker walking through the creep wave, he's maybe a little bit more concerned. The Ghost Walk, it's on him. Here comes the
หยอดมอนทิมเมอร์ครับลงมาใส่เต็มใบบอกเยี่ยมสันบอกเจอกัน XM ลงได้ครับด้านตัวของฝั่งนี้ก็ได้มาอีกหนึ่งหรือเปล่าครับแลกไปครับอินโวเกอร์แล้วก็ฉะนั้นฝั่งบาร์ก็บอกอินฟอร์เบตคอมาต่อชิโร่เข้าซอยฟรีครับคริงจัดการด้านฝั่งแจ๊บลงไปได้ด้านหลังนี้ว่าไงครับบูชแบร์ครับไทยนี่ถอยยาวๆเลยแล้วกันครับทางได้ชิโร่สอยเยี่ยมสันต่อ
The perfect time for the Klinks to show up.
ก็มีสวนที่บอกจะรับชูเตอร์ซัดเทอร์ฝั่งวายร่วมเหมือนกันนะ
Can't decide if that was lucky or unlucky for Vici. Lina playing around a ward sentry, but it just misses the Invoker, which causes her to die. But she died in a position that it baits Nemesis in, allowing for Vici to turn it. So
โดนไปหมดนะย้ำสันเนี่ยบอกซัดได้ XM ล่วง
I don't think they're able to do Tormentor afterwards though, because they were just a bit low. But yeah, they had to dump everything to kill the Lina quickly and just weren't ready to disengage as the rest of Vici show up.
Let's check things up.
Yeah, this was a really nice play. Like, I think XM expected to die, but he died probably faster than he would have wanted. But now you have a really farmed Klinks. He's got BKB, he's got his Dragonlance done, he's going to go into his Aghanim Scepter as he's almost level 18.
How many stacks does he have? 4 finger stacks on Xingqiu. He's looking for scaling in a different way this time around.
He's like, I can't not. He's like, I have to leave the base now if I want to, you know, scale.
Which of his teammates do you think?
ลากูด้าลงอีกทีตีด้านฝั่งไอ้ทอมเตอร์ไปครับ
Tick from the Tormentor. At least he gets the shard as a, you know, quote unquote reward.
Sacrifices must be made for the Tormentor. It's not the best shard. I think you'd prefer the Clockwork to help find some of these heroes in the back. Nemesis doesn't have a lineup that can easily go for Roche either. Sometimes you can go for that trade when you see them finish top, and especially when you lose a hero, but this would be a bit of a tough one. You can certainly find a kill, though.
โบเข้าให้ครับผมทางด้านตัวของฝั่งน่าเราเก็บวายลงได้ครับ
Actually finds the kill first, so Sharpshooter connects onto XM, pretty much preventing him from coming in to help at all. And the mid-tier 1 tower
17 ต่อ 16 ครับเงินเราอยู่ 8K ครับ
that they started chipping away at it.
ด้านของฝั่งดูมก็มาเป็นเนี่ย BKB ครับ
might be able to force Roche, but I see that BKB finished at a very good time.
Yeah, I mean you're level 18 on both these cores, Bach.
ดูมี Blink BKB เลยเดียน
BKBs and you have some big ultimates. I think it's a little bit scary.
ทางด้านฝั่งแจ๊บก็มาเคลียร์คีไปแล้วถอยพยายามเล่นเอาเลเวล20แล้วครับแจ๊บจะได้มีคุกกี้2ชาร์จครับผมได้ทับดาเมจรัว
Blinks is close to a big item.
Clinks I think was still like 2,000 from the Ags, so he's going to be
คลิงลีน่านี่เงิน1เงิน2มาเลยครับแล้วดูม
Yeah, about 2,000.
ส่วนฝั่งไทยนี่อินวอเกอร์กำลังตามมาอยู่ฮะ
And so does Lina. So
triple BKB is online, yeah.
They're just going to try to push out lanes, set things up, keep an eye on the map.
XM, does he get caught from the ward? Instead, do we
บุกมาครับจังหวะนี้เราก็ดูมัดเข้าไปใส่ด้านแจ๊บก่อนก็รอบนี้ฮะชาร์ปชูเตอร์บิดไปก่อน1ทีกระตุกมาต่อแต่ว่าแจ๊บ BKB ทีเดียวฮะด้านฝั่งยำสันตายหรอแล้วโปรยด้านมาพยายามจะโอบล้อมครับหาไม่เจอ
Disengage, all things considered.
โอเคครับก็แลกรอซื้อดูมได้ครับแล้วก็ถอยกลับได้ครับเนเมซิสเสียแค่นั้นฝั่งไอ้ตัวลิชเท่านั้น
Shiro had just left as they found that. Oh,
โดนโบกมาครับเลยทำการฟิงเกอร์เนชฉีดเข้าไปเต็มใบครับลูบิคอน
That should open up Roche.
โผล่มากลางเฉยเลย
Sometimes life is unfair.
โผล่มากลางโดนดักจับกลางครับเป็นกลับแล้วลูบิคอนเข้าโรชานแบบสบายๆครับวีเจ
But I think without the tiny, there's no blink initiator. It's just too scared to contest this. Vici gonna at least try to push out the other lanes. The Invoker doing the invis walk to cut creeps.
He needs that top tier 1 tower to be gone so he can actually play deeper on both side lanes. His courier with the Octarine died.
Where even?
โอ้อนาล็อกตายหรือเปล่าเคอร์เรีย
I have no idea.
Well then. Well, he doesn't have enough gold. He's still saving for
the tiara,
but he'll definitely have the money before the courier respawns.
Yeah,
so it is delayed a little.
ลีน่าก็ขึ้นมาเป็นไล่ไวครับ
Bro, XM is
ไล่ไวสกิลแรงผมยาชาคายาครับเกมมาดูน้ำเนื้อมาก่อนดู
Nah, I don't think so.
It's probably too griefy because you have a Clinks.
แค่ลีเลยแค่หรอ
I think you could burst.
He might just go Scythe, honestly.
You could burst like 3 to 4 of these heroes with the E-Blade.
อยากได้คีบกลางแหละแต่มันไม่เคยไง
is the more team oriented.
พอโผล่เลนมาก็ตายเลย
So I think you have like Lion and
ฟาร์มป่ายังจะเซฟกว่าอะไรเงี้ย
He has an Invis rune. That's really nice.
โอ้ยดันมาเจอนาหลอกครับจะมาทำครีปแบบอินโฟนเบดไปฮะและนาหลอกไม่มี BKB ด้วยแล้วฝั่งนี้ก็ BKB คู่กับลีน่ากับไอตัวฝั่งดูม
It's at least double BKBs for that kill.
จัดการเลยดับเบิล BKB
I think they're okay with that. Taking down the pesky Invoker.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Seeing if they can find a kill and return in the mid lane. They have Mortimer's kisses if they need it. You can't really take a 5-on-5 when Invoker is dead. So just hoping Vici has split up, but instead, oh, fast blink out.
Absolutely necessary blink out with XM getting an amplified damage room.
จะขึ้นเป็นขี้ใหญ่
Not fight them.
ได้ทันหรือเปล่าคริง
He also just
ได้ฝั่งไทยนี่ BKB อ้าว BKB
You're gonna give him a gem as well.
ลากูน่าเบนลดคูลดาวน์ไปครับทาเลเวล
They'll settle for the mid tower. How much time do we have on this Aegis?
30-second cooldown Laguna Blade is nuts.
20 Cloak of Fame
3 minutes.
กดทางด้านฝั่งนี้ครับ Burning Army อันนี้มันสเกเลตันวอล์กถ้า Burning Army มันจะเรียงเป็นตับ
That there's an overextension.
ยังไม่ได้จ่าย Burning Army.
Avalanche toss at the high ground is always a way to come back. Chain Frost terrifying. Mortimer's kisses. Invoker has an easy time landing all his abilities.
I mean,
but this is where the Clinks kind of prevent you from throwing, right?
Yeah.
You just stand so far back. You might even, I was gonna say, wait for the Ags, but I see the Ags. So with that, okay, he's gonna use it to get a kill. You can
ทางด้านฝั่งชิโร่ก็ตบเลยลิสไว้ครับเดินซอยแบบง่ายๆผมแล้วก็ทำป้อมด้านบนต่อด้วย XM
Yeah, I like that they're just taking
คริงก็ชิโร่ก็มายิงป้อม2ช่วยครับแต่อย่างไวครับป้อม
There's still 2 towers bottom, which they could play for, but I don't mind if they want to stay on the top half of the map.
จะได้เล่นหรือไม่
I will say Nemesis like has damage if they can actually get to a target. The problem they have right now is Vici Gaming is beating them on every initiation.
Yeah, there's a lot on Rubicon's shoulders here. There's just more options for Vici.
They saw Shiro under the ward sentry, so they are going to back away.
Allowing Analog to at least make his way top, but he's actually about to step under an observer sentry. They're pinging him. Uh-oh.
เปิดไปจังหวะดีฟิงเกอร์แล้วลูดมาไฟเผาสโลเบิร์นครับเรียบร้อยครับเจอเขาวอร์ดไว้อยู่แล้วก็ย่องมายิงครับตัวบทนี้ก็โดนคลิงครับยิงแป๊บเดียวตายโดนดูมต่อโดนคลิงยิงเสริมครับแจ๊บตายครับการเล่นเยี่ยมสันอินฟุตเวทเข้ามาไฟเผาใส่แล้วเลอริสก็ไม่รอดครับเสีย4อย่างไวครับทางด้านเนเมซิสลูบิคอนอยู่นะลูบิคอนโดนแฟร์ลูบิคอนถอยก่อนแล้วลูบิคอนแล้วทำการดันคีปเอาทาวเวอร์ต่อเลยแล้วกันครับทางด้านตัวของฝั่งทีม VG ก็ไม่ได้เล่นกันสักทีก็ตอนนี้สตันว่าวอะไรก็ไม่ดีหมดนะเนเมซิสเวรกรรมแล้วทีนี้
And you see he's been having a much harder time make it out on the map. Part of that is also that the towers.
ขึ้นบ้านแล้วชิโร่
His team wasn't able to get as many towers to make creep cutting easier. Just the fortify.
You drop the burning armor for this. 20 seconds on the Aegis. It seems like they're just going to back up.
ถ้า VG ชนะ 2-0 นี่ก็แต้มขาดไปแล้วสายล่างตามไปทันครับทั้งเนมิซิสแล้วก็เลคอนิก
Definitely not bad, I would say.
At least lukewarm.
Yep, there's your Daedalus.
แต่งานยากครับเจอ VG เป็นทีมงานเมมไง
What do they realistically need?
งานเมมจัด
does have to be an overextension from Vici.
แต่เมื่อวานเนี่ยควรจะชนะเว้ยทั้ง2เกมเลยดับดีๆแต่เล่นไม่มีภาพโอ้เป็นกุ้มใจแทนเนเมซิสเลยเว้ยแต่เกมแต่แมตช์วันนี้ดับไม่ดีทั้ง2เกมครับดับแพ้ VG 2 เกมเลยเจอ VG Flex.
The thing is, Vici kind of has the vision advantage because they're taking control of the map. They have fast heroes of their own, so as you're trying to make those pickoffs, they might be responding. Or because you've dumped all your spells and gotten 1 kill, Vici might say, okay, we're down 1 hero, but we don't care. They have no ultimates. Let's just go with the remaining 4 and fight. It's really tough for Nemesis. They need a little bit of help from Vici making a mistake. Nobody's immune to that. They're going to try with a top fight. Oh, Block actually just jumps in.
กดมาดิครับ BKB ก็จับอินไปดูมใส่ด้านอินวอลเกอร์ครับอินวอลเกอร์ว้าวเก่าเลยครับไม่สนใจกับโทษริงเหมือนจะโดนลากูน่าเบนดักจับโอ้โหโดนอีกแล้วโดนวอร์ดดักครับผมเอาอีกแล้วครับฉะนั้นฝั่งลูบิคอนนะแล้วทำไมไม่ TP ตั้งแต่แรกไปเลยครับหรือว่าเดินกลับไปโดนวอร์ดดักอยู่ดี
With that, you actually have the confidence to go high ground without it.
ไม่ได้จริงๆครับไทนี่ครับช่องหลักยังร้องอาเกนครับผมอีกแล้วเหรอวะอะไรเงี้ยโอ้โหไม่ไหวว่ะไทนี่นี่หนักจริงครับแล้วก็มาครับสไปครับอินฟอนเบดมาต่อใส่นั่นแจ๊บสไลด์ออกได้ครับเพื่อนช่วยครับแต่ก็ไม่ไหวก็กระสุนชิโร่ดักพอดีฮะไม่รอดบอกส่วนหน้าหลอกเกมนั้นวายลงได้ครับแลกกันเป็นคนละหมัด2 หมัดสไตล์อาเลครับลงเต็มหลังเยี่ยมสันใต้ครับยิมพีเวลาไล่โซนบอกแล้วก็กลับมาตีต่อเจอด้านฝั่งดูมครับสตันไปกับบาร์กินกบมากินกบสตันไอวอลลงเมทิโอไม่รอดกับบาร์แต่ก็สอยด้านบาร์แหลกได้1 ชาครับท่านั้น VG
The high ground is cracked and they get a lot of buybacks out of the side of Nemesis.
ขอบคุณซับด้วยครับคุณอามาร็กซ์ครับบอก666ขอบคุณมากคุณมาร็กซ์ครับขอบคุณคุณมาร็กซ์ด้วยฮะสำหรับท่านที่9ของอะไรนี้ครับโอ้วันนี้ซับน้อยมากขอบคุณนะครับคุณอามาร็กซ์ที่ยังอยู่เติมแรงใจให้กันแล้วกันนะ
It was a little bit costly, I suppose, losing those heroes to take the top barracks, but I think they'll know what a commanding position they're in.
They're going straight for Analog. They know he's here.
He's at the edge of it. The rest of the team fighting so hard just to get their own triangle. Did they see him? I don't think they have detection there.
No,
oh, there is one now. If you make that move again, you need a little bit of luck here if you're Nemesis.
That's not looking super great though. They have the ward placed. It gets
หากจะโดนบวชครับสัตว์สไตล์ลากูน่าครับเลือดสไปยกลงต่อครับเอาล่วงครับลูบิกอนเอาอีกแล้วครับแนวหน้าครับเยมสันก็แตกครับผมจังหวะเสียเปรียบไปอยู่ด้านนอกครับอยู่ในป่ามองยากด้วยครับด้านโดของฝั่ง VG มูฟครับเรียงเป็นหน้ากระดานยิงทิ้งหมดนะเสียแค่เขาเกวิร์ครับเวฟแล้วก็สแลมซัดมาทางด้านฝั่งนาล็อกกระจุยครับผมลีน่าบินยิงเลยครับทางด้านโคกออฟเฟรมอาจจะประมาทไปนิดนึงเพราะรู้ว่าดูมตายผมก็เลยออกมาเล่นครับตายเป็นกายหมดแล้วทางด้านฝั่งตัวของไอ้เนเมซิสโอ้ยคลิงนี่มันของเวอร์ไปหมดแล้วครับคนดู
Well, I don't know. Maybe with Mortimer's kisses, you have enough damage for one kill, but you kind of need the Invoker and the Lich. There's the buyback.
ลากูน่าก็เวฟดังสแลปสไตล์อาเลมาเปิดต่อเซนเลอริสยิงกดเข้ามาเวฟแล้วก็สแลปลงอีกทีชิโร่เคลเดินแจ๊บลงได้ครับตีบาแรกมาเรียบร้อยครับตกรอบอะไรหรือเปล่าเนี่ยเหมือนแต้มไม่ทันแล้วนะถ้า VG 4 แต้มต่อให้พรุ่งนี้ชนะก็ไม่ทันอยู่ดี
They've got to be feeling good about getting the 2-0 here today. This will secure their life. Moving on to the elimination stage.
เมกาคีย์ไปโอ้คนเดียวลากูน่าเบสซัดไปครับผมยมสันเพิ่งเกิดแล้วก็ตายเลยครับ
They are top 4 now.
เอาล้านไว้แล้วลูบิกอนสไตล์อาเลขัดหลังแล้วก็ฮุกมาครับพาวเวอร์คอกเด้งกลับครับตายครับลูบิกอนนะ GG ครับโอ้โห
They just picked apart Rubicon.
GG ครับ
He had no ability to do
บาร์บีคอนเลยฮะตอนนี้
I think he did try to make some good plays. It's just there was such an early gold lead from Nemesis. I think that they trapped themselves these spell combos. They tried to use it a lot because the first game didn't really go their way. But VG was playing really well, so even as they were
ว่าแบบน่าจะเล่นต้นเกมให้ได้ดี
But when you're moving
จะมีอะไรสักอย่างให้ดีกว่าหน่อย
farming, and so kind of everything must go your way for it to pay off, and it was for a little bit, but then
มันไม่มีอะไรเสียต้องออินแล้วถ้าเล่นมาติ่มอย่างงี้ก็ไม่ไหวจริงๆเรื่องของการลงซันสไตล์อะไรมันมาดีหมดแล้วด้วยนะจริงๆจบเลยครับและลีน่านี่คือปิกมาดีจัดครับส่วนหน้าทางด้านฝั่งไอ้ตัวสแนปไฟครับตอนแรกวางสแนปไฟไว้มิดเลนนั่นแหละก็เลยโยกหนีครับเพราะสแนปไฟสู้มิดเลนกับทางด้านฝั่งไอ้ตัวลีน่าไม่ได้
He was getting bailed out a little bit by the Sunstrikes, right, in order to try and like get some value out of this mid lane pick.
That part
and
was good.
I think that was the idea. They're like, okay, we might lose the lane, but like we'll get some Sunstrike kills. We'll get to our items. It'll be fine. But you did not anticipate the mid lane to go this badly.
Yeah, I don't know how much to go into it, right? He just played really well on that Lina. And yeah, he just farmed in the mid for a bit, but he knew he was like, I got to take this tower first. I got to wait for a rune.
สัญญาน่าจะจบหลังจบทีไอแล้วไม่รู้ว่าจะอยู่ต่อหรือว่ายังไงเนี่ย
So although the side lanes had been going well, now the Lina is free to go
ไม่
help
ไหว
the
ว่ะคนดู
teammates, and once she did that, then all the lanes start going well for VG.
Yeah, this was
เดี๋ยวไปดูเมาส์กับพาลีต่อเพราะว่าต้องต่อคู่ LGD กับ Yandex ก็ต่อเนื่องกันไปหมดพลังจะเชียร์เลยกูวันนี้จืดจัด
over under unnoticed dying this game.
Okay, he will. I don't know. This seems lame. Now I'm just saying he won't die and they just auto win. But I do think
เซฟเลนไทนี่เรื่องมาไม่ดีผมบอกนะไม่รู้ว่าทำไมตัวไม่ค่อยดีในเมซิสวันนี้เมื่อวานน่ะเลือกดีเสือกเล่นไม่ดีวันนี้เลือกมาดีก็เล่นไม่ดีอีกเลือกดาร์ฟไม่ดี แล้วเล่นไม่ดี
How early do you want to rush if
เมื่อ
you're
วานอะดับดีแต่เล่นไม่ดี
Honestly, anytime.
เป็นงงกันไปตอนนี้ อะไรก็ไม่ดีไปหมด
You're playing around the area where Roche is, like for now,
เพราะว่าตามที่ผมบอกไทนี่เกมนี้เล่นยากเลือกมา
take the outpost, which they did already, clear
เลือกมาแบบเลิกดาวแล้วผมว่าไทนี่มันยากจริงเกมนี้ยากมากครับเผลอๆเลนระเบิดด้วยแล้วระเบิดจริง
swing to bottom because you know that's where
งั้นไม่ได้เชื่อมไม่ได้ช่วยแล้วมาฟาร์มเลยไอ้ก็4ไปหน่อยครับบวกกันไปแล้วยามิเชอร์ก็ดูกระลิดครับโอ้ยโอเกอร์เมใจมาสูบลมให้ดาวเลนเจอร์ยิงเหรอเนี่ยดาวเลนเจอร์ตัวบวกนะโดนสูบลมครับยิงเร็วมิดวันจะเข้าครับ unstable construction อุ้ยการ์ดทามมิ่งแล้วแต่ว่าโดนสตันไปก่อนฮะมัลติช็อตจอบอกแต่ว่าโดนไอซ์วอร์ซันสไตล์ไม่น่ารอดแล้วซาเด็กได้ฮิวมาจากนายคลาสฮิวได้ทีเดียวบอกรีไม่ทันครับมาไม่ไหวแต่โรลลิ่งอันเดอร์ครับหน่วยงานเลสคิวมาแล้วหน่วยงานเลสคิวมาแล้วชนมาต่อซอนเพิ่มแทงไปต่อยทีครับทางด้านฝั่งไอตัวคริสตัลตายไปเรียบร้อยเพนโต้ก็ตายครับยังพอแก้งานอยู่นะโนติสแล้วก็ฝั่งโนวัน
BT dubs. But it is good for Mouse. Like honestly, any trade, even if it's a 1-for-2 trade, I don't know if I really care. Like perhaps at this point,
ตีแล้วโลชานะแต่ผมว่าเนเมซิสน่าจะไม่แน่ใจว่าเลิกทำทีมหรือย้ายถิ่นฐานกลับทางด้านฝั่งซีหรือเปล่า
He needs to get this radiance and
ไอ้ฝั่งเนเมซิสนะ
some of the space on the map.
If you're this low on net worth
เพราะเนเมซิสก็ดูดวงเป็นหลักเหมือนกันวิชั่นนะบอกทำการตีโลชานะวิชั่นนะ
I mean, normal punch pretty damn good this game.
It's not good enough. Like then
Cataclysm, it's a YOLO play, you know.
I think even so, like it's an all-in that.
จีซัมยูท่อซาดิก
You'd hate it.
I would hate it.
Well, I think I'm hating this current alchemist. Something needs to change.
Something definitely. Maybe you can play for like the Radiance playing BKB AC. Obviously that's far away, but I do think that is the highest chance of you winning because Cataclysm into Beastmaster into Manta style, like, man, I don't know. it's rough.
It's like polishing a turd. Only so much you can do.
Still shit after all.
Satanic with the Aegis, and we'll see what they opt to do next. I believe there's only one tier 2 remaining. It's in the bot lane.
It's in the top lane, I think.
Or top lane, rather. I was looking top and I said bot.
Top and bottom are difficult concepts.
I'm from NA. Math is not our strong
Up is down, down is up.
Well, it kind of is back home.
Yeah. 2 + 2 is 6.
ตีนั่นฝั่งเช้าเว้ยครับ
Going to work.
Knock, who's there?
Nobody, apparently.
Knock, who's there?
In 10 seconds.
Yeah,
Nobody.
So he has
Defend.
Radiance, and he's only 800 into the eventual BKB. I mean, are you just giving this up at this point?
อินโจเกอร์เยอะไปหมดวันนี้อินโจเกอร์เต็มไปหมดเลย
Okay.
ยิงมาฟอร์สแซโร่มัลติช็อตกว่าครับเพนโต้ถอยก็เจอกำแพงลิปิก้าจับใส่นั่นฝั่งนี้ครับฮิวสู้ครับแต่ก็ไม่ไหวครับบีทีโอมันแรงเกินพร้อมซันสไตล์ครับไอ้บอลรอใส่คริสตัลก็บอกฮุกรวบมา2ตัวครับเคลียร์รั้วแล้วถอยออกมาได้ก่อนครับทางบ้านทางทีวิชั่นแล้วก็ทำการตีบาแลกต่อซาทานิกพี่โนวันโดนเจ็บจับเต็มเวลาแล้วก็เจอเมทิโอเจอซันสไตร์มัลติช็อตกวาดเต็มหลังเพนโต้ตายครับเอาตัวมาโชว์พอดีด้านของฝั่งบูมถอยอันนี้ยามิชก็ถอยครับไปรัวพันมาอิลูมิเนตแล้วซัดไปครับบาแลกจะตายบอกตายสำหรับท็อปตายบอกรอบนี้แล้วก็EMPเบิร์นมานาใส่แล้วสวัสดีครับยังมีรีมานาให้จากทางด้านตัวของฝั่งนายคลาสกัชไปแล้วก็มัลติช็อตเต็มหลังครับฟอร์ดแอโร่ยิงกดสวนมาต่อทางด้านฝั่งมิดวันถอยครับหลายวันเหลือเกินมิดวันโนวันโนทิส
I guess you can't even call it
no mid no one
now no one is back up and they can just go straight back.
Mid tis.
True. Depends how you swing it, I guess.
ต่อเลยวะวิชั่นยังครับผม
That's right. It's a close one.
กลับไปรับคีย์บนครับทางด้านฝั่งซานิกครับเพื่อที่เอาป้อม2ด้านบนต่อได้ด้วยฮะ
Actually a banger.
เอจิตอยู่อีก2นาทีครับ
Yeah, 14k lead at 20 against
จบคู่นี้มีต่อนะคนดูมีด้านฝั่งทีม LGD แล้วทีม Yandex ครับผม
The bros are watching that know all about the stats, but I would assume that it has been a while that a team had this net worth lead against Alchemist at minute 20.
True. That is definitely true. Okay, they're not going to stop now. I mean, there's still 2 minutes on this age. I thought it was about to expire, but not the case.
That's a very fast-paced game. Panto did get off a good ward. They might be able to use this because P-Vision, they're a little bit cocky here.
กลับมาแล้วครับ
Ducala is stuck inside the cogs from below. Satanic
good wall,
walled up. He's in. That's gonna be the first life of him. So Aegis down and out. No more Ogre to work with. Panto gets taken out in the meantime. No one with the rolling thunder. Satanic gets to the other side, and no one. Not gonna make any meaningful connections. Although the hook shot onto a teammate, gonna help get the double roll now from no one.
เปิดไปจริงไรมาซัดแบบ
Trying to stay alive with a ghost scepter as they get the roar onto the dark.
ด้านนี้ตีย้ำต่อครับผมทางด้านฝั่งโนวันจัดการยามิสครับตัวของฝั่งบูมก็เรียบร้อยครับลงต่อแล้วก็แอโร่ซัดมาอีกทีฟอร์เรลซาดิเก็บแล้วมิดวันลงอีกทีดับเบิลคิวของมิดตัวซาดิครับเสียไป4ตัวอีกรวดเลยกับเมาส์อีสปอร์ตเหลือแค่เพียงทางด้านฝั่งคริสตัลครับเดี๋ยวพยายามประคองครีมมาบอกเพิ่มการตีทั้งหมดเทียร์2ครับ
Clock and Bane, they've got all the lockdown in the world, and sure, Invoker has like a couple of spells, but he's not the highest level. He only has Travels and Meteor Hammer. You're just lacking gold. Because like, look how far away the rest are. Like, no one noticed are like at least 10 to 15 seconds away from this entire play.
Yeah, they burn the Aegis, but that's literally all they get other than the Ogre.
And he got to dodge the Meteor with the Manta, pikes up to the high ground. At this point, it's just a free fight for P-Vision.
Back to live we go. Satanic, despite not having Aegis, still pretty confident. The heal's starting to come out.
Super confidence มั่นใจแบบสุดๆนอนมา80เลยใช่เหรอ80อุ่นหมายถึงวิชั่นนะวิชั่นถ้า80ก็ชิลแล้วมั้งหัวใช่ไหมไม่สิก็ไม่ต้องมาตัดกับสปีดอย่างทีคือถ้าพวกนี้ชนะสปีดเกมเดียวก็คือจบนะไพมอลร้องลงต่อกับเมทิโอไปฮะสวนมาใส่ด้านฝั่งตัวชาแมนไฟไอบอมกัชใช่ไหมแล้วก็ GG เบลเพลย์ครับจบแล้วครับ 80 Esports ถ้าได้โดนเขาฝากทีมวิชั่นเนี่ยบอกไปเพราะว่าถ้าสวีทชนะเล่นคนอีกวันนี้ 2-0 ใช่ไหมมันก็จะเป็น 7-1 7-1 80 นั่นแหละครับพรุ่งนี้ก็ฝั่งวิชั่นชนะสปิริตสมมติถ้าสปิริตชนะ 2-0 เล่นคนอีกวิชั่นชนะ 1-0 สปิริตก็คือเป็นที่1ของกรุ๊ปเลยแต่ถ้าแพ้สปิริต 2-0 อาจจะได้ไทเบรกหรือเปล่าวะไทเบรกไม่โดนแซงวะโดนแซงเป็น 9-1 เพราะสปิริตมันเป็นเสมออะไรมาเสมอเมาส์มาเสมอเมาส์อีสปอร์ตมาจะ
look at it from like a drafting standpoint, you know, they get this beast on 18, all it takes is 2 bans.
ไปครับเดี๋ยวรอทางด้านฝั่งคู่สุดท้ายครับ LGD กับไอตัวทีมยันเด็กครับผมโอ้วันนี้มี9เมมเบอร์ครับซัพพอร์ตเข้ามาหน่อยคนดูเงาเศร้าๆไปครับ
It's I think they're not set up for success here, and I don't think the gameplay helped them either.
Yeah, for sure. P-Vision. I believe they're 8-0, I want to say.
Still undefeated.
Undefeated. They are looking extremely good. Honestly, in the games that we've seen, they haven't really broken a sweat. Like, the games haven't been even remotely close after a certain point. Maybe the laning stage a bit. But mid-game and beyond, it's been all P-Vision from what we have seen ourselves. We're seeing some highlights now, and it's going to be a lot of members of Mouse dying.
แค่ว่ายน้ำกลับบ้าน
They're just overall very clean, I think, with how they play, right? Like you can just see, and it comes from
หนูแดงมันดอบๆนะช่วงนี้เมาอีสปอร์ตหนูแดงแสลงใจวันนี้ซึมๆไงก็ขอดูเนเมซิสคาดแดงเนเมซิสตกรอบแล้วนะพรุ่งนี้ก็ดูสปิริตกับพาลีเอาครับเพราะว่าเนเมซิสตกรอบแล้วไม่ได้มีเงื่อนไขอะไรทั้งสิ้น
Satanic going down at the very end, but yeah, it was all P-Vision all day.
ไม่ได้พรุ่งนี้สิเมื่อเรือนพรุ่งนี้มัน2คู่รอตัดสิน
Thank you so much, my friends. Yes, we are here at Tukalas. What an incredible series.
พรุ่งนี้ได้ดูฟอลคอนกับอันนี้
You guys got some place to go? What's the
ฟอลคอนกับเอ็กซ์ทีมแล้วก็เพย์ไทม์กับนิกมาแล้วก็รอดูไทยเบรก
I mean, we kind of have lunch too early, so if we play too long, we're gonna be hungry, so yeah. I mean, I think after this game, we are not hungry as well, so yeah.
Oh yeah, you guys were feasting on Alchemist, feasting on everybody. Do you like playing games like that, where it's just you're steamrolling, and I know you win, but there's some nerds out there that are like, oh, about the challenge, you know, I want to learn something, it's gonna be a good victory here. Do you like steamrolling?
I think overall we like as a team to do what's working the best, and if it's like working to push down the people like until they get any items, yeah, we will do it.
All right, speaking of you guys working well, you're doing extremely well together and have not been beaten yet. You guys seem super powerful.
Hungry.
You got to be full of confidence right now. Do you think anyone out there at this tournament can beat you?
I mean, there is a lot of decent teams like Yandex, Falcons, BB, and like I think just our group, not like the top knots of the tournament, and like we're gonna play with Spirit, we will see, but we are feeling ourselves kind of confident, and yeah.
Oh, you deserve to. Who do you think is the MVP on your team right now? Who do you think is putting in the most battle work? A lot of people would not say you because you're a support, even though they're wrong. I would say you as a fellow support player. Who do you think is the best?
I think Satanic because he micromanaging 5 people in the voice chat, so he is the MVP of this
voice
game.
Chat. 5 ใน voice chat แล้วว่าจะน่าดูของ Satanic MVP.
You like that?
Yeah, like we all like this, and he is very good at it, so yeah.
Okay. What's his communication score in the real game?
His?
Yeah.
I mean, 10 out of 10. Like, he's like, you know, he's the GOAT. He's the next Nightfall.
I definitely believe it. Thank you so much. All right, incredible
Nightfall,
game. Can't wait to see you next. And we'll throw it back to the desk for some more information on our next series.
Thank you very much. We will have information on our next series, but first we're gonna stick with this one. This was painful, and this was P-Vision steamrolling over Mouse Effie. It was not pretty. Well, it's pretty for P-Vision fans.
It was very pretty for them. They're happy with that. Like they said, you know, I learned a lot about P-Vision this tournament that I didn't think about when it comes to these players. But Ducalis just said, we love being told what to do. We love that Satanic micromanages 4 of us. And then we heard Nolan in his interview with you, Sheeps, say, well, we were begging Puppy to draft for us and make decisions for us.
ตอนแรกถามว่า communication กับ Satanic เป็นไง Satanic บอก
that are
ดีมาก
perfectly tailored to play Dota, but they don't want to make conscious decisions. They're like
10 แบบ
perfect
Nightfall ใช่เหรอ
soldiers, Brand.
I mean, I think one of the hardest parts about adulthood, Mira, for me at least, was at some point nobody's telling you what to do anymore. You know, you're told I got to go to middle school, then high school, then go to college, then get a job, and then you're as like an entrepreneur, like we
ทุกคนมองโบนิกมากหมดเลย
What do I do now? And I feel like there has to be some element of this in Dota. It's like you know so much, you've gotten here, there was like a path to get where you are now, and you're like, well, yeah, we're really good players, but I think they've been struggling with like a leadership lacking even for like the last year and a half. I think that's always been a constant struggle for them.
ในฟอร์ม
I remember seeing like the
ไม่
behind
ด่า
the scenes
มิว
of
บ
one
วก
of the
บอก
tournaments,
ใน
and
ฟอ
it
ร์
seemed
ว่า
like
ขอ
their
เล่นในเกม
discussions
ของ
there
ตัว
was
เอง
no like person to rally behind, a vision to rally behind. So I'm learning it too, but it's one of those in hindsight it checks out. You know what I mean?
Sometimes you just need to turn your brain off. I guess for some reason, I thought the players on P-Vision were very individualistic types of players, but it turns out no. They just want to be pieces on a chessboard, and they want to be told what to do. But honestly, this is fantastic. This one was outclassed from the laning stage until the very end. They got diffed on every lane. All of the movements were hard to respond to. And
ดูสปีดรอแล้วกันกว่าเย็นเด็กกับ LGD จะมาอีกนานเลยคนด้วย
is pushing the envelope and saying, hey, let's go. I want to fight. You know, I don't want to stay here last one and wait for them to make a move. It would be nice if the rest of the team got together.
Or,
you know?
Yeah, or even just had like a split push.
โอ้ย30 นาทีเริ่ม What the fuck?
You want a split push and them to and an actual push? That's too much.
Yeah, well.
You know? Rakanx, they're too posh to push.
They certainly are. Look at that replay. I just love how Spirit, they identify the most appropriate target, the biggest bang for their buck, and then they can come back for seconds here on Varesh.
Biggest bang for their bane?
the bane for their buck.
เดี๋ยวมาแป๊บนึงครับผมเข้าห้องน้ำก่อนปวดท้อง
FBZ joining the fray, but you lose the low immediately. Focusing here with that helmet, the Overlord looking for Rue, no Fiend's grip, but the cookie interrupted by the whoosh of the tornado.
เดี๋ยวมา
What a play, unlucky, but the kisses might be what you need to get out here. Nice smoke application, bonus move speed coming out, and now Yatoro surrounded on all sides. The big bird will peck his way out of this one. And Collapse gets the vacuum wall off in a freezing field as the running away will not be successful. In Your Dream falls after the CM. And it is looking dire for Reconyx.
Well, see, now that Jikro is pissed off, he's not joining the team. He's like, I wanted to fight, and no one shows up. Well, now I'm not fighting anymore. And the Deso is finished on Yadro. He's going to go for Ags first.
That's right.
I thought that we see a bit more team fight, 5-on-5, but because they're not sticking together, you can get away with more damage-dealing items like this.
Yes, absolutely. When you don't run the risk of getting controlled through and through.
Reconyx had their hands on, well, you know, on the pulse of this game, but it's fading a little bit.
It is. Blink Dagger close for the Bat Rider here.
Okay. As well as the Shadow Blades for Jikroy, so two ways to initiate, either with catching someone with the bat or just with a big Requiem from the start.
Big Requiem. My favorite song.
Really? Big Requiem.
Big Requiem for a Dream. Yeah.
Yeah. I like that one.
Snapfire, Blink Dagger next. Yadoro. Two charges. Could be a big one here, but the bind coming out from the dominated creep. But Laurel arriving just in time, and FBZ will go down as well as his Big Bad Beastie.
Both going to Yatoro as well.
Instant TP out from Laurel. Wanting to get these waves shoved out. Gonna go BKB. So foregoing the Meteor Hammer altogether. And now a lasso play on the bottom. Yadoro gets hit with the fear from the Requiem, but a lot of control coming out. They're still able to bring down the bird, and now Not Me, you know, got that bushwhack to buy some time, but he's gonna pay for it. Chase is on, and the burn is happening. 2 kills.
That's really good. You bring down Yatoro as we're waiting for Hoodwink as well, and the Bat Rider reveals his blink. The question is, will they get more from it? Oh, Jikroy.
Oh, the Spirit might get even more. Fiend's grip on top of the wall. That illusion hitting with a left and right and a left again. Gonna be a dead SF. Kissen's gonna come out on top of Raro. You lose your CM, but maybe a couple more rounds. The Smooch is coming through with Rue. And Your Dream gets hit with the Enfeeble. Not too consequential, but it might not be enough for them to go forward. Delol gets hit with the Brain Sap, and now TP's coming back in from the Snapfire. Thank you, Wolf. Oh, Kisses miss. Or sorry, the cookie misses. It's, I don't know, you got a favorite type of cookie? Oh, what the
chocolate chip.
Collapse with a stomp, by the way, to stop that golem. Chocolate chip. Standard, but classic. You know.
If we can go back to that replay, the Wolf actually U-turns a little bit before In Your Dream finish. Oh, wait, In Your Dream is still here, actually.
Whoa. In Your Dream with a blink, and he dodges the sharpshooter just by staying still. Sometimes that's the best, and yeah, you got the vacuum.
It's like the smallest thing, but the Wolf turns before In Your Dream finishes his TP. And that puts him too far to actually use his spell. When In Your Dream reaches, he could have cookied the Wolf itself, which was closer.
Let's take a look.
So the chase right now, this is the good stuff here. They have actually no long-range stun if Delol cannot blink and lasso.
Right.
So these are free Fiend's grips.
How do you stop that? Lotus?
Look at the when he starts TPing into the Wolf. The Wolf turns a little bit at the end, like there you go.
Oh.
And he doesn't cookie the Wolf itself, which would have been on top of the Bane. A little bit of miscommunication, a small mechanical mistake here, and suddenly the Bane lives.
Yeah, I think the Wolf U-turns to remove the Nightmare from the target, but
still can't.
Still loses the opportunity.
And you could have cookied the other Wolf as well when you landed, because that one was right next to the Bane, but he cookies himself. It makes sense. He wants to get the Scab Blast, but the stun is more important.
Yep. You lose that engagement. Now you're going to lose the Tormentor because of it as well.
It's like these are paper-thin differences that if you, and most of the times these small mistakes will make a difference. Oh, your Wolf is, you know, a tiny bit 10 MS back where he should have been. You still would have gotten the kill, but this is Team Spirit.
It is.
And that's Laurel.
Ice Wall, Ghost Walk. Plays are now coming out soon. But yep, this the shard on the Bane, great in this game, you know. It's gonna throw so many summons at you. You can really find the Shadow Fiend.
Oh,
Big grouping from Spirit. This is what you wanted to see game 1 and now in game 2 on Reconyx, but not in the works.
Reconyx sticks to, like, I feel like Jikroy has made a lot of solo plays, and some of them have worked, but a lot of times he's getting caught as well. There's a bit of a disconnect here, but there's no disconnect on Spirit, both Shrines of Wisdom. And I gotta say, I'm a fan of Laurel. I know he took, there was some, like, a little bit of growing pains, but he got crushed in the laning phase.
Yeah.
And you were mentioning, like, he doesn't go meet your hammer. He doesn't care. He just wants to make space and get his spells off.
That's right. Oh, speaking of space, you might have a Bane-sized hole in the lineup of Spirit, and you do, but return kills on the Snapfire. More to follow soon. Sun coming out on FBZ. Not able to be slowed in the wolf form, but I don't know if that's going to matter at all. Not me. Getting away from the summons as Yadro alacritied up from the beak up, and they will find a Sunstrike. The damage over time is enough. Thank you, Mage Slayer. Thank you, Katana. And no. Mr. Shadow Beam, Jikroy. Jik sad. No joy there. And the Delol gonna be the last body on top of the pile. It's a team wipe. Spirit surging ahead to an 11k advantage. That's 2 BKBs. That's a lot of items, right?
It's almost 3 BKBs. 3 BKBs. The 1-by-1 gone. You know, the way they went in that fight, not ideal. They do bring down Rue early, which is great, but unfortunately, FBZ, like, he goes in wolf form. There's no one to really get on top of. They don't have Jikroy for the damage. I believe he was still dead when that fight started.
Yeah.
So, and by the time he respawns, he just dies again.
Without souls, right? Without souls to really contribute max damage.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And even then, like we mentioned about Laurel, he struggled early on. He is, you know, his network looks normal.
It's normalized.
Yeah, like, sure, it's better, lower than the Spirit guys.
But it's ahead of the Snap. Which might not be saying much, given how the game has gone after, you know, Snap had such a great start and then got killed 4 times back to back.
Still incredible recovery as Laurel walk in.
Laurel, BKB active, looking for the aggression. We'll find it, and the lasso coming out. Dragging the Bane, I believe, somewhere.
Okay, solid.
Yeah. Okay, a Nightmare saved temporarily. Not able to get the next Brain Sap off of the heal, but 2 dead on Reconyx. FBZ and the Zoo are on the retreat. Yadaro approaching from the left.
And another instance of Reconyx not completely on the same page. Jikroy trying to get his farm in the top lane, but, you know, sometimes you gotta throw some bodies in the meat grinder. You know, I was like, guys, I need some space. Hey, they're coming.
Yeah.
That's okay. You can die for me. That's a sacrifice I'm willing to make.
It is, but this meat grinder continues to grow in both stature, power, and does not seem to be breaking down anytime soon.
The appetite, it only goes higher.
I'm so hungry. That's what Yadaro is saying. And Birdseed will not satisfy the feed. He's got to find some wolf for dinner. And they will just get it. Collapse. Collapse gets a kill with the shell. Oh.
In the previous game, there was that pulverized. Jikroy.
Oh, no.
He's got Channel Blade. Doesn't matter.
I agree. Oh, no. Oh, I like it, though, not being discouraged from shoving waves, however, showing that close to the tower.
They made our observer sad.
Yeah.
And I guess he's a Reconyx fan. In the previous game, we did have that you know, the Eclipse with the Pulverize on top, and you're like, okay, it's an Aghanims Luna with a Primal, it could work. But Reconyx are doing this thing again. They and Jikroy not on the, we got someone.
Okay, good grab here. If you can prevent the BKB from coming out, it does come out, but the damage is there. However, Vacuum Wall. Ooh, a lot of work here for Spirit. Burning down, Delol will fall. See him as well in your dream. Next on the chopping block, Collapse finds his target, but a kiss buys a little bit of time. However, it will not be enough. So Snapfire to fall, and FBZ walking into the welcoming arms of Collapse as he skips rope. And we'll put that rope around the neck of the Lycan and says, get on the leash, doggy. 4 dead.
A move without Jikroy, and they get Laurel, which is good, but the Shiva's Guard on Collapse makes those vacuums super easy.
It does.
Apparently, it makes the gem of the vision you get when you use it high. I did not.
Yeah, increases AoE on that, too.
I realized that. I was like, wait, that's bigger than usual.
It increases the Virtuous Scale from the...
Seas of Serenity. Yeah, that would be pretty cool. Maybe even the burn. No, probably not the burn from the Cloak of Flames.
Maybe, yeah. Oh, I'm almost, because it would increase the radius on your
radiance.
Huh? Radius on radiance.
Oh, that's. No, but definitely from the GD pollen bag would work.
Yeah.
But all right.
Well,
Team Spirit, they're knocking.
They're putting it in the bag.
Reconyx. Oh, we found Rue.
Found who? Ruhu? They're going to be saying Ruhu after this game. Crying all the way to the graveyard. Jikroy going to be the next addition. You know, they say enemy has vision, but I don't think you're in any position to do a thing about it. Reconyx, 2 heroes down, about to be 3. Echo Slash going forward. CM, no HP. Collapse. Took the wolf from the Lycan, and it's looking rough here. Self-tip. Team tips coming out, and FBZ trying to find his way through the woods. But this wolf might need some armor. In your dream, spacing, trying to not get caught in the same salvo of spells or Echo Slash attacks coming through. Oh yeah, FBZ already commenting on the final status of this game. A mauling indeed. Maybe they'll spend a little bit of time at the mall to recover. A little retail therapy could lift the spirits here. But you see in your dream, pushing, making some space, trying to get the waves away from the base on the top side of the map. But FBZ finding Rue with his summons, trying to space the body out, gets the howl, but oh, EMP, whoosh, ice wall, sharpshooter coming through, and a big vacuum on top, pulling in the remaining members of Reconyx. Yatoro picks up 3, and Jikroy still not with his team, and folks, that is good game. Team Spirit take it off of Reconyx. It's a 2-0 win for the boys on the left side of your screen. Spirit take it in very convincing fashion. A much faster, much quicker game too. Just shy of 28 minutes.
Oh man, it didn't really feel like in the previous. We have the same problem in both series. In both games in this series, where we can see Reconyx at some point is stronger, but isn't able to take the fights. And this one, it was more like we see Jikroy in particular, right? Like he did that solo move on Yatoro. Beautiful, wonderful. That was great. But it's not going to happen many times. You're not going to get that successful or that lucky every time you do it. And then we see him taking engagements or getting caught, and the rest of the team making moves. Like that kill on Laurel. You killed him, that's great, but Jikroy is dead, and you're probably under vision, and then they get a 3-man vacuum and bring everyone down.
3-man vacuum, too good. And we saw yesterday the use of Darkseer. Any 2-person vacuum, valuable, especially if you find the initiating target of the enemy team. But taking a look at our stat line, outscored again, over 2-1. Team Spirit take the win, 36-15. Taking a look back at the highlights here from game 2. But Collapse, certainly my MVP, 10, 0, and 20.
He's going with that blink, with the blink catch that he was able to get on for his team. Where so many good vacuums, so many good vacuums there, especially on the high and on the onto high ground. And I like the rushes on the Shiva's guard for the extra radius. It's really good.
Absolutely.
Early on, we saw Laurel get crushed.
Yep.
We did also see it wasn't the best, the soul kill on Yatoro slowed it down a little bit, but Collapse like, that's all right, guys. I got this. I'll handle it.
Don't worry, boys. We'll pull it out together. But the net worth explosion on this Darkseer. We saw just the discrepancy in early levels, giving him that sustain, unable to really punish it. Reconyx just not able to meet the challenge from Spirit. But I mean, Team Spirit, they're maybe P-Vision.
Maybe P-Vision.
Maybe in 2 days.
But it is like Team Spirit. They're in really good form. Unfortunate for Reconyx, but now they're 0-8. There's just no chance for them to advance any further in the tournament. They still have one more game to play, but they're basically out at this point. And Team Spirit march off to a 7-1 score, if I'm not mistaken. But look at that.
Yeah, taking a look back at the highlights. Great cookie to the low ground, but that sharpshooter goes through the damage over time. The wand gets him out of that one. Whoosh. Did you see the interview with Crystallis?
Which one? Which one did he say?
I can't go around the map. I have Ice Wall, EMP, or Ice Wall Forge Spirits, whoosh, and I just die every time. And that's what we're seeing from Laurel. Invoker just really strong in this meta.
I like some of the freezing fields we saw from Varesh.
Yeah.
You know, they lost quite a bit, did decent amount of damage. I didn't actually get to look at his damage just now, but man, the Sunstriker to the damage over time from the... look at this, they kill Laurel, but Jacroix is dead. You know, it's like it would be nice to think you're going to get this pick off, but they show up very quick on Team Spirit.
Consistently attacking without one of their key members of the team. Reconics just caught in waves time and time again. You know, it's just unfortunate, but as these games proceed to go, you know, Group C, we see the cream rise to the top. The elite status of P-Vision, the elite status of Team Spirit, and OG also emerged, or sorry, another team, but we'll talk about that later. Just really separating the top from the bottom. But speaking of the top from the bottom, we got the cream of the crop here. We have Collapse joining us from Team Spirit. Collapse, congratulations on the 2-0 win.
Thank you.
Yeah. How does it feel to have Mposhka back? He used to be the a player telling you what to do, and now he's a coach telling you what to do.
I mean, he's treating us like we're his kids. He's talking to us sometimes like on screams. Like, you don't need to do this, guys. This is Bobo. This is Fu. Gaga, gaga. And we
no problem. We want you as close as possible to us. We're hoping that your MMR comes to us in a way. So do you enjoy having him back? Or is it because I know with Milan you're saying like it was more like having a friend with good vibes, but with Mposhka is it different? There's a very different coaching style than Milan.
Yeah, I mean he's like Mposhka is more like sure about the heroes, about drafts, because I would say Milan sometimes he's just like he's looking for some like others' opinion. Probably one of the players or someone else. Like this, it's not that like always happening, but sometimes. I think right now they're combining good because they're like always have some conversations about the hero, and they both need a guy who can just like talk with them about heroes, and it's okay, I think.
Okay, so it's working out good for you guys. And how has it been with Not Me? He's kind of new, right? He hasn't been on the team for that long. You feel like you guys are getting better and better together. How's he improving?
I think a lot of work Mposhka is doing right now with him, because he like always after games we're playing like scrims, officials, pubs. He's like talking to him, like doing saying what he could do, what he could like his mistakes and something, and he is like working with him a lot.
Nice.
And it pays the price. So right now he's playing good. I'm also like surprised because the previous 2 weeks he was trash.
Damn.
Yeah, he was trash. He was trash, bro. Right now he's like one of the best.
Okay, so if I pass by Not Me, I say you were trash, but now you're good. Right?
Yeah, it's okay. He will take it.
Okay, good. Now, before Not Me joined the team, had you played with him in pubs before? Had you seen him in any of the lower competitive circuits?
It's we were playing. His previous roster was Yellow Submarine, and we were playing against it. And like in pubs, maybe several times I met him, but I don't remember pub game with him. Like before Team Spirit, after Team Spirit, of course, we snipe each other. We're like. He is a win trader, I would say. He's like, he is giving me too much of Mara this week.
That's a good support. Right?
He's not happy about it.
Don't worry, that's fine. But I want to ask about other teams. So you guys, no Team Spirit, not Team Spirit. Who is the strongest team without you guys?
I think it's right now. I would say it's Aurora, Parivision.
Okay.
Like, and Aurora Parivision, I would say right now, because I feel they have some aura, you know. Big aura. They're playing too good right now.
What?
You're aura farming right now.
That's right.
Yeah.
Aura farming.
That's right. So, Collapse, tomorrow you all have a day off, a day to rest. After that, July 12th, you play against P-Vision, top 2 seeds in your pool.
Yeah.
What do you have in mind tomorrow to plan for your match?
pubs.
Do I have a plans for tomorrow?
What do you guys? Yeah. What are you doing tomorrow?
I don't know. Maybe like 6 games.
Six
games.
I mean, manager will.
Okay. Alright.
Will get us some screams and we will play it like whole day because.
Okay.
I mean, we will get like our rest.
Yep.
If we go from the first place, we have like 5 days off.
Yeah.
So we just need to like go full work, full pressure, just to like keep it in.
Yeah.
Take the first place and then we can chill.
Nice.
He said like you can if you get first place, you can just do whatever you want, guys.
Okay.
Kilala.
Okay. I guess last question is that if you have those 5 days break, what do you want to do in Paris? City of Love, right?
I don't know. I didn't think about it yet.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
All right. We'll give you some ideas, and maybe we'll all go out together then. Okay.
I want to go to like Eiffel Tower.
Yeah.
How is it called in English? On Russian, I know.
Eiffel Tower.
Eiffel Tower. Okay.
Yeah.
I want to see Eiffel Tower.
There you go.
and then maybe I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, we'll see. Eiffel Tower is good enough, right?
Yep. Yeah.
There you go.
I didn't plan much. Because,
That's
like,
a great start.
We just need to win, at least.
That's right. Win, and then you'll get those 5 days off. But collapse. That's all for now. Thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations on the 2-0 victory. And we know that you'll continue to tower over the competition.
เจอพี่มาริบูจีสัตว์แล้วแกไปถักผมมาเนี่ย
Absolutely. But folks, that is our 3rd series of the day wrapped up. But don't go anywhere because we have a 4th and final series.
ถ้าได้ที่ 1 ของกลุ่มได้พัก 5 วันใช่ถูกต้องครับไม่ต้องเล่น Survivor Stage ถูกต้องละเดี๋ยวรอสักครู่เดี๋ยวผมขอดีพอยงานแป๊บนึงนะเดี๋ยวรอเกมของท่าน LGD ยันเด็กมา
Never sober, preciosa, feeling like you're all I need, you're all I bleed. Watch me fall to pieces, and I don't know why. Watch me fall to pieces. Now I won't go outside. Wish I loved myself the way I love you, be I'm doing me. I can't be moving like a fiend, I'm moving free until I reach and get to where I'm meant to be. But you're my favorite entity, be like you wanna cuddle but I struggle mentally. Celevi, you need to listen when my friends are telling me. I wanna save and play it like an MP3. I guess the best is that you'll just remember me. Let it be like all time I've done mine. Sex and cigarettes to unwind. Yeah, I think about you in the sunshine, but all money on your mind like sometimes. It's only us I want the best for. Sometimes wishing that you're next door. Feeling too good when you're in my best doors. Nah, I can figure out my head so even though the lights are bright, I'm on my knees as I wait for her to rescue me. The speaker so I try but
อยากอาบน้ำมาคนดูเดี๋ยวไปเยี่ยม
Absolution is the key.
Just finish that Prada, that Louis, that Fendi, expensive. We gifted, we winning, keep going. Just finish that Prada, that Louis, that Fendi, expensive. You ain't even gotta try hard, baby. I'm your biggest fan. I could play the sideline, I'll pull up on you later. I could make the assist, girl. If you shoot, you gotta make it. I could bring them racks, babe. Just meet me at the table. Anytime you call me, I'll be there in the morning. Fresh toss and mimosas, eat it up when she on it. She going hard like Asia. On the court, she scoring. keep counting them racks. Every day we ballin', we gifted, we winning, keep going, just finish. That Prada, that Louis, that Fendi, expensive. We gifted, we winning, keep going, just finish. That Prada, that Louis, that Fendi, expensive. Let me see a little son, can you bust it low for me? If I throw one to this goal, y'all, can I take you home with me? So we on the road, can you roll one for me? What that ass do it clap too for that pink and blue money. In a 911, fucking stay phone, rather pay a Nipsey Blue. We be coming through, cars gon' zoom. When it's game time, get the boys the broom. We gon' bust a move. We gifted, we winning, keep going, just finish. That Prada, that Louis, that Fendi, expensive. We gifted, we winning, keep going, just finish. That Prada, that Louis, that Fendi, expensive. Just bought a new Robbins truck, Royce truck, Bentley truck, rich as fuck, it's always fucked up inside, cause I ain't teaming up, just chasing all my dreams, 100K a month, the crib worth a lot, I ain't never home, always on the road, staying in my zone, spend 50 on my chrome, truth or dare, baby tell me what you want, hope she real and she'll never fall, let's take this bitch to the moon. 7 rings, big shot, Robin Horry. I got big rings, I'm too important. Big rings, got more than Jordan. Got big rings, yeah, but you don't. Bought a new Robbins truck, Royce truck, Bentley truck, rich as fuck, it's always fucked up inside, cause I ain't teaming up, just chasing all my dreams, 100K a month. She know I got motion, but I ain't doing no favors. Jet ski on the ocean, I'm the one with the paper. Y'all boys can't keep up, y'all boys be haters. Stay motivated, keep it P like a player. Keep working hard, stay 10 toes. I'ma ride for the bros. If you need me, let me know. Take it to the rack, anything goes. They don't want smoke, you know how I roll. Just bought a new Robbins truck, Royce truck, Bentley truck. Rich as fuck, it's always fucked up inside, cause I ain't teaming up, just chasing all my dreams, 100K a month. Just bought a new Robbins truck, Royce truck, Bentley truck. Rich as fuck, it's always fucked up inside, cause I ain't teaming up, just chasing all my dreams, 100K a month.
I'm a bad, check it. I'm a bad, money in a mattress, two-tone wig, treat a like he average. Type of who ain't worried about the last, looking through his follows like damn you.
กำลังจะมานะผมดีพอยงานขึ้นเว็บไซต์แป๊บนึงครับ
If you tryna then you gotta sign a dotted line. NDA stand for do not apply. Shake that money maker.
โอ้เอ้ยคนละครึ่งไม่ได้คนละครึ่งเบเบ้ไม่ได้เลยว่ะหมดเวลาแล้วว่ะหมดเวลาของคนละครึ่งเบเบ้แล้วคนดู
Don't come to me as a woman cause I play slow. I don't care about a name. Top 3 got them all.
KFC เห็น KFC เห็นแล้วก็อยากกินนะวันนี้ซัพพอร์ตหน่อยซัพพอร์ตมี9 เมมเบอร์ เราต้องเก็บหอมรอมริบไว้ก่อนคนดูวิ้งภูเขาไฟระเบิดมันคืออะไรวะวิ้งภูเขาไฟระเบิดมันคือวิ้งแบบเผ็ดเหรอไม่อร่อยไม่ได้ก่อนก็จริงนะมันคืออันใหม่แบบเผ็ดๆเลยที่มันใส่ซอสเผ็ดๆไร้สาระเหมือนแต่ก่อนปะไอซอสแดงๆแบบเผ็ดไร้สาระของมันอะเผ็ดแบบไม่มีความอร่อยอะเพราะผมจำได้ว่าไก่เผ็ดแม่งที่มันใส่ซอสแดงๆรอบก่อนก็ไม่อร่อยเว้ยมันเป็นเผ็ดแบบฝรั่งเผ็ดไว้แกล้งกันอะเผ็ดแบบไร้สาระจริง
เคดีโดเนตมา200 บาทเลี้ยงไก่มื้อหนึ่งครับ
คุณเคดีผมมากครับผมเผ็ดแบบเผ็ดเลยนะผมกลัวมันแบบไรล่ะ W ครับคุณเคดีครับ
We winning, keep going, just finish. That Prada, that Louis, that Fendi, expensive. We gifted, we winning, keep going, just finish. That Prada, that Louis, that Fendi, expensive. You ain't even gotta try hard, baby, I'm your biggest fan. I could play the sideline, I'll pull up on you later. I could make the assist, girl, if you shoot, you gotta make it. I could bring them racks, babe, just meet me at the table. Anytime you call me, I'll be there in the morning. Fresh toss and mimosas, eat it up when she on it. She going hard like Asia, on the court she scoring. keep counting them racks. Every day we ballin', we gifted, we winning. Keep going, just finish. That Prada, that Louis, that Fendi, expensive. We gifted, we winning. Keep going, just finish. That Prada, that Louis, that Fendi, expensive. Let me see a little son. Can you bust it low for me? If I throw on to this goal, y'all, can I take you home with me? So we on the road. Can you roll one?
กำลังจะดาวนะแป๊บหนึ่งนะ
Do it clap too for that pink and blue money. In a 911, stay phone, rather pay Nepsi Blue. We be coming through, cars gon' zoom. When it's game time, get the boys the broom. We gon' bust a move. We gifted, we winning. Keep going, just finish. That Prada, that Louis, that Fendi, expensive. We gifted, we winning. Keep going, just finish. That Prada, that Louis, that Fendi, expensive.
I said it really ain't no crash, yeah. It's what Davia. Shawty wanna leave me. New bitch deadlier. Pockets heavier. Tryna reach that top when I own my spot and I'm finna break barriers. Break barriers, break barriers. Ain't too many play fair with us. I don't wanna hear what they telling us. Fuck niggas hating they jelly us. They jelly us, they jelly us. Need new friends, no enemies. Nobody stealing my energy. I ain't really giving out sympathy, no sympathy. I said I've been there. Right in front of them. Right in front of them, right in. I said I need that. I need all of them. I need all of them. I said I've been that. Right in front of them. Right in front of them. Right in. I said I need that. I need all of them. I need all of them. I need all of them. I said I've been it. Try to perfect my image, and I make this look easy. Really don't got no limits, really don't got no boundaries. High school days they clowning me, 10 years plus they crowning me. I like how that sounded me. I've been the one that's gonna run it up. Always been different since coming up. You wanna win, you should come with us. Ain't no mistake, I'ma double up, double up, double up, double up, double up. Been through the rain, hiding the pain, ducking the shame, walk through the flame. I never blame, part of the game. I said I've been there, right in front of them, right in front of them, right in. I said I need that. I need all of them.
รีวิวให้แชทฟังคอนเทนต์ระดับ TikTok ออกแล้วแถมพี่33ไหมครับอันนี้ดูอันนี้ต่อครับ LGD ยันเด็กครับ
Fill my cup though. What's up, ho? Matter of fact, what's up, folk? Gotta watch my back cause these niggas be cutthroat. No, I don't go tiptoe. It's 10 toes down to the city, I'm big, bro. Conscious with this shit and still be lit, I said I've been there. Right in front of them. Right in front of them. Right in. I said I need that. I need all of them. I need all of them. I said I've been there. Right in front of them. Right in front of them. Right in, I said I need that. I need all of them. I need all of them. I need all of them.
Hey, it's me and Don. What's up?
อุ้ยขอบคุณคุณเทมมี่ด้วยครับสำหรับเมมเบอร์เพิ่มเติมขึ้นมาเป็นเมมเบอร์ท่านที่10ครับ เพลงเมกาใต้มาแล้วเม ไม่น่าใช่ด้วยมึงโยโกเลกูกามูกิลูอายิโอ
que sea más cara para que dejes de estudiarme en la sala para que con esas cadenas puedas darme la cara porque aquí somos del bajo y nos buscamos el trabajo yo misma caso los casos mientras me fumo mi paso así que quítate ya mi mito del paso porque yo misma
aquí la guinga Zagula y Kaobakuli
no se contrata ni que me cambies el laca ni que me estudies el rapa yo me embolsillo la paca tú presumes que destaca papi te extraño y esta distancia me mata voy a ser millo si de rapearte se trata por mi familia yo ocupo balas de plata no escribas de esto si no sabes que se trata que por mi calle por el respeto te matan
You ain't gotta turn me up, cause I'm already turned up. They done stole my swag, riding waves like Subway Surfer. You taking notes on how to be a boss like me. I don't blame you, feel like Golden State in 2016. I
I'm
the one, you like number 2 or 3. Catch up, hey, don't hate the play, hate the game while you man my bands up. You're a rookie, I'm a vet, so when you speak,
ใกล้เสร็จแล้ว
crunch time or under
กูวิลาปานีกูเลียกูสิงเอาเงี้ยดามาเลยเหรอ
Taking trips to different states, I'm on the way, I'll be right back. I can't be guarded, clan Steph. I'm plugged in just like some Wi-Fi. I ain't just a rapper, I get money and get active. Popping it was natural, I ain't have to try practice.
วัดสันโดเนทมา33 บาท Ultimate is coming
เฮ้ยขอบคุณวัดสันนะครับกูนี่งานโง่ยิงกันโดนเองนะ
Catch up, hey, don't hate the play, hate the game while you man my bands up. You're a rookie, I'm a vet, so when you speak, you come correct. Crunch time or under pressure, boy, I bet I pass the test. It's a hole inside your pocket, boy, I think you need some matches. Told him to go on, Lamar Jackson. Ain't nothing about me basic, ain't nothing about me average. I'm ballin' like the Mavericks, I call plays just like John Madden. Luxury life, I'm living lavish. Slow motion better than no motion. I'm smooth as hell like a bottle with lotion. Stop acting like you never knew this. Private day eating steak, we at Root Chris. Cause I'm him, baby, I ain't them. I been at the bank, shit, don't ask me where I been. You ain't gotta turn me up, cause I'm turned up. They done stole my swag.
แป๊บนึงนะขอดู
You taking notes on how to be a boss like me.
Cloud Fair แม่งดีพอยทำไมไม่ขึ้นวะหรือมันต้องรอวะ
Catch up, hey, don't hate the play, hate the game while you man my bands up. You're a rookie, I'm a vet, so when you speak, you come correct. Crunch time or under pressure, boy, I bet I pass the test. Why you man my bands up?
กูยีลาโกยัง
I've been trying to clear deposits, I've been too mixy with profit. I've been trying to swim in tropics with you all day. Give me something, I need more of it to ease the pain. They
they trying to trip me on my spot, but I got too much on the line. I got on that block. I've been trying to hold it down, trying to get on lock, and they call when I'm around, and they call me and they say that you the one. They tell me I'm the one, and they tell me I'm the one. Please say my side. Tell me I'm the one. They tell me I'm the one, and they tell me I'm the. Yeah, they tell me I'm the one. They tell me I'm the. Tell me I'm the. Yeah, hey, so real. I've been trying to chill some. I ain't trying to kill. I've been trying to feel some. I've been
พาก่อนได้ไอ้เหี้ยดีพอยเว็บขึ้นไม่ได้ปวดหัวเว็บกาก
damage to them. I'm ready, King Jungles. Whip it out, man.
กูนี่มีการนี่งงกูนี่งง
Pick to overall last. I'd be surprised if they picked a core here. I think Whisper has a lot of options, and if I would not
มาถึงก็ต้นไม้
getting a counter pick if I could. Come on, that's not a Zeus.
ก็มาทำไมโรดูอินมันโผล่มาให้เล่น
Yeah, I was like clock
มันหมิ่นทางด้านฝั่งพี่ยูมาก
likely to be in the off lane. It's very good against the range carries because of the taser.
Take
Just
sheet.
lets you prevent the all-in kill.
ให้เขาเวิร์ก KJ เล่นนะเทคชี่เป็นไอ้เนี่ย
for the living armor. So if you're fighting into train protector
ไต่ลุง
lanes,
นี่
you need a way to fight
ทั้ง
with
วัน
the
คง
armor,
จะเล่น
and you
ปัก
can just remove it. With the techies, it's a pretty solid solution. He has no setup to play with right now, though. And the Slardar does come out, so
Centaur
that's what I'm saying,
Dream.
like, they play Slardar on Yandex, and you are picking Lone Druid, and there are multiple ranged carries left in the pool that can chunk down the bear. The Slardar is also an excellent mid laner versus the
ลาด้า
Puck.
มิดเลนนะเจอกับปักเอามากดนะ
I really do hope
แต่
that
ดับ
they
สู
can
สีกัน
cover
เนี่ย
all
ก็
their
ดู
bases in the end here with LGD because
กิ้งลิงมา
if
กู
Valor
นี
to
ง
come
ง
out, it would be
กอ
beyond
อะไรกัง
devastating.
I think it was a bit of an oversight to pick Puck here because yeah, they don't have any instant disables for you, but like you said, Mira, Slardar has traditionally been one of the melee guys that has the sustain of the river and also just out base damages you and does quite well against Puck in lane. And even though Slardar is not the most amazing Puck counter in the game, I feel like Lone Druids, when you pick a right-click carry here, which you always do, the Lone Druid Bear is going to be pretty much negated. And other than Clockwork, there's not much that prevents Slardar from having free reign in fights, like terrain-wise. He can, whenever Slardar's move speed is allowed to be played around, which I think it will be this game.
ดับดีทั้
This
งคู่
hero is insanely scary on the
แต่
map.
จาก4ตัวแรกนี่
The Slardar also just opens up potential
LGD
for
นี่
lots
กว่า
of hero pool. We talked about Drow and
เลน
Shadow
ดี
Fiend
กว่า
being the big ones, but the Templar Assassin with the Slardar becomes twice the hero. The TV coming out with the Slardar also becomes this objective taker early on.
แบนทางด้านฝั่ง
The
ไอ้
options are there.
ตัว
You can't cover your
Nevermore
bases fully as LGD now.
ฝั่งนั้นก็แบนลาโก้
Would you still remove Shadow Fiend and Drow and then just deal with the Templar Assassin, or would you actually rather ban Templar Assassin?
I think those are the big ones because you could always go for some DOT
เดี๋ยวก็โดน
damage
anti-mail หรอก
on one of Whisper's signature heroes like a Bat Rider or something potentially to deal with TA.
ทีมซอลาโก้โดนแบน
Yeah, I think it's really tough. I've been in several spots. I think it was the second round as well for LGD where I
ยัง
was
มี
like,
พวก
I
แอ
think
ค
they need a
มี
couple more bans, which is just not a good feeling to have because that means that Yandex
Don
has
Baker
a
นะ
particular archetype of hero that's very good.
ทำไมไม่มีคนเล่นบูชเชอร์เฮ้ย
I feel like that's the opposite.
วินเลดโคตรเยอะเลย
Last series for Mouse who like okay, they need one of these heroes and then there's only two of them and they ban both of them. They end up banning the Kez, which is overwhelming physical damage, and he's like a pseudo-ranged hero in the sense that he offers the follow-up damage to Trian from gap closing. But I mean, they're kind of calling your bluff by giving you Drow. I honestly would pick TA myself here if I were Yandex because they don't really have meaningful damage over time, and I also think it's a bit better of a blind pick because it can recover if it has like a even lane. Even though I don't know if Drow Trian ever loses in lane.
I mean, the one thing that Drow offers you that TU doesn't is the faster silence for Puck, which can really come in handy, but TA might create more difficulties for the overall last pick on LGD if they have to solve with damage over time. Because Bat Rider not necessarily looking like the easiest pick.
It's already banned out. That's the thing. These are the things we have to factor in. Is
from the very first.
The fact that Bat Rider and Darkseer were taken out earlier. I think TA looks
ตัด
premier
ชนะเค
here.
สแบบนกฟ้า
I think Drow's better
ขอบคุณ
on
ซัพพอร์ต
paper,
นะครับ
but
โดเนท
in
ครั
this
บ
exact scenario, I would lean TA. Is there a
ตอน
third
นี้
hero we can't
เม
think
ม
of?
เบอร์10 เมมเบอร์ขาดอีก 40 งุงงิงละโกนีมาโกร้องการลำปองไง
Just the fact that they had two really good options here means
ดาว
that
เล
they
นเจอร์ผม
did something right.
very good ครับเพราะว่ายืนเลนกับไอ้นี่ได้
Multi-shot is one of the few
เทียนได้แบบเลนแข็งจัดเลยครับ
that can
สำหรับเย็นเด็ก
reactive taser, so that's important to keep in mind in like the mid game as well. Drow can meaningfully dish out the damage to the taser target.
เด่นบูเชอร์ไปเลย
It's really tough looking at these drafts because yes,
เรา
they do
aggressive
have
แล้ว
Lone Druid on LGD and Lone Druid has been a devastating hero this tournament, but I see a
ดู
draft
ทรงไม่เล่น
of
อันเดอร์ลอร์ดก็
Protector
ใช้เลยดูทรง
and Drow Ranger and I just
ส่วนไอออฟเลนตัวที่เหลือก็จะเป็นพวกมาอย่างเงี้ยจะแบบเอาหน่อยอุ้ยมาจริงครับผม
Mars is a typical counter for ranged carries with his bulwark with
แต่ว่า
his
เลน
arena,
เฟดไม่ดีนะมา
a lot of
แต่
players
ว่า
have talked about Mars as not
กลางเกม
being
นี่
the
รู้
hero
เรื่อง
he
ครับ
used to be and
แต่เลน
not
กาก
feeling
มาก
that
ก็
good.
มาบอกไว้ก่อน
I just want to say, Mira, in this
เจอทางด้านฝั่งไอ้
hypothetical
ดาว
world,
เลน
if
เจอ
we
ร์
can
กับ
skip
เทียน
the
นี่
first
ต
8
บ
minutes
ตัว
of the
ยู่
game,
เนี่ย
I
มา
think
โล่
LGD
ระเบิด
is
คาแขน
looking great. But sadly, we cannot skip the first 8 minutes of the game. I think
จากดาวที่ผมให้ยันเด็กนะ
a lot of game counters.
ทั้งเลนเฟดแล้วก็ทีมไฟท์ส่วนนั้นฝั่ง LGD ไปหวังทีมไฟท์อย่างเดียวครับหรือไม่ก็ aggressive เล่นก่อน aggressive เล่นก่อนเขาเสียอีกหนึ่งคือบางตัวมันจะฟาร์มฟรีครับเลือกเอาว่าจะตีเลนดาวเลนเจอร์หรือว่าจะตีเลนทางด้านฝั่งสลาด้า
I think the lone druid lane would be like 60-40. He's gonna, but like Centaur's gonna start cutting at some point. But then I think Puck is under duress, and I think Mars is under duress, and I think that it's just gonna be difficult for them to get past that early stages.
I mean, the map play is there for LGD. Like, they've got the Puck, they've got the Mars, they've got the Techies, they've got the Lone Druid split push. They have a lot of means to drag this out and play late game. The issue with going up against Yandex is they've never really played for late game this tournament. They will win their lanes, they'll get the first Aegis, they'll get a couple of items and end the game as fast as possible.
How is LGD gonna deal with gate rotations from Dream Protector? As I have been told that he is one of the best to rotate towards the offlane. How are Mars and Techies, not Mars and Techies, how are Lone Druid and Clock gonna deal with that?
I think it's actually a pretty hard lane to boot out. If I had to guess for the index, I think there's going to be very little priority put on DM's lane. I think he's just going to be expected to cut and trade farm, and I think there's going to be a lot of pressure put on the Puck as well as the Mars. I think Slardar's game is by far the most important out of all the cores because this split push drawing out the game that Mira was talking about for the side of LGD. There's just no such thing as hiding from a farmed Slardar. The hero's just too fast, runs around the map, no cooldowns, BKB piercing disabled, no nightfalls to be happening. I think that LGD is in for a tough one, but if they get out of the laning stage somewhat even, then they can absolutely, like, they have to be splitting the map not down by 5k.
I don't know, the way you were talking about that Slardar, I mean, did make me excited to watch it though.
It's fun to watch. When it's like
Take
popping
fire.
off, Slardar is a high octane non-stop hero.
We also know that even though on paper we want LGD to, you know, delay and stall and make that go late game, we know Effie, they are a team that loves aggression. They might be able to react to this. Like, are they able to bait the Slardar into a trap and fight anyway?
Of course, you always can. You also have the threat of Techies. You know, you drag them into a fight that's a little bit too deep onto their side of the map, and all of a sudden Techies could turn the tides of an early game fight. But for the most part, the laning stage on Yandex is really solid. They got really good heroes for themselves. LGD have to be able to stall it out, because if they stall it out, they can do it.
What's the lane where Yandex has most chance to do well?
I mean, I think Whisper is going to be suffering. Like, if he is top 5 net worth at minute 6, I will be blown away.
That's the most miserable lane of all time, actually.
We're gonna
เปิดหน้าไปเลย
Is indeed Whisper gonna suffer? Is it gonna be sad? Is Watson gonna be very happy playing this Drow?
มามันคลาสสิกเคาน์เตอร์ดาวเลนเจอร์แล้วหรือไม่ก็พวกตีไก่แอนตี้เลนเขาเรียกแต่ว่าจะไหวหรือเปล่า Anti projectile
Professional Yandex versus LGD game number 1 of this 2-game series. And yeah, we have some interesting heroes. The first one I want to talk about, let's get the negatives out of the way. Okay, I know I'm a very negative
You mean like the
person,
fact that they smoked on a ward?
Okay, that's well, we're gonna piggyback off of that.
Continue.
And the hero that was just on the
W60
Mars picked. I forgot that was a hero.
I'm glad he's picked, but I mean he's gonna suffer early on. I mean Brian did say if he will be top 5 net worth at minute 6, he'll be blown away.
Okay.
That's take a lot of energy to blow away Brian.
ดูสุริยะมา
It is a very hard lane to play into, so I
โดนออกไปโดนใต้ลุงครับโดนจี้ตอน
Okay, why is Mars?
แล้วสลาด้าถ้าช้ำหน่อยก็ตบทางด้านฝั่งปักแบบกระจุย
Well, I guess it's kind of connected, right? If the hero is bad, then his lane is bad in a way. So Mars traditionally has
LGD ชนะ3แพ้3ยันเด็กชนะ5แพ้1ยันเด็กไม่ไปเสมอ OG มานะไม่งั้นยันเด็กก็6-0เหมือนกันใช่ไหมแต่วันนี้วัน W เจอกับ OG ใครหลุดจากนั้นฝั่งไอ้ช่องซูปไปครับฝากออนเข้าใหม่ได้นะพี่ขอบคุณมากครับ
So I do think the hero is slightly underpicked because he is good against range carries, but he does suffer in the lane against them.
แปะลงแล้วครับแปะลงแล้วครับขอบคุณครับขอบคุณครับ
Junior playing the Slardar in the mid lane versus Tai Long. The panel kind of talked about how this hero can sustain a lot in the river.
Yep.
Love seeing this hero mid actually. In fact, off lane feels quite underwhelming. I mean, not that we see it that often anymore, but good to see it in the mid lane. Like what in terms of the mid game, not even mid game. Let's say the rune timer, like 6 minute, 8 minute, 10 minute. Is he very dependent on getting these runes to be able to gank, or does he just sit in the mid lane? What's the style?
He prefers to be a bit more static compared to others. You look for moves more around.
เจอ Big Candy สปอร์ตไปตบหลังอยู่นะ
Maybe you get a haste. So yeah, he is relying.
สมัยก่อนนี่ถ้าโดต้า1นี่ดาเมจประมาณเกือบ100 59เกือบ100
Special like finicky maybe.
ตบที่ยู่แล้ว Big Candy สปอร์ต
situation that comes up now, especially.
นี่ดาเมจ89เปิดบูทมาเดินตบหลังนะ
Chill in your lane, farm. If something comes up, you take it.
สปอร์ตก็ได้ครับตอนนี้มี10 เมมเบอร์เท่านั้นครับ
Can win.
Yes.
วันนี้จะฟินหรือเปล่าฟินเฟ้อขอให้ร่ำรวยใครซัพพอร์ตครับขอให้ร่ำขอให้รวยฮะ
He is connected to like all their wins.
So
obviously it's an exaggeration, but you know what I mean.
No, they can. LGD are a team that have leveled up over time, where it's important, especially at like this level of Dota, you need to have multiple players that can take over the game. I think if he does okay, it's fine. If he's a non-factor, obviously that's going to be difficult. But I do think it's possible.
วางลงครับตอนนี้
Also on Mars, you don't need to overperform.
เลือดจะหมดเอาทางด้านโดของฝั่งยูมาลูกหมีแต่คูดาวเขาก็เสกใหม่ได้ครับเป็นตัวที่แบบได้ฟรีๆแล้ว
A game in this tournament.
I mean, they're one of my favorite teams to watch, to be perfectly honest. Especially this guy in the mid lane, Tai Long, coming out of nowhere. That Zeus game from not too long ago, definitely something that's going to be a core memory for a lot of Dota players out there.
That was a nasty one. He was like the one to, he kind of, like he premiered rather, the enchanted bobber, of course, as you like to call it.
Bobbler.
It's been a while since I've seen like one thing just like auto win a game.
Yeah.
It was, I mean, it was amazing.
I mean, what do you think about that? Out of curiosity, because there was some dissension about it. Like some people really didn't like it. Like Sundarin, of course, always the negative Nancy. I loved it though, personally, because it's not something that you can repeat that easily.
So I like that they nerfed it a little bit, because they nerfed the Timeless Relic, which is like the spell amplification one that you kind of, you know, you re-roll it over and over and over again. What made it so strong is that I didn't know after minute 70, there is no timer on the re-roll. It's more about you need to farm like the Mad Stones, which is like you need 40. But it means that every like 3, 4, 5 minutes, if you're getting all the space, you can re-roll it very quickly.
Right.
So I thought it would take longer to reach the state where Zeus double ultis and kills everyone as Yuma.
โดนยิงกดครับ
Stay alive. Saksa doing a good job of harassing.
ดาโดของฝั่งนี้ก็ยังไงดีก็ดีครับ
Talk about Lone Druid, but we've seen it 1,000 times, and we know exactly what he's
เกือบ
going
จะ
to do.
ร่วงครับก็ไล่กันต่อ
8 minutes or so, gets that Maelstrom at some point. After that, just disappears. For the next 40 minutes.
พี่เคดีผมขอกินลาบนะผมอยากกินลาบวันนี้ผมขอสั่งลาบนะพี่พี่เคดีเลี้ยงลาบมาวันนี้ขอบคุณนะครับ W พี่เคดีครับ
And it's a very good matchup against the puck. You have higher damage. You have
ไก่เผ็ดผมว่าไม่น่าไหวกลัวแสบท้องไม่ใช่อะไรหรอก
Also in the game, you're obviously one of the heroes that you have.
พี่เคดีก็งงว่าสั่งลาบมามันจะไม่ขี้แตกอะ
So if you get the blink bash into stun into corrosive haste with any
เสียงมันคุ้นๆว่ะอย่าบอกนะว่าไอ้หนุ่มนั่นยูมาได้คีบเยอะเลยครับ18/3
First blood yet, which is a little bit surprising considering I feel like LGD in general just very
ลาบงัวฮะ
aggressive team. No, they are, but maybe this is where like
อยากกินลาบเป็ดไหมฮะ
Whisper is a little more, I would say, maybe apparent. I think this guy is always on the very aggressive
เดินโบกครับ
and I think with
Reseed
Mars in this lane, it's not that easy to
Mariax
play for a win or even a kill. I would even say it's the complete
เจอ Big
opposite
Hand
thing
ต
of
บ
what
ครึ่ง
you
หลอด
should
เนี่ย
do.
แล้วมาเลดี้เป็นตัวที่แบบเลดเกมออกเซปเตอร์ไวด้วยนะแปลงร่างกล้ามใหญ่กินลาบเป็ดลาบเป็ดแถวบ้านผมมีร้านอร่อยอยู่ร้านหนึ่งแซ่บ โดนนะครับเดินโบกใส่ทางฝั่งไอ้ตัวเซนทอร์บอก DM ครับเจอซันไปถอยครับเอาตายแล้วเนี่ยบัตรแกเน็ตหนืดไว้ที่ KJ จะเข้าไปครอบหรือเปล่าคูดาวกำลังจะสต็อปได้ไหมโอ้โหโดนล็อกขาแล้วตีพ่อหมีอุ้ยเตะรั้วสวยแล้วก็โยกดอกสุดท้ายยูมาตายครับแล้วด้านฝั่งทีโอคอก็จัดการซักซ่าต่อครับได้มาเป็นเฟิร์สบัตรแล้วได้คิวเพิ่มเป็นทีก็ 2-0 เข้า LGD
And I do like it. You just leave Whisper down bottom with the skill build. It definitely helps him.
ด้านตรงของฝั่งซักซ่าตบ KJ คืนนะอ๋อน่าจะตายกับบ้านด่วนนะตายป้อม
on the tier 2 tower, nothing too crazy. Does mean he's a little bit late on the 6-minute rule.
ด้านของฝั่งวัตสันเอาตบวิสเปอร์ไปอีกหนึ่งครับโซโลคิวเลยวัตสันผมบอกแล้วว่าเลนของนั้นฝั่งมามันไม่ดีไปโดนนั้นฝั่งไอ้ตัวดาวเจอร์ยิงโล่ระเบิดแล้วด้านของไต้ลุงก็เกือบตายแพ้ทางสลาด้าครับต้นเกมฮะแล้วก็กระโดดมาเก็บรีเจเนอเรชั่นครับไต้ลุงครับ
No, that was very, very good. As Tai Long, of course, he kind of needs that because you are
Tai Long
winning this lane against the Slaughter. Of course, he's not really like losing it, you know, in a strong manner, but it's going to allow him to just go full HP, full mana. They still have the coil available. Could see if they maybe have a play in their book. Can always look for a TP down bottom on Tai Long, or maybe even go for the Wisdom Shrine.
We have a little team-up situation here for LGD as the Wisdom Shrine about to pop. Saksa is going to be in their way. They're going to mostly ignore him, it seems. DM
แล้วตอมเหยียบมาอัดไปครับที่นั่นฝั่ง KJ เตะรั้วมาเน้นๆครับด้านฝั่งนี้ก็แบล็สซอฟลงต่ออีกทีครับไหวหรือเปล่าไม่ไหวครับผมดูแลกกันไปให้ KJ กับซักซ่าบอกจะเก็บรูเลเวลให้ได้ครับหมีมันเหยียบอยู่ฮะตีแล้วทีโอริคอร์แล้วกันครับให้ลูกหมีเก็บไปตูนรูเลเวลไปฮะไม่สนใจครับผมอยากเอาก็เอาไปวันนี้ขออนุญาตขี้เกียจทำกับข้าว1 วันนะขอดูขอสั่งลาบเป็ดกินเลยนะลาบเป็ดซับดีโกมาซักซ่าครับใส่ด้านฝั่งใต้ลุง
And Watson is he's having a nasty game. And we've seen Drow Ranger. You've been seeing her for a while. This hero is straight up nasty.
ด้านฝั่งชิโรจูเนียถอยสแตมพีดไปนะโดนตบล็อกขาครับแล้วก็ถอยออกไปได้สแตมปีชด้านของฝั่งซักซ่าจากการไทยลองไปฮะ
It is true that most heroes with high net worth are very strong, but I will definitely put Drow on like the high up there.
อยู่ขอเปิดแบบด้านโน้ฝั่งทีโอริคอจะตายคีป่าตายไม่ได้เจอซักษาบอกสอยไปทีโอริคอสั่งลาบเป็ดมีอะไรในใจลิเวอร์พูลไหมครับเฮ้ยไม่มีลาบเป็ดมันอร่อยอย่างนี้ก็ลิเวอร์พูลกดจัดก็กินลาบหมาดิไปแดกหมาแล้วลาบชิวาว่าลาบโกลเด้นเตะล็อกมาใส่นั่นฝั่งตัวของมาเลดี้ครับมาเลดี้ลิซิดดึงเลือดมานิดหน่อยฮะไต้ลุงรอหาเหลี่ยมอิลูซอรี่ครับปิดทางด้านฝั่งของไอ้ตัวมาเลดี้ได้ครับด้านของฝั่งชิระบอกเก็บไว้ให้ KJ ครับไทยลองครับบอกถอยครับในนี้อ้าวมีการโยกหลอกครับไทยลองกำลังจะบูชแบ็กแล้วครับแต่ก็อิลูซอรี่หนีอยู่ดีครับทางด้านฝั่งไทยลอง
Will be jaunted too. Will be fine, but still very annoying. Of course, they do spot
เป็นเรื่องฮะ
this time during the corrosive.
ถ้าคุณเกียรติแมนยูคงต้องกินลาบหมาเนี่ยแลกกันคนละดอก
With the taser movement speed.
เป็นเรื่องวัน W เนี่ยตบ OG เป็นขี้นะเนี่ยเงินนำอยู่ 10K โอ้ no hell no
And this is a problem too.
เวอร์โปกับ IC Insanity เพิ่งเริ่ม
an asshole here. He might just continue to do so.
Only an asshole in the game.
เบลเยียมกับสเปนตี2
He's a very kind soul.
A gentle giant.
โดนแน่คนดู
He could one tap a lot of these people.
สอนให้รู้ว่าฟุตบอลมันเล่นยังไงเจอเบลเยียมถล่มอิลูซอรี่ปาดได้ใส่นั่นฝั่ง KJ ครับด้านโดนของฝั่งตัว KJ ล่วงครับโดนชิโร่จูเนียร์จัดการครับ
EM has a very cool set on the Centaur. I'm really surprised you didn't mention it a single time.
I was actually thinking about it, but I was like, you know what?
9 ต่อ 4 ครับ 2K การเงินดาวเลนเจอร์กันหนึ่งครับวัตสัน
Thank you for bringing my attention.
Oh, that is, it's so nice. I like.
It's nice to have a co-caster that can appreciate fine art.
จะได้ฆ่าบอลนะพี่ได้ป่ะโอ้สู้รุ่นใหญ่เขาไม่ได้ภาคไปไม่รู้ภาคไหนไปภาคเว็บเถื่อนนี่เหรอแล้วโดนตำรวจรวบตึงๆตามรุ่นพี่ไป
But it's cool.
I'm sure.
Yep.
ภาคเว็บเถื่อนได้แมตช์ละหลายบาทอยู่นะ แล้วโดนรวบตึงๆโดนโมโนรวบ
I do think eventually when Lone Druid gets a couple of slots on his bear, you know, like the Mjolnir, the axe, but then you need like at least Silver Edge +1. It can.
ถอยกลับมาทางด้านฝั่งมาเลเซียบูชแทร็กครับบูชแทร็กครอบใส่ยูมาคอนโทรลลูกหมีหนีอย่างเดียว
And that's another thing I wanted to bring up. What do you think about Slardar against the Lone Druid?
เบลเยียมยุคทองแดงต่อสเปนแน่นอนทางด้านของฝั่งเคงจังก็แตกกันไปอีกหนึ่งครับ
It still is.
DM จัดการได้ข่าวว่าค่าบัตรคู่สเปนกับคู่เบลเยียมราคาลดลงไป 60% แล้วรีเซลเพราะว่าพี่โดตกรอบเพราะว่าเขาคาดการณ์ว่าราคาบัตรจะพุ่งขึ้นเรื่อยๆตามที่โปรตุเกสเข้าเยอะคนอเมริกาอยากดูพี่โดเพราะเห็นเมสซี่เบื่อแล้ว
Do you remember range Lone Druid?
Oh, of course I do.
It was brief.
Yeah, like Mjolnir. But that's also yet a level 10 talent that gave you attack range and Dragonlance.
คนภาคไม่ติดคุกครับพี่รุ่นพี่ผมภาคอยู่โดนปรับไม่กี่พันก็ปล่อยไม่ติดคุกเราพิสูจน์ได้ว่าเรารับจ้างเฉยเอาเป็นเรื่องแล้วทีนี้
I feel like we just have the extremes, right? Like you have the
อาชีพใหม่ๆเป็นเรื่องภาคบอลเถื่อน
You have this way to play Lone Druid, which
เป็นเรื่องแล้วคนดู
if there's a different way to play, I don't think so. Just because this one is
เอาแล้วว่ะทีเด็ด77ดาวกูมาแล้วเป็นเรื่องละทีนี้ตำรวจอยู่ในช่องเยอะด้วยคือภาคเสร็จปุ๊บโดนปรับแล้วก็จบติดคุกอีก
Looking for a I was going to say a potential hook shot, but we're 12.5 minutes in, which means Clockwork's not level 6, as we know.
พี่ต้องลองได้แบบไม่ดีครับไม่ดีเลยไม่ดีเอามากๆแต่สุดท้ายแล้วตำรวจเขาก็เล่นข้อหาอื่นได้คุณถ้าเขาจะเอาเราถูกปะล่ะเพราะว่าเราแบบชี้ช่องอีกเพราะเราไปภาคเราขายโปรโมชั่นขายอะไรด้วยเรียบร้อยเลยรวบตึงๆดมเหล็กเลยนอนดมเหล็กทั้งวันกลับออกมาแม่ง TI ปีหน้าเลยสวัสดีครับผมกลับมาแล้วที่ผมหายไปไม่ใช่อะไรครับไปทักผ่อนมาครับผมสั้นมาเลยทีนี้เป็นเรื่องอีกกูที่ผมหายไปไหนไม่ใช่อะไรครับผมไปพักผ่อนมารั่วไอ้กูคนดูงงหายไปปีหนึ่งอะไรเงี้ยโดนรวบตึงๆไปภาคบอลเถื่อนมา
And I think even then the follow-up damage isn't particularly crazy here.
Malady trying to set up for this eventual 14-minute Shrine Whisper. Gonna get overgrowth, and now the rest of the team will connect to get the sharpshooter. They get the kill. TP too late. Wouldn't have mattered for Fiola Core.
Not really, not just good move here overall by Yandex, you know. This is also not a strength of Centaur. He can just play offlane, farm the neutrals, you use your Dominator to pull everything around. And if you look at the vision of Yandex, very aggressive.
อย่าทำเลยเชื่อผมบางทีรู้นานแล้วแต่ยังไม่ช้อนเราเวลาหลายคดีช้อนมาคุ้มๆพุชไอ้เหี้ยนี่มันขุนให้อ้วนนี่หว่าขุนให้อ้วนแล้วรวบตึงๆ
And I think a big part of that is the fact that you have this Mars that needs to get that first.
ได้ออกช่องดังด้วยเหรอเป็นเรื่องอะไรทีนี้ไอดอลซะด้วยดิหลังพระนคร
That puts him behind on the blink even more.
ออกช่องพี่หลังพระนครไว้คนดูไว้
I mean that's early in general.
ฟังเพลินๆกับเอิญวัดใหญ่
Well, I'm trying to think about it because
ได้ออกช่องพี่หลังพระนครแล้วเว้ยคนดูเว้ย
This is rushed. Because to me also the way I see it is that
เป็นเรื่องที่น่ายินดีวะเนี่ย
a little bit of course would be the arena. He should be
เก็บเงินซื้อบลิงก่อนแล้วกันฉะนั้นมาแล้วค่อยเป็นอูเซปเตอร์ปกติถ้ารวยหน่อยก็อูเซปเตอร์ก่อน
quite quickly because now
ทางด้านฝั่งไอ้นี้บลิง
a lot of gold. But I do want
แต่
to
ส
see
ถาน
also
การณ์
how does he work around the gem. I think offlaners are generally the best ones.
แต่สถานการณ์ไม่ค่อยสู้ดีเท่าไหร่ครับ
Or this blink on Chira Jr.
I mean, come on, dude. That's doing
Gonna start things out onto KJ. I mean, for LGD, that's probably the exact target you want to go on. As the arena comes out first of the game for Whisper onto Chira Jr. He gets the crush onto.
มาครับเปิดอารีนาแฟร์โมต่อมาเลยดีครับเกมนั้นฝั่ง KJ ครับ
As Mally gonna try to connect. Tai Long with the coil. Still the Slardar is healthy because he's in this river area. They get the connection onto Tai Long.
ไทยลองครับไม่รอดครับไทยลองนี่แย่เจอรถเกาะมานิ่มเลยมาเลดี้ก็บิ๊กแฮนด์ไปตบทางด้านฝั่งไทยลองสุดท้ายได้ไงไม่รู้เนี่ย
Good thing though. Still have the gem on Whisper, so he can keep dewarding and get the money back that he injected.
That would have, if he lost that.
Oh, I think it's
just get out of the game at that point.
Because they're so tanky on all of the heroes, and even here, like the problem is that Whisper couldn't pin CJ to the arena because
โดนครับอารีนาเอาบลัดจริงๆอะบลัดคนอื่นบัตรเลือดบัตรเฟนบลัด
Yeah, and also with the stampede, it's just
อารีนามาเฟรน
to connect. Like you can see it, even though he's late.
เอาแล้วบวกกันต่ออีกแล้วไม่หยุดยั้งจริงครับแบลสออฟวืดไปนิดหน่อยครับ
Keep that shit alive.
ด้านตรงของฝั่งนี้ก็เดินใส่โดนสเปียร์มาแต่โดนด้านฝั่งซักซ่าสวนมาทิวริคอตายครับ
I mean, I kind of want to see the gem being lost just to see what kind of impact it has.
No.
It's
we can't have it be that bad.
You're talking about
เวลาพี่ยุทธอ่านข่าวตอนเช้าพี่หนุ่มบ่ายไก่เย็นมีชื่อพี่ด้วยเท่สุดเอ้ยใช่แล้วผมวัดสันซอยนั้นใช่ลงต่อฮะใช่หลอยใช่ลุงนั้นตายทั้งวันเลยฮะ
10 minutes of time.
What's the common denominator here? Drow Ranger, maybe?
That's one of them. Okay, so Whisper got a secondary ward, which is quite good. He is drawing around on the top lane. He's more of a like global D warder. This one could be hard to find. Nope.
เปิด TikTok มาจะเช็คงานลูกค้าเจอแต่ไอเนี่ย
And he's pinging it.
ได้โจบึแต่ที่มันเต้นอย่างเงี้ย
He spent on the gem and he took out 3 wards. So at this point,
เคยเจอเปล่า
MVP baby.
เคยเจอเปล่า
All right. I mean, would have had Blink and would have had a team fight maybe going their way.
Yeah, but probably would have lost it anyway.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, that could be the thought process as well. It's like, yeah, I get Blink,
Do
but
boy,
I have
huh?
no damage yet. So what are we doing?
ไอ้เทนเต้นญี่ปุ่นอะ
It's not like they have the
จะล่วง
sharpshooter on there, and that's what having Hoodwink is great.
หมายถึงโดนรวบ รวบตึง
Yeah, or Snapfire. And this time around, you know, they have a techie, so you can jump in, drop the triple bomb.
น้ำหมด
You have some good damage there, which is fine. It's not incredible, but it's good.
ไทยเจอแต่มีมฮาแลนด์
Chira.
ไอ้ผู้หญิงคนนั้นดังไปเลยที่เหมือนฮาแลนด์
Just sticking around there, but they will again steal some creeps.
น้องเนเน่อเมริกันก็ทาเลนต์
What's the status on this young man? So he has the Mjolnir.
Rising Star ชาวล็อกเลยเหรอ
And is Ag second?
Oh yeah, you are not buying
Silver Edge third, Cookie Cutter to a T.
Yeah, and then you'll see maybe you need MKB for the butterfly.
Overgrowth ครับ
Overgrowth. And
ฮุกมาเดี๋ยวนี้ครับซัดไปครับ
KJ
ไปมาครับฟอร์ดแอโร่เหรอครับด้านโดของฝั่งชายรองครับล่วงครับ KJ ก็ล่วงมาเสิร์ฟถึงที่ฮะเจอบิ๊กแฮนด์ของพี่เต่าเลยโอเวอร์โกรธตอริบุกมาอารีนาเอาบลัดครับสเปียร์มาหลังติดรั้วเลยฮะทำอะไรครับน่ะทำอะไรครับน่ะพี่ชิระทำอะไรครับน่ะ
The biggest kill that they've had in quite a while, for being honest, but now you can see bigger items coming from the other side.
โอสึคาเรซัมเมอร์ใช่โอสึคาเร
19 minutes.
It's very
เดี๋ยวเราเต้นดีไหมเราเต้นดีกว่าโอสึคาเรซัมเมอร์
There are eyeing Yuma.
ชาร์ปชูเตอร์ผมมัลติช็อตปาดทะลุไปเพราะหมีลูกหมีตายคู่แล้ว
Just an easy kill for them.
The easy
Still
heal
continuing with the good map play, got off another
PDM กำลังเม้มหนัก
ward up here. But at least when it comes to the vision, you know, LGD do have a bit of an advantage, of course, with the gem.
ตีด้านเท้าด้านบนต่อครับทีมยันเด็กครับ
Observe the wards from
แต่ตามที่บอกครับฮีโร่ LGD เลนเฟดเล่นยากครับกว่าจะฟื้นกลับมาก็อาจจะสายไปแล้วอะไรเงี้ย
No, he just
แต่ถ้าเงินเยอะเมื่อไหร่นี่ก็เป็นทีมที่น่ากลัวทีมหนึ่งนะเพราะว่าอะไรรู้ป่ะมามันเซตอัพได้บอกแล้วก็ปักดาเมจแรงครับถ้าของเยอะส่วนด้านฝั่งโรดิตมันก็ตัวฟรีมาเรื่อยๆครับเป็นหมีเสกมารัว
But honestly,
what would your reaction be if you were on their team?
You just gotta roll with that. I will definitely like, you know,
somebody. It's like playing.
มีหลายคนเลยที่เหมือนฮาแลนด์ใช่
No, but you.
Yep, that's great.
ไอจีแม่งเด้งรัว
You know the Nisha eyebrow raise? That was.
ฮาแลนด์ผู้หญิง
Oh. And then you just roll
Very
with
brief emotion, and they're like, "Yep, that was the plan all along, of course."
Because you know sometimes you gotta let people cook. Sometimes they cook like garbage, but sometimes they cook good stuff. You just gotta roll with that.
Yeah, these pro players don't know how to cook, that's for sure.
Most of them don't. KJ probably does. He's a healthy young man.
ด้านโดนฝั่งนี้ก็มาเป็นฮะตัวของ Bring Dagger ครับผม Trent
Still yet to be delivered, but I mean, I feel like every time we've seen a tree, we've seen the froggy, and we
บอลที่ช็อตกว่าได้บอกบูชแฟร์ครับลงมาด้านโดนของฝั่งทีรคอร์เรียบร้อยครับ
Now Watson working on the tier 2.
ฮาแลนด์นี่คนชอบมากใส่แมช
Whisper is looking.
ฮาแลนด์มันทำช่อง YouTube ด้วยไหมมันแบบมันรู้ตัวไวอะว่ามันดังแล้วมันต้องขุนไปเรื่อยๆคือถ้าฟอร์มมันยังนิ่งอยู่แล้วก็สักอีกปี2ปีย้ายออกแมนซิตี้เข้าไปสเปนอะไรเงี้ยสมมตินะนี่สมมติเฉยๆนะผมบอกเลยว่าแม่งดังแบบไม่อยู่เอาไม่อยู่อะกลายเป็นแบบสตาร์ใหญ่ยาวๆเลย
This is a dream cart game. Just throwing it out there. I don't know if he goes at third item.
ฮุกมาครับผม
KJ with the initiation.
ฟอร์แซโลซัดไปวัตสันเก็บด้าน KJ ลงได้ครับ
Great hook shot into immediate death. Happens to the best of us.
อีกอย่างหนึ่งก็ถ้าเข้าสเปนก็อาจจะมีโอกาสได้บัลลงดอร์เยอะกว่าเดิม
Let's wait for the high ground.
ผมก็ไม่รู้เหมือนกันว่าคนแม่งไม่ชอบให้บัลลงดอร์ที่บอลอังกฤษเพราะว่ามันผลงานมันพวกยูฟ่ามันแม่นี่ดุยบิงซัดมาผมใจลุงครับสตอมเหยียบแล้วก็ชาร์ปชูดมาซักซ่าเกี่ยวนั้นไทยลองได้ครับเห็นว่าจะไปมาดริดโอ้โหฮาแลนด์ไปมาดริดกันผมว่ามี200บวกๆอะสติกกี้ไม่โดนครับ
He didn't have Cyberclasher? I guess not. Well, nice TP because with that blink, honestly, look kind of like.
เจอ TP หนีจากพี่เต๋า
Watson's gonna need to dodge
สเปียร์ไปไหนเหรอ
We'll do so. Working towards his BKB next.
Yeah, one of the next things on the menu for
อุ้ยของคุณพิจุดครับ
should be Roche
โดเนทมา
eventually.
100 บาท
I do like that they're currently holding on to the
ของคุณพิจุดครับ100 บาทพิจุดเป็นคนดีจัง
cannot stress it enough. When you're behind,
ให้มา100 บาทเสยเลยพี่จุด เสยเลยเว้ย
It feels very oppressive to play the map. You have so little space. It's so easy continuously for the other team to just back each other up through all the tier 1 TPs.
ไปด้านฝั่งทอร์เมนต์มามาเลยดิยักษ์
Get some vision, although there is a gem on the other side, so already
ของคุณพิจุดคุณจุดผมก็จุดนะ
He knew we're gonna give up.
มีมโคตรเก่าแล้วก็มันจุดนะคุณจุดผมก็จุดนะ
To help Yandex here.
I mean, how good is this shard these days? It got nerfed considerably.
It's good. I think from this stage, it's obviously very good because you're ahead, and it all just depends on because all LGD can do really is try to dodge you. So if you have more small areas here or there where you see them, it's very worth it. But the shard, it was put into a normal place.
ย้ายไปอยู่กับเป้แล้วไม่หรอกมันก็ไม่ถ้าสมมุติเฉยๆไงมันย้ายไม่ได้หรอกใครยิงนี่ประธานเป้จับนั่งสำรองผู้พันเป้
You had Tiny where he gets fucking 3. Or Bad Rider who gets sticky napalm on attacking. No one wants that on a support.
Yeah, there's Warlock. It was pretty underwhelming. Pugna, ugh, God.
จมมาครับตีครับยิงฟอร์แซโร่อันไปครับบอดี้ช็อตกวาดด้านของฝั่งยูมาแตกครับผม
16k lead for Yandex, and I mean they can go for Roche anytime they
ผู้พัน
want.
เป้
And they will do so.
ก็เอ็นดิกมันไปมั่วทรงรอบหนึ่งพี่ผู้พันเป้เลยจับนั่งยาวเลย
They just pick it up, but yeah,
มันเด็กมันอยากพิสูจน์ตนไงฟอร์มไม่ดีอยู่แล้วด้วยอยากพิสูจน์ตนอีกก็เลยเรียบร้อยเลยผู้พันเป้จับนั่งยาว
Now the bear got nerfed multiple times. They did remove that talent. And a 16k lead at 24 minutes. We'll have to see where they take it from here. Into
ฟอร์มาสตันครับด้านตัวของฝั่งนี้ KJ ตายครับเข้ามาทำสเปซล่างครับผมปลาไหลนี่มันลดเกาะแล้วให้เพื่อนตีแรงจริงแอบตุยบ้านนะครับทางด้านตัวของฝั่งไอแอบไถบ้านไหมตัวของโรดิต
This is game one. Sorry about that. Yeah, so yesterday they had a duo support of 0 and 27.
So he was like probably between 12 and 14 deaths.
They've had a lot of goose eggs.
โอลิเซ่เหรอ
That means a lot of deaths?
A lot of zeros.
Okay. Good to know.
บอกแล้วให้
situation, of course.
ปล่อยชูอาร์เมนี่ให้แมนยูก็ไม่เชื่อ
Alright. Jackal is like a hyena.
Okay, Jackal and Hyde.
Jackal.
อร่อยจะตาย
You can look up that lore after this.
แมนยูแม่งไปได้ใครไม่รู้
Uh-oh. Whisper in the
สตัน
air.
เปิดมา
And now
สเปียร์ลงต่อฟอร์ดแอโร่ครับ
He didn't give up the gem because it's somewhere else. So this I like. Whisper knows his way around the gem.
แมนยูแม่งไปได้มือโกมือสองมาคนหนึ่งแล้วก็ไปได้เด็กเชลซีมาอีกคนหนึ่งงงเลยกูทีนี้
Is that villain and
Yeah, it's
hero?
like villain and hero. So putting Tai Long on the
ไม่
same
อยากได้
team
ชูอาร์
with
เม
the
นี่
Lord, I think Lord
ขายให้แมนยูเถอะ
check out.
ต่อสัญญาไปแล้วด้วยใช่ นักเตะไม่ได้อยากมาอีกแล้วข่าวแม่งก็ปั่นไปมั่วไปซั่ว
Take the L on this one.
I see. Good to know.
And Saksa, he's hunting.
สิงกี้บอลมาครับ
Is or
แบลซอฟลงต่อเตะรั้วมาลื่นถลายไปครับโดน proximity มา
we'll get
จะ
something.
จุยครับผมทางด้านฝั่งซัก
Feels
ซ่า
like they're getting scraps at this point.
ดาวเรนเจอร์นักล่าหมีครับผมเดินผ่านวอร์ดนะ
Or Watson rather with the
ไม่มี
Aegis
ใครถือเจม
has Manta, Hurricane Pike, BKBs in his backpack actually. So the wand is more important apparently. Okay, swaps it.
Swapping out some items. Well,
Butterfly will be next.
What LGD have going for them? Let's see what they can like. What defense they can mount. You do have techies for the high ground, which is good. And you have a couple combos you can play for, like Coil into Savage Roar to break it. Of course, it's very nice. Maybe
ทำไม
you
โอ
can
นา
look
น่า
for
ไม่
some,
ไป
like,
สิปล่อยยืมไปแล้วนี่
displacement with the cogs or like a good spear back.
Long.
Yeah, he's being hunted.
ปล่อยยืมอีกรอบนะแทบซ่าสปอร์เขาถูกใจลีกตุรกี
Gonna farm the neutrals as Chira actually opting for the bear instead.
I do like what LGD are currently doing.
ไปแบกอยู่แค่ไม่กี่แมตช์หลังๆมาไม่แบกเฮียอะไรเลยแล้วเขาก็ด่ากัน
Doing a pretty good job on the
โอ้นั่น
bottom
น่ะ
lane as well. No one's really in a position where they can die. Saxa, of course, is trying to hunt to kind of stop this pesky movement. Well, I say that they can
โอ้ยซักซ่าครับผม
Is that just him
บีบนั่นบังไทยลองอีกแล้วฮะ
Just the bushwhack? Sharpshooter?
จานนาโชกำลังจะฟรีเฮ้ย เนี่ยลิเวอร์พูลต้องเซ็นแล้วล่ะจาน
Well, he's just toying
The
around with
freedom.
suit there for a bit as he was there.
สตันครับอัดมาอีกที
That's with the shard, so corrosive haze will be applied.
ด้านนี้ก็ยูมาผมโดยวนไปฮะถอยกลับออกครับ
Watson's like, yep, I'll tank it. Good stuff. Bear.
เปิดมาบูชแฟร์ครับตีครับมัลติช็อตเก็บลูกหมี300 กว่าเลเวลเยอะแล้ว
So second bear
ขอบคุณพี่บ่าวครับผม
If they can get it again, then
ว้าวโดเนตมา30 บาท
LGD in a world of hurt,
อยาก
but
ชวน
I
ไป
think
ภาค
they
บอลด้วย
already
กันสัก
are
แม
in
ตช์
that place.
มีค่าคอมหรือเปล่าพี่
NGX are playing Minesweeper.
ถ้ามีค่าคอมนี่ใช่เลยนะ
If DM just walks in, you have a hard with some living armor, and you clear the rest of them. Which honestly, there aren't even that many left at this point.
It's not like the old days. What did MAD stand
บอล
for?
โลกเชียร์ครับผมตกรอบมาแล้วครับ
Mutual something disaster.
Mutual assured destruction.
There you go.
Thank you to a terrific spectator here.
Who
today.
loves techies?
Loves techies, so he's a disgusting human being. But
ไอ้ยันทาวเวอร์บาแหลกไปครับ
I will not say anything else.
That's true.
We'll leave it at that.
That's true. That's a techies player.
Yeah.
Not surprised.
ประกันออกมาไอ้ประกันเนี่ยผมงงอย่างหนึ่งคือประกันออกมาสู้แล้วก็รอแบบเคลียร์พิจารณาบางทีถ้าผ่านก็ไม่ติดแต่ถ้าโดนก็กลับไปติดอีกทีหนึ่งใช่ไหมอะไรเงี้ยแค่ประกันไว้ไม่ให้หนีเฉยไหม BKB โบะหนึ่งทีไม่ทันครับผมคูดาวสตันเพิ่งลูปมาได้ลูเลเวลไปมาเลยดีครับไม่ยอมปล่อยลูเลเวลทามมิ่งให้กับนั่นฝั่งวิสเปอร์
Yeah, that's not good.
Every build from, you know, I
Con trai
blame
đó.
Mar for Mars being bad now. Because he's so good at it, they nerf it. Everything he's good at, they just nerf the crap out of.
แต่คือถ้าไม่หนีก็ได้เงินคืนถูกไหมแค่เอาเงินไปค้ำไม่ใช่
Your arena deals a bit more damage, but even so, I think it has like a lot to do also with the carries.
แต่ถ้าหนีปุ๊บเนี่ยก็
just very oppressive when it comes to the laning.
เสียเงินประกันนั้นไปแล้วก็โดนหมายจับ
I'm not
หมาย
saying
ล่า
by default that his game should have been this hard entirely, because I think it also has to do with the rest. Like there's a lot of other things that also didn't go correct.
Yeah.
But yeah, Mars is he's not an S tier hero currently.
ด้านฝั่งนี้ก็
What tier would he be?
มีเป็น Shadow Blade ครับ
B minus or C?
B minus.
Yeah,
that's not that bad. What about this game?
จบมาอีกทีครับเคลียร์ครับถึงด้านโดนของฝั่งนี้แบลซอฟลงมาต่อครับมามอบแล้วโอ้โหดาวเลนเจอร์ยิงแบบไม่ต้องเอาพาสซีฟก็ได้ครับตายหมดครับยูมากครับทางด้านฝั่งทีเลยคอเพราะหมีมาอยู่ด้วยครับพอดีครับด้านบนนี้เคเจก็ตายครับโดนมาเลดี้จัดการครับ29 นาทีครับตบกระจุยครับทางด้านฝั่งทีมยันเด็กครับ
What do you do here?
สงสัยยันเด็กนี่พรุ่งนี้ต้องไปตัดเชือกกันนั่นวันW แล้วมั้งเนี่ย
Even if he didn't have, like, even if CJ wasn't in this game, I think Watson would still carry it.
Yeah, this will be a second lane.
เคสจานบีหมายถึงอะไรเคสจานบีผมไม่ค่อยได้ติดตามวงการ
Yeah, they're not contested.
ทำผิดข้อหาเดิมระหว่างประกันก็คูณไปอีก2เท่าโอ้โหเป็นเรื่องก็ตามที่บอกครับดาบซ้ายดีกว่าด้านขวามันไปยากตรงมาที่มันต้องรวยด้วยครับแต่เลนมันแตกก็นั่นแหละเล่นยากถ้าไม่ใช่ฟอลคอนอย่าหาเล่นน้ำมาเนี่ยผมบอกไว้ก่อนระบบทีมมันไม่เอื้อมเลยกับออฟเลนเลยตัวมันต้องฟาร์มเยอะเข้ามาอารีนาเอาบัตรไปครับสเปียร์มาต่อเน้นใส่นั่นฝั่งฮูดวิงตายแน่นอนนะ BKB เปิดไว้ DM กดสแตมปีดครับถอยมาก่อนฮุกมาหนีครับโดนทางด้านเนเจอร์กราฟโยกหลบไป1สเต็ปแล้วสเปียร์มาลงมา
Totally understandable. Chera pops the BKB, greets the Olacor with open arms, and this will be Megas.
Godlike for Watson. Don't think he will end with Godlike. It should be a beyond Godlike. As LGD will look for a little more for defense by buying back the Olacor.
Yep, good stuff.
Alright, KJ is ready for the last hurrah.
Yeah, and he's not hurrahing.
ดานโนวัตสันบอกเก็บ KJ ไว้
Does have buyback.
ฟอร์ดแอโร่นี่มันสาวแรงจริงนี่มันแอโร่เสาไฟฟ้า
In terms of their push, how would you rate this?
ปามาลิดี้ออกเซปเตอร์แล้วครับแปลงร่างแล้วตัวใหญ่ครับ
Tier list here. The
Yandex push?
No, the LGD push against Megas.
Oh, they have Mjolnir. I mean, it's the problem.
พี่กี้เซฟแพ้แล้ว
Looking for a letter.
You're looking for
พรุ่งนี้ครับ
B minus.
พรุ่งนี้เจอกับเพลย์ไทม์น่าใส่สุด
Because it's too early. If it was like minute 50.
ที่1ของกรุ๊ปได้พัก5 วัน
Like a A minus.
Okay. Smoke from Yandex looking to close the door on this game number 1. As a Daedalus delivered for
จิวากาศครับมัลติช็อตกวาดลงต่อครับวัตสันเก็บทิโอริคอร์ได้ครับ
For 70 seconds.
เฟดชิปหลบไป1 ทีครับแล้วก็ถอยออกไปได้ครับทางด้านโดของฝั่งปักใต้ลุงวัตสันยิงเอาเรนมาครับใส่หน้าทาวเวอร์ครับดาเมจเหลือๆครับตีคนก็แรงตีบ้านก็แรงครับไม่มีอะไรจะไหวแล้วตอนนี้โอเวอร์โกรธครับเปิดผ่านไว้ครับมาเลดี้ครับแล้วก็ทาวเวอร์แตกเรียบร้อยเป็นด้านของวัตสันได้ไปเทียร์4ครับแล้วก็ตีโทรนหน่อยเอ็นโทรนแล้วก็เปิดโอเวอร์โกรธมาครับเรายังไงต่ออารีนาเอาบัตรพยายามจะหนีไม่ได้ครับยูมาวิสเปอร์ครับแล้วก็ตายเรียบร้อยครับเคเจเป็นด้านตัวของฝั่งทีมยันเด็กครับชนะไปในเกมแรกครับชิวๆเลยครับเกมนี้โคตรจะวันไซส์เกมมิ่งครับเพราะว่ามันเป็นหนักตรงออฟเลนครับแล้วก็สลาด้ากดปักไปในมิดเลนครับคือเล่นได้ตามตารางครับทางฝั่งทีมยันเด็ก LGD ดาบไม่ดีครับเกมนี้กะว่าจะเล่นก่อนแต่ก็ไม่ได้ครับทางฝั่งทีม LGD ครับไม่ได้คือไม่ได้เลยฮะเจอทางด้านฝั่งต้นไม้เทียนโปรเจคเตอร์ครับแล้วก็ทางด้านฝั่งตัวของดาวเลนเจอร์สาวอย่างหนักครับสาวหน้าสั่นเขาเรียกดาวเลนเจอร์ก็โซโล่คิวมาไปทีครับเป็นที่ยืนยันแล้วว่าเลนแตกครับผม
is
ส่วนปังนี่การันตีเลนแตกแล้วเพราะว่าซัพพอร์ตวิ่งเข้ากลางธรรมชาติโดยเดิมนี่ก็คือแพ้ทางตัวของฝั่งสลาด้าอยู่แล้วด้วยฮะ
You need better answers. We've seen some Darkseers that have worked very well. I think also the Lycan lineups and the Centaur lineups that we have seen, like 33 showed the Lycan yesterday.
ผมบอกแล้วว่าเล่นบูชเชอร์ไม่เชื่อผมเนี่ยเล่นทำไมมาเล่นบูชเชอร์สู้ไปเลยสู้แบบอักระสีไปเลยมันนะไปเล่นมามันดาเมจไม่พอเด็
His wet dream.
ใช่ we freaking lose.
Well, that's good to know and kind of disturbing as well that you would know that, but we can see during this game there was not much to speak of from LGD, unfortunately, and it's kind of unfortunate because I feel like they're one of the more entertaining teams coming into this tournament, but they're now 3-4, so they've dropped a lot of games already. As we can go to Shiver correctly this time.
Thank you very much, Suns fan. And
Shiver.
Indeed, it is.
Shiver
me, and
Porto.
we're going to talk here at the desk about LGD and Yandex Game 1. Was it a game? Was it a slaughter? I don't know. This was a bit of a painful one, but they did make it very late. They made it like past the 30-minute mark, and I feel that was close. They were so close.
They were so close. I think, Brian, you counted the seconds until the very end there.
Yes, we were talking.
Officially the longest loss against Yandex.
Yeah, we were talking about them playing zombie survival horde mode, and they did make it to wave 32-minute 55, and the previous longest loss was 32:50.
You know, that's really good. They broke the record. Not OG's record because they beat the game, but
yes,
they broke the record.
Yes, if they'd be solidly in second place because of the record for losing. I don't know what place that puts you in, Shiver, but I don't think it's the best place mentally right now.
No, I don't think so either. There's a lot to break down from that game. I think we saw the writing on the wall already during the laning stage, but I think I want to start by talking about something that I don't think, Effie, I've seen ever. An off-lane Mars 14 minutes in buying a gem.
Yeah, I mean, conceptually, I kind of understand where he was coming from. They were getting snowballed. There was a train protector. He's going to be hiding in the trees very soon. He's going to be placing his wards with his shard very soon as well. But getting the gem before the blink dagger, I do feel that at that point, you just kind of make that call yourself and you're frustrated because while it sounds cool, if you get the gem that early, you can't really take fights because if you lose the gem, the game is essentially over at that point. So your Mars suddenly is too afraid to commit early on, and that's an indicator of how bad the game was going up till that point.
Yeah, I'd say it was maybe a message to Valve to bring back True Sight, Shiver, by buying the Gem of True Sight.
Good one. That was very far-fetched. That's how you know it's bad.
Yeah, I mean, it's very unorthodox, I think, to say the least, and I think it's important to try to think about why he would do it, and all things like genuinely. And I think Mira hit likely why that's the case. The Tramp Protector, it's incredibly annoying if you ever try to walk your way out to a lane and you're anywhere outside of a tower and you just get rooted from Invis. But at the same time, I just don't think there's anything he could have done to win that game. So yeah. I'm fine if you're on the approach of like, everything I've ever done normally, I know doesn't work here. So what's the problem I'm having? Trant, screw it, I'll buy a gem.
What could I have done in this game? Because it was pretty grim, and as I said, it looked pretty grim from the get-go already, and I know there's a Lone Druid farming, so you always kind of think like there's a shot because Lone Druid is such a strong hero, but even that felt like a long shot at some point.
Yeah, honestly, I don't like to say that it's a draft loss, but it is a massive draft loss, and it felt that way ever since they traded the Lone Druid for the Train Protector and they didn't ban out Drow or SF at any point. They had to use a Night Stalker ban in order to protect their own puck, and they forgot about the Slider that comes out of Yandex, which is a CJ specialty. I think the factor that caught them off guard here was the Slider, but they have played it on Yandex in this tournament. It wasn't unusual or unorthodox for them.
I think if we see it coming normally, then I feel like pro teams should also see coming.
I think it's a bit of a blunder, not only because of the Slardar for Yandex, but we saw yesterday LGD lost with puck mid, where what 1W did was pick Earthshaker, which is a similar realm to Slardar in the sense that it's a melee stunner that has a lot of bad mid matchups, one of which is not Puck. And by picking the Puck, you're allowing them to pick a hero that is very snowbally, Earthshaker and Slardar, in very different ways. Earthshaker, always going to blow you up with Echo Slam. Slardar is going to hunt you down on an ultra low cooldown. And both these heroes, like, there's a reason we don't see them. But the situation you can pick them is Puck specifically. And we saw LGD, like, yeah, Puck is broken. Like, a lot of teams are using it, winning with it in free Puck games. But I think they're displaying, quite frankly, a like 1 or 2 rung lower understanding of Puck. Because teams that understand it better than you, they're going to have that extra layer of, we know when you're allowed to pick it and when you're not allowed to pick it, and they're revealing the weaknesses of the hero right now.
I think we saw the strengths of the Slardar as well. I want to focus a little bit more on that because before the game started, Brian, you already gave a spiel about how Slardar was going to hunt you down, get a blink, hunt you down, kill you, and basically snowball like that. And I just did like seeing Sheer Jr. on that Slardar. It seemed to be very well fitting, and then obviously it looked very good, so everything seems very well fitting then. But that was quite the showing.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's a player I didn't get to watch too much before this year, but he's fitting in really well with this team. I think from the mid lane, I wouldn't consider him very flashy either. I would consider him quite reliable from what I've seen thus far. And yeah, he played quite a performance on Slardar. Slardar is one of the, I think he's actually the main hero in the game where you just see people blow up. Like, there was a clockwork there, you know, he gets blink stunned, and even like a hoodwink acorn shot is like a third of somebody's HP with all of that minus armor. So very devastating to play against when you're behind like that.
For sure, and the thing about Slardar with a player like Watson is you are enabling some of his best heroes. And we saw that for LGD, like they were in a situation in the end where they couldn't really ban out everything, so they had to decide what they thought they had the best answers for. And at the very end, they end up banning the SF. Okay, because the Darkseer is banned out, they don't have the answer for SF. Then they end up banning the Kez, because maybe they just don't have a hero that they play consistently that's good against Kez. So to them, of all 3 of those picks with the Drow in contention, they thought they could solve Drow, which is quite wild because Treant plus Drow is the strongest lane in this patch. And maybe they were confident in Mars, maybe they saw something in it and they were like, never mind, scratch that. Let's just ban out the Drow next time and let the Kez through.
Yeah, it felt like maybe in this draft, from the get-go, it was Yandex in the driver's seat dictating what would happen in the draft. And thinking back about yesterday when LGD was up against 1W, that felt very similar. What's something that LGD can do to be in the driver's seat themselves to make sure that they don't have to have these weird reactions that end up costing them a game?
Honestly, I think they should reconsider their position on Puck. Like, I really do feel that this is where a lot of the draft was messed up. Because what's been happening this tournament is that if another team has first pick, every team is going to that draft thinking to themselves, will they pick Puck on 18? And 18 is the pick that closes out the second phase. And LGD were like, well, if we don't take the Puck before they do, we're going to get 18 pucked and we have to solve that. But them picking the Puck there and forcing the Night Stalker ban just made their draft really weird. And I've seen Thailand have really great games outside of conventional mid laners. Like, he plays Huskar, he plays Necrophos, he plays Beastmaster. He's looked good on all of them. I think shelf the Puck if you don't have first pick yourself.
Yeah, I guess I agree with all of those points. And I think when you're coming from a team like LGD's perspective, you always have to pick your poison. There's all of these heroes you have to consider in the draft. And when you have a hero that's as prevalent in the meta as Puck is, and you feel like you have to, like, it doesn't benefit you that the hero's in the pool, that just, if you get 3 or 4 of those, suddenly you just lose all your drafts. And so I think you can do that. And I think it's an approach, like, I think the Puck was a big part of the problem as well. But it's not one of those where you put out the fire and it's done now. It's more like we're putting our attention over here and there's another fire that's going to spread out over here because we're not, you know, it's off our radar right now.
Yeah, it's one step at a time, I guess.
Yeah, but I just have to bring it up again because yesterday they also picked Puck before they didn't have 18. They were second pick, so they picked Puck in a position where it gets countered by the enemy team. Yesterday they got Earthshakered. Today they got Slardar. So they're getting Puck, they're getting lane countered, and they're unable to play off of it. And I really think that they should just stop trying to force this Puck unless they have 18 pick themselves. Like, truly, it's ruining their draft.
Yeah, I guess for this game, we just witnessed they banned Night Stalker in the first phase of ban, and then they only get that one ban in between phase 1 of picking and phase 2 of picking, and they chose to ban the Ember, which is another pick to protect a possible puck. But if you just ban out the puck in the first phase, then you would have had an extra ban to potentially ban out the Trail Ranger, and everything would have looked different. Sunny.
I mean, if your first pick, like if their first pick in this next game, then they can have that puck on 18 that Yandex have to address and are scared of. But I'm talking about it from the second pick position.
I just want to speak about the previous series where we had a Treant Protector opening for Mouse, and then P-Vision responded with, we thought was going to be a Lone Druid, but instead it was a Drow. And I just want to say, I think that's a perfect example of the top tier teams being one step ahead of the teams below, because I think all the things we're talking about, I actually think that might have been something that happened to P-Vision in a scrim, where they were like, oh, we should respond with Lone Druid, and then it's like, wait a minute, there's Drow in the pool. We only have so many bans. You know, we have to worry about all the other 4 roles in the game as well. And it's so interesting to me how these games play out, because when you talk about the puck pick, it's also because you pick Lone Druid in response to Treant. Like, there's so many factors that led to that happening that it is important that that's identified as the problem, but it's not as simple as don't pick puck.
Yeah.
Right? It's like a full rewind in the draft.
We're going to find out what they're going to do in the draft for game number 2 that is coming your way very soon. But first, we're going to find out how Shira Jr. was feeling going into this series.
Hey, I'm here with Shira Jr. of Yandex. Your guys' group, Group D, seems really scary when I look at all the groups. You guys have yourself, Yandex, 1W, LGD, even OG is pretty good too. Do you guys think that you're going to come out on top on the group?
I mean, we just trying our best. That's it.
But do you think you're going to win the group?
We can.
So maybe. Okay, all right, just maybe. That's fine. I've been asking a few players which teams they think are the best at this tournament. A lot of teams are saying you guys, you're very skilled. Do you agree with that? Do you think you're the best team at this tournament?
I mean, I can say this, but a lot of teams here is good.
Yeah, there are. But are you the best? Maybe.
Yeah.
Still maybe. That's fine. To my knowledge, you guys declined to play some tournaments throughout the year to have breaks. Is that correct?
Yeah.
So why do you do that?
Maybe, I mean, just some players just burn out, or how to say it correctly. So we just need a break.
Yeah, burnout is correct. Is it a strategy, or is it just like keep stress low because avoid burnout?
Just want to chill.
Just want to chill. That's a really good thing that you can do if you're also still very skilled at the game. Do you ever fear that it's going to keep you behind? Because I feel like there's 2 ways to look at it, maybe.
I mean, I don't think it's bad.
You don't think it's bad? Yeah. Okay. Why do you think it's good, other than avoid burnout? Any other reasons?
Because it's fine to show from Dota. Just
do real life stuff.
Yeah.
What do you do instead when you're chilling?
I mean, meeting with friends. Just
friends. You have friends. That's not, most Dota players don't have friends. That's really good. That's good.
And what else? Maybe just play games. Not much, but usually.
It's very well-rounded. That's good. I'm glad you guys are like this. That's probably, your mentality is probably very safe. So, okay, great. Thank you for joining me for the interview, and good luck in your match.
Thank you.
This year, the EWC Dota 2 format is more cutthroat than ever. This is how it's going to go down. The tournament starts with the group stage. The teams will be split into 4 groups of 6, where they'll play in a round-robin format. The top teams of each group qualify straight to the playoffs, and the bottom 2 are eliminated. The remaining teams move on to the survival stage, which is a single elimination best-of-3 gauntlet-style bracket, the team's final chance of survival. The first round of the gauntlet bracket starts with the 3rd and 4th placing teams from the group stage. The winner will meet the 2nd place team from group stage in round 2. Only 4 teams will move on from the survival stage to the playoffs. The playoffs are a best-of-3 single elimination bracket, where a single mistake can be the difference between moving on and being eliminated from the tournament. A 3rd place decider will be played for a bigger chunk of the prize pool, as well as valuable club championship points. The grand finals match is a best-of-5 for the 2 teams that have fought their way through each stage of the tournament. Only one of them will remain undefeated and claim the EWC 2026 Dota 2 trophy.
Is in our DNA.
Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
We learned a lot from Shira Jr. Absolute chatterbox there with Purge. For example, he does have friends, and that's really nice. I hope that also the people that he's on stage with are his friends. Only the people on his side, of course, as this is a true rivalry, the rematch of the Blast Slam Grand Finals. But it seems to be fairly similar results incoming, with the first game going the way of Yandex quite convincingly. We're hoping for a little bit of a change in pace for LGD. Hopefully a little bit different draft coming out, and a lot of that is already decided in the first bit of the draft, I think, when we find out who's banned and who is first picked. Is that the Treant into the Drow Ranger, or is that the Lone Druid once again? I already am spoiled. I see a Lone Druid on a gigantic screen. I do not know yet which is for, but it is for LGD there. Oh, it's so different. We have an Underlord. Sorry, I got way too excited for that one.
Who's first pick? LGD's first pick. Okay. So they actually have a chance, if they're going to play Puck again, to close out their phase with it and not get it counterpicked. Because Thailand's been getting countered on this Puck pretty heavily, and it's looked bad. There's also potential for... Is Huskar banned? It's banned. It's like, what other 18 picks does he have where he can crush the mid lane? Because what they need to do is win lanes versus Yandex. Yandex, if they win the lanes, they're going to end the game in 30 minutes.
He's obviously going to be a strong laner. I think the only hero being Enigma that counters him in the laning stage. The thing about Underlord that he represents is the Ags, or a lot of people are just rushing it over something like Greaves or Pipe or Crimson. We're seeing the Ags Underlord, which gives you the hit of Malice on your gate, which means you have a global route, effectively. So what I'm looking for with Yandex, which they pretty much always have against Lone Druid with the Underlord, is some duo that offers enough damage to kill the bear by following up the route. And that's the problem with the bear against this strategy is, it's like in theory, yeah, it's great. You have a global route against any hero in the game that you could ever catch, but the whole thing about the bear is that he makes it inconvenient for you to go kill him. Yeah. And that's what makes the Underlord so strong here.
We've seen a lot of people try Winter Wyvern against it.
Yeah, that's looked solid a lot of the times. I think there needs to be another condition to picking the Wyvern, for it being really strong in lane or counter-picking a particular hero. I think Snapfire also can work pretty well against Lone Druid. Snapfire's also.
ไม่รู้จะปล่อยทำไม
Very true, as we have the Hoodwink and the Shadow Fiend banned out in the second phase.
แต่รอบนี้ทางด้านฝั่งทีมยันเด็กเสี่ยงแบนไอ้เทียนก่อนนะเพราะว่าโก้กล้าเอาเทียนโปรเทคเตอร์ไปครับเพราะว่าเป็น first pick.
Out of the usual suspects, and especially maybe out of the bans that we saw in the previous game, most heroes still are banned. The one odd one out might be the Earth Spirit that we have seen being so highly contested in a lot of teams. And the Doom is also one of them, but I do not think we're going to see a Doom anymore, at least not on the side of Yandex.
มันเป็นเอาอันเดอร์ลอดมาตัวแรก
Taking their time here.
ลูบิกไม่โดนแบนนะลูบิกอันเดอร์ลอดไหม easy ล็อกขาแล้วล็อกขาอีกแต่ฮูดวิงโดนแบนนะลูบิกอันเดอร์ลอดไลออนอะไรเล่นได้หมดเลยฮะ
On Yandex, they've beaten it.
อันเดอร์ลอดก็ปวดลูกหมีได้มันจะเข้าไปตีธรรมดาไม่ค่อยได้เลย
So I'm pretty shocked that they didn't ban out Slardar on the side of LGD, because we saw it last game. It seems like I talked about having enough damage to take down the bear conveniently. Slardar +1 is always enough damage.
บอกว่าเกมก่อนนะช็อกหน่อยไม่ได้แบนสลัดนะรถเกาะลูกหมีตบลูกหมีตายแป๊บเดียว
Yeah. I think the ability to pick Slardar right now versus the first pick Lone Druid would be at the very end of their draft on Yandex 24. Because if you pick Slardar early on, now you'd have Tai Lung being able to counter pick mid for the first time in a few games for him.
Yeah, another hero I got on my radar is Necrophos for either side. I know Yandex, it's usually DM that plays it, but I think it's both good against Underlord and Lone Druid. So I think if you were to pick Slardar, for instance, for Yandex in the second round, it would probably get Necrophos, which, now that I say that out loud and you were talking about Amir, I wouldn't want to pick Slardar here.
Yeah, and of course there's the question of Puck, because the 18-pick team will always pick Puck if it's favorable. So Is Puck solved within the Underlord plus Coddle? I mean, the root is very helpful, but you want at least one more disable on the side of Yandex right now. And they actually take the Sapphire in LGD, which is a good shout because that's a good flex that Yandex could have picked for themselves.
Yeah, I think there are two ways to counter Puck. One is to have disables, and the other one is to do what P-Vision did earlier, where you just have a 5-man ball that they can't kill, and I think Lone Druid also suffers against the 5-man ball. So
WW perfect ดาบใช่เหรอ
Illuminate, Sustain plus Underlord, I think you're already facing that, like straight down the barrel.
เกม 2 กับ OG นะ
I really hope they like Snapfire is likely to go mid, but it could be flexed. I really hope it's not a Puck mid in response to this, because even if they don't have disables, you're just going to be tickling them. They're going to have so much heal. Puck relies on the Witchblade plus the Strength Blink later on, the Ags, the Shard. Like, you're not seeing like Mjolnir Rapier Puck anymore. You're just seeing slow but sure whittle you down, and that's just not going to work against this lineup of Yandex, even just looking at 2 heroes.
I wonder if you could go Witch Doctor here for the Maledict damage on the bear, or if you pick Witch Doctor, you're susceptible to the Puck and it just doesn't defend you enough.
I mean, Malady using Maledict, it just makes sense.
Very true.
Be poetic for sure. I like Witch Doctor a lot. I mean, this has always been, ever since they made it so the flag bearer creeps don't give health regen anymore, I think cores have always been starved for sustain of some kind. That's why a lot of the offlaners end up going like drums, like Enigma does, where just this early game item that gives you some form of sustain. Helm of the Dominator. Carries don't often have this.
So I think one of the reasons that Kez is strong is
because he builds into Mage Slayer, one of the few items that actually gives you early sustain as a carry. And we were talking about the heal for something like Witch Doctor. They go for the Wyvern. Shiver, you mentioned that as a nice counter to the Lone Druid. So right now they've got, I would imagine there's going to be some movements from the Wyvern and the Kez, like you get the Kez Desolator, and that's probably going to come out about the same time as the Underlord Ags, and I would be careful if I'm you.
พวกนี้มันไม่มีเลเซอร์อยู่ในพูล
At any point past that, you will die to 2 heroes plus a root, and Kez often plays
มาเล่นไวเวิร์นต่อหน้า
and a lot of these top tier teams are, I mean, all of
โดน
them
เลเซอร์ฟาดหัว
are
แตก
really good at the vision manipulation side of things. The thing about this Kez is you literally never have to show yourself. You have Coddle, you have Wyvern to push waves, you have Underlord to push waves. So the bear sadly does have to reveal itself. So I wouldn't mind if LGD gets some lane clear of their own.
Are they going to reveal where Snap is going with this pick, or are they going to try to keep it as ambiguous as possible?
I wouldn't mind. I mean, the thing about the Wyvern also is, you were talking about it for last game here, or maybe last series, is to go Axe against Kez.
Yeah.
And Wyvern actually makes that not a very good matchup.
Okay, I like this.
You like the Storm Spirit?
I do, because it's not the Puck, number one. No, it would have been fine, but to see Thailand on a hero that's going to be able to scale into the late game, but also play in the early game without the pressure of being the one hero to play the entire map, I don't think I've seen him have a game like that in a while. And this is just completely psychological, Brian, but I do think he's been a little bit anxious. And something like Storm vortexing in, having the follow-up damage of the Snapfire, that is such an easy combo to hit in the early game.
ขโมยสตอร์มไปก่อนเพราะเดี๋ยวฝั่งตรงข้ามเล่นสตอร์มมาเป็นเรื่อง
The one thing Storm gives you here
มันเอาไอ้นี่มารีมานาให้
Wyvern, these backline supports that absolutely need to be jumped, and so far you had Clockwork, which is decent, but having a core that's very reliable to jump them, and you said they have the automatic follow-up damage already built into the kit. I am a bit concerned about like the lane counters that could be coming out. We already see the Viper being banned out.
แต่ดับดีนะรอบนี้
I don't know how cheesy of a player Chiro Jr. is.
He can cheese for sure, but I think Ember Spirit is the obvious
แต่ KJ เล่น Snapfire หรือเปล่าไม่รู้เคยไหม
He's cheesed many a time.
ออฟเลนก็แปลกๆอยู่ แต่ผมว่าเพิ่มออฟเลนอีกตัวหนึ่งดีกว่ามาแทง
point you mentioned. I think they're going to prioritize the Coddle synergy, so we're
แต่ดับดีนะเนี่ย LGD เกมเนี้ย
looking at
ดับดีเลยแหละ
You could. I still think Necrophos is like insanely good here. For Yandex specifically. Why can't Yandex go Puck? You could.
Yeah, you can. There's no reason not to.
เพราะว่าเออสปีดดีกว่า
If your Ember gets banned out, it's
เออ
just
สปีดมิดเลนดีกว่าของยันเด็ก เออสปีดแดกขาดหมดเลย
take advantage of that hero.
กระจุยแน่นอน
Typically, it's the Embers, and the Tinys, and the Pangos, and the melee heroes. But if you don't have a good pick there, then Puck for sure fits.
So they got overall last, so they have some time to think about it. We're first looking at the pick for LGD.
Yeah, I guess like it's funny you asked that question, and on paper I think Puck is really good, and they might end up picking it, to be honest. But when I was looking at Yandex's draft, also the way they play, I think that Storm and Lone Druid are both vulnerable to having the map collapsed on them very quickly. Like Lone Druid doesn't really do much for the map in the first 20 minutes. Same with Storm. So when I see like Underworld and then this cast rotating with these early items, I view them being able to suffocate LG very quickly. And that's why I thought Necrophos, just like a mid laner who just creates this relentless pressure on you.
LGD ถ้าจะดับไม่ขาดเล่นออฟเลนชัวร์
That means they do scale a bit better. But I also could see them just picking
ดูมโดนแบนแล้ว
a waddler.
โอ้ยเวนอม KJ.
Now the question is Snap the offlaner?
สไปซี่จัดเวนอม KJ.
I hope that it's Snap. I think Veno offlane just is not that strong anymore. Because his ulti just doesn't do enough damage, I think, to justify being an offlaner.
And it's dispellable. I think that's the problem with
แต่ในสถานไฟออฟเลนสตรองครับแต่เวนอมอาจจะดรอปนิดนึง
just push your ulti on a 35-second cooldown.
Yeah, it was actually DM that talked about Veno, and he didn't like it as an offlaner anymore. He also said
อาจจะรวยจัดครับถ้าเลนของทางด้านฝั่งโรดิดผ่านเพราะว่ามันเข้าป่าฟาร์มได้ด้วยครับงู
I think he's going to lane with Lone Druid for the first couple levels. And
ลากคลีไม่ได้ด้วยครับเพราะว่า
I think you do want to play the macro game. I think Veno
โดนเวนอมยิงสโลอย่างเดียว
the thing he does offer is that
ไอโคโต้ลากคลีไม่ได้
like a lot of the supports if they
มันหมายถึงแอคโกรคลีป้อนให้อันเดอร์ลอร์ดเอาเลเวลนะ
be completely useless on the map, but he can do both. So if they're going to, I mean, obviously they did pick it. By picking it, I hope that's what they do.
And it gives them vision advantage, right? With his or whatever they're called, the play boards. You play board and then you have the instant follow-up from Storm.
มันจะทำให้เกมกลับมาสูสีครับ
to be the ones taking the initiative constantly.
มีเออร์สวีดอินวอเกอร์
I think it's strong for the lane, but I think there's a reason we haven't seen too much Veno.
มิดเลนนะทางด้านฝั่งไอตัวยันเด็ก
The second one, it basically does no damage in lane.
เออร์สวีดมันชนกับสตอร์มได้สบายแล้วก็เดินเกมได้เร็ว
That is like a scaling option. I
Scaling
wanted
option.
a Boots of Travel
เน้นกะแบบสเกลลิงเผื่อเกมเลทด้วย
have kind of free reign of the map and capitalize on it in some way. And I thought Necrophos was the premier one, but now that I think of like Invoker, in my opinion, is a scale.
เป็นแนวหลังทิ้งหน้าที่ให้นกฟ้ากับทางด้านฝั่งไอ้นี่ยืนแนวหน้า
So I like it a lot in
ตัว
that
ของ
sense.
Underlord
And I think that he is going to be set up to have a good lane. I think it's going to be difficult for them to roam on him with the heroes that they currently have. But if they have a core can make it happen, then I think that's going to be really important.
Invoker ไม่
I actually think LGD have a very solid draft in this game. I think their Storm
ดีขึ้นหน่อยครับ Invoker แบกๆเกมนี้ Invoker ดีสุดแล้วของนั่นยันเด็ก Invoker กับไวเบิร์ดดีนะส่วนนกฟ้านี่เล่นยากๆอยู่นิดนึงกับ Underlord เบื่อโคโต้ตายรัวด้วยเจอสตอร์มสแกนส่วนเลนของฝั่ง LGD ผมว่าสแนปไฟของคอกเวิร์ดก็ยังดีครับเลนออฟเลนนะแล้วก็สตอร์มก็ทรงๆไป
More BS than
เจอกับ Invoker
Shiver.
ส่วนทางฝั่งโรดิดผมว่ากลางๆแต่ไม่รู้ว่าเขาจะไปลุมทางด้านฝั่งไอ้ตัวโรดิดต่อหรือเปล่า
That was a great throw that I wasted this time around. I'm sorry about that, guys. But yeah, I think a lack.
แต่เกมนี้ผมยังไงผมก็ชอบดาวนั้นทีม LGD ครับฝั่งซ้ายมือ
Clockwork, but he's pretty much their only form of control. And whenever I see lack of control, yeah, you have like Storm Spirit pull too, but I'm talking about like BKB, Kez going on you. I'm fearful of their ability to ball up on the side of Yandex, and they also have really good map play too. And I feel like we're going to be seeing LGD playing this weird split push game with Lone Druid that we often, have been accustomed to.
แล้วยินเนี่ยมันเล่น Invoker ตึง
I think they have a better chance in this game on LGD than they did in game 1. Okay.
แต่วันนี้ทุกคนเล่น Invoker หมดเลยนะ
This is a better draft, but like it's not going to be as
แต่ Invoker ต้องรวยจัดถึงจะดี
Something just tells me they're going to
แต่มันต้องสเปนให้ทางด้าน Underlord กับไอ้นี่ฟาร์มนกฟ้าฟาร์ม
in the game, and then eventually they're going to 5-man. And it's just like after like one bear kill.
I have a worry. I think that Venomancer, if the enemy team, if the Yandex gets a little bit ahead, Venomancer is dead frequently. And we already saw KJ yesterday had a bad game. He had 17 deaths.
Can he do the milk?
He better not die then. I mean, when you're picking heroes like this,
เวนอมตายรัวแน่เกมนี้ครับแต่ว่าน่ารำคาญนะผมตายแบบตายจ่ายสกิลเสร็จแล้วแบบน่ารำคาญอ่ะตายแบบน่าหงุดหงิดตายแบบฝากอะไรมาไม่รู้เต็มไปหมดนะประมาณอันติหรือว่าพิษมาเดี๋ยวรอดูครับ
Kazoo at it again.
อ๋อนี่มันเคซูนี่หว่า
Hello everybody and welcome to game number 2 as we might already have
ให้พี่ซันแฟนพูดไปว่าไหนมันหาพี่เคซูอย่าพูดเยอะมาถึงก็ตบทีละคอตายนะครับจังหวะการบู๊นั้นเย็นเด็กก็เอาเฟิร์สบัตรมา
Good start for Yandex. Not good news for LGD who got mega stomped in game 1.
Oh yeah. I don't want to be a downer, but Yandex, this is the third game in a row now where they play against a lone druid. They beat it yesterday in 20 minutes. They beat it just now in 30.
20 เกมแพ้4 เกมเหรอ
Be round 3 against the lone druid. So I'm a big
มาดูว่าแบ่งแต้มกันหรือเปล่า
and I don't really know yet why there's a Veno in this game. So, like I am open to ideas.
พี่ซันแฟนหัวเราะอย่างเดียว
is a lot about the small things.
พี่ซันแฟนนี่หานะต้องคอมโบกับซินเดอเรนพี่ซันแฟนอ่ะ
This hero dodges the lane against you. You have very low damage, which Caudle is very good against because he heals a lot.
โอ้โหพี่ซัมเบลิกตีครับเคเจตายรัวครับผม
Well, let me keep going.
Yeah, go ahead.
บัตรที่รู้เป็น3 จุดด้วยครับเปิดมาก็เหม็นแล้วตอนนี้เธอด้าน LGD มูฟอะไรวะเนี่ย
The one thing I can see, what I would hope for is Lone Druid gives you a very good early lane, and you know that Caudle and Underlord want to like play for potential stacks, so you can go over there and like block them with your wards yourself, or you can farm the jungle to like kind of abuse that Lone Druid gives you a free lane. But other than that, I think the other people have to do a lot of heavy lifting. You know, they talked about Thailand. I do agree he's set up for a good game. But the same with Whisper, because if you want to kill, I think Thailand is going to need Whisper in most of his plays.
So, yeah, let's talk about Whisper. Snapfire off lane, how does this work exactly? Oh boy, don't tell me it's happening again. Blinding light, not available. Oh, there it is.
อุ้ยเกือบแล้วครับเกือบเก่าเข้ามาด้านในครับ
It's a very good laner, especially with Clockwork. Whisper is also one of the OG Snapfires. Like, I mean, we all know, like this guy even 5-6 years ago, you know, offlane Bad Rider, that's his jam. Offlane Snapfire, that's my bro's jam. And laning that, you know, with the Clockwork, he's gonna be A-okay. It's a pretty good Snapfire game.
Okay. And it feels like I don't need to ask this question. Is it a good Kez game? It's always a good Kez game.
It is.
Is there such a thing as a bad Kez game?
There definitely are bad Kez games. I think if you lane up against, I would say heroes like Doom are very annoying for you. They talked about the Axe as well.
แต่เลนอันเดอร์ลอร์ดกับท่านฝั่งไอ้เขาโคโต้นี่สเปเชียลิสต์อย่างหนึ่งนะเพราะไบดิ้งไลน์นี่ทามมิ่งต้องดีจัดครับถึงจะกระชากเข้ามาต่อได้แล้วอิลูมิเนตก็แรงอยู่
And there's Alacrity and there's a Winter Wyvern.
อินโวเกอร์โนวันแล้วน่ารักเลย
Trying to get in on this action here.
เล่นแบบบาร์เบเรียนนะเดินใส่อย่างเดียว
Really low. We'll have to cold embrace himself.
เดินหน้า
Whisper still wants to stick around. Scout
อะไรวะน่ะ
hitting one.
Whisper
including the dragon right in front. So now Whisper
คือจะไม่ให้วัดสันมาง้างใส่แล้วเมื่อกี้
And the Arctic Burn's gonna find him. So
โอ้สวยแล้วว่ะหลบหลังต้นไม้รอคูดาวคุกกี้สแกตเตอร์คูดาวอุ้ยยิงไม่ออกเรียบร้อยแลกก่อนครับวิสเปอร์ครับสแกตเตอร์ยิงจ่อยิงไม่ออกครับติดสโลว์ครับ
Well, the good thing is for LGD is I believe that Yandex lost way more creeps there in that entire engagement. You still see the entire wave.
Whisper มันยิงนกฟ้าก่อนดอกแรกไม่ให้นกฟ้าเข้ามา
Very weird plays all around.
Talk to me about the Underlord now.
เล่นได้แบบเหลี่ยมดีจัด
I love Underlord, and he's, in my mind, he's one of the best counter picks to Lone Druid. Lone Druid, he's a lot more about how he plays the map.
ยิงจ่อต้องเวล3ครับถึงจะแรง
pushing and so on. First of all,
เวลแรกๆผมว่าดุย
against Lone. Firestorm is always good against the bear. The pit is incredibly annoying, and later when you have
เปอร์เซ็นต์คูณมันไม่เยอะ
start using it to kill the bear around the map as well.
โดนอีกแล้วล็อกขาแล้วล็อกขาอีก
We saw that as a return pick.
And another double root. Thanks.
เจอดับเบิลรูทครับผมแล้วก็ซันสไตล์ครับสวยงามจัดครับ
Struggling to see the
จ่อแผนกันมาดีคุกกี้มาครับผมโดนในโคสแดกกัน2 ทีครับสแกตเตอร์จ่อแล้วก็ยิงแฟร์ครับมาเลดี้เดินยิงสวนครับทางด้านคอกเวิร์กข้อหลังมาพยายามจะสแต็กคาซูไลครับไม่ไหวแล้วก็วิดเปิดตายแน่นอนเจอแทงคาซูไลคณะจากวัดสันครับ5-2ครับ
Tough position to be in.
Kez just has incredible base stats, like good move speed, good attack animation, great early damage, great armor as well.
สตาร์ทเกมมาไม่ค่อยดีครับฉะนั้น LGD โดนคิวโดนลูน
They didn't, like when you pick Invoker in this matchup, you're not picking it to shut down the storm. You're picking it for your own game, further on, you know, make yourself like have better late game. But you're definitely not stopping Thailand here in this early game.
เนชิระดูจัดบินไปทุบ
So for offlane Snapfire, what do you even build?
You have
is there a standard thing, or is there
Okay. It's you can generally, I think early blink is quite nice. You can also still just go the normal build of like travels. Like travels blink shard is generally like some of the tri-core that you are looking for. I've also seen
ผมเปิดเสียงดังสุดดีกว่าแล้วผมไปนอนแล้วก็ผมเปิดเสียงเคซูไว้ให้ทุกคนฟังก่อนนอนให้เคซูได้พากย์ให้ทุกคนฟังแบบเต็มอิ่ม
Some root action
He's
on
Samuel.
DM.
Yeah,
He's
root on
going to
root.
get his bit of malice down. Very annoying hero to deal with. We'll see what he wants to itemize with. If it's going to be aura heavy or
ดื่มหนำมีเคซูบอลจะเตะแล้วเนี่ย
Love to see the Gleipnir, but I feel like we're not seeing that as often
You
anymore.
can see it like later on, it's fine, but I think other items are just way better. You know, you have your Shivas, for instance, Aghanims is always core. This to me for Underlord just looks like a pipe into Ag's game. Like I think
จนจะตายมาบึ้มมา
Yep, he got him.
ไต่ลุงครับผมโค้งมาเจอสัตว์ไต่เอ้ย
Tai Long
เบาชีระเบา
the game, and it's a solo from Shira.
That was incredible.
Solo kill เจอเลยชีระ
You know, the cold snap into a diagonal ice wall. Not gonna lie, that one is not easy to land like that into a great sunstrike. Not something that you are allowed to have if you're Tai Long. So that's a very big setback.
He's been struggling a bit.
กดมาดีเอ็มก็ครึ่งหลอด
Has he been on land? He has.
He has. They played it last. I guess there wasn't.
ไต่ลูโดนโซโลคิวแย่แล้ว LGD
He doesn't strike me as the type of
แต่คลิปดีนะเห็นไหมก็ดู
or like you know issues when it comes to
สตอมก็คลิปเยอะทางด้านตัวของฝั่งไอ้โรดูดก็คลิปเยอะ โดนแล้วโค้งมาโดนสัตว์ไต่ครับบึ้ม
I do that all the time. You know.
True.
Like I secretly.
ไต่ลุงงงแล้วไต่ลุง
You don't know that.
Oh, you're playing it off very well.
Thank you.
You keep that up.
You're great. Keep up the good work.
Yeah, so do you. Keep it up.
เจอชิระจูนิโย
6-minute rune about to pop. Viola core might have to grab it.
Yep.
We'll do so. Regen rune. Tai Long going to be very angry about that, and we'll bring Malady back with the electric vortex and the bowling to follow. Chira is going to work on KJ in the
เกือบมา
meantime.
บอกใส่มาเลยดีครับ
A support for support, although Plague Ward's making it a little bit more difficult, wrapping all the way around. But Malady not. Okay.
KJ จะตายเนี่ยเหลือ30ครับ
Swear to God, that looked like a hit on my screen. Again, either I'm blind or there's some cog interaction where sometimes it just doesn't connect.
Back.
There he's cheating. the anti-cog hack.
So Chira, I assume, is working on the Meteor Hammer now.
Yeah, it's kind of just the only build you can go. I mean, they just butchered Midas overall. You can't really buy it. It's only good for gold. Whereas Meteor Hammer has a good build up. You build it out of Kaya. You're happy. Helps you farm.
ถึงกับต้องไปเอารูนเลเวลอุ้ย
Melody kills 2
เคอเรียตาย
couriers. Pretty cool.
เฮ้ยมาเลยดื้อตึงเกิน
I love Wyvern. Very, very
โอ้
cool
โห
hero.
It's a great hero. I
มึง
think
บินยิงเกอเรียตายเหรอกำลังส่งของกันทีโอ
the hero is good. It also lanes so well.
เกินไปพี่เต๋า
Like he's generally a low HP hero. He wants to play aggressive.
ไม่ไหวแล้วเนี่ยทางด้าน LGD โดนทุกทรงเลยครับดับเบิลฟาร์มไหมครับทางด้านฝั่งยันเด็ก DM
Amazing at stacking. And yeah, I mean, I've yet to really see.
Feels like Coddle has been the support of the tournament so far in a lot of ways.
I think it's also that College just does a lot. First of all, he buys great items. I mean, you can rush Holy Locket, which is a great item. He has Solar Bind when you use your ult. His innate is quite good with higher movement speed. You also have incredible sustain, which makes you good at tormenting and roaching. So yeah, there's very few things that Coddle doesn't do. Doesn't have a lockdown, I guess, but you make all your other heroes stronger.
You can't be Kez. You can't have every mechanic.
So not every hero can be Kez. Only carry heroes can do that.
That's right.
เก็บอินวิทไปแล้วทีโดยขอ
Snag another rune. This time the Invis.
So they do have Whisper's ult. I want to see where they use the first kisses here. Generally, it's nice if you can slow down a Invoker game or also play into the snap lane. Yes, Theolicor, of course, is hunting the Ice Dragon here.
Yep, if only he had Battery Assault.
You gotta
Really
wait
strong
a couple patches for that one.
โอ้ย
Hit him out.
เดินดับเบิลลูท
Yuma's bird gets brought back in. I mean, that's such a cool combo.
แรงเกิน
That's something I would have thought about. As we see Mortimer's doing it.
ย้อนมอร์ติเมอร์ครับ
Won't find a kill though.
ไม่ตายครับผมกระสุนได้เท่านี้จริง
That's the first kisses.
It is.
Like when you play Lycan or Snap, your first ult, it's supposed to do a lot. Like it's supposed to give you kills. It deals like 2,000 damage all around. So I have to question, why isn't there a third hero? Why don't they wait for Storm to connect and then you get a free kill and you actually turn it into something?
Well, you can go ask him right now if you want to walk over.
I would love to do that. But obviously we will try to stay a little bit professional.
You'll be remembered forever if you do that. So.
Yeah, I would like different ways to be remembered than being the asshole who did that.
You don't want to be the guy that pours energy drink on your head.
เอาเรื่องนะพี่เคสู้
Remember him forever.
สันไตครับผมโยกหลบไปแล้วอยู่มาก
Not sure if he was aware. He's
ฝาเปิดแล้วนะดันโดนฝั่งอยู่มาโดนด้วยมั้งไปยิงไหนติดขอบแต่ปิ้งคอมาวัดสันสะบัดเลยครับไม่โดนครับอีลูเมนนะโอ้ดีเอ็มมาลึกแล้วก็มาไฟตอมตีหลังครับบอลเลนี่เปิดสวนมาใส่ลึกไปครับดีเอ็มบอลสันตุยแล้วมันได้ดีตายเวรกรรมแล้วบุกเล้ากันเยอะไปหน่อยซักซ่าก็ตายครับใต้ลุงครับสวนมาฟื้นเลยครับ
Not just for the game, but for their mental, if we're being honest, after last game.
It does hurt. I did check some of KJ's KDAs over the last couple of games. It's not pretty. It's like 2-40.
Okay, good. That's how.
They've been having a last couple of rough games. We all know that they can do way better, and I think right now with that one play, they turn it around quite a lot. Yes, we.
Oh man!
Look at that range.
Imagine that hits.
แปลงร่างทันพอดี
How this changes.
Yeah, this whole play doesn't exist. Like he just dies for free.
เดินโยกหลบซันสไตล์เลย
They have very needed stuff. Thailand getting some gal.
ถ้ามาถามทำไมไม่ทำแบบนั้นทำแบบนี้หมายถึงอะไรอ๋อตอนที่ snap fire มาเลยนะ
Sometimes you need to have.
snap fire มันยิงไวเพื่อนไม่ตายด้านบนเหรอที่เคสู้ถามนะแล้วบอกว่า walk all around ทำได้ 2,000 ดาเมจแล้วนะ
Malady at 11 minutes, only level
ซันแฟนบอกว่าทำไมมึงไม่ลงไปถามมันเลยเดินไปเลยไหม
Right now, if you're Yannick, you gotta be careful. I like that Whisper is
นี่ซันแฟนก็ตอกแรงเกิน
keeping his TP ready because if any fight here breaks out, you just immediately TP as a snapfire and you keep the fight going. Whereas Yandex do what a lot of heroes.
ซันแฟนพี่ก็ใส่แรงเกิน
Which is so. I think it's good that you can stack and everything, but I still feel like stacking is too good. So many, like, you get so much gold and so much XP from it. It's not that easy to contest a lot of the times. A lot of heroes, of course, are very good at clearing it.
Yeah, DM will get the Atos, so we're going to be seeing lots of roots. He can double root just by himself, and that's not including a blinding light on top.
ผมบอกแล้วมันต้องคู่กับซินเดอเรนซันแฟนน่ะคู่หูสมองไหลจริงๆแต่ก่อนเนี่ยซินเดอเรนนี่เทียมันสูสีกับทางด้านฝั่งไอ้นี่แหละเพิร์กเลยนะเป็นคู่หูโทบีแต่โทบีก็นั่นแหละเสียดายโดนดรอปไปเรื่องคดีความแล้วก็เลยมาคู่กับซันแฟนยาวๆมีคู่กับแคปตาลิสด้วยแคปตาลิสก็มันหยอดบอลดิมเมอร์ที่เสร็จแล้วไปด้านโดของฝั่งเนี่ยวิสเปอร์มาเลยดีล่วงรักษาสวนอัดเคเจต่อ
Must have been with the help of a Sunstrike, I believe. Otherwise, that kill is quite crazy coming up by Saksa.
What do you think of the body of this Underlord?
It looks cool. I like the set.
That's our set.
That's your set. What the Dota Cinema said?
That's right.
Or Relic Arena set.
ผมมาตีครับซัดมาครับเตะรั้วลงเลย
Yeah, good bowling.
อัดหนักครับผม
Hook
หนีก็เที่ยวดีกว่า
Sunstrike does clip him though. Not sure Watson can catch up.
เที่ยวดีกว่าลงมา
Won't be going for it.
Yeah, was a short hook, but long enough to get him the hell on out of there.
DM now has the Atos. That would have been 100% a kill.
He's having a good early time here, of course, on the Underlord. Which means if they have any way of setting up one silence into an Atos, that's one way to, you know, try and shut down Thailand a bit more.
นี่แหละเวลาโปรเพลเยอร์มันเป็น
Definitely still a fantastic pipe game.
มันเป็นนักพากย์มันเป็นอย่างนี้แหละมันจะมีอยู่ไม่กี่คนที่ไม่ค่อยดิสเลสเปกเท่าไหร่จะเป็นแบบอินเซเนียมีควินอะไรเงี้ยควินแต่ก่อนก็ใส่แต่ก็ดีขึ้นหลังๆมา
Going for smoke.
แต่ก่อนก็จะเป็นสวีเดนเมลอนนี้นักใส่เหมือนกัน
They get the big zip onto the chicken man. Sunstrike's coming. He heals up a good amount with Raptor.
โอ้ยตาย
TPs are coming. Cold Embrace saves them.
สัมมาบททางฝั่งใต้ลุงถอยครับ
Should be fine.
เกือบไปแล้ว
Okay, hook shot. Okay, very nice.
โอ้โห
And the cookie to follow.
คุก
Whisper.
กี้ครับผมนะดึงช่วยหนีหรือเปล่าทีโอทีโอเตะรั้วช่วยครับแต่ว่ามีซันสไตล์มาโอ้โหทีโอนี่คือหลบหนีทุกอย่างครับ เรียกได้ว่ายังกับขุนศึกแล้วยื้อให้เพื่อนเอารูเลเวลไปได้ครับแต่วิสเปอร์จะโดนหรือเปล่าวิสเปอร์ถอยมาแล้วกิ้งมาช่วยครับมอร์ติเมอร์ซัดเลยครับวัตสันเข้าไปหน้าแนบครับวัตสันบอกขอกัดฟันซัดท่านเคเจหน่อยแล้วกันครับโคเอเบสมาเจอสแกตเตอร์สวยครับคาสุไลคณะก็เด้งมาใส่ทางด้านตัวของฝั่งเนี่ยเคเจตายเหมือนกัน
He will survive.
Did get one turn kill on KJ, but Watson did have to pay with his entire life for this one. I did like their initial play.
เอาหมวยกลับไปคิวเอาหมวยแตก
Slightly too late on the cookie, because Watson did get the ult off and it didn't have the chain connect on the stun.
Yeah, will be a pipe from DM. What do you want to see after that then?
Definitely Ags.
Like Ags?
Yeah, just the Ags is way too powerful. This is a top 5 Ags of the game. I think in terms of the impact that it has.
I mean, global route, yeah.
Yeah, like it just changes the game. It's a little bit. I like to see it like Tidehunter. Like Tidehunter makes you not teamfight him, and then he buys the shard and he catches you. It's a little bit similar, I think, with Underlord. It's very hard to teamfight against this hero when he has like 1 aura, sometimes even 2. Yeah. Then his next natural item is that he catches you on the map. It's just like a 1-2 punch. It's really hard to play against.
Yeah, I can see it. We'll make a tier list after this event.
Yeah, sounds good.
Book it.
Booking it.
Can finally be on your podcast.
I want to be on your podcast.
หนูมาไม่แปลงร่างเปล่าเอาไว้แปลงร่างยามจำเป็น
Boots of travel now there for Chira. Still waiting for that Ags on Invoker at some point.
คือเฮียอะไรมันจะไปลงพอดแคสต์อะไรกันแล้ววะตอนนี้
Eyeing for another play, as LGD have many members here.
กิ่งมาวอร์เทคครับผม
Vortex into the hook shot, not the best layering.
ต้องมาทีไปพอดแคสต์เคสู้เหรอซันไตลงไปครับซันไตลุงตายผมโดนล็อกขาครับแล้วโดนซันไตทางด้านของฝั่งครับตัววิสเปอร์ถอยครับตรงนี้มาเลยดีก็ถอยครับโลบไปหน่อยครับไต้ลุงครับก็เลยโดนสวนซะเซตอัพมาอีกทีครับ
The last member to fall.
ดมมาครับช็อตไปรอ DM ครับซัดที่โดนคอครับล่วงครับไปอีกหนึ่ง
These moves are supposed to be good, but there's a little bit of like a rush going on. Like Yannick's had a nice turn play, of course. You know, you have CJ who gets off the tornado into a pit, but at that point, like Tai Long, he's just incredibly out of position. Whisper.
Grappling claw upon him. Cookie, nice stun. Beans Gate.
โอ้ไบดิ้งไลฟ์พักครับอิลูมิเนตซัดมาลงต่อครับเรียบร้อยวัตสันเกมด้านฝั่งวิสเปอร์เลย
He came up with this spell.
กิ่งมาเลยครับทางด้านฝั่งตัวของไทลุงครับไล่มาที่เดียมฮะ
That's why you're here.
That's right. I'm giving him all the credit.
It is a very, very cool spell. I'm also not gonna lie, it took quite a while because Underlord was not a good hero for a very long time.
Yeah, his old was very boring too.
What's the difference?
Dark Rift.
Oh, that one. That was really difficult to use.
It's a shitty TP version of what it is.
Yeah, it was really difficult to use. Meteor Hammer from the fog.
Okay, into the...
เปิดมาเมทิโอแปลงร่างครับเอาเลือดไม่ทันครับผม
To a crisp Chira with a solo kill.
ชีระโซโลคิวอีกแล้วครับ
See if you're LGD.
He didn't even attack, like he just immediately ran away after throwing all the spells. Yeah, but cool guys don't look at explosions, and LGD, these are the type of moves that they give up too many times in some of these games.
ฮุกมาครับไม่โดนนะแต่ในฝั่งทีโอ
I'll likely put this to an end.
สเปนเตอร์ขอให้โบเนี่ย
We'll blink out. Saksa shows up. Tai Long.
ซันจะตายครับโดนมาทีครับด้านตัวของฝั่งเชลลี่เนี่ยเก็บไทยลองได้แล้วโดนล็อกขาเรียบร้อย
A couple of rough games. 4 rough games that we've cast at least.
โอ้โหไวเวิร์นแม่งเล่นคุ้มจัดเลยมาเลยดิโอ้โหเกมแม่งชิลจัดเลยไวเวิร์นเนี่ยนานๆทีจะเห็นไวเวิร์นไล่ฆ่าคนขนาดนี้ไล่เปิดไล่อะไรปกติติ๋มอยู่หลังป้อมหลังเพื่อน
There are some of these plays that you cannot give up. You go
ไม่แปลงร่างไหมเลือดเด้งไม่ทันแต่ต่อให้เลือดเด้งมาก็ไม่ทันอยู่ดีครับแรงจัดโซโลคิว
He gets caught off by just running into the tier 1 tower.
ไม่ดูสเปนปีนี้เป็นไงยังไม่เสียสักประตูบ้างสเปนแต่ว่ายิงน้อย
We've seen it so many times. Feels like a rinse and repeat situation. As DM. No way this happens.
โดนไปซันสไตร์ครับคุกกี้ดึงออกมาไทยลง
Finally zips away. Help with the cookie was needed. I mean, it's not like that much was even expended from Yandex to force out this rotation from LGD.
No, just a couple of cheap spells, and it definitely does. Like, so when Yandex have this position in the game, they like playing 3 heroes mid with 2 guys on the side. They will like attack you on the tier 2.
เห็นไหมค่าบัตรลดลงต้อง 60% จาน
But if it's not, they just force all of you there, and once they do, now they spread out and go back on the map. They farm everything, then they wait for you to.
ประธานฟีฟ่าไม่ยอมช่วยเหลือพี่โด
It's honestly very, very cool macro moves here in their mid game.
ดุย
So we've got a vessel completed on KJ, trying to make a bit of use.
โคตรห่าตั๋วสเปนกับเบลเยียมราคารีเซลลดลง 60% อะพี่โดไม่มาตามนัด
We'll still say I don't think this pick has done what they may have wanted it to, at least not yet. But now that the vessel is out, that does help quite a bit, especially.
โดนใครยิงไม่ถูกโดนมอริโน่ยิงแม่งเดินมาย่องยิงรู้ไหม
That it's important in this game at all.
It hasn't done any, and that's one of the small other problems to me is that Coddle is very good at cheating the lanes, right? You can push, you can blinding line and not trade. Venno wants to trade with you. He wants to like play against heroes that want to cut.
นี่พี่เกสู้บอกชอบโคโต้มากเลยนะบุกได้ดีมากเลยนะผมชิวๆแล้วไบดิ้งไลท์อิลูมิเนต
How does that work against focus fire?
You destroy yourself.
Good.
So you better be careful.
That's good.
It's like hitting into blade mail.
Yeah.
ไอสัตว์ซิเดเลนมันโกรธไม่ใช่ซันแฟนมันโกรธเคสู้แล้วเนี่ยมันถามคำตอบเขาแล้วว่าซันแฟนมันเริ่มงุนหินแล้ว
They don't hit.
Give it another year, it's gonna be the build.
I mean, it's gonna get okay.
It's gonna get buffed.
เปิดมาเพราะคอกับคู่นี้ไม่งฮาจริง
Push back into his cogs.
ตีหน้าของคุกแล้ว อาร์กติกเบิร์นมาต่อครับด้านตัวของฝั่งซักซ่าซาดันทีโรคอครับ
What are they close to on both
ฟรีคิวครับผมทีโอตายครับ
Watson is he's closing in on the Agams. And by the way, we were talking. I think you asked yesterday
เมื่อ
or
กี้
the day before.
พี่ซันแฟนบอกกูดก็ดีก็ดีก็ดี
Did I ask that?
You did.
You sure? You sure I wasn't asking what the best chicken to get is?
Probably you asked that too, but we didn't get quite into that conversation. Because this guy is good.
Oh boy.
พิซซ่าเมลิครับ
Another pit, Sunstrike.
แปลงร่างเด้งเลือดไปก่อนนะ
Walk away.
Just a bit of poking.
เปิดมาไบดิ้งไลท์ครับซัดครับ
He was there.
ด้านโดนฝั่งวัตสันเก็บ KJ แล้วครับลงต่อครับ
So they get the trade as DM
ดูตองวิสเปอร์จัดการซักซ่าเบทีโอบทเต็มใบครับไต้ลุงไม่ได้เล่นอีกแล้วว่ะเจอไต้ลุงเจอชิระเอาลูกชิ้นให้กินทั้งวันนะกับซันสไตล์อ่ะ
I don't know if he's supposed to have this many items.
What the hell?
BKB.
ได้โดนอันเดอร์หลอดล็อกขาเว้ยแบบไม่หยุด
Got the gem as well. They are looking very good. It's even got the shard with the upgraded ghost walk. Yeah. Radiant are in some trouble here because the thing with Lone Druid too is that sure he's very good at like playing the map later and picking people off, but this hero doesn't like when he does not have the scale. I don't think LGD have the better late game in this game.
ชมจิราเดินแมปเก่งมาก Ghost Walk.
Winter Wyvern and Kez. All of these heroes are very durable, can play on long range, multiple team fighting.
นี่เป็นไงบอกว่าไม่คิดว่า LGD จะดีกว่าทางด้านฝั่งทีมยันเด็กนะเกมนี้เพราะว่ากำลังเล่นกับทางด้านฝั่งชิระจูเนียอินโวเกอร์ชิระจูเนียเอาเรื่องอะพี่เคสู้กลายเป็นกูไม่นั่งพากเลยมานั่งฟังเคสู้พูดดีกว่าเจ็ดเคฟการเงินแล้วเย็นเด็กครับปวดหัวว่ะจะเป็นไบโพล่าก็นั่งชมนั่งฟังพี่เคสู้เนี่ย
So far, it's only been on Yannex's terms.
เวียนหัวพี่เคสู้
will be taken out now that the Agnum Scepter's online for Yuma, but it'll be a trade of sorts for the Tormentor, which Malady will get the shard. So cold embrace.
9K การเงินครับ
Cooldown reduction.
ชิวๆเลยครับตอนนั้นเย็นเด็กสงสัยได้ชิงกับวันWพรุ่งนี้แหละเพราะว่าเฮ้ยเมื่อลืนสิพรุ่งนี้มันเป็นกรุ๊ป A กรุ๊ป B แล้วก็ไทยเบรก
I think it's good with the type of carries that can drop low but then can fight after like the healing burst.
Right.
And I think honestly like melee agi carries probably fit that build the best. They don't have the highest HP pool. Like if you get them to half HP, they can usually turn around.
หมีก็ไม่ได้เล่นสักทีวันนี้2 เกมแล้วฮีโร่ท็อปเทียร์
This is like another one of the reasons that this matchup is so
เกมแรกโดนดาวเลนเจอร์ยิงทิ้งเกมนี้ก็โดนนะบัตรแป๊บนึงครับมาแล้วก็ฟรีคิวครับขอนั่นฟังไอ้ตัวทีม LGD ซักซ่ามาทำวอร์นะ
I guess the question is when do they want to go for Roche?
They definitely could be looking at it very soon. But if you're LGD,
คำถามต่อไปคือจะเข้าโรชานเมื่อไหร่ฮะ
Gets himself another galvanized charge as well. Just keep his own region going a bit.
อย่าโดนอาร์ติกเบิร์นที่ฟิงบ้านมาลูกชิ้นอีกแล้วกินลูกชิ้นอิ่มทุกคนนะเอาไม่มีผสมแป้งครับเนื้อล้วนๆลูกชิ้นเนื้อล้วนๆมันเป็นบาช่อนี่หว่ากินเข้าไปโอ้โหเรียบร้อยดันยูมาบอลทอยครับ
Generally the chicken will win this one.
Correct.
Plus 330.
นี่
So it looks like DM is not
ถ้าเดียวกันหมีเรื่อยใช่
more auras. Just feels like okay.
มันก็ต้องนกอยู่แล้วหมีกับนก
Shiva's of course quite good against the Radiant Draft too, or I mean, you know, mainly
กินอยู่
against
เนี่ย
the
นี้
bear. Lowering its attack speed is quite nice.
All right, so for LGD, let's see what is coming up next. So
มันน่าจะมีเดทเขาของหมีเด้อแล้วก็ลูกหมีว่าตายไปกี่ตัวแล้ว
nothing really on the horizon quite yet. And Whisper, BKB is about to come to be, just 1,000 away from the recipe. And on the other side, 4 charges on the Deso so far for Watson. He has the Ags, and he's only a recipe.
ทำยังไงดีครับทางด้านฝั่งไอ้ LGD ครับ
which is going to align
the
with the
BKB
Gleipnir
ผสมมาแล้วไงดอ
and for Underlord it'll align with the Shiva. So actually that's a triple threat power spike from Yandex as if they needed it with this 11k lead.
It definitely did not. They are eyeing KJ currently on this mid lane.
ซันไบครับเกือบอิลูมิเนตอาร์ติกเบิร์นสปินดับลาต่อมาเลดี้ก็เข้ามาเก็บง่ายแล้วมันเล่นไวเวิร์นคล่องนะพี่เต่า
Because it's also when you look at heroes like Storm and Snap, they like around the 20 to 30 minute mark, you start running into some trouble. You know, people get some dispels, there's a pipe, glimmer, force F, people get BKBs or higher HP pools. And I think even if you do commit with like a good jump into a Snap ult, it's not a guarantee anymore that those heroes actually die. You need to find a way for maybe Yuma to get activated, either by forcing some of the Yandex heroes around.
วันนี้นอนไหวอะชาวบ้านจะช่องเป็นไงบ้านข้างดิฟฟิงบาร์บอกใต้ลุงครับ BKB เปิดไว้ครับ
Everything is just defensive from LGD. They cannot get a foothold in this game at all.
No, and Yandex are doing this very nicely too. It's similar to what I mentioned earlier, like this.
เฮ้ยทำไปเล่นไป OG นำวัน W อยู่ฮะ
attack you, they don't commit. They play
ทำ
on
ไป
the
เล่นไป
highest
ทำไป
amount
เล่น
of
ไป
range possible. They poke something out of you
เป็น
without
เรื่อง
really
นะ
risking their own life ever.
Yeah. And they can do that to Theolacor as
เปิด
well.
มาอาร์ติกเบิร์นเมทิโอแล้วกินลูกชิ้นกันทุกคนนะลูกชิ้นอร่อยจังสปอร์ตก็ได้นะคนดูอีก40เมมเบอร์ครับวันนี้น่าจะแห้งแล้วก็ตีย้ำต่อยูมาเสียนั่นฝั่งลูกบีไป
For LGD.
And it is very difficult to play Lone Druid in this type of game. Of course,
Ball
you
พิ่ง
want
เตะ
to
ได้
keep
10 นาที
splitting the map left, right, and center and try to get away with it. But like you said, you have multiple forms to catch the bear. You have Atosis.
เอ้าของคุณว่านนะผมเลทคนละมาครับของคุณน้องว่านครับ
Tornado hits and does pop the BKB. But here's Malady from the other side. Nowhere to go.
ลุกมาต่อครับดานอฟชิโนจูเนียร์เก็บวิสเปอร์ครับลูกชิ้นครับของคุณว่านนะครับ W คุณว่านครับเรทคนเข้ามาจากทางด้านฝั่ง Twitch
have enough items that Roche doesn't take so long and then you take it
อันนี้รายการใหญ่สุดลองจาก TI แล้วกันครับเป็นซูเปอร์เมเจอร์ Esports World Cup สวัสดีครับทุกคนสวัสดีครับจากว่านครับสวัสดีครับ
Yeah, you can just keep hunting.
Yep, KJ shows up, will pop his ult, and will die for it.
ทอร์นาโดซันสไตล์เต็มหัวเลยครับเชียร์เนี่ยจากการ KJ ครับ
I'm really starting to get
กินแสงกินลูกชิ้นอิ่มกันหมดแล้วเดี๋ยววินเทอร์เคิร์ดครับเซตอัพกันมาแล้วก็ทั้งลูกหมีทั้งคนทั้งหุ่นยนต์ไปหมดเลยฮะโอ้สู้ไม่ได้ฮะ
I mean, it just feels like they're on another level today.
I think they are. Also, like no bear now for 40. Even when you go for a respawn, we're
ไอ้
seeing
นำ
how
ครับผม
quickly this bear just
เย็นเด็ก
dies.
นำครับเกมแรกแล้วก็อันนี้เกม2แล้วก็เย็นเด็กก็นำอยู่เหมือนกัน
There's too many problems. I think like when you think about CJ, like 1 year ago, I think he had a lot of games where he did struggle. But the more and more you see this guy, I think he's really starting to feel like very comfortable, very normal. He's starting to own people in a lot of games. Very, very improved player.
โอ้บาปาลากิตี้ตีบ้านด้วยครับแป๊บเดียว
Again have not gone for Roche yet, but don't fear anything at the moment. And you can't really blame them.
Yeah, and it's honestly, it's quite easy for them to just continue this if they want. You have Kato, you can keep healing up. If you do feel like it becomes risky, you can fall off, you can fall back to the roach if you want to.
โอ้มาเลยครับบอลเลนเปิดไปเปิดกลับฮะเมทิโอซัดลงเต็มหัวมาละลายเรียบร้อยชิลเลยครับด้านฝั่งใต้ลุงครับบอกครึ่งร้อนก็ถอยมาก้อนไล่ครับชนะชิลแล้วจูเนียร์ตีหน้าด้านฝั่งวิสเปอร์มาว่าวิสเปอร์ไม่รอดครับวัสันเก็บไปอีกหนึ่งครับละลายกันหมดเลย
How are you supposed to play Lone Druid with this deficit against Underlord and Invoker? Like even disregard the other heroes. There's multiple pits flying around. There's a tornado, death blast, ice wall, EMP, like all this random garbage that's just flying around.
Only thing defending LGD for now is the fact that they have 2 tier 2s still up in the bottom and top, respectively.
That's true.
Otherwise, this would have been a second lane, knowing that that bear is down for that long.
They won't even have time. So you will maybe get
มีได้ตายไปนานแล้ว
by the time
โดนมา100 บาทรบกวนพี่อัปเดตสายชื่อผู้เล่นไทยในรายการนี้หน่อยครับ
อุ้ยของคุณมินครับ100 บาทมีแค่เนเมซิสครับผมตกรอบไปแล้ววันนี้แต่มีแข่งอีกทีนะวันพรุ่งนี้เมื่อลืนมีแค่แจ๊บคนเดียวครับที่แข่งในทางด้านฝั่งในตัว Esports World ครับของ Dota แต่ว่าของอันอื่นก็จะมีเกมอื่นด้วยพวกวาโลพวกอะไรพวกเคาน์เตอร์อย่างเงี้ยหรือเปล่าวะจำไม่ได้แล้ว
No, they're losing a second set here pretty soon.
Of flaming the neutrals.
They're going to show the mid lane. And yeah, they're not going to defend this, it seems. So 2 lanes down for LGD. Both games have been complete outclasses in favor of Yandex.
Yeah, honestly, like Yandex and 1win seem like incredible teams from this group. Also means if Yandex are to win 2-0 here, which it seems like, you know, they may get away with.
ฝ่ายสตอร์พุชไปขอบคุณครับคุณมินครับส่วนเกมอื่นผมไม่แน่ใจว่ามีอะไรบ้างน่าจะมีไอ้นี่ปะอะไรนะผับจีโมบายแน่นอนอยู่แล้วอันหนึ่งแต่ถ้าโดต้านี่มีแจ็บคนเดียวครับ
Yeah. And I think he also has like a full Octarine core on CJ as Yuma.
Goodbye. Okay.
ผมมาวนมา
Not a good game here for LGD. The bear is still surviving. Tornado not going to clip him. Oh, God.
Oh, the other guy.
Whisper, wrong place, wrong time, my friend. The bear dies, and
Whisper,
now
wrong place, wrong time, my friend.
As well. Just such a rough one. And Yandex can just push down whatever lane they want.
Make a keep up what's
They're playing very fast. I mean, not going to say it's like ultra complex because I think we're watching a lot of games where one team isn't very much pressured. And if there's no pressure on you, it becomes very easy to make right decisions, to be quick on movements. You're always full mana, full resources. You see more than you should. You have more gold than you should. And everything just flows. It feels so easy. Oh, we'll see the clip here of the tornado.
Oh, man.
Oh, what a grief.
That is rough.
That one hurts double. You can see it on Whisper. He's like, man, come on.
นั่งยิ้มหวานดีแล้วตอนนี้ทางด้านของฝั่ง LGD.
All right, well, Aegis goes to Watson. He gets a shield rune as well.
ไทยตอนนี้ที่เช็คดูมี Apex Legend ครับ Gen G ครับผม
I like that they're currently drawing on the
ใช่มี Gen G แล้วก็มี MITS Player Unknown Battleground PUBG แล้วก็มี Free Fire ด้วยครับ Bomber ครับผม
แล้ว23คิวชุดนี้คือหนักครับ
คัดไม่ผ่านครับผมขอบคุณครับคุณมินไม่คัดไม่ผ่านนะครับ TI ปีนี้หงอยเหงาครับกับ Esports World ครับต้องรอหลังจบ TI ครับผม
Last tier 3 down and mega creeps incoming. Where is this defense from LGD? Do they have anything in their tank? Tai Long not going to get
ตีนั่นบาไหนครับขอบคุณมินด้วยครับพิมพ์ถามด้วยคุณมินเกรงใจโดนเห็นแล้วก็มีHOK ครับ HOK ก็ ROV แล้วครับแล้วก็มี Rocket League คนหนึ่งมี Rocket League เปิดมาเนี่ย EMP หยอดมอร์ติเมอร์มินเนอร์ไปครับลงต่อวินเทอร์เคิร์สเซตอัพมาสวยพี่เต๋าและเป็นไทยลุงโดนนะครับพี่ซัมเมลิกต่อโหคอมโบนแทบไม่ได้ขยับกับซีหนาจัดเลยคอมโบกว้างเลยครับลูกหมีวิ่งเข้าป่าไปแล้วนะแล้วก็จีคอก็บอกไม่ไหวครับทางด้านตรงของฝั่งทีมยันเด็กครับชนะ LGD ไป 2-0 ครับ
or bear in this case. They got smacked.
ไม่ไหวแล้วอุ้ย
I think LGD maybe a little bit
สู้ไม่ได้ก็ดู 2-0 เลยนะแบบขาดๆด้วย
Their mid game just falls flat. I think their early game of this game is actually quite good.
ประคองเกมไม่ได้ทำอะไรไม่ได้เลยฮะ
One pick off here and turns into another pick off there, and I think Yandex.
เจ๋ง
some of the beauty of top tier Dota. Can give us specific heroes. They have.
ย้ายไปดูไอ้นี่หน่อยโอจีหน่อยได้ข่าวว่านำทางด้านฝั่ง 1W เยอะมากครับสงสัยจะ1-1 กันเจนอยู่ในนี้
Just like that, Ari
เพียวกำลังจะแตกพ่าย
does come out. They even commit armor kisses. They do not want anyone to survive. But meanwhile, top side, the Doom
โอ้
comes
โห
out there.
เจอดูหมูครับจากด้านฝั่งตัวเลเว่นครับ
Eventually,
ทำไม OG มันทรงดีกว่าเนี่ย
looks over for the snap
นี่ก็ตียับครับจับล็อกแต่เวลาสเกมทางด้านฝั่ง BCM ล่วงนาซามิแลกกันไปครับเตอร์ทีก็ตายครับ อุ้ยเดี๋ยวดาวเลนเจอร์ตาย100 วินาทีทางด้านนี้ก็ยกไว้ครับผมแล้วก็ลงมาอารีไม่รอดครับโดนนั่นฝั่งไอ้ตัวปั๊มย้ำเลยครับบอกสปิดเอิร์ธเลยเตอร์ทีซื้อเกินมาสู้ครับสู้คนซะหน่อยฝั่งนี้ก็เดินเคาะหน้าใส่ด้านเพียวกับจุยครับผมโดนนั่นฝั่งทีมก็สกิลยัดใส่ไปแล้วเลเว่นรอดไปได้ครับทีมไวครับทีมไวไม่พอตายอีก2ด้วยครับได้แบกอีก2ครับเจ็บตัวตายครับทางด้านฝั่ง 1W ฮะ
Tips to Doom, the AoE Doom just running between the two key targets, finding that initiation as they were killing Ari on the other side. They started that with a numbers disadvantage, but everyone ran over. Drow unfortunately died, otherwise you would be pretty confident in getting the megas here.
Sorry, Edict up is in 5 seconds. It will take the whole lane of frags.
They do have Fortify. Okay, the Spectre buyback to dissuade Yopaj, and he's so low. Maybe if they hex?
No, he's going to go in, dude.
It's bold.
He's going in. He does not care. This is a potential game-winning play.
Okay, you missed the stun. I don't know.
Well,
I get nervous. People are respawning.
Did something break his blink? I'm guessing something did. Either way, here comes the Edict. They'll have to fortify this.
Or they're going to be careful.
BZM. Afraid to blink in. I do not blame him.
I'm scared. Drow up in 5 more seconds. Darkseer's down for 30. If you could at least get 1 barracks here, you'd be a lot happier. Doom is not the best at this thing. Pick one, Doom. Pick one.
He's like, I'll get one eventually. Doom now off cooldown, so very scary to try and turn into this fight. Natsumi's just shadow blade and giving vision. He's just running right into the enemy base. A great escape back to try and get them out, but BZM
เข้ามาต่อครับทางด้านฝั่งตัวดาวเลนเจอร์
lost the racks, but now you need to get out. Natsumi
วีวอลวันเดอร์แปะมาย้ำอีกทีครับมองที่เมื่อกี้เสร็จลงมาครับฝั่งทางด้านทีมครับจะรอดหรอทีมไม่รอดนะไวมอนจัดการ
95 seconds on the sideline, a 4v5 opportunity here for 1W. If they want to try and turn this game around, it has to start here.
I kind of like that. That's the OG boldness to just run in and go for it. But it was also really risky. And let's see what 1W can get out of it. They're looking for more. Roche is fortunately not up yet, but if it's an instant spawn, Rubik will not be up for this.
Level 25 on the Spectre. Pretty powerful talent. It's not one of the most impactful talents, but it is a nice one to have.
OG knows they gotta not bleed more kills. They're just hiding in the base together. They have to hope for a long Roche spawn. 40 is enough. That's enough.
It is enough, yeah.
OG's looking very good here, but it only takes 1 or 2 fights, and at this point, the entire gold lead could shift.
98% win probability. I mean, I tend to agree here. They are so far ahead. It's going to have to be perfect execution for 1W. They go in. The Doom comes out. It manages to catch the Darkseer, and he's dead. The Drow's gone. Can they get the Doom in kind? They will.
ยังไงครับผมไหวหรือเปล่าพี่ชายโดนดูมละลายเรียบร้อยตัวที่ที
He's found the Snapfire. Natsumi, he's up on the Glacier trying to drop the damage into the Burpee. He pops the Satanic. Björk gets double force-staffed away. He's gonna live.
They're chasing.
Yopaj wants this kill so bad. They're chasing. They're trying to cut them off at every angle. Skem running forward will not find them.
Everybody's out.
Great disengage there for 1W, but OG has the advantage. Roche just respawned.
They haven't scouted it, and it's way down there. Surely you go, right? There's no way you push for more. I see that line drawn. They're looking for kills. I feel like you just go Roche. Also, what did Doom buy? Because he had buyback available, and it's gone.
That is a good question. I don't know.
This might actually pay off. They're really close. Drums in.
Silver Edge Drow once again scouting. She actually went right under a sentry, so they know that this is happening. He's trying desperately to find him.
They scanned. I think it might have hit.
Why not, Pure?
They go to look. They're running forward. Can they actually catch her, though?
I mean, they know. Up onto the high ground. Will Natsumi make it in time. He knows he's here, but right through the twin gate, he's going to try to follow.
A 5 million crit just instant kills him?
This is going to be the chase that could end the game if they can actually find him. OG is desperately trying to do so, but he is TP'd back to the base, and he is out. They managed to waste this whole time for the Darkseer to respawn.
If 1W manages to get Roche, they effectively buy themselves 10 minutes of time with safe play. At that point, we're into the wild west of late-game Dota, where the gold lead starts to pretty much mean nothing, and it's just about who finds who. That's something Spectre is really good at. So OG really needs to put some emphasis on this Roche. Grab it, close it out. There's one more barracks. 1W is down, so many buybacks. Any pick-off, you've got this. And I don't mean to spoil other streams, but if they win this, there's a really good shot. They stay in the group.
And you have the buyback
33K ครับ
on OG. It's
ถ้า
just
พีคกลับมานี่โคตรเร้าเลยนะทางด้านฝั่งทีม1W เนี่ย
If positioned correctly and with the help that she has, she shouldn't die.
BZM is getting close to the level 25 talent with Refresher. That is so much damage, especially if there's a vacuum Wheel of Wonder combo. Run, Whitemon, you are in trouble.
He knows the Roche. It's coming. Whitemon walks right into him, tries to blink over.
เอาละโดนก๊อปปี้ CMW นะฮะแล้วก็ซัดโดนไวบอนแตกไปครับทางด้านฝั่งทีมแต่ทีมมันได้ไปอยู่ก็น่ากลัวถ้าสเปกเตอร์มันเกินหน่อยแล้วก็ไม่รู้จะได้เกิดกี่โมงเพราะฝั่งวันเดวิวไม่ได้มีแทงอะไรมีแต่ตัวหน่วยแบบเปิดแล้วทะลวงฟันอย่างดาร์กเซียแล้วก็สแนปไฟบีเซียมิด
He can buy out the refresher if he wants.
ก็ผมที่บอกไงตอนดับเสร็จบอกว่า
Does he want buyback? The answer
perfect
is no.
ดาวคอมโบในฝันนะผมเนี่ยบีมคอมโบ
Oh, he's caught him. Skem's caught him.
โอ้โดนหลับมาแบบนี้สเปกเตอร์โดนดูหมู่ต่อเรียบร้อยแล้วพี่เพียวไม่ได้เล่นนะแล้วก็วาร์ปกลับไปได้หรือเปล่ากลับไปได้ครับเพียวไล่ล่ามาต่อครับทางด้านฝั่งตัวทีมแล้วก็มัลติช็อตกวาดมาใส่ด้านฝั่ง30 ทีโดนทางด้านนัสมิสอยตายไปเลยครับ
OG have done it. The creeps on the mid lane. Just send it. They should know buybacks are still down.
เป็นเรื่องแล้ว
Absolutely.
That's why Bane is such a terrifying support.
ได้แบ็กนี่100 วินาทีอะเหลืออีก1 นาทีซึ่งเกิดได้เพียวเวลานี้ไล่สูสีเลย
For over 10 seconds for the rest of the team to show up and kill you.
All right, Snapfire's buyback is up. 1 minute for the Spectre, a few seconds for the Darkseer. But without the Spectre, I just don't see where the damage is going to come from. And this tier 3 tower, it's gone. You have one fortification left. They'll drop the banner. You have to save it for the tier 4.
ของเยอะจัดเลยพี่ทีม
I don't know if he has the gold. There's 40 seconds till the buyback timer is up. With one more fortify, there could be a final 1W fight coming up. He's trying to get the 25. He's got it.
OG.
ช้าเบอร์ครับ
They're not going to front door. You've got to do something. 1W. What are you going to do?
อุกี้ดึงมาอารีถอยครับ
Natsumi full heals off the Satanic. They've
วิววิฟซ์ดึงขึงไหมอิลูมิเนตซัดมาเซนทีมครับ
Nightmare will buy him some time.
แต่ด้านฝั่งนัสบีก็ถอยครับ
It's all on this refresher. Snapfire, but Natsumi is just working on the throne right now. You still have
ยิงทางด้านฝั่งทรวนครับกดตัวกลาเซียยิงครับ
steals the wall.
เฮ้ย ขโมยกำแพงมาสวนครับมีเครื่องบ้านนะครับวิวอัพเดอร์ซัดด้านฝั่งทีมฮะก็ไม่ได้ดีครับโดดเข้าใส่นัสมียิงดูดเลือดครับย้อนมอร์ติเมอร์มาแบบรัวจัดนัสมีบอกว่าสบายก็มีทางหน้าตัวของฝั่งเนี่ยเอจิตแล้วก็สอยเตอร์ดีทีล่วงเตอร์ดีที100 วินาทีโดนไหมอภิวัตต้องซื้อเกิดมาลุยแล้วครับโดนเข้าใส่ลุมรายล้อมใส่นั่นฝั่งไอตัวดาวเนเจอร์ตายครับนัสมีแต่ที่เหลือก็เจ็บหนักเหมือนกันครับดูหมู่ลงไปอัดทางด้านตัวของฝั่งอาเพียวยืนครับในบ่อน้ำเลือดไม่หลีแล้วจบเกมจีครับเป็นนั่นฝั่งโอจีเสมอ1-1ครับได้มันกันแล้วทีนี้เสมอ1-1กับทางด้านฝั่งไอตัวทีม1W แล้ว1W ก็ต้องชิงแต้มสุดท้ายครับผม2 แต้มจากทางด้านฝั่งทีมยันเด็กครับแต่ถ้า1W เสมอกับยันเด็กครับก็ต่อไทยเบรกครับเอาเรื่อง1W กลายเป็น 7-1 ครับเท่ากันนะที่1ร่วม
We talked about game 1, they dominated the lanes. Game 2, OG played phenomenal from the lane stage. And, you know, 1W, they tried their best.
อีกคู่หนึ่งยังไม่จบคู่พี่เซเบอร์ไหลแถมให้วันนี้แถมให้วันนี้ใจดีนักเปิดวาร์ปผู้ใจดีโอ้2-0เรียงกันขวามือหมดเลยนี่หว่าไหลขวา
Still needs 600. So your wand. Then you have an open slot once you do make it. Yeah. That's so tough, man. Even if you sell the wand, it's not enough money. Right. And then you die and you're just like, well, there we go. Okay. Cheeky shackle. Waiting for Stoikov as well as Lace to come back to life here. But these buildings, they can't wait. No, they cannot. Puck up. The Underlord soon to follow, and folks, you know, might seem like a bit of a slow game, but the disciplined approach is what Virtus.pro need. As a reminder, getting a 2-0 win puts them on yesterday's level with OG at 3-3. Now, that OG record, depending on how they play today against 1W, could, you know, put them out of reach temporarily for Virtus.pro, or put them right on par at 3-5.
Most likely, no matter what happens, whoever plays tomorrow has to 2-0 the other one, right? Because at the moment they're 3-3, and even if, let's say, OG gets 1 win, if you're VP, you can't go 1-1.
Right.
You still have to beat them.
Maybe 5. Yeah.
So, very likely that the match between VP and OG tomorrow, which decides 4th place, is going to be critical.
Right on the like one of the final days of group stages, too, down to the wire. You'd love to see it. Abed. Looking for his next target. He sees the firestorm, so knows the old.
อาเบะโอ้โหนี่ก็นำแบบเกินไอซีนี่น่าจะเหนื่อยแล้วเข้ามาแบบเหนื่อยจัดไม่ว่าจะคู่ไหนก็เละเทกันหมดนะเชี่ย ChatGPT ใหม่แม่งโคตรตึงเลยมันอัปเดตมาใหม่ทำเว็บไซต์ได้ด้วยเย็ดแค่ใครซับครอสโค้ดไว้นี่ซับไปทำไมไม่รู้นะเชี่ยChatGPT 5.6 แม่งอย่างตึงโอ้ทีมโดโตนั่นเฟอร์นานด์ไหมบูโน่เอา 1-0 แล้วสเปนใครยิงวะน่ะ
Snowball to delay, but likely not save as that normal punch gets through, and folks, that's a GG.
I mean, you really can't blame them. The game was just kind of a bit of a disaster. I feel like from not exactly lane stage, but from the mid game, similar to game 1.
อ๋อมาถึงก็จบเลยแล้วนะยังไม่ทันได้ดูเลย
Having a really good time against Abed. Abed was struggling. Here, not so much. It was just such a clean victory from VP and ICX finding no room to make any sort of plays or.
Fabian Luis.
Absolutely, and this clean play
is the
standard that Virtus.pro will need to survive tomorrow against OG and then move forward through a difficult position in the bracket. You know, benefits placing high in pool play. Either you enter the competition later, or you have a much easier first and maybe even second round of play. But
โอ้โหวันนี้จบไวว่ะคนดู
You're going to go up against the 1 seed from
โอ้ยวันนี้ไม่จบตี 4เหลือเชื่อ
Any of these top 4 seeds could take it all.
GG
Well, either way though. they win this
พรุ่งนี้ก็เริ่มเวลาเดียวเขาดู
on VP
แต่ว่า
we can at least ask them
เป็น
about
ฟอลคอนกับ X ทีมนะ
is it easy you know because it doesn't seem like
ฟอลคอนถ้าชนะอีกแต้มหนึ่งก็คือเป็นที่1ของกรุ๊ปเลยครับหรือเปล่าวะ
score than the game 1 which was 25-2 here's 26-2
ไม่ต้องชนะ2เกมเพราะ BB ทีมชนะ2
like there was no time
ก็
where
จะ
you
แต้
feel
ม
like
เท่า
VP is struggling or they're like oh what are we gonna do
ฟอลคอนต้องคว้า2แต้มไปที่1ของกรุ๊ป
his life a little bit for the team
ส่วนนิกมาต้องคว้า2แต้มครับกับออโรราก็ต้องคว้า2แต้มจากลิควิดเหมือนกันซึ่งถ้าออโรราเสมอกับลิควิดก็จะกลายเป็นว่านิกมาที่1ของกรุ๊ปในกรณีนิกมาชนะเพย์ไทม์ 2-0 แต่ถ้านิกมาแพ้เพย์ไทม์แล้วลิควิดไปชนะออโรราจะกลายเป็นไทยเบรก3ทีมครับผมจะเป็นการไทยเบรก3ทีมเพราะว่าแต้มเท่ากันหมดโว้ลูปนรกกำลังกลับเข้ามา
2 cores without a death and fly 249 great stat line I would love to see how much healing was done because
that's 5,000
5,000
there you go at the end
oh yeah thank you
that orchid as well
how many
0-13 SE
no one
ดาวเรนเจอร์2-6เลเท
I mean it's the same as
nullified almost the Drow Ranger which is
ทีมมาโดซเวน
he's a lover not a fighter
that's right
ตบหนักเวิร์ดโปนอันดับที่เท่าไหร่เวิร์ดโปนไม่น่าตกรอบเวิร์ดโป
it's Mr. L Saberlighto
อ๋อเวิร์ดโปนได้เซอร์ไวเวอร์ต่อครับในวันพรุ่งนี้เมื่อเรือนเลยเจอเลยเคยมาอีกแล้วอ่ะ Thank you guys.
It's awesome because now you're in striking distance with OG. How are you guys feeling about that matchup?
Very excited. We're kind of saving all our strats for the final match. I heard that they won whoever they played. 1 win.
Yeah.
1
นี่ได้ข่าวว่า1-1 นะ
Be careful, sponsors.
Yeah. So we're just gonna throw them and it's easy peasy.
เสียเวลา
What if they 2-0?
มึงไปพูด1 win ทำไมเขาไม่ให้พูด1 win?
Oh, they won them. Oh, it's already over. Okay.
หลุดนะเนี่ยเดี๋ยวโดนเจ้าชายอุ้มนะ
Does that put a lot of pressure on you guys? Because if you go even, they advance. You can't advance.
To be fair, I feel like it's easier to like go for the 2-0. Like if you beat them once, you already like can beat them again. You know, going for 1-1 is kind of it's like halfway measure.
It is. You can't have halfway measures. We're noticing something as well with the way that the team seems to move. Right now, you seem to be getting a lot more farm than before. Right, like we usually see you a little bit more sacrificial in the past. You know, you're taking one for the team, but now you're #1 net worth almost the whole entire game. Is that something that the team is very conscious of, and they're making efforts to ensure what's happening there?
นี่บอกว่าพี่เซเบอร์ไลฟ์ฟาร์มเยอะขึ้นนะแบกทีมครับผม
They like how Neta plays. Just kind of farms creeps. So I try to do the same and we stuck.
นี่บอกว่าเรียนรู้จากวัน W มาบอกว่าออฟเลนแม่งชอบฟาร์มเหมือนกันนะ
It's good.
Now, is Helm of the Dominator key in this approach for you?
No, I hate that item. It's like it's been fun when it was like in meta, but now Bulba just makes me buy it anyways.
It's like doing your chores, you know.
Yeah,
gotta stay on top of it. So
Disable Live and copycat.
We know these offenses are the same card, the Dark Seer. They've been successful for you today. Are there any fun ones that you're just not able to play at all because they're out of meta?
Tell us your secrets.
My Legion Commander is quite goated. My most played hero. So sadly,
and
they also released the Mechatronic skin or
right.
whatever.
Very sick.
So yeah, I wish that was a bit more meta. But otherwise, you know, I have like my legendary Enigma, my legendary Axe, my Visage, obviously.
Of course.
So yeah.
Is it if you played it's already read legendary, right?
Yeah. I'm just waiting for the right moment to pull them out. Maybe it's the OG series. Who knows?
Maybe. And how have you been enjoying Paris so far?
It's wonderful. It's really nice. I think my highlight was that the shuttle takes about 20 minutes to get here. So instead, I decided to bike every morning.
Beautiful.
And it's a wonderful bike road. It's bigger than the street next to it. It's shaded and it's faster than the shuttle actually.
So
I am biking to work every morning like a proper boomer.
Well, Saberlight is boomer pilled. And would you recommend your opponents to bike to the venue tomorrow?
Yeah, I would.
Jump them on the path.
Also, speaking of opponents, I have a message for Yobash. Yobash specifically.
Okay. Let's hear it.
Suck it! Yeah.
เตือนแน่โยปัดมึงซักอิดแน่
It's a hard code to decipher.
อยู่ดีมึงซักอิดเห็นไหมล่ะ
You want to do it again so we know he knows. Just one time.
Can you say it in French?
Sukit.
สุขีดรู้จักภาษาฝรั่งเศสไหม
No matter the locale, no matter the language.
สุขีด
Saberlight's always good for a taunt. But Saberlight, as we wind down today, anything you've got words for your opponents. You have any words for your fans?
You can, yeah, okay.
No.
Actually, okay, guys. Thank you for the support. It's been real. Yeah.
ตอนแรกบอกไม่มีตอนนี้มีอะไรของมึงวะเนี่ย
I hope we'll make you proud. I hope we'll beat OG and we stay in the tournament and we
นี่
keep cooking.
จัดการ OG แล้วให้คงอยู่ในทัวร์นาเมนต์นี้
The start of our winning streak.
The appetizer.
We kind of need to win. So that means we will either lose and it's kind of lame, or we will 2-0 today, 2-0 when we play OG, and then we just go from there.
Keep 2-0.
Just 2-0ing for the rest of the tournament. So
Future
that's the plan.
EWC champion.
Exactly.
There you go.
Raise those hands up.
กูจะเป็นแชมป์แน่นอนอยู่แล้ว
But Saberlight, congratulations once again on
คนมัน
the
hyper นะ
victory today. Best of luck moving forward. I know we'll be rooting for you.
Thank you guys. It's been real.
Well done.
All right, folks. Well, that Saberlight from Virtus Pro, the offlaner.
พี่มาริบูเจซัดพี่แกไปถักเปียมา แต่รู้เอง
for his time with us this evening. But you know, today was a pretty good day of Dota, all things considered. You know, we saw some of our favorite teams move through, advance.
ชนะ OG 2-0 ชนะจนเป็นแชมป์
Yes.
And ICX
มั่วทรงไปหมดแล้ว
eliminated from playoff contention. It's unfortunate, you know, but that is the nature of competition. Someone has to go home.
Yep. I mean, we aren't going to be seeing the VP versus OG match for a couple of days because tomorrow we're just finishing Group A and B. I think we're going to have a schedule for you guys to check out a little bit. So tomorrow we're going to go to A and B, and then we're going to have tiebreakers, which is quite likely. There's many positions of like importance that we might seeing, but after that, it's going to be OG versus VP on the last day of the group stage. Very tense.
Very tense indeed. I cannot wait to see how it all shakes out. Now, I would love for an extensive set of tiebreakers, but tomorrow you can look here and you can see how it's all going to play out. We've got Poor Rangers and Rune Eaters. Now, both of these teams, they've taken some
tomorrow's schedule,
and they're still in the running. So still
very important games.
Maybe the most important game of all with the head-to-head, as we would mention with OG and VP earlier. But L1 team and LVUp will be taking the next round of play. I believe both of these teams are eliminated.
L1 กับทางด้านฝั่ง LVUp ก็ไอ้นี่แล้วนะตกรอบแล้วชัวร์
They're the bottom two. You're right.
Bottom two there, but you know, bragging rights
เรา
on
ต้อง
the
ดู
line
ออโร
for
รา
L1
นิก
and
มาเว้ย
LVUp. Our last 2 time slots of the day yet to be determined based on the results of play, but I know that I'm going to be ready and raring to go for any open tiebreakers. But folks, it's been a wonderful day of Dota 2. Don't know how it could have been any better. Maybe
if we had the best of 3s instead, you know, we could have seen that go for the distance. But it was a good day. Would have loved to see a little bit more from both of these, from the teams that were eliminated, because it's unfortunate. But we do thank them for being here. You know, you come here, you show up, you at least give your fans something to root for. Better to be here and lose than not be here at all. So kudos to ICX and Reconics. They still have one more match each to play. Hopefully on the last day, all these jitters are gone. They give us the best performance ever.
Yep. Yeah, the level of competition continues to push and develop here through the group stage of EWC, and you know the best is yet to come. But signing off for today, I'm Malibu Jesus, joined by my partner Otomo. We'll hopefully be back tomorrow for more tiebreaker action. But until then, goodbye and good night.
Okay, ก็ดู Goodbye ไว้เจอกัน 4 โมงเย็นนะครับ Have a good night Have a good day ครับพักผ่อนกันดีกว่าคนดูถือว่าวันนี้ก็ชิวๆดุยๆกันไหมผมก็ดุยๆเหมือนกัน Goodbye ไว้เจอกันครับคนดู See you tomorrow Have a good night Have a nice day ครับดุยๆนั่งดูบอลกันต่อคนดูนั่งดูบอลกันต่อเดี๋ยวผมนั่งทำงานต่อเหมือนกันดุยเจอกันครับฝันดีครับทุกคน Have a good night Have a good day ครับบ๊ายบายครับคนในทวิตน่าจะต้องเลทไปหน่อยไหนๆก็มีคนเลทมาเราเลทต่อเดี๋ยวแป๊บนึงครับผมเลทคนในทวิตก่อนนะ เดี๋ยวไม่ให้เด็กน้อยแบบแปลแล้วเพื่อความเร้าใจเจอกันครับมาดูฝันดีครับ